Vhumad God chapter 41:51 to chapter 42:33. Damn it, it was indeed the peerless Holy King. The three Holy Kings' faces turned cold. They did not expect the peerless Holy King to be so powerful. Other than the peerless sword, there were other Holy King weapons that they did not know about. From the beginning to the end, they did not think that it was Lin Xian's. Because in their opinion, a small saint could not possibly own such a thing. Alright, we've won the second battle again. Then, wouldn't it be our turn to choose a treasure land next? The peerless Holy King's voice rang out. The surrounding people were so angry that they vomited blood. Damn it, damn it. They swore that they would not lose the next two battles, but now they lost the second battle again. Yes, we will choose the mysterious valley for the second battle. The peerless Holy King said quickly. Then, he created another clone and brought Lin Xian and the rest to the mysterious valley. Damn it. The three Holy Kings' eyes turned red. They even decided to fight. Otherwise, they would not get any benefits. The peerless Holy King snorted. What, you want to fight? We have two holy artifacts here, think carefully. Damn it. The three Holy Kings' faces turned ugly. Indeed, if it was before, they might have really fought. After all, although the three of them could not kill the peerless Holy King, it was very possible for them to suppress him temporarily and snatch the treasure. But it was different now. If the opponent had two holy artifacts in his hands, it would be very difficult to suppress the peerless Holy King. The peerless Holy King scared the people opposite him. His clone brought Lin Xian and the rest to the mysterious valley. However, they did not enter rashly. Instead, they went around the valley to investigate. This place was too unusual. The peerless Holy King was speechless. Xianxia was surprised. Master, what was so special about this place? Vhumad was also surprised. She felt an indescribable aura. Lin Xian and the rest were the same. The toad said, why should I care so much? Let's go down and try. He jumped down. Ah. Soon, he came back screaming. Damn it, there was a formation. When he came out, he was foaming at the mouth and looked like he was about to die. Damn it, who told you to move around? Lin Xian rolled his eyes. Peerless Saint King was surprised. This toad was not ordinary. Don't make any rash moves. There's a formation protecting it. Let's see how we can break it. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon also observed carefully. Both of them were experts in formations. After looking around 3 times, the two of them gathered together. Kid, do you have any ideas? The Crimson Dragon asked. Lin Xian said that there was a way, but it would take too long. I still have a way. I need to borrow the power of a Saint King. Moreover, there are so many experts here. I can use brute force. The Crimson Dragon said. Lin Xian and the others have returned. Holy King, the two of us have taken a look. We have a plan, but we need your help. I got it, peerless Holy King nodded. His real body also stood up, turned into a stream of light, and arrived above the mysterious valley. At the same time, he created a huge vortex that swallowed everything. What the hell? The 3 Saint Kings outside frowned when they saw this. The law of Devour prevented them from seeing what was happening inside. Inside, peerless Holy King created another small vortex that floated above everyone's heads. He said, put your power into the vortex, and I will be able to control it. As expected, Xianxia, Morong Qingqing, and the others injected their power into the vortex. Peerless Holy King came behind Lin Xian. He said telepathically, Junior brother, use your trump card. Lin Xian took out the great dragon sword soul, and a loud dragon roar was heard. At this moment, the great dragon sword soul had become more powerful after absorbing Lei Jishan's power. However, with Lin Xian's strength, it was still impossible for him to break the formation below. However, with peerless Holy King and the combined power of so many saint sovereigns, it was impossible. It was not impossible. As expected, Lin Xian held the great dragon sword soul, and peerless Holy King also channeled his power into the great dragon sword soul. In the next moment, a dragon roar resounded through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The sword slashed down. With a loud boom, the heavens fell and the earth cracked. There was an apocalypse. What a terrifying aura! Are they trying to break the formation? In the distance, the people from the three great holy cities were shocked. The three great holy kings frowned. Their eyes looked as if they could pierce through the heavens and earth. Damn it, the law of devour is too strange. Unless we go in, we won't be able to find anything. Let's look for other places while they are trying to break the formation. These people also started to move. After all, they had lost 2 rounds and could not find anything. They were not willing to give up. Therefore, the people from the 3 great holy cities started to look around. On the other side, above the mysterious valley, the terrifying vortex slowly disappeared. In the next moment, they all entered the mysterious valley. Did they enter? The Saint Sovereigns from Peerless City were shocked. Previously, they had felt the damage from the seal. They did not expect that they could enter so easily. Peerless Saint King took a deep breath. He knew how much power he had to use this time. This was the power of the great dragon sword soul. It was indeed the legendary sword soul. He realized that even he could not completely revive the great dragon sword soul. However, compared to what Lin Xian was able to cast, it was much more powerful. Therefore, the seal was broken by the sword. After entering, everyone looked around curiously. The valley looked mysterious from the outside, but after entering, they found birds chirping and flowers fragrant. It was like a paradise. The aura of heaven and earth was so pure. Morong Qingqing's eyes lit up. They all felt that this place was very pure. It was as if it did not fit in with the outside world. Holy kings and the people from the 3 great holy cities started to leave and go to other places. An elder frowned. Peerless Holy King looked into the distance and said, "Don't worry about them. Let them search. Otherwise, they would not be at ease." Indeed, they had already occupied 2 of the 3 great treasure lands. To be exact, they had also occupied the 3rd one. Other than these 3 great treasure lands, the treasures in the other places were not as good as here. There was another reason why they did not care. It was to distract them. Otherwise, if the 3 great holy cities could not get anything, they would definitely take action. Peerless Holy King sensed carefully and then smiled. He said, "This is a good place. Hurry up and absorb the energy here." "Master, what is so magical about this place?" Vhumad was also puzzled. The others also walked over. Peerless Holy King smiled. "If I am not wrong, the aura of this place is very pure. It is the primordial aura of heaven and earth. It can change a person's life." Changing one's life level, many people were shocked. Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. How could this valley have such an effect? Life level was a very special thing. For example, Lin Xian was a mid-stage minor saint. His life level was at the minor saint level. However, his soul level was relatively high. It should have reached the level of a saint venerable. Moreover, he had a divine body. His physique was much stronger than an ordinary minor saint. It could be said that Lin Xian's life level was far beyond a minor saint. It was almost the same as a saint venerable. As one's cultivation level increased, one's life level would also increase. However, there was always a limit. For example, if a water tank was only 1 meter long, it could only hold a certain amount of water. Any more and the water would flow out. This was the height of life level. It could turn a 1-meter water tank into a 5-meter or 2-meter water tank. To people, this was very shocking and precious. It could increase the upper limit of these people. For example, if a person's life was only at the level of a saint venerable, it would be very difficult for him to break through the shackles of a saint venerable. If one's life level could change, there would be hope. This was the great opportunity that the bronze messenger had mentioned earlier. It could change one's life. Therefore, everyone in the valley was excited. They knew that they had encountered a great opportunity that was hard to come by in thousands or even tens of thousands of years. They could change their lives. These people were extremely excited. Peerless Saint King also smiled. He said that they were very lucky. This was left behind 80,000 years ago. Although there were people who came in during this period, it seemed that no one had come in for the past 10,000 years. This is the first time in 10,000 years. There is a lot of chi in here. Let's quickly absorb it. After saying that, he couldn't wait any longer. Lin Xian and the others began to cultivate in the valley. As for the people from the other 3 saint cities, they began to crazily sweep through the valley. Some people rushed to Thunder Rolling Mountain, while others rushed to Dragon Tiger Mountain. After all, these 2 places were treasures. However, they found that these 2 places were very mysterious. The Dragon and Tiger on Dragon Tiger Mountain brought great pressure. Even the Saint King had to be careful. On the other hand, Thunder Rolling Mountain seemed to have been sealed off. It was probably because Lin Xian had swallowed too much and couldn't enter. This made them gnash their teeth in anger. There were even people who had designs on the mysterious valley. However, when they got close, they realized that the seal here was extremely difficult to break. It was impossible to break it in a short period of time. If the 3 Saint Kings were to join forces, the unparalleled Saint King inside would definitely not let the matter rest. Hence, they did not touch this place for the time being. Their target was Mount Longhu. The 3 sage rulers joined forces to explore Mount Longhu, while the other sages scattered to different parts of the world to begin collecting their own opportunities. At the same time, in the second astral realm on planet Tianming. This was the place where one's fate was measured. It opened once every 500 years, and it had long been closed. However, in the depths of Destiny Planet, the bronze envoy opened his eyes and looked at the Destiny Stone with shock. Someone was changing fate. In the past, many peerless geniuses had come here to test their fates. Therefore, in the future, if someone encountered a great opportunity and changed the fate of the heavens, it would cause a commotion. Now, the same thing was happening. He frowned, wondering who it was that had obtained such a heaven-defying opportunity. Whoosh, suddenly, his expression became extremely ugly because blood was flowing out of the heaven's mandate stone again. Damn it, the sky was dyed red with blood. The one who had been abandoned by the heavens, he had encountered a peerless opportunity. It was impossible for him to change fate. The bronze envoy's expression was cold. He took out a disc array and quickly sent a message to it. It was obvious that he was already setting up a trap. At the same time, in another mysterious part of the universe, an ancient planet was also shaking. The divine Wutong steel was changing. A 7-colored stream of light flashed. It was a middle-aged woman with a pair of phoenix wings. Her expression was incomparably solemn. She knelt on one knee on the ground and was extremely respectful. In front of her stood an old man. It was an old woman. Her skin was as dry as an orange peel. She also had a pair of resplendent wings on her back. A 7-colored light, the 7-colored phoenix had appeared in the end. However, she does not belong to the divine Phoenix Ridge and will eventually fight the heavenly phoenix. Go and find out more about her. Yes. The phoenix that was kneeling on the ground stood up, flapped her wings, and turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing did not know any of this. They were currently in the valley, absorbing the aura in the valley with all their might. They could feel that their bodies were changing. This change made them happy and excited. They were not the only ones. Everyone was changing. Everyone's speed of change was different. For example, Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing were changing very quickly. The other person was Peerless Holy King. He was already a Holy King, so no one knew what level he would reach after his life rating increased. At this moment, Peerless Holy King struck out a law and flew out of the mysterious valley. The law flew into the distance and resounded in the sky. Skysoar Holy King, what about the 3 of you? Listen up. If you don't fight the 3rd round, it'll be our loss. Mount Longhu is yours. This voice resounded in all directions in the sky. Skysoar Holy King and the others were surprised when they heard this. To be honest, they had already set their sights on Mount Longhu. Moreover, they had already thought of an excuse and planned to use powerful methods to take down Mount Longhu. They could not afford to lose any more. However, they did not expect that the other party would give up on the 3rd round and give it to them. Damn it. It seemed that these people had obtained some benefits in the valley. Desolate Sky Holy King gritted his teeth. Silver Corpse Holy King sneered. We've seen the valley. It's not easy to enter it. Why don't we work together to take down Mount Longhu? It's definitely not ordinary. The three holy kings discussed and decided to work together to take down Mount Longhu. The other powerful holy sovereigns were also summoned. For a moment, the atmosphere was extremely tense. The three people from the grotto heaven retreated far away. To be honest, they did not have the mood to search for treasures at all. They were in a very dangerous situation. Lu Qingfeng was already dead. Moreover, they realized that there were many people around them who were constantly looking at them. It seemed that they were after the Black Sky Sword. This made them extremely nervous. Damn it. These people won't do anything, right? What if they kill us? They did not dare to think about it anymore. They really hoped that Mount Longhu could attract everyone's attention. Boom, on Mount Longhu, everyone had already reached the peak. With the three holy kings working together, their speed was extremely fast. After reaching the peak, they started to make their move. Boom, Soaring Sky Saint King made his move. With a wave of his hand, two beams of green light shot forward, tearing apart the world. Boom, it seemed like he wanted to break through Mount Longhu and force his way in. Roar, roar, Mount Longhu shook violently, and the roar of a dragon and tiger resounded. The phantoms of a dragon and tiger appeared. They roared at the sky, and a powerful force rushed out. The experts of the three sacred cities gasped when they saw this. Even the three great Saint Kings' expressions were incomparably solemn. They felt a sense of danger. It was unbelievable that Mount Longhu could threaten them. Soaring Sky Sacred King's two beams of light were shattered by the dragon and tiger phantoms. His face was cold as he looked at the two sides. Are you two still not going to attack? Boom, boom. Boom, Desolate Sky Saint King and Silver Corpse Saint King attacked as well. Terrifying nomological mystical abilities blotted out the sky and covered the earth as they charged forward. One had to admit that the three sacred kings were too powerful. Each of them was like a deity that made people tremble. Mount Longhu was completely enveloped by their power, and it felt like the end of the world. But at this moment, a beam of light tore through the void and shattered all the divine abilities. The sages screamed crazily. The three sacred kings also retreated. The red light fell and destroyed the place where they were standing. Everyone felt a chill. They could see that the dragon's tail was too strong. Buzz, at this moment, a huge beast claw slapped over. It was too strong, Silver Corpse Saint King roared. He used the Yellow Springs diagram to resist, but he was soon forced back. Impossible, the people of the sacred city were stunned. Heavens, what kind of power was this? One had to know that sacred kings represented the strongest power in the second astral realm. But they couldn't do anything to a mountain. Silver Corpse Saint King's arm went numb, and his face turned cold. You're courting death. He roared and attacked. He took out the gourd, and the Yellow Springs diagram flew out. This gourd was called the Yellow Springs gourd, and it had appeared more than once. Mo Xiao had won before, but this gourd was much stronger than the one in Mo Xiao's hands. This was because it was a true sacred king weapon. Soaring Sky Saint King took out a pair of sabers. Those two sabers were green and abnormally terrifying. This was his true body. He was a flying mantis, so his true body was exceptionally sharp. It was much stronger than ordinary sacred artifacts. At the same time, a pair of almost transparent wings grew out of his back, causing his speed to reach the extreme. Not only that, but a battle robe also appeared on his body. The battle robe was a Saint King level weapon, and its defense was extremely powerful. The Desolate Heaven Sage King used the Desolate Summon and instantly summoned a human figure. Although there was only one person, this person's aura was really too terrifying. It did not feel any weaker than the Sage King's aura. Kill. The three Saint Kings made their moves and engaged in a fierce battle with Mount Longhu. A heaven-shaking, earth-shattering power erupted. Retreat quickly. Those holy venerates originally wanted to help. However, at this moment, they were unable to do anything. This power could probably tear them to shreds in an instant. This was a battle between Saint Kings, and they could only watch. Therefore, these people floated down Mount Longhu and watched from afar. The battle here had shocked the entire world. Even the people in the mysterious valley could feel it. Many people opened their eyes one after another and looked into the distance. That direction was the direction of Mount Longhu. It seemed that they were indeed attacking Mount Longhu. Lili also opened his eyes, and a hint of worry appeared in his eyes. After all, it was three Saint Kings working together. He did not know if Mount Longhu could withstand it. Then, he shook his head. So what if they could? So what if they could not? With his current strength, he could not face a Saint King at all. Therefore, the most important thing for him now was to absorb the power of the valley with all his might to improve his life level. Thinking of this, he closed his eyes again. He formed a seal with his palm and absorbed with all his might. The others did the same. Time passed slowly. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. On this day, Lin Xian and the others opened their eyes. This was because they had absorbed all the pure power in the mysterious valley. They stood up with surprised expressions on their faces. That's great. It really improved. My upper limit has increased. Some of the elders were so excited that they were about to cry. They were already relatively old. They did not have much lifespan left. It would have been difficult for them to improve, but now they saw hope. Vhumad was wild with joy. I really improved. I seem to have changed my fate. Is it true? Is that true? Many people looked over. Vhumad nodded. When I was tested on Planet Destiny, my destiny was a Saint King. Now, I feel like I can break through and become a great saint. That's great. The elders were excited. Peerless Saint King also smiled. Lin Xian, Morong Qingqing, and the others were shocked. This should be a heaven-defying opportunity. Logically speaking, once one's destiny was determined, it would be very difficult to change it. Ordinary opportunities would not work at all, unless it was something like this, which would not happen in 10,000 years. Linghu Chuishua nodded as well. My destiny has improved. I can become a great saint. That's great. If there were no accidents, Vhumad and Linghu Chuishua would become great saints in the future. This was too shocking. What about their Saint King? Many people looked at Peerless Saint King. Peerless Saint King's smile was very bright, but he did not say how much he had changed. However, everyone knew that Peerless Saint King must have changed a lot. His upper limit might be even higher. Peerless Saint King looked at Lin Xian and asked, "How do you feel?" The others also looked at him. That's right. Their junior brother was a destiny. It was even more terrifying. Legend had it that he had reached the Heaven Illuminator realm. There was also a saying that heaven and earth did not tolerate him. They wondered how far he would go with this change in life level. Seeing so many people looking at him with concern, Lin Xian smiled and said, "Don't look at me like that. I don't know either. I can only feel that it's helpful to me. However, it's hard to say how far I've reached." Indeed, no one knew what the Heaven Illuminator realm was. However, Lin Xian could feel that when he was cultivating, the blood in the heavens seemed to have decreased. In other words, the power that heaven and earth did not tolerate had weakened. If this news were to spread, it would definitely shock the universe. Everyone was shocked, but Peerless Saint King seemed to know something. He pondered for a moment and then said, "As long as you live well, your future achievements will be so great that it'll be shocking. However, when you leave this world, you should keep a low profile. Why don't you go back to Peerless City and go into seclusion for a while and lie low?" Lie low because of the 3 great holy cities? Everyone was shocked. However, Lin Xian knew that it was not just the 3 great holy cities. There was probably an even stronger enemy that wanted to kill him now. Alright, it was time to go out. Since they could no longer cultivate here, they rose into the air and left the mysterious valley. It was difficult to enter the valley, but it was easy to leave. It seemed to be a one-way formation that would not stop them from leaving. Hence, they were able to leave the valley easily. When they came out, they were shocked to find that the 3 sacred cities were still attacking Mount Longhu. The Peerless City elder's mouth twitched. It had been 3 years, and the 3 sacred kings still had not succeeded. Heavens, what was in Mount Longhu? What Peerless Sacred King said was normal. Without special means, they might not be able to conquer the valley in 3 years. He was right. They were able to do it so quickly because of the great dragon sword soul. Otherwise, they would not have been able to enter the valley. On the other hand, Mount Longhu was even more mysterious. It required a special bloodline and soul to enter. The three sacred kings did not think that it would be difficult to attack it. At this moment, the people from the three great sacred cities also turned their heads around and cried out in alarm. It was the people from Peerless City. Were they out? Hearing that, the three sacred kings also turned around. Wushuang, what was in the valley? Sacred King Huang Tian asked impatiently. Damn it, the other party had already come out with the treasures, but they had not entered. They were so angry that they were about to vomit blood. Peerless Sacred King said that if they wanted to know, they would know once they went in. Humph, Sacred King Huang Tian's face turned ugly. Sacred King Silver Corpse beside him said that if they worked together, they could get a share of the loot. Not interested. Peerless Sacred King yawned. He was tired after coming out for so long. He was ready to go back. You guys can slowly attack here. Good luck. With that, he led Lin Xian and the rest out. Are these people leaving? Damn it, they were definitely going to return with a full load. The people from the sacred cities were red-eyed. The three sacred kings also looked cold. They did not expect the other party to reject them. Did they not want to find out the secrets of Mount Longhu? This mountain was so terrifying. There must be a lot of secrets and treasures in it. Damn it, was this guy trying to raise the price? Sacred King Fei Tian's face turned cold. From their point of view, the other party was probably pretending to leave so that they could renegotiate and get a bigger share of Mount Longhu's treasures. However, after waiting for a long time, they found that the other party did not return. This made their faces turn green. Was the other party really going to leave? Damn it, the three Saint Kings decided to launch another powerful attack. If it didn't work, they would give up. After all, there was no point in wasting time here. This time, they attacked with all their might. Mount Longhu shook violently once again. This time, the tremors were even stronger than before. Great, am I going to succeed? The people of the three holy cities were overjoyed. However, at this moment, a dragon and a tiger roared at the same time and shot out a world-destroying light. Retreat quickly. Everyone screamed. The three Saint Kings were also sent flying in an instant. The saints of the sacred city were also torn into a bloody mist. Many people had perished here. Let's go, the eyes of the three great Saint Kings were red. If they did not leave now, they might lose their lives. They quickly fled with the warriors of their respective holy cities. Take us. The three people from the Grotto Heaven screamed. They used the Black Heaven swords to defend themselves. Soaring Sky Saint King sighed when he saw this. He reached out with his hand and grabbed at it. However, he was blocked by a Yellow Springs diagram. What is the meaning of this? He was stunned. The Silver Corpse Saint directly attacked. The Yellow Springs gourd in his hand poured out endless Yellow Springs water and directly swallowed the three of them. The Black Heaven sword was also swallowed. In the next moment, it turned into a stream of light and entered the Yellow Springs gourd. Damn it, how dare you attack? They were from the Grotto Heaven. Soaring Sky Saint King was stunned. Desolate Heaven Saint King's expression also changed. Silver Corpse Saint King chuckled. How could it be me who attacked? Didn't you see the world-destroying light erupting from Mount Longhu? They died on Mount Longhu. The two of us have to share this matter. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. Desolate Heaven Saint King and Soaring Saint King said coldly. Silver Corpse Saint King said. Well, the three of us can share the secrets of their bodies. Let's go. The three Saint Kings instantly formed an alliance and flew out. In the end, none of the five people from the Grotto Heaven managed to escape. In fact, it was very dangerous to attack the people from the Grotto Heaven, but it was a good opportunity. Because of the world-destroying storm from Mount Longhu, the Black Heaven sword did not have any extra energy to defend against other attacks. That was why the Yellow Springs gourd could take advantage of the opportunity to enter. Otherwise, it would not be so simple. Needless to say, the power of Mount Longhu was truly terrifying. The three Saint Kings retreated. In fact, even Peerless Saint King and the others who had left long ago were shocked. They also felt the aura of destruction. Peerless Saint King created a devouring vortex and enveloped everyone. In the next moment, he entered the devouring vortex and flew forward quickly. Boom, they rushed out. After they came out, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. However, Peerless Saint King's expression was cold. Damn it, we almost died in there at the last moment. Are the three Saint Kings courting death? Not long after, they saw the people from the three Saint cities come out as well. However, they were all in a sorry state and were injured. The three Saint Kings' faces were pale. It was obvious that the 3 years of continuous attacks had consumed too much of their energy. In addition, they were all injured in the last attack. Fortunately, they had escaped quickly. Otherwise, the three Saint Kings would have died in there. There were still many people waiting around. After all, they could not enter and wanted to see if there were any treasures left behind. However, when they saw the aura of the 4 Saint Kings, they all ran away in fear. What a joke! Even if there were treasures left behind, could they get them from the Saint Kings? The answer was obviously impossible. They might even anger the Saint Kings. Therefore, they all ran away. After the 3 Saint Kings came out, they stared at Peerless Saint King in front of them. Their expressions were extremely cold. Peerless Saint King's eyes shone with a terrifying light. He snorted coldly with a warning. The 3 Sage Kings turned their heads to look at the 9,999th gourd. They had marked this place. They were prepared to go back and study it. They wanted to join forces with more Saint Kings to attack Mount Longhu. On the other hand, Peerless Saint King's side left quickly with his people. Not long after he left, the 9,999 bottle gourds disappeared. This scene made the 3 Saint Kings' faces turn ugly. What happened? Did it disappear? They searched frantically and realized that it had really disappeared. Damn it. That meant that they could never enter this world again. Damn it, Dragon Tiger Mountain was no longer fated with them. What should we do, Sage King? Should we go back? The sages around them had lingering fears. They had suffered countless casualties in the past 3 years of attacking Dragon Tiger Mountain. Especially the last time, they had suffered a great loss. The 3 Sage Kings' eyes glinted with madness. Damn it. They had worked so hard for so long and had gotten nothing. How could they be satisfied? Peerless Sage King had occupied 2 treasured lands and had obtained countless treasures. It seemed like it was time to strike. Let's go. The 3 Sage Kings had a discussion and immediately attacked. They led their people and disappeared into the void. On the other side, Peerless Sage King was moving very quickly. He was afraid that the 3 Sage Kings would join forces. However, he had underestimated the determination of the 3 Sage Kings. He had thought that the 3 Sage Kings would not catch up so quickly. Who would have thought that he would be intercepted by the 3 Sage Kings? 3 dead figures appeared in front of him, followed by countless sages and sage venerables. The aura of these people was extremely terrifying and shrouded the starry sky. Peerless Sage King stopped. Behind him, the elders, Lin Xian, and the others appeared as well. When they saw this scene, their faces darkened. Damn it, what were the 3 sage cities trying to do? Oh, what are you trying to do by stopping me? Don't tell me you want to follow me back to Peerless City for a drink, Wushuang, don't play dumb. You have obtained so many treasures in the gourd world. Are you planning to take them all for yourself? When the people of Peerless City heard this, their faces changed drastically. As expected, these people were planning to rob them. Peerless Sage King's face darkened. They had agreed that it would be a fair duel. Who can you blame for your lack of skills? It's useless to say anything. We can't have wasted the past 3 years. Take out your treasures and share them. Otherwise, you won't have a good ending today. Silvercorp's Sage King's cold voice sounded. What? You want to fight? Peerless Sage King exuded a terrifying murderous aura that swept across the void. The surrounding stars began to tremble and become dim and lightless. Silvercorp's Sage King snorted coldly. Desolate Heaven's Sage King also stepped forward. He had said that Wushuang was alone. We have 3 people on our side. Do you want to fight us? The reason why we didn't attack you before was because we were afraid that there might be some powerful formation in that world. Once we touched it, it would be difficult for us to escape. Now that we're out, we don't have to worry about that. If you want to make a move, you can try. Peerless Saint King took a step forward, his aura exploding. Devouring precepts spread out, and the unparalleled sword floated above his body, releasing an extremely terrifying killing intent. Yes, there are 3 of you, but so what? For the past 3 years, you have been attacking continuously. Your strength has long been exhausted. You are not at your peak state. Moreover, he was injured in the end. And I, on the other hand, am a peak existence. Moreover, I have 2 Saint King weapons in my hands. If we really fight, I can guarantee that you won't get any benefits. The people of the 3 sacred cities had ugly expressions on their faces. These words were indeed correct. If they were at their peak, the 3 Saint Kings would not have any misgivings at all. But the 3 great sage kings had expended too much energy now, and they were all injured. He wondered how much combat power he had left. On the other hand, Peerless Holy King's aura seemed to be even stronger than when he had entered. It was obvious that he had benefited greatly in the past 3 years. Just as Great Sage King Shan was hesitating, a piercing light suddenly lit up. It charged towards Lin Xian. It was a sure-kill sword. Lin Xian jumped in fright. He immediately used the void escape technique and dodged quickly. And this scene directly alarmed the people of Peerless City. Who was it? Did he really want to make a move? Peerless Holy King roared and slashed down with his sword, directly shattering the void. Poof, a figure flew out and was beaten into a bloody mist. It was not someone from the 3 sacred cities. An assassin. Could it be the mortal world? Peerless Holy King was shocked, and Lin Xian's face was even uglier. Damn it, he had just changed his life form, and these people from the mortal world had come to kill him. Could it be that they had received news about him? He did not dare to imagine. Buzz buzz buzz. At the same time, many hazy figures appeared in all directions. They stood in the void like gods of death. These people crushed the tokens in their hands at the same time, forming a formation. Soon, a space was formed. A figure came out of the space gate. When Peerless Holy King saw this, he immediately used all his strength to slash with the unparalleled sword. The space gate was shattered. The figure disappeared, but in the end, someone else walked out. This person was a late-stage sacred venerable, and he held a killing sword in his hand. It was the weapon of a sage king. It seemed that there was a sage king who wanted to teleport over. However, the formation was destroyed, and only a weapon and a sage venerable could be teleported over. That was enough. When the 3 sage kings saw this scene, they were overjoyed. This was a good opportunity to attack. The 3 of them charged over crazily. The mortal world assassins could help them turn the situation around. A great battle broke out in an instant. It was very sudden. The entire starry sky was destroyed. The 3 sage kings did not hold back at all, and they immediately used their ultimate skills. Some took out their sage king weapons, and some directly used Baron summoning. Their main target was Peerless Holy King. Because as long as Peerless Holy King was dead, the others were nothing to be afraid of. Not good, Master, the people of Peerless City were stunned. 3 against 1, could Peerless Holy King stop them? Senior brother. Lin Xian was also shocked. This was too dangerous. He quickly threw out the Great Destruction Spear. At the same time, he left a soul imprint on it, allowing Peerless Holy King to control it. Peerless Saint King was instantly struck by a terrifying blow. He was forced to retreat. Fortunately, he had the devouring law and could devour a portion of the power. Otherwise, he would be in danger. But even so, he was still being suppressed. However, in the next moment, a pitch-black light pierced through the void, tearing apart the Yellow Springs diagram, and arrived beside Peerless Holy King. Peerless Holy King's eyes lit up. It was the 2nd Sage King weapon. That was great. He grabbed the Great Destruction Spear with his left hand and swept it out. Boundless demonic chi exploded. The 2 Sage King weapons allowed him to temporarily escape from danger. Buzz, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Peerless Holy King roared. Although he still had the appearance of a young man, his eyes were exuding a domineering aura. A huge devouring vortex appeared, covering the 9 heavens. The entire starry sky was completely dark. Everyone was devoured. The people of Sage City were terrified, and they frantically tried to defend themselves. Lin Xian and the others were also nervous. The three sage kings attacked as if they had gone mad. The battle between the four sage kings instantly destroyed everything. Lin Xian and the others quickly retreated. They couldn't fight against a battle between sage kings at all. The aftermath of this energy was enough to tear them to pieces. Therefore, with Linghu Chuexiue as the representative, they quickly retreated into the distance. Did they want to leave? The people from the three holy cities rushed upstairs. Kill, Linghu Chuexiue and the others drew their weapons and rushed up. If the three holy cities were at their peak, they would immediately turn around and leave. But now, the sages of the three holy cities had long lost their strength and were seriously injured. Moreover, their numbers were much fewer than before. Only a third of them survived. Although they had more people, their condition was too bad. These people were not to be feared at all. Sure enough, Linghu Chuexiue was very powerful. He directly robbed them of their vision and sound. Then, he destroyed the soul aura on all of them. They were like killing gods in the darkness, quickly reaping. The people from the three holy cities roared crazily. Those who were strong enough to reach the holy venerate level crazily used their laws, making it impossible for anyone to get close to them. At the same time, they frantically retreated. And at this moment, another terrifying killing intent descended from the sky. It charged towards Lin Xian. At the same time, someone swung his sword. The barrier formed by Linghu Chuexiue was instantly shattered. Not good, it was the weapon of a sage king. Retreat quickly. The human world brought a sage king weapon, which was enough to threaten all of them. Although Linghu Chuexiue, Fu Hongya, and the others were strong, they couldn't resist a late-stage holy venerate and a sage king weapon. They could only dodge quickly. Those killer sages kept chasing after them. In addition, the threat of this sage king weapon was too great. Buzz, it was a blood-red sword. It was very terrifying. The aura it emitted became stronger again. Then, it slashed towards Lin Xian. Not good. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. He activated the void escape. However, the power of this sword was too violent. It directly cut a nearby star in half. Lin Xian and the others couldn't dodge at all. Even if they were hit by the aftermath of the energy, they would probably be seriously injured. Therefore, Lin Xian said, "Come over." He opened the Great Sage Tower. With a clang, the Great Sage Pagoda was sent flying. Fortunately, he managed to block the attack. What is this? The people from Peerless City were stupefied. Lin Xian still had such a defensive treasure on him. The Crimson Dragon and Toad, however, were gnashing their teeth. Damn it, counterattack, they channeled their power into the Great Sage Tower. The Great Sage Pagoda transformed into a ray of light and collided with the merciless bloody sword. An intense battle broke out between the two of them. In a star world by the side, that world was torn apart. He wasn't dead. Does that brat still have a saint artifact on him? The three saint kings who were fighting Peerless Saint King were also stunned. They originally thought that the people from Wushuang City would definitely die. Who would have thought that he would be able to survive? Peerless Saint King heaved a sigh of relief, and then used all his strength to counterattack. The Peerless Sword and Great Destruction Spear in his hands attacked in all directions. However, at this moment, the space gate reformed in the void. Then, the real Saint King assassin appeared. The moment he appeared, he shattered the 9 heavens and 10 lands. His terrifying killing intent once again destroyed the surrounding 2 stars. This was just the killing intent on his body. If he attacked with all his strength, how violent would it be? He took the merciless bloody sword from the Saint King and slashed it down. This was the full attack of a Saint King. The Great Sage Pagoda was sent flying again, and Lin Xian and the rest were forced back. There was no choice. He was too strong. If they were Saint Kings, they could definitely kill him with the Great Sage Pagoda. But now, they were not Saint Kings. The strongest was only a Saint King. But a group of Saint Kings together was no match for a Saint King. You can come in too. When Peerless Saint King saw this scene, he used the law of devouring to swallow the Saint King assassin. He would not let the Saint King attack Lin Xian and the rest directly. The remaining Saint Slayers rushed out in a frenzy. The people from Great Mountain Sage City also rushed over. The situation was also very dangerous. Everyone, go all out. Lin Xian's great dragon sword soul exploded. The Taiji diagram spun. The Crimson Dragon's dragon blood surged. The Dragon Clan's great mystique was used. The seven-colored phoenix appeared on Morongqingqing's body. At the same time, a desolate pagoda appeared in her hand. This was a replica of an extreme weapon. Its power was also incomparably terrifying. Linghuchueshua, Fu Hongya, and the rest also went all out. The battle was very tragic. Lin Xian and the rest actually resisted the attacks of the mortal world and the three great sacred cities. Although they were injured, they could hold on without the threat of the Saint King. If they could not block the attacks, they would use the Great Sage Pagoda to defend. But at this moment, an endless amount of yellow spring water dripped down from above their heads. It spread out in the void around them. Dodge. Don't be enveloped by the yellow spring water, they frantically retreated. But it was useless. This time, it was not the Saint Kings of Acheron Hall who attacked, but the Silver Corpse Saint King. Acheron Soul Control. An extremely terrifying and strange voice rang out. Everyone felt that they were being affected by the yellow spring water. They could not control their bodies. Even Lin Xian felt a huge impact on his soul. He frantically resisted with all his might. His soul was being pushed to the extreme. But he was still affected. His soul was currently equivalent to a Saint King's. But compared to a Saint King, it was not enough. He felt that the Great Sage Pagoda had broken free from his control and was forcefully knocked away from him. It flew into the distance. It landed on a star realm. In the sky, a yellow spring Dao diagram charged toward them. It enveloped all of them. No. Were they going to die? At this moment, everyone was in despair. Morongqingqing and the rest wanted to fight back, but they realized that the yellow spring had also swallowed the desolate pagoda replica. They were all controlled and turned into puppets. They could only watch helplessly as the attack came towards them. Was this the power of a Saint King? It was too strong. They were in despair and could not resist. Damn it, how dare you, peerless Saint King roared crazily. However, 1 against 4 was already his limit. Even if he had 2 saint artifacts and the law of devour, he could not spare any extra energy to save Lin Xian and the rest. Damn it, no, Lin Xian roared. The great dragon sword soul circulated crazily and shattered the yellow spring's control. In the next moment, he could move again. He frantically summoned the Great Sage Pagoda. The Great Sage Pagoda turned into a stream of light and flew over. But it was too late. The yellow spring Dao diagram was even faster. In an instant, it was in front of them. The terrifying aura terrified them. Crack, Linghuchueshua, Fu Hongya, and the others' bodies shattered. The Crimson Dragon also screamed crazily. Morongqingqing spat out a mouthful of blood, staining her face red. Lin Xian had gone crazy. He would never allow the other party to hurt the people around him. The Great Sage Pagoda was too late to defend, so he could only rely on himself. Void escape. At this moment, Lin Xian activated many secret techniques. The Great Dragon Sword Soul, the terrifying power of Tai Chi, the void escape, and the peerless secret technique that increased his strength by 5 times. Lin Xian rushed up and used the void escape to teleport away. Not only that, but the Yellow Springs Dao diagram also left with him. In the next moment, Lin Xian appeared in the distance, and the Yellow Springs Dao diagram completely enveloped him. It shattered with a loud bang. That place had completely sunk into oblivion. Several stars were completely shattered. No. Junior brother Lin, Linghuchueshua and the others screamed crazily. Brother Xian. Morongqingqing cried. The toad, the crimson dragon, and the others roared crazily. In order to save them, Lin Xian directly teleported the Yellow Springs Dao diagram away. He had taken a blow from the Sage King alone. More importantly, the Great Sage Pagoda was not with the other party. No matter how strong the 9-yang divine body was, it could not withstand such an attack. Only one of them was hit? The Silver Corpse Sage King was stunned. He did not expect the other party to be able to teleport his attack away. This kid also knew spatial magic. However, it was good that he was dead. He did not plan to let the other party live anyway. Damn it, how dare you, the peerless Sage King was completely enraged. At this moment, he desperately attacked. He forced the three Sage Kings back. Bang, his back was struck by the World of Men's assassin's sword. His entire body was sliced into two. However, he used the law of devour to directly devour the terrifying Sage King. Retreat, this guy has gone crazy. The three Sage Kings frantically retreated. As expected, the peerless Sage King was pretending to go berserk. He ignored the consequences and burned his bloodline and power. He attacked crazily. The three Sage Kings did not dare to fight head-on. The best way to deal with a crazy person was to avoid them. On the other side, the people from Peerless City were trembling in anger. Morong Qingqing felt as if her soul had been sucked out of her body. She could not believe what she was seeing. Older brother Xian. She recklessly rushed over, but was sent flying by the power of the yellow springs. Her body dyed in blood. However, she rushed forward again. It was the same for the toad and the crimson dragon. Let us help you. They instantly rushed forward. It was the same for Linghu Chuexiue and the others. Finally, they came to the front, but found that the front was already in ruins. That place had long become primal chaos, an endless abyss appearing. The void was shattered, and there was no one's shadow at all. There was blood. It was that kid's. He saw the dark red dragon's blood that looked like gold. This golden blood belongs to the nine-yang divine body. Lin Xian was injured. Where is he? That brat should be able to block it, right? They searched frantically, but they couldn't find Lin Xian at all. Could it be that this kid was really dead? These people did not dare to believe it at all. Meanwhile, the people from the three holy cities laughed out loud. That was great. But soon, they could not laugh anymore. Because Morong Qingqing and the others were crazily counterattacking. Peerless Holy King even used the law of devouring to devour the entire starfield. In an instant, the sages of the three holy cities were killed in an instant. Apart from the four holy kings, the others could not resist at all. Damn it. The eyes of the people from the three holy kings turned red. They had brought all the experts this time. They had lost some in the gourd world, but they still had some top experts. But now, they had all been devoured by Peerless Holy King. How could they be willing to accept this? Therefore, the three holy kings also crazily counterattacked. In the human realm, the Holy King assassins also made a move. And from the looks of it, he wanted to continue hunting Morong Qingqing, Linghu Chuexiue, and the others. Peerless Holy King once again launched a shocking attack. Then, he turned into a black light and instantly arrived beside Linghu Chuexiue and the others. He waved his hand and enveloped these people. Go! He also rolled up the Great Sage Pagoda and defended it at the same time. These people entered the Great Sage Pagoda and blocked the shocking attack of the four holy kings. Then, they disappeared. Damn it. Damn it, the four holy kings' faces were ugly. The four of them had joined forces and wanted to kill Peerless Holy King and the others in one fell swoop. Then, they might take the opportunity to take over the entire Wushuang city. However, things went beyond their expectations. They only killed Lin Xian. The others did not seem to be dead. And they did not get the treasures. More importantly, they had suffered heavy losses. The holy venerables that they had brought out were all killed. This made them so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. Damn it. Go, these people also quickly left. The assassins in the human realm also hid. The assassin's lips curled into a smile. He was not here to steal the treasures. He was here to kill Lin Xian. Now that he had killed Lin Xian, he could naturally go back. In the Great Sage Pagoda, everyone's mood was extremely low. Especially Morong Qingqing and the Crimson Dragon. They still could not believe it. Was Lin Xian really dead? Damn it. I want revenge. The Crimson Dragon roared. Morong Qingqing gritted his teeth. I will use the power of the Kunlun Pavilion at all costs. I will not let them have it easy. Peerless Holy King took a deep breath. He said that revenge must be avenged, but not too crazily. There was still a glimmer of hope. What did this mean? They raised their heads. Could it be that Lin Xian was not dead? Peerless Holy King said that he was not sure. But a trace of his soul remained on this weapon. It had not disappeared yet. So, there was still hope. Hearing this, Morong Qingqing was so happy that he cried. The Crimson Dragon and the others also heaved a sigh of relief. But where was Lin Xian now? How was he? They had no idea. Peerless Holy King said, "Follow me back to Wushuang City. I will not let them have it easy." These people turned into streams of light and disappeared. As for this news, it began to spread. Lin Wudi was killed. That was impossible. The news came from the Holy City. The Holy King had killed him personally. No way. Lin Wudi had angered the Holy King. Which Holy King was it? It was said that it was the Silver Corpse Holy King from the Acheron Hall. How could Lin Wudi block his attack? Indeed, no matter how strong Lin Wudi was, he was only a minor saint. Compared to the Holy King, he was too weak. This time, he was definitely going to die. Many people shook their heads and sighed. It was truly a pity that a top-notch genius had fallen. However, some of the geniuses in the Holy City heaved a sigh of relief. Some of them even sneered. Great. The Demon King was finally dead. No matter how arrogant he was, he had finally angered the Holy King. In any case, this incident caused the second astral realm to be in an uproar. Not long after, another shocking news spread. It turned out that Peerless City had directly destroyed one of the worlds of the Acheron Palace. That world of stars was torn to pieces, directly blown apart. Wow, it can't be, Peerless City had counterattacked. And it was such a terrifying counterattack, everyone went crazy. This was not the end. After the Acheron Palace, the Great Barren Mansion and the Thousand Demon City were also attacked. The worlds under their rule were also in tatters. The losses were very heavy. Peerless City's attack this time was very decisive and swift. After they succeeded, they immediately returned. The entire Peerless City was heavily guarded, not giving the other party a chance at all. The Saint Kings of the three holy cities had just returned. When they heard the news, they were so angry that they vomited blood. Damn it. Pass down the order, no one from Peerless City was allowed to escape. In an instant, the atmosphere in the second astral realm became incomparably tense again. Everyone went crazy. It was normal for there to be conflicts between the holy cities, but usually they were small skirmishes. But now, that was not the case. Stars were destroyed at every turn. This was already an extremely terrifying method. It was very likely that there would be more terrifying battles in the future. A huge storm would sweep through the second astral realm. Thousand Demon City. 9 Qilins came out of seclusion. When he heard the news of Lin Xian's death, the corner of his mouth raised into a smile. Is he finally dead? I originally wanted to kill him personally. But it's good, the spot on the pilgrim list is mine now. Gao Yu of the New Moon clan was also in a daze when she heard the news. Lin Wudi had fallen? She really did not dare to believe it. One had to know that when they could participate in the Destiny Star competition together, she had achieved dazzling results. However, Lin Wudi had grown much faster than her and had left her far behind. She originally thought that she would never be able to catch up to him in this lifetime. Who would have thought that something like this would happen to him? Not only her, but the Golden Crow clan and the Thousand Sword Pavilion all sneered. Even the people on the pilgrim ranking were stunned when they heard about it. What a pity. Chao Tianqing shook his head. On the other side, Gufeng sneered when he heard the news. What heaven illuminator, he was indeed a person abandoned by the heavens. Only the living geniuses had a future, the dead were nothing. Some people were destined to become dust. Sealed land. This was a very famous forbidden area on Green Hill Planet. This was because this place was extremely dangerous. It was rumored that if an ordinary saint were to enter this place, he would definitely die. It was said that a great battle had taken place here in the ancient times. 2 peerless saints from outside the realm had fought fiercely here. Endless sacred blood was spilled. So many tens of thousands of years had passed, but those auras were still not extinguished. As soon as they entered, they would succumb to the pressure and become a blood soul puppet. However, while ordinary people didn't dare to enter, powerful experts and geniuses could still enter. Furthermore, this sealed land would open once every 300 years to send in some people with potential to cultivate. This time, it was time for the official opening. Those who were able to enter were all experts. There were even people from other worlds who were preparing to come over and enter the sealed land. At this moment, in the depths of the seal, the void broke open. A black furnace came crashing down and landed on the ground. This caused the earth to tremble, and countless large cracks spread out in all directions. A bird's cry rang out. What was going on? The people who were participating in the trial in the sealed land were all alarmed. It was in the depths. Let's go and take a look. Could it be that something unexpected had happened, or could it be that some treasure had appeared? These people all rushed over. As for the black stove, it slowly opened, and a person crawled out from it. After he came out, he looked around cautiously, and then heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that he had escaped the pursuit of the three sage kings. This person was Xianxia, and the furnace was the void divine furnace. Everyone thought that he was dead, but he was alive and had come to this mysterious place. Previously, he was indeed in great danger. He had used the void escape to move the Yellow Springs Dao diagram away, protecting Morong Qingqing and the others. However, he was in danger. Without the great sage tower by his side, it would be too difficult for him to block a sage king's terrifying attack with his current strength. It was basically impossible. However, he didn't only have the great sage tower in his body. He also had the void divine furnace. Although he didn't usually use this furnace, and only used it when he was refining pills. However, it was also a mysterious treasure that he had obtained. In the moment of danger, he took out the void divine furnace and entered it. He dodged. The void divine furnace was hit by the Yellow Springs Dao diagram, and it tore through the void and entered the turbulence of space. No one knew where it went. Fortunately, this furnace was extremely terrifying. It actually withstood the attack of the Sage Kings. When the furnace stabilized, Xianxia came out from it and saw his surroundings. He realized that he was no longer in the starry sky, and the pursuit of the three Sage Kings was gone. It seemed that he had left that place, and his life was not in danger for the time being. However, he didn't know how Morong Qingqing and the others were doing. It seemed that he had to think of a way to go back, or at least find out where he was. Suddenly, he frowned, because he felt many powerful auras rushing over. In the next moment, he waved his hand and put away the void divine furnace. However, a figure had already arrived in the void. He looked down and said coldly, "Who are you? What did you put away just now? Hand it over, and I'll spare your life." It seemed that he treated the void divine furnace as a treasure and wanted to snatch it away. Xianxia frowned slightly and looked forward. He had consumed a lot of energy in the previous battle. Moreover, he was also injured when he ran away. At this moment, he could only use half of his strength. However, he wasn't someone that anyone could provoke. He realized that the figure in front of him was tall and straight. His aura was violent, and there was even a demonic energy. Moreover, there was an illusion of a tail behind him. He wasn't a human, but a demonic beast. It seemed that he had reached the late stage of the minor saint realm. He should be an expert. He didn't know what this place was. Therefore, he didn't prepare to fight. He said indifferently, "You don't need to know who I am. As for the thing that I put away just now, it's my own. Are you looking for other places? Are you a human? Humph, you're just a puny human. How dare you say that it's yours in this place? The entire sealed land is ours. Hand it over, and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, you'll die without a burial place." Xianxia was also angry. This guy is too arrogant. He snorted coldly. "Come and get it with your strength if you have the ability." Speaking of this, a terrifying aura surged out from his body, causing the heaven and earth to tremble. Buzz. Buzz. At this moment, many figures appeared in the surroundings. They didn't go forward, but watched the battle from the surroundings. "That's Hu Donglai, right? He's here. Looks like we're done for. Yeah, we can't defeat him even if we join forces." These people sighed. Originally, they also thought that there were treasures, but now that they saw that tall man, they all gave up. Who was that? It was a human. He actually dared to challenge Hu Donglai. It seemed that he was courting death. Hu Donglai was also furious. You dare to challenge me? It seems that you really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. If you want to die, then I'll fulfill your wish. His eyes became gloomy and cold. He slowly raised his palm. There was an astonishing power on it. His aura filled the air, and with a terrifying law, he slapped forward. A series of afterimages appeared. This claw grabbed at Lin Xian's throat. Humph, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Facing such an attack, he did not dodge. Instead, he directly threw out a punch. The golden fist flickered with light and the flames on it jumped. Clang, an earth-shaking sound was heard. The two of them each took 3 steps back. Lin Xian sighed. Right now, he only had half of his strength left. Otherwise, this strike of his would have split the other party's hand apart. On the other side, Hu Donglia's pupils shrank in disbelief. The other party was actually able to fight evenly with him. It was really unbelievable. Could it be that the other party had some secret technique? How could he know that this was only half of Lin Xian's strength? If he knew, he would probably be scared silly on the spot. The surrounding people also cried out in surprise. This scene was really beyond their expectations. It seemed that a mysterious human expert had entered. Why didn't they know? Hu Donglia's face was cold as he asked coldly. Who are you, and who are you? Lin Xian asked back. Humph, you don't even know me? Hu Donglai was stunned. He thought that the other party was still arrogant. However, seeing that the other party really did not seem to know him, he also showed suspicion. Could it be that you are not from Green Hill? Green Hill, was that the name of this world? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He carefully recalled that he had never heard of this world. Could it be that it was not the second astral realm? Shaking his head, he felt that it was unlikely. He should not be able to leave the second astral realm. Moreover, the second astral realm was too vast. He had only heard of the names of some sacred cities. He had never heard of most of the world's names. So now, it was normal that he did not know. I don't know. I came here by chance. Lin Xian shook his head. A shocking killing intent appeared in Hu Donglia's eyes. If you don't know, then die, Wang. He condensed his hand once again, and there was a green flame dancing on it. Cyan Fox Claw. The terrifying claws suddenly grew in size, resembling 2 green mountains. The green laws on them continuously revolved. Its power was extremely strong. If this strike landed, it was likely that anyone of the same cultivation realm would die instantly. Wang, Lin Xian coldly snorted, instantly displayed the Heavenly Dipper battle sword, 36 battle swords, whistling between heaven and earth. The terrifying law of sword collided with the green fox's claws. A terrifying explosion swept out in all directions. The spectators retreated frantically as they screamed in horror. No way, this kid could really contend against Hu Donglai. Hu Donglia's Cyan Fox Claw is an ultimate technique. Even if we join hands, we can't block it. That brat had actually blocked it. His 36 Dao swords should be an extremely terrifying saint artifact. Everyone was talking about it. Hu Donglai was equally shocked, his face completely gloomy. Another fierce collision. Everything around them was turned into ashes. The two were once again tied, confronting each other. Hu Donglia's expression was ugly, while Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He nodded. Not bad, not bad. Although I only have half of my strength now, to be able to fight with me for so long. You are indeed a genius. After hearing this, Hu Donglai directly vomited blood. The other party was commenting on him? What qualifications did the other party have to comment on him? He was a genius to begin with. Moreover, what did the other party only have half of his strength mean? Was he looking down on him? Ah. He rushed forward. The 36 Heavenly Dipper battle swords burned with golden flames, transforming into 36 golden crows, and directly collided with the other party. Hu Donglai was pushed back. Lin Xian said. I don't have the time to fight with you now. You'd better not provoke me, or else you'll end up miserable. Damn brat. Hu Donglai roared angrily. 5 tails appeared behind him, shaking non-stop. An extremely terrifying bloodline power burst out, and his aura and strength also increased exponentially. It seemed that he was going to go all out. Turning into a stream of light, he instantly appeared in front of Lin Xian, and the green fox claws crazily fell. However, he missed. He only managed to hit an afterimage. The void shattered, and there was no trace of Lin Xian at all. Was that brat killed? Impossible, not even blood flowed out. He should have left. What a fast speed, everyone was discussing. Hudolia's face became gloomy. He felt a trace of spatial power. Did the other party use a spatial divine ability to escape? Damn it, the other party actually knew such a mysterious divine ability. Who was this person? Lin Xian used the void escape to leave this place. He did not fight with these people anymore. Instead, he wanted to leave as soon as possible. At least he had to ask where this place was. As he walked, he was suddenly stunned. Because he found that on the tree in front of him, there was a little white monkey waving at him. Lin Xian was completely stunned. Little White. This little monkey looked exactly the same as the snow-white little monkey. Could it be that the other party had also been knocked down along with him? Thinking of this, he walked forward and said with a smile. Little White. Little White also pounced towards him. However, when it arrived in front of him, Lin Xian's pupils suddenly shrank. He felt a huge sense of danger. Buzz, he did not have time to think and directly dodged. The place where he was originally standing was torn apart by the little monkey, and a terrifying spatial crack appeared. Lin Xian frowned, and a golden light flickered in his eyes. In the next moment, his face became even more unsightly. Because in front of him, it was not Little White at all. It was a rune that burned with green flames. An illusion? Lin Xian was too surprised. Someone actually set up an illusion to deal with him. Who was it? Was it the group from before? Suddenly, at this moment, he heard a sound. You can actually dodge my illusion attack. This is really unbelievable. How did you see through it? Lin Xian turned his head and saw a young girl walk out from behind the tree. She was wearing white clothes, and her hair was braided. There was a collar around her neck. She looked very cute. She looked to be about 15 or 16 years old. Lin Xian was shocked. Could it be that this illusion was set up by the other party? Could it be an old monster? He frowned slightly. After all, the unparalleled Sage King also looked so young, but his real body was a Sage King. Could the little girl in front of him be the same old monster? You're the old monster. The young girl immediately pouted after hearing that. It was obvious that she was very unhappy with that title. In the next moment, she formed a seal with her palms. Illusion Realm, Void Spirit / As her voice fell, the scene around her changed again. Lin Xian felt that there was an endless void around him. The stars under his feet flickered, and there was a ray of starlight in the sky. It was going to split his body in half. This is all an illusion. Lin Xian's eyes shone with golden light as he swept his gaze across the area. In the next moment, he realized that the scene around him had indeed disappeared. He was still standing in the same direction. It's useless. The illusion has no effect on me, Lin Xian said as he walked forward. The little girl was clearly shocked. Her array formation had been broken so quickly. That's impossible. However, at this moment, she smiled brightly. You still lost. As soon as her voice fell, a ray of light shone behind Lin Xian. It was a saber with a terrifying murderous intent. It made Lin Xian's hair stand on end. Buzz, with a flip of his hand, he pulled out a battle sword and slashed out. A sonorous sound was heard. The space was torn apart and a figure retreated. Lin Xian frowned as well. To think that there was someone else. He didn't notice it before. Could it be that this person was also hiding in the illusion formation? What a strange place. How could there be so many geniuses here? Lin Xian realized that he seemed to have come to an unusual place. He shook his head and prepared to leave. When the girl saw this scene, she said, "Catch him. He can break my illusion. He must have some secrets on him. I have to study it carefully." A man in battle armor walked out from behind her. He held a long and narrow saber in his hand. It was as thin as a willow leaf. However, he had already experienced its attack power. It was terrifying. This person was also a late-stage small saint. It seemed like this was a place where geniuses gathered. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many experts. Buzz, the man in green battle armor, moved. Instantly, 5 phantoms that looked exactly like him appeared around him and surrounded Lin Xian. These 5 phantoms seemed real. The aura on their bodies was equally terrifying. 6 phantoms strike, the long sabers in the hands of the 6 phantoms fell together. The power was extremely terrifying. Could it be an illusion? Lin Xian activated his heavenly secret divine eyes and continued to investigate. The next moment, he retreated and took out more battle swords. They formed the Heavenly Dipper sword formation to block the attack. The reason for that was because he had discovered that those 5 figures were not illusions. Instead, they were real. The Heavenly Dipper battle swords crisscrossed, forming a close defense. He blocked all 6 of their attacks. At the same time, Lin Xian sent out 12 swords to kill the enemy. The 24 sword slashes were used for defense. Combining offense and defense, he was able to handle it with ease. Wow, that's amazing. The young girl leaned against the tree and started eating melon seeds. The armored man furiously roared and the 6 of them attacked together. Resplendent laws lit up the world, making it so that no one could open their eyes. Lin Xian used the Heavenly Dipper battle sword to block, but at this time, the ground beneath his feet cracked open. The 7th figure appeared and charged forward. Was this the real killer move? Lin Xian shouted coldly. He stomped his foot and kicked the opponent's saber. With a clang, the 7th figure was forced back, and the other 6 figures also disappeared. Had he been discovered? Damn it, what a strong physique. Are you really human? The armored man shook his head. His arm was a little numb. What kind of person was this? How could he be so strong? The young girl was also shocked and couldn't believe it. Looking at your physique, such a strong bloodline power must be very powerful. The young girl's eyes lit up as if she was staring at a delicious meal. Lin Xian's face was covered in cold sweat. Damn, is this still a foodie? He also revealed his white teeth. Don't provoke me. I have eaten many monsters, such as the golden roc, the golden crow, I have eaten them all. You'd better stay away from me. The armored man was stunned. Was this for real? The young girl was surprised. Really? Was it delicious? Lin Xian's face was covered in cold sweat. The young girl wasn't afraid at all. He said, okay, you can't beat me, and I don't want to fight with you. I have to go. Who are you? The armored man asked. Lin Xian said, human, I accidentally came here. To be honest, I just want to go out and know where this place is. If you want to know, you can ask us. The young girl said, really? Then can you tell me where this place is? This is the Green Hill Star. The place you are in is called the Sealed Land. Lin Xian was even more confused. Can you tell me more details? Then, Lin Xian didn't attack again. Instead, he asked in detail. Soon, he had a rough understanding. The place where the 9-tailed fox lived was very famous in the second astral realm. But like the sky demon-covered land, it was very mysterious. Ordinary people couldn't find its coordinates. Only some powerful monsters could find it. Humans rarely appeared here. Thus, Lin Xian's appearance came as a great surprise to them. And the place they were in now was a forbidden area on the Green Hill Star. The Sealed Land opened once every 300 years. It was the opening time now. Hearing this, Lin Xian finally understood. It was no wonder why so many experts would appear here. It turned out that they were here to undergo training. Do you have a map? I want to leave this Sealed Land and then leave the Green Hill Star. I'm ready to go back. Why don't we go together? We want to go back too. The young girl was called Qianbai. She said with a smile. Next to her, the man in light armor was called Qing Feng. Okay, thank you. With these two leading the way, they should be able to get out soon. Sure enough, Qianbai and the others took a detour to some dangerous places. But in these few days, Lin Xian also saw some battles. There were even some battles that shocked him. It seemed that the second astral realm was indeed terrifying. Other than the sacred city, there were still many terrifying geniuses and experts in other places. It was just that they weren't known by the world. Lin Xian even saw a person who was very strange. The purple light on his body surged, forming a purple palace that floated behind him. Endless terrifying sword light was emitted from inside. 2 people of the same level were instantly killed. Who was this person? Wasn't this the supernatural power of the Purple Void Temple? Lin Xian had fought with the people of the Purple Void Temple. Naturally, he knew. The people of the Purple Void Temple were here too. Seeing this scene, Qianbai said. It seems that you're not a nobody. You even know about the Purple Void Temple. That's right, he was indeed from the Purple Void Temple. But he had another identity. Then he was from the Demon Clan. His original form should be a purple dragon. Don't provoke this guy. This guy is very powerful. Qianbai led the way. The purple dragon of the Purple Void Temple? Lin Xian made a mental note of this man. After 2 days, they met another person. This person had a mysterious rune between his eyebrows. Lin Xian had seen this rune before. That was the symbol of the Limitless Sect. The top expert of the Limitless Sect, Chao Tianxing, was very mysterious. Legend said that he was not inferior to Gu Feng. The genius of the Limitless Sect was here too. What was his original form? His original form was the Azure Sky Rock, a very terrifying variant of heaven and earth. The 3 of them took a detour again. After another 2 days, Qianbai suddenly said, I feel sister's aura. As she spoke, she sped up and walked towards a valley in front of her. Qing Feng also smiled and said, let's go. Lin Xian was curious. Was this the sister of these people? He also followed. There was indeed a figure in the valley. Her back was facing everyone. It seemed that she was not fighting but admiring the flowers. Admiring the flowers was also comprehending the Great Tao. He did not know what Great Tao this woman was comprehending. Sister. Qianbai ran up directly. The woman turned around with a smile on her face. She took it from Qianbai. You little girl, it's so dangerous here. Who let you in? Don't worry, Qing Feng will not be in any danger with me. Sure enough, Qing Feng also walked up and said, Sister, long time no see. Lin Xian also followed in, but he was soon stunned. He even widened his eyes in disbelief. To be honest, he really did not expect to meet her here. Eh? There's actually someone else here? The woman in front also raised her head and revealed a smile. However, when she saw Lin Xian, she was also stunned and almost screamed. It's you. Why are you here? How can you still be alive? She was really shocked. Do you know her? He is very powerful. He can actually break my illusion. Qianbai was very surprised. Qing Feng was also stunned. This person seemed to have a stronger background than they imagined. Lin Xian said, It seems that my news has already spread. Then let me ask you, other than me, what happened to the others? There should be news spread out. Lin Xian was too shocked. He really did not expect to meet Xianxia here. She was a genius of the Acacia Palace. Moreover, she was also a genius on the pilgrim list and a super user of illusion. But why would the other party appear here? Could it be that she was also a demon? Previously, he had already met people from the Purple Void Palace and the Limitless Sect. It seemed that not every demon was going to the demon city. They would also go to other sacred cities. Xianxia was even more shocked. She was not surprised to meet anyone from the sacred cities here. However, meeting Lin Xian was simply too unexpected for her. Wasn't Lin Xian already dead? He was killed by the Sage King. However, why was he still able to appear here? Could it be that the legend was fake? The legend you heard should be true, but the ending is different. I dodged the blow. Hearing this, Xianxia was shocked, not daring to believe it. That was an attack from a Saint King. Even a Saint Venerable could not dodge it, but Lin Xian could. Lin Xian said, You haven't answered my question. Xianxia came back to her senses. She said that the others should be fine. They were all taken away by Peerless Saint King and returned to Peerless Saint City. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that Murong Qingqing and the Crimson Dragon were not in danger. That was great. He was most worried about these people now. As long as these people returned to the Holy City, they should be fine. Thank you for telling me. I won't disturb your reunion anymore. Fairy, can you give me a map? I want to leave this place as soon as possible. Do you want to go back? Xianxia said. I advise you not to go back now. Peerless Saint City directly attacked the 3 holy cities for you and destroyed many star worlds. If you go out now, you will be targeted by the 3 holy cities. There will probably be a terrifying battle. Lin Xian was shocked again when he heard this. He did not expect Peerless Saint King to fight back so crazily. However, he had to go back sooner or later. Xianxia said, why don't you go back at a specific time, for example, when you go back at the holy heavens? I think that at that time, in front of so many holy cities, those sage kings will not attack you openly. What is the holy heavens Dao discussion? Lin Xian was confused. Xianxia was even more surprised. You don't know? Didn't the people in the holy city tell you? Lin Xian shook his head. Although I joined the holy city, I did not spend much time in the holy city. Most of the time I was outside. Indeed, there are legends about you everywhere. Xianxia smiled. This was a huge event in the second star world, and it was the most important one. It was held once every 1,000 years. When the holy heavens Dao discussion started, almost all the holy cities and some of the top families would participate. There was no age limit, and the cultivation level was limited to those below the Holy King realm. You can think of it as a grand competition. Not only would the participants represent their holy city, but the winner would also have their name engraved in the holy hall and receive supreme glory. There was also a reward for not being injured. It could be said that the holy heavens Dao discussion was something that every sage yearned to participate in. There was actually such a thing. Lin Xian was too shocked. It seemed like there were many things that he did not know. However, he guessed that if the 3 holy kings did not attack him, Peerless Saint King would probably tell him about it when he returned. How long was there? The holy heavens Dao discussion was about to start. Not much, there were still 10 years. 10 years was indeed not much. For people like them, it would take more than 10 years to cultivate in seclusion. Seeing Lin Xian's hesitation, Xianxia added, you can actually cultivate here. It won't be too late for you to return when you're stronger. Alright, Lin Xian nodded. Thousands of years passed in the blink of an eye, let alone 10 years. This amount of time was nothing to him. Moreover, he only had half of his strength now. He was prepared to recuperate. As for the news that he was still alive, he was prepared to use some methods to send it back. Fortunately, the Great Destruction Spear was in the hands of Peerless Saint King, and it still had his soul imprint on it. He could use his soul to send it back. He had to prepare well for it. As for the Holy Heavens Dao discussion, since it was the most important event in the second star world, he would definitely not miss it. Yellow Spring Hall, Great Desolate Mansion, Thousand Demon City, just wait. When he appeared again, he would not spare the 3 holy cities. As for the 3 holy kings who had attacked him, especially the Yellow Spring Holy King, he would personally kill them one day. You actually have such good luck to be chosen by my sister. Let me tell you, my sister is the princess of the 9-tailed fox clan. Qianbai lightly snorted. Lin Xian was greatly shocked. Indeed, Xianxia was also from the demon clan. Moreover, she was from the legendary 9-tailed fox clan. Little girl, don't speak nonsense. Xianxia looked at Lin Xian and said, we're only a branch of the 9-tailed fox clan. The true 9-tailed fox clan shouldn't be in the second star world. Lin Xian nodded in agreement. For example, he had seen many members of the dragon clan. However, the true nest of 10,000 dragons was in the true spirit world. Thinking about it, the buried Emperor Star should also have dragon balls. The 9-tailed fox clan's main camp might even be in the legendary buried Emperor Star. Although it was a branch, it was still the 9-tailed fox clan. No wonder Xianxia's illusion techniques were so powerful. No wonder this little girl had such terrifying illusion techniques at such a young age. This was a bloodline talent. Alright, let's go back. Oh right, Lin Gongzi, you should properly change your appearance. If the people of the other holy cities saw this news and sent it back, it would be very dangerous. If that happened, it would be bad. Lin Xian nodded. He had changed his appearance. With the great dragon sword soul, unless it was a true sage ruler, no one would be able to see through his identity. As for Qian Bai and Qing Feng, after Xianxia spoke, the two of them also nodded. They definitely wouldn't leak any information. Following this, the four of them walked out of the seal. Following this, many people respectfully greeted Xianxia when they saw her. Some young geniuses even had fiery red eyes. If they could obtain the favor of the princess, they would soar into the sky. However, when they saw an unfamiliar youth standing beside Xianxia, their eyes were filled with jealousy. Damn it, who is this person? They gnashed their teeth in anger. Of course, other than the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, there were also other powerful demon clans that entered the seal. There were even some that dared to directly attack Xianxia. It had to be said that they were extremely daring. However, their fates were very miserable. Xianxia's speed was even more terrifying than Qianbai's. With just a glance, she had directly imprisoned the souls of those who attacked her, making them unable to resist at all. The Nine-Tailed Fox clan was very good at illusory techniques. It seemed that he had to study it properly when he had the chance. Lin Xian was also very surprised by these people's illusory techniques. The following days were relatively peaceful. Basically, no one dared to provoke this team. However, on this day, something unexpected happened. There were three figures in front of them, and their bodies were equally terrifying. They stared at Xianxia with fiery red eyes. They didn't expect that they would be so lucky to meet such a fairy. Come back with us. The three of them didn't allow any explanation and directly charged forward. They didn't know what was good for them. Qing Feng shouted coldly and charged forward. He transformed into 6 doppelgangers and fought with them. However, the three of them were very strange. Their bodies turned into black smoke and then disappeared. When they reappeared, they had already dodged Qing Feng's attack. These people dodged Qing Feng's attack and turned into black smoke, charging towards Xianxia. Black laws spread out, burning with light, forming 2 black killing swords that slashed forward viciously. It enveloped Xianxia. Not good. Qing Feng's expression changed. Lin Xian also frowned. Were these people here for Xianxia? Xianxia narrowed her eyes and revealed a smile. Red light waves flew out from her eyes. Clearly, she was using her eye technique. As expected, although the two people's bodies turned into black smoke, their souls couldn't escape at all. They were still affected by the illusion technique. With 2 thuds, the two of them fell to the ground. They were foaming at the mouth and trembling nonstop. Seeing this, Qianbai sneered. How dare they assassinate my sister with such little strength? They really don't know what's good for them. However, right after he said that, Lin Xian warned him to be careful. With a wave of his arm, he slapped at the surrounding void, and a figure was slapped out. Qianbai was shocked because the figure was very close to her. If it wasn't for Lin Xian, she would be in danger. Damn it, is there anyone else? Qing Feng also rushed back and formed 6 clones to block them. At the same time, the surrounding sky darkened and countless black feathers fluttered in the air. There were even strong winds and torrential rain. Not good, it's not just 1 or 2 people. Sister, let's go. Qianbai's face also turned cold. Boom, terrifying laws filled the air and a great battle broke out instantly. The people hidden in the black smoke were very terrifying. And there were many of them. There were more than 30 people, and they only had 4 people on their side. It was equivalent to 1 against 10. Fortunately, they were all very strong. Xianxia was also an expert on the pilgrim list. Moreover, her illusion technique was extremely terrifying. Often, just looking at her would cause many people's souls to be affected. Buzz, suddenly, 2 palms reached out from the black smoke. These were 2 purple palms, covered with patterns. In the middle of their palms, there were 2 ancient words. That was the power of the seal. In an instant, they had locked onto Xianxia, wanting to seal her. Xianxia retreated and took out her zither, releasing sound waves. It turned into a sharp blade and fought against the purple palm. The collision between the two was extremely terrifying. The 2 palms were knocked back, but they did not shatter. Obviously, the attacker was a peak minor saint. Qianbai and Qing Feng were suppressed. Although the two of them were strong, it was too much for them to fight 1 against 10. Moreover, the people who came this time were all experts. Fortunately, Lin Xian was here. A cold light flashed in Lin Xian's eyes. He had just been hunted down, so he naturally knew what it felt like to be hunted down. Who would have thought that these people would actually dare to attack? Although it wasn't directed at him, he was still angry. Humph, one after another, battle swords flew out. 36 Heavenly Dipper battle swords quickly circled around. The sword chi on it was awe-inspiring, spreading out in all directions. In an instant, Lin Xian blocked nearly half of the people. Was he that powerful? Qing Feng took a deep breath. Xian Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. Buzz, at this moment, another pair of purple palms slapped towards Lin Xian with the power of sealing, wanting to seal him. Obviously, they could tell that Lin Xian was a difficult opponent. Although Lin Xian only had half of his strength now, it was not something that ordinary saints could resist. He controlled the 36 Heavenly Dipper battle swords to fight. The sword chi on them cut through everything. The purple palms could not get close. It seemed that he had to use some methods. He took a deep breath and was about to use Tai Chi. However, at this moment, a long howl came from afar. Qinghu's claw. Then, a green light flickered and turned into 2 terrifying palms that slapped down. It directly dispersed the surrounding black fog. A figure charged over forcefully, and many people were sent flying. Great, Qianbai smiled. Donghu Lai is here. Lin Xian was also taken aback when he saw an insolent man charging towards him. The demonic aura on his body kept spreading. It's him. Lin Xian was stunned. He knew this person. It was the person who fought with him before. He remembered correctly that this person was called Donghu Lai. Could it be that he knew Xianxia and the others? After Donghu Lai arrived, he took out a green long saber and slashed in all directions. At the same time, he used the green fox claw and kept attacking. He sent many people flying and was about to arrive. Xianer, are you all right? His eyes were filled with concern. Xianxia frowned slightly, but she still shook her head. Suddenly, the killing intent in Donghu Lai's eyes exploded again. It's you. You dare to attack Xianer. You're courting death. He swung his claws at Lin Xian. The claws of the green fox moved in the air. It enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The 36 Heavenly Dipper battle swords covered the sky like dragons and sent the green claws flying. Lin Xian said coldly, if you want to fight, I'll accompany you. Qianbai also said, Donghu Lai, you've hit the wrong person. This guy is our friend. What, friend? Donghu Lai frowned. Wasn't he in cahoots with these people? Xianxia shook her head. This is my friend. Don't attack him again. Xianer, how can humans trust you? Maybe these people were attracted by him. Xianxia frowned. Don't say any more. Are you doubting my words? Donghu Lai snorted coldly and didn't say anything else. He looked at the people in front of him. Who are you? How dare you attack the saintess of my nine-tailed fox clan? Do you want to die? Lin Xian was surprised. He didn't expect Xianxier's status in the nine-tailed fox clan to be so high. Hee. The black fog in front of him spread again. 2 purple eyes looked over. Saintess, you're also a princess. We're capturing you. As he spoke, the black fog rushed over again. Courting death. Hudong Lai and the others charged forward again. A great battle broke out. This time, it was even more terrifying. More black fog surged over from the surroundings. Not good. When Qing Feng saw this scene, he bit his finger and drew a strange pattern on his glabella. In the next moment, he roared at the sky. His body gradually grew bigger. Then, fur tails appeared on his back and danced non-stop. A roar shook heaven and earth. It turned into a cyan pillar of light that tore through the 9 heavens and bloomed in the sky. Everyone in the sealed area saw it. It was the 9-tailed royal family's distress signal. Someone dared to attack a member of the royal family? Those people were all stunned. At the same time, there were other powerful figures outside the sealed area that instantly roared out. They tore through the void and charged in. Retreat. the black fog spread. When they saw this scene, they also gave the order to retreat. They retreated like the tide. At this moment, a tail curled over. It collided with those purple eyes. The terrifying tail retreated. However, it still caught 3 of the black fog and stared at them. The other black fog retreated. Several powerful figures appeared in the surroundings. After they appeared, they looked at Xianxia. "Saintess, are you all right?" Xianxia shook her head, but then she frowned and said, "Who are these people?" A sacred venerate waved his hand and grabbed the 3 streaks of black fog. Then, he used the power of law. The 3 streaks of black fog kept growing bigger and turned into 3 black demonic beasts. Seeing this scene, that person frowned. The Black Gold Sparrow clan. Did they not know what was good for them? They were probably just scapegoats. The real enemy was in the dark. "Let's go. It's not safe here." Xianxia took a deep breath. In the next moment, she said coldly, "Bring these people back and search their souls. At the same time, thoroughly investigate this matter. I want to see who dares to kill me halfway." At this point, a cold glint appeared in her beautiful eyes. Soon, the 3 black gold sparrows were put away. With 4 sacred venerates escorting them, Lin Xian and the others safely left the seal. Then, they flew into the distance. After flying for many days, a huge city finally appeared in front of them. It was like a country. This was the 9-tailed fox's imperial city. After entering, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. "Alright, I'm tired. You guys go down and do what you wanted to do." The 4 sacred venerates left. Hu Donglai wanted to say something. Xianxia also said that you should leave first. "What about this kid?" He stared at Lin Xian with a murderous look. "I said that she's my friend. I'll make the arrangements. This has nothing to do with you," Xianxia said coldly. Then, she left with Qian Bai, Qing Feng, Lin Xian and the others. As the saintess, Xianxia had her own palace and territory. Therefore, when she came to her territory, she was completely relaxed. She activated the surrounding formations. Then, they walked up the mountain along the mountain path. "Qing Feng, take Qian Bai to rest." Then, she and Lin Xian went on alone again. Xianxia pointed to a nearby mountain and said, "You can rest here. I'll be right next to you. It's very close." Sure enough, their mountains were next to each other. "Alright, then I'll go in first." Lin Xian didn't stand on ceremony. After all, he wasn't in a particularly good state right now. He wanted to recover his strength first, so he directly entered the palace next to him. Next, Lin Xian set up a sealing array. Next, Lin Xian took out some natural treasures and began recovering rapidly. This process lasted for about 10 days. Lin Xian swallowed many elixirs and heavenly treasures, and finally recovered completely. He wasn't seriously injured in the first place, but he had expended too much energy. However, the Void Divine Furnace blocked the attack, so he was only slightly injured. After 10 days of recovery, Lin Xian began to communicate with Lin Xian. He didn't know how far it was from Wushuang City. Therefore, to be safe, he sent a soul ripple to his soul imprint. Wushuang City. Peerless Saint King was sitting cross-legged in his own secret territory. There was a black hole floating behind him. Beside him was a sword and a black spear. All of a sudden, the black spear began to tremble as boundless demonic chi began to vibrate. Peerless Saint King opened his eyes. What's going on? In the next moment, he felt a soul ripple. Then, he was overjoyed. This was Junior Brother's soul ripple. It seemed like he wasn't dead. That's great. Peerless Saint King heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like he had to let the other kids know. Otherwise, they wouldn't have to worry. Peerless Saint King prepared to leak the news to the Crimson Dragon and Murong Qingqing. As for the others, he would keep it a secret for now. He still had other things to do. This time, the 3 sacred cities had acted so recklessly. Naturally, he wouldn't hold back. Wushuang Saint King sent out a whirlpool to spread the news. Indeed, the Murong Qingqing and Crimson Dragon heaved a sigh of relief when they heard that Lin Xian wasn't dead. Now that their biggest worry was gone, the next step was to discuss how to take revenge. On the other side, a black figure appeared on planet Tianming. Standing opposite him was the masked bronze emissary. Has the mission been completed? The bronze envoy asked. Although he didn't do it personally, he was hit by the Saint King's attack. He would definitely die. Very well, you may leave. I'll contact you again if there's anything. The black figure turned into a ray of light and left. Soon, he was out of planet Tianming and flew into the distance. He merged into the void. No one would know of his existence. However, just as he left, a dragon's roar could be heard. In an instant, the void was cut in half. With a scream, the man's body split open. His sacred blood dyed the void red. The man's soul tried to escape, but at that moment, a hammer fell on him. His body had been completely destroyed. Even his soul had been destroyed. In the void, an old woman holding a flower basket appeared. The dragon's scissors shrunk and entered her basket. Next to her, a burly man walked out. His body was covered in fire, and the hammer in his hand was unusually heavy. It was as if he could destroy a planet with a single blow. The world of men was indeed related to them. The burly man said coldly. Granny Hua frowned. Damn it. It seems like the warning I gave them last time wasn't enough. They still dare to attack us, why don't we kill them directly? The burly man stared at planet Tianming. Granny Hua shook her head. No, it's not the right time to attack them. Let's give them a warning first. Next, we have to make a good plan. There are some people in the second astral realm that need to be cleaned up. Having said that, her turbid eyes suddenly burst out with dazzling rays of light. In the next moment, the two of them turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the universe. Green Hill, Imperial Capital. Lin Xian calmed down after he finished transmitting the message. He thought that his senior brother should be able to receive it. Then, he could cultivate in peace here. Lin Xian had obtained a lot of benefits in the gourd world. Now, he needed to consolidate them. Lin Xian had devoured the lightning and evolved his life form. Therefore, he was preparing to break through to the late stage of minor saint. There were a lot of heavenly treasures and spiritual pills around him. Lin Xian formed a seal and started to break through with all his might. Boom, boom, countless laws filled the air around him, and a huge vortex appeared in the sky. Dark clouds appeared and lightning struck down as if it was going to destroy everything. Such a scene naturally alarmed the people in the imperial capital. Xianxia was also surprised. She walked out of the palace and looked at the terrifying aura beside her. Is this kid going to break through? Thinking of this, she sighed. He's only a minor saint now, but he's already so strong. I wonder how strong he'll be after he breaks through. Thinking of this, her figure swayed and she retreated. On the other side, Qian Bai and the others also retreated. They stared at the terrifying array formation with shocked expressions on their faces. Is Lin Gongzi going to break through again? Qing Feng was extremely shocked. Isn't this lightning too terrifying? Countless people in the imperial capital looked over. That's the territory of the Saintess. Is the Saintess going to break through? Great, Xianxia is going to break through. She's going to be a saint sovereign. The elders of the imperial capital were excited. Of course, there were also some who looked gloomy. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. Xianxia was the Saintess of the nine-tailed fox. She was also a princess. However, the imperial capital had more than one princess. More importantly, there were still many princes. These princes were all competitors. Xianxia was strong, so they were naturally unhappy. Go and find out. These people went and found out. However, Xianxia had already activated the formation and isolated everyone from entering. She didn't want Lin Xian's breakthrough to be disturbed. The people outside couldn't detect it at all. They could only feel the terrifying lightning spreading. This shocked them. Could it be that this lightning was really breaking through to the Holy Venerate realm? Many people went back to report. However, this terrifying lightning lasted for half a month. Suddenly, he disappeared. Everyone was stunned. Could it be? The princes and princesses took a deep breath. A cold light appeared in their eyes. Could it be that the holy maiden failed to break through? If that was the case, it would be great. It would be best if she went berserk. Many princesses sneered. Xianxia and the others were also stunned. Disappeared? Could it be that she succeeded? But it shouldn't be. This was different from the scene of success. Could it be that she failed? They all rushed over. Are you okay? Xianxia asked. Lin Xian pushed open the door and walked out. I'm fine. I just broke through. Sorry to disturb you. The commotion was really big. Xianxia smiled. Qingfeng was also stunned. He just realized that Lin Xian was only a late small saint. Moreover, it looked like he just broke through. The scene of breaking through was probably not any weaker than breaking through to the Holy Venerate realm. What's going on with this person? Alright, I'm fine. I still have to consolidate. See you in 2 days. Lin Xian waved his hand and closed the door of the hall. Then, he sat down again. This time, they broke through to the late small saint. His strength improved again. He would probably be able to break through to the Holy Venerate realm next time. This speed greatly surprised him. Thanks to the opportunity in the gourd world, he changed his life form. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to break through in such a short time. It had to be said that it was much harder for him to break through compared to others. This was normal. The nine-yang divine body was one of the strongest physiques in the universe. The energy needed to break through was far beyond the imagination of those saints. Ling Xian still had the great dragon sword spirit. Once he broke through, his strength would be far beyond those of the same level. Even now, Lin Xian felt that he was no different from an early Holy Venerate realm cultivator. If this news spread, it would probably scare people silly. One had to know that the division of the Saint realm was extremely strict. It was very difficult to break through. Furthermore, it was only a small gap. For example, a mid-small saint could fight a late small saint. However, it was 100 times more difficult for a late small saint to fight a holy venerate. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. However, Lin Xian now had such confidence. Lin Xian guessed that once she truly broke through to become a saint venerable, she would be able to kill people of the same level as her as easily as cutting vegetables. Furthermore, he had an unexpected gain this time around. He had managed to condense the law of lightning. Moreover, it was not an ordinary law of thunder. Lin Xian called it the law of thunder. This was because he had absorbed a large amount of lightning at Thunder Rolling Mountain. Coupled with the thunder tribulation from his previous breakthrough, he had formed this law. Like fire, lightning is a violent force, and it carries with it the intent of destruction. Ray's speed was also very fast. Once his law matured, Lin Xian's strength would increase again. After stabilizing its cultivation base, Lin Xian entered the dream leaf and began to hone its lightning laws. The people outside were discussing animatedly. They thought that Xianxia had failed in her breakthrough. Some of them were rejoicing in her misfortune and even sent people to comfort her. Sure enough, quite a few princesses had sent gifts, all of which had been sent by the princes and princesses. They wanted to use the excuse of sending treasures to see what the situation was like. However, they were disappointed. Xianxia was still in the late stage of small saint. However, her mood was very good and she did not show any signs of depression. In the end, when these people left, Hu Donglai also arrived. After he arrived, he ran up the mountain with large strides. "Xian'er, are you all right?" After he arrived, he asked with concern. Xian'er frowned slightly. Qian Bai, who was beside her, also said softly, "Hu Donglai, pay attention to how you address her. Why don't you call her saintess or call her princess? Xian'er is not someone you can call her by." Hearing this, Hu Donglai did not get angry. Instead, he smiled. "Little Princess Qian Bai, your sister and I grew up together. We are childhood sweethearts. Our relationship is very good. Moreover, in the future, your sister is my woman. There's nothing wrong with me calling her Xian'er now." Xian'er frowned. "Who told you that I want to become your woman? Hu Donglai, don't talk nonsense. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Xian'er, are you still shy? Don't worry, after you return this time, I will ask my grandfather to propose marriage in 2 days. Thinking about it, the Holy King will definitely agree. Hu Donglai was abnormally excited. His grandfather was an extremely terrifying elder of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. His identity was not ordinary. Although their family was not the royal family, there were countless experts. Even the royal family had to treat it seriously. Moreover, the princesses of the royal family were all married to the descendants of other elders to consolidate their power. At this moment, the mountain beside them opened and Lin Xian walked out again. The corner of his mouth raised into a smile. The increase in his strength made him in a very good mood. Xianxia was originally depressed. This Hu Donglai, she could not chase him away. Lin Xian's appearance made her very happy. She directly flew over. "You're back." She showed a very concerned look. Seeing this scene, Hu Donglia's face darkened. When he saw Xianxia so concerned, she was so jealous that her eyes instantly turned red. "Damn it, why was this kid here? Who allowed you to come here?" He took a step forward as the blue flames on his body flickered vigorously, which transformed into a terrifying blue palm slapping forward. He wanted to kill the other party as quickly as possible and not give Xianxia a chance to react. Humph, in the face of such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian sneered. He also slapped out with his palm. The golden flames on it jumped and collided with the green flames. An earth-shaking sound rang out. The law of fire filled the air and the green palm was directly torn apart. Hu Donglai also took 2 steps back. His face turned pale and he almost vomited blood. He was forcefully suppressed by him. Damn it, how was this possible? His eyes almost popped out. The other party had easily broken his attack. For Xian'er's sake, I'll spare your life. If you dare to attack me again, I'll send you to hell. Lin Xian glanced at the other party and said coldly. Damn it. Hu Donglia's expression became incomparably cold. The other party actually dared to threaten him. It was unforgivable. However, the power that the other party displayed now greatly surprised him. The first time he saw the other party, he was much stronger. It was more than 10 times stronger. It completely exceeded his expectations. Kid, I advise you to stay away from Xian'er. She's not someone you can provoke. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. Hu Donglai threatened. Lin Xian sneered. What does what I do have to do with you? You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Do you know who I am? Hu Donglai finally could not hold it in. Lin Xian also smiled. To tell you the truth, it's because of your identity that you're still alive. Otherwise, do you think you're qualified to stand in front of me and speak? Hu Donglai was so angry that his entire body was trembling. The other party actually dared to threaten him. Lin Xian was impatient. He said coldly, "Scram." His voice carried the law of lightning. It sounded like thunder, directly causing Hu Donglia's soul to feel an impact. His ears were bleeding. Despicable brat, just you wait. Hu Donglai did not make a move because he felt that the other party was too strange. The growth of his strength was too strange. He had to go back and investigate properly. With a wave of his robe, he turned and left. Seeing the other party leave, Qianbai jumped over and said, "Humph, that despicable guy finally left. I can't stand him the most. You want to marry my sister? No way." After Lin Xian heard this, he looked at Xianxia. And you have an engagement with him? Xianxia laughed. How is that possible? How could I fall for him? If I had to choose, I would choose someone like you. All right. Lin Xian laughed. But you're too late. Qin Feng's scalp went numb when he heard this. He actually dared to speak to the saintess like this. Qianbai was also unhappy. I thought you were a good person, but I didn't expect you to be so bold. Do you know who my sister is? She's the saintess. Do you know how many princesses there are in our imperial capital? There's only one who can become the saintess. She represents our Nine-Tailed Fox clan. If you're bragging, I'll let the Nine-Tailed Fox experts suppress you. Is the Nine-Tailed Fox very powerful? Lin Xian was also surprised. He wanted to take the opportunity to inquire. Qianbai raised her small face and said, "Of course, our Saint King and Saint Empress are both at the Saint King level. You say they're not powerful. Those elders are also incomparably powerful. Our nine-tailed fox has even more geniuses. Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. The nine-tailed fox clan actually had two Saint Kings. It's really unbelievable. Little girl, don't talk nonsense. Xianxia laughed. Then she glanced at Lin Xian. Are you trying to inquire about our nine-tailed fox clan? Lin Xian shrugged. I'm just asking about the basic situation. You don't have to be nervous. Of course I'm not worried. I'll tell you everything you want to know. And I have to treat you well. I can't let you run away. Hearing this, Lin Xian broke out in cold sweat. You're not planning something, are you? That's right, that's right. Xianxia smiled mysteriously. Then, he walked towards the top of the mountain. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was curious as to what you were up to. His sister must be worried about the Green Hill sacrificial ceremony. Qianbai followed up and said. Lin Xian asked. Little girl, tell me in detail. Qianbai said that the details are too complicated, so I won't tell you. You should know that this matter involves many princesses and princes. Many of them have designs on my sister, the Holy Maiden. However, those people all have the support of elders behind them. Although my sister also has elders on her side. But this time, he came back in a hurry and didn't bring any helpers. Let me do the talking, Xianxia. She walked to the top of the mountain and took out some spirit tea. She began to brew tea for Lin Xian. At the same time, she briefly explained the matter. Lin Xian understood after hearing this. The so-called Green Hill sacrificial ceremony should be the ancient inheritance of the Green Hill tribe. It seemed to be a matter of competition among the younger generation. As the Holy Maiden, Xianxia was envied by many people. In addition, she had been cultivating in the Huan Palace all year round. Therefore, she didn't have any helpers with her. From the looks of it, he was trying to rope Lin Xian in as an ally. What benefits can I get by helping you? Lin Xian asked. After all, the following battles would be more intense. There might even be all kinds of secret methods. I have to be careful. I don't want to be involved in such a whirlpool for nothing. Xianxia said with narrowed eyes. If you're lucky, I can bring you into the Green Hill cave. Then, you can definitely break through to the Holy Venerate level. If you can't enter, I'll give you all my cultivation resources. Anyway, I can definitely let you become a Holy Venerate before you leave. Is she serious? Lin Xian's eyes lit up. If he could break through to the Holy Venerate level, it would be a great benefit for him. Although he was only one step away from that level now. He knew that with the strength of the Nine Yang divine body and the great dragon sword soul, it would take a long time for him to break through. If he helped Xianxia, he could shorten the time. Therefore, he thought about it and said, I'll help you. Xianxia said, you have to think carefully. If you stand on my side, I'm afraid it will be very dangerous. Lin Xian said, I'm not afraid. I survived the Holy King's pursuit. Why should I be afraid of anything else? Xianxia nodded. Alright, you can cultivate here for the time being. I'll inform you when I need you. The two of them formed an alliance. On the other side, Hudong's face was gloomy as he returned to his territory. To be honest, he was very unhappy because no one had ever dared to treat him like this. Even the princes and princesses of the royal family were very polite to him. After all, his grandfather was one of the 10 elders of the nine-tailed fox tribe. Moreover, it was the third elder. Each and every one of the 10 great elders was extremely terrifying. Since ancient times, they had formed the 10 great families. In this world, they were second only to the royal family. Moreover, if the 10 elders joined forces, then even the royal family would have to treat them seriously. Moreover, the situation of the Green Hill Fox was very special. The Holy King and Holy Empress were fighting for the support of the 10 great elders. At this time, who would dare to be rude to him? However, a human brat was actually so arrogant. This made him so angry that he vomited blood. Returning to his palace, Hudonglia's face was cold. He said, someone, come. Immediately, a slender man knelt on one knee on the ground. Young master, what made you so angry? Hudonglai said and sent someone to investigate. The Holy Maiden had brought back a human man this time. Let's check out his background. Soon. His subordinates began to act. It had to be said that they were indeed one of the 10 great families. The speed was very fast. In less than half a day, the middle-aged man returned. He said respectfully again, "Young master, I didn't find anything. That person is very mysterious. I've already used all my methods, but the people on the green hill don't know him." "They don't know him." Hudonglia's face turned cold. It seemed that he was not from this world. Thinking about it, he should be someone from another sacred city. However, a mere disciple of the sacred city dared to clamor with him. "Send someone to deal with this brat. Otherwise, don't leave any clues. You must not let Xianxia notice." "Young master, don't worry. Send Hidden Fox. It's absolutely foolproof." "Very good, I won't let him see the sun tomorrow." Hudonglai revealed an ice-cold smile. Those who dared to provoke him would end up very miserably. He would make the other party regret it. Night fell. Lin Xian once again returned to the main hall. He set up the formation and then entered the dream leaf to continue cultivating the law of lightning. However, at this moment, a figure appeared in the sky above the territory. Soon, he disappeared. The whole process was very fast and no one detected him. Hidden Fox flew in the sky while hiding his body and probing the surrounding situation. He easily entered Xianxia's territory. Obviously, he had a way to break the formation here. "I wonder who the young master wants me to kill," he was sent by Hudonglai. He was very strong and had reached the peak of the small saint realm. He was only one step away from the saint realm. Moreover, he had his own unique characteristic, which was that he could hide. He belonged to the Nine-Tailed Fox clan and was an expert in assassination. It was easy for him to kill a human saint. Finally, he came to the top of a mountain. Looking down, his eyes flickered and the corner of Hidden Fox's mouth raised into a sneer. The saintess was beside him. It seemed that he had to use some methods. He opened his mouth and spat out a green veil. The light veil turned into tens of thousands of feet long and directly covered the mountain where Lin Xian was. The corner of Hidden Fox's mouth raised into a smile. This should be enough. His figure flashed and directly rushed in. Inside the main hall, Lin Xian was still cultivating in the dream leaf. However, at this moment, the formation he set up issued a warning. Lin Xian instantly retreated from the dream leaf. He opened his eyes. "Who dares to break into my territory? Get out," he shouted coldly. His voice carried the law of lightning. Was he discovered? He didn't expect that there would be a formation here. In the void, a hazy shadow appeared. It was as if it was translucent. It was impossible to see whether it was real or not. A cold voice came from the shadow. Hidden Fox was very surprised. He originally wanted to solve all of this quietly. Who would have thought that the other party's formation was so strange? However, so what if it was discovered? He had already covered everything with the 10,000 light smoke. Even if there was a big battle here, the saintess beside him wouldn't be able to sense it. Moreover, when he glanced at Lin Xian, the disdain in his eyes was even stronger. The other party was only a late-stage small saint. He could kill such a person with a single move. Sigh, I didn't expect young master to send me to kill trash like this. How boring. Brat, how do you want to die? Kneel down obediently and I can give you a quick death. Humph, Lin Xian also laughed. They were here to assassinate him. Who instructed you to do this? Tell me and I will spare your life. Spare my life. Brat, do you know what's going on? Look at my cultivation, you're just a late little saint. Can you fight against me, a peak little saint? He felt that this human in front of him was an idiot. So what if you're a peak minor saint? I'm not even afraid of a saint venerable. This is your last chance. Are you going to tell me or not, damn it? Hidden Fox was thoroughly enraged. It was no wonder that their young master was so angry. This brat was simply too reckless. With a shift of his figure, he hid in the void and completely disappeared. In the next moment, he appeared behind the man and a dagger appeared in his hand. He charged towards Lin Xian. In the next moment, Lin Xian would probably die. However, Lin Xian dodged the attack and at the same time, struck out with his palm. On his palm, Lei Ming's law kept spreading, forming a cage. The law brought along a violent aura, tearing the entire void apart. Boom, a low rumbling sound could be heard as a figure retreated. Hidden Fox's face turned ugly. Damn it, the other party could actually dodge his attack. This really surprised him. Brat, you've completely angered me. I'll be serious next. He felt that it was a shame that he couldn't kill the other party with a single move. Hence, he became serious in the next moment. In his eyes, a terrifying killing intent bloomed. His entire body turned into nothingness. Kill. With this attack, the entire space in the main hall was split into two. Let's see how you're going to dodge. Because the other party couldn't dodge his attack no matter what. What surprised him was that Lin Xian didn't dodge at all. Instead, he threw out a punch. With a clang, it collided with his dagger. The terrifying killing intent that he had unleashed was directly shattered. His entire body was sent flying, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. This was impossible, Hidden Fox finally screamed. His face was filled with horror. What was going on? Wasn't the other party a late minor saint? How could he hurt him? Wasn't there a difference of a realm between the two of them? This was a difference of 1,000 years in cultivation. Even if the other party was a genius, the difference should be at least 500 years. How could the other party make up for the difference of 500 years just like that? He couldn't believe it. Because he was also a genius. Damn it, go to hell. At this moment, Hidden Fox completely exploded. He didn't hold back at all. Lin Xian's face also darkened. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. So what if the other party was a peak minor saint? In the next moment, a Tai Chi diagram appeared in his hand and kept spinning. He directly slapped it over. With a bang, the other party's dagger was sent flying. The other party's attack was directly shattered by the Tai Chi diagram. And the other party was enveloped by the Tai Chi diagram. Lin Xian tried his best to activate the law of death, forming a chain that coiled around the other party's body. No matter how good the other party was at hiding, he couldn't escape at this moment. My life is draining away. Damn it, what did you do to me? Hidden Fox screamed crazily. Lin Xian slapped him. Be quiet, otherwise, I'll turn you into a dried corpse. Hidden Fox immediately shut his mouth. His eyes were wide open, and his body trembled in fear. Damn it, was this really just a late minor saint? Why did he feel like he was facing a holy sage? Because he would only feel this kind of fear when facing a holy sage. Tell me, who sent you to assassinate me? Lin Xian said indifferently. Of course, you don't have to say it. I can directly collect your soul. Hidden Fox screamed when he heard this. It's young master. Young master? Let me guess, is your young master Hu Donglai? Hidden Fox had no choice but to nod. To be honest, if it was in the past, even if he was caught, he wouldn't reveal the secret. But now, he couldn't. He was really shocked. The human youth in front of him was too mysterious and too strange. It made his soul tremble. Especially the power of death, he had no choice but to tell everything. Tell me about Hu Donglai and the situation of the entire family. Hidden Fox's body trembled. He gritted his teeth and said. If I tell you, can you spare my life? Lin Xian sneered. You don't have the qualifications to negotiate with me. I can directly search your soul. A golden light appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. Immediately, Hidden Fox felt that his soul was instantly suppressed. He was so frightened that he screamed. Not only was the other party powerful, but his soul was also so terrifying. He was completely afraid. I'll tell you. He didn't dare to hide anything and directly told him everything he knew. After Lin Xian heard this, his expression turned cold. Hu Donglia's family was extraordinary. The other party was one of the 10 great elders, which was also one of the 10 great families. Moreover, Hu Donglia's grandfather could be ranked as the 3rd elder, which was enough to show that he was extraordinary. No wonder the other party was so arrogant before. It turned out that he had something to rely on. However, so what? Whether it was the 3rd elder or some other elder, if they dared to provoke him, Lin Xian would definitely not let them off. Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. In front of him, Hidden Fox was trembling. I've already said it, you can let me go now. Let you go? You actually dared to assassinate me so recklessly. Do you think I'll let you go so easily? No, damn it, you can't be like this. Hidden Fox screamed in fear. I'll fight it out for you. He wanted to attack with all his might. However, in the next moment, he saw a pair of golden eyes, like the gaze of a god, enveloping him. He felt that his soul had been ruthlessly attacked. With a poochy sound, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground, his body trembling nonstop. He was unable to resist at all. In the next moment, he felt that his soul had been attacked, and an extremely terrifying soul imprint formed in his mind. He wanted to resist, but he couldn't. After a while, his eyes regained clarity. He looked at Lin Xian and knelt down on one knee, paying respects to his master. Very well, you can stay by my side for now. Lin Xian waved his hand, and Hidden Fox turned from a human into a little fox. Then, he came to his feet. This was a mini little fox. Its body was like a stream of water, and it was actually transparent. One could imagine that the other party's bloodline was also extremely extraordinary. He was born to be an assassin. However, so what if he was extraordinary? He was still subdued by Lin Xian. Right, there seemed to be another treasure outside. Lin Xian pushed open the door of the hall, walked out, and looked ahead. The entire mountain range he was in was enveloped by green smoke. 10,000 green smoke, a very impressive sacred artifact. As long as it was enveloped, it would isolate everything. No wonder Xianxia, who was nearby, didn't notice it. Put away the treasure. Lin Xian ordered. Hidden Fox said respectfully. He was its master. A trace of astonishing symbols appeared in its eyes. Then, the endless net light smoke quickly shrunk and was put away by it. Next, Lin Xian asked Hidden Fox to erase the soul imprint on it before planting his own soul in it. How could he give up on such a treasure, when the sun rose the next day? Hu Donglai was extremely excited. He hurriedly ran over. To be honest, although Hidden Fox did not return last night, he believed that Silver Fox had dealt with the other party. After all, there wouldn't be any accidents when a peak expert fought against a late-stage expert. He had come here today to see the other party's miserable state with his own eyes. When Xianxia saw that the other party had arrived, she furrowed her brows once more. This fellow was truly like a lingering spirit. Hu Donglai did not care about this hateful expression. He said, Xian'er, where's the friend you brought, why are you looking for him? Xian'er frowned. Hu Donglai said, didn't we have some misunderstanding before? I think it's better to resolve it. He actually just wanted to see the other party's miserable end, so of course he had to find an excuse. All right. If the two sides could resolve their enmity, it would be a good thing for Xianxia. Therefore, he flew towards the mountain peak beside him. Hu Donglai also soared into the air. Qianbai Qingfeng also came. They were all very curious. The four of them arrived at the mountain peak and looked at the main hall in front of them. Xianxia knocked on the door. Humph, how could anyone respond? He wanted to see what kind of expression Xianxia and the others would have when they saw the situation inside. They should be very shocked. This was the effect he wanted. Since they dared to go against him, he would definitely let them know what regret was. Thinking of this, Hu Donglia's mouth curled up into a cold smile. However, at this moment, the main hall in front of them opened and a figure walked out. How was this possible? The smile on Hu Donglia's face froze. His eyes were wide open in disbelief. The other party came out. The other party was still alive. Damn it, what was going on? Did he not succeed? Why are you looking for me so early in the morning? Lin Xian stretched lazily. Xianxia said that Hu Donglai wanted to write off the grudge with you, so I was going to ask for your opinion. Hearing this, Lin Xian's eyes turned towards Hu Donglai as the corners of his lips curled into a mysterious smile. He naturally knew that the other party was definitely not here to resolve the grudge. He was here to see his miserable appearance. However, thinking about it, the other party was probably scared silly by now. He waved his hand and a little fox jumped into his hand. He gently patted the other party's head and then looked at Hu Donglai. Oh, you want to resolve the grudge with me? How was that possible? Hu Donglai did not hear Lin Xian's words clearly. At this moment, his eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the translucent fox in front of him. Damn it, Hidden Fox was actually here, and from the looks of it, how did it become the other party's pet? Damn it, what was going on? One had to know that although Hidden Fox was his subordinate, it was impossible for him to transform into his original form, let alone wagging his tail like a pet. You, he pointed at Lin Xian with a face full of shock. He was so afraid that he could not even speak clearly. It was obvious that he was completely frightened. Lin Xian looked at this scene and sneered. Xianxia, who was beside him, frowned. Hidden Fox was actually in Lin Xian's hands. He instantly understood what was going on. Her face also darkened. Thinking about it, there should have been an intense assassination last night. She actually did not know. Damn it, Hu Donglai was too bold. He actually dared to attack the people around her. Hu Donglai, I'm afraid your goal is not that simple. You actually dared to attack my friend. Xianxia asked coldly. He was not putting her in his eyes at all. Hu Donglai also came back to his senses and said, Xian'er, listen to me. How could I attack your friend? Then what was going on? Xianxia asked. Hu Donglai was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. He said, I don't know either. Damn brat, you actually dared to attack our nine-tailed fox clan. You have committed a capital crime. Why aren't you kneeling down now? He had no choice but to forcefully suppress the other party now. Someone came. With an angry roar, 4 figures flew over from the distance. These 4 were also peak small saint existences. They were wearing terrifying flame armor that was burning fiercely. The long spear in their hands enveloped Lin Xian. It seemed that they would attack once the order was given. The situation, for a moment, became extremely dangerous. This Hu Donglai actually wanted to attack here, too bold. What? You want to fight? Lin Xian sneered. Xianxia also frowned. She snorted. How dare you? Who allowed you to come in? Get out. However, the 4 experts did not move at all. They had no intention of leaving. Lin Xian also frowned when he saw the scene. Xian'er, you don't live up to your title of saintess. Can anyone behave atrociously in your territory? Xian'er's expression became extremely ugly. Indeed, these were only 4 guards. So what if they were Hu Donglia's men? The other party was just an elder family. And she was not only a princess, but also a saintess. They did not even listen to her orders now. Get out, or you will be killed without mercy, Xian'er shouted coldly. Qing Feng also stood out, the long saber in his hand bloomed with a biting cold light. At the same time, he looked at Hu Donglai. Do you dare to disobey the orders of the saintess? His eyes were cold. Hu Donglai smiled and said. You have been deceived by this human brat. I am helping you now. Listen to me. As he spoke, he came in front of Xian'er and blocked her path. It seemed that he did not want Xian'er to help. At the same time, he waved his hand and the 4 powerful saints quickly attacked. How dare you, Xian'er roared. However, Hu Donglia's body also emitted an extremely terrifying light. Xian'er, don't be attacked by this human. Hu Donglia's move could be said to be extremely vicious. These 4 peak minor saints could definitely kill the other party. Even if they could not kill him, as long as the other party dared to attack, then he could use the reputation of the other party injuring the 9-tailed fox to launch an even more terrifying attack. He dared to guarantee that the other party would definitely not survive. However, he still underestimated Lin Xian. This kind of scene was nothing to Lin Xian. Lin Xian looked at the 4 people rushing over. He did not even move. The power in his body blocked everything. At the same time, he said to Hidden Fox, next, it will depend on your performance. Hidden Fox nodded and instantly rushed out, transforming into his human form. The dagger in his hand danced in the air. Puff. Puff. Puff, puff. Blood spurted out. The 4 guards stopped in midair. The law and power on their body disappeared. Then, 4 bodies fell down. What? Hu Donglai was stunned. Qing Feng was stunned. Xian'er was even more stunned. To be honest, she did not expect that the one who did it was not Lin Xian, but Silver Fox. Damned hidden fox, how dare you betray me? Hu Donglai roared crazily. However, Hidden Fox's expression was extremely cold. He shrank again and came to Lin Xian's side. Lin Xian said with a smile. Not bad, not bad. Your strength did not disappoint me. Although they were both at the pinnacle, Hidden Fox was clearly an extremely terrifying assassin. With the art of assassination, killing 4 people of the same level was a piece of cake. More importantly, the 4 of them weren't prepared at all. They truly did not expect Silver Fox to attack. Thus, as they were caught off guard, they were instantly killed. Xian'er also smiled, although she still didn't understand why Hidden Fox would betray them. However, this scene was the best. Lin Xian did not need to make a move, and the people that Hu Donglai brought were killed. In the next moment, she said coldly, Hu Donglai, do you still dare to behave atrociously in my territory? Be careful of what I ask of you. When the time comes, even your grandfather won't be able to save you. Hu Donglai was so angry that his entire body trembled. To be honest, his eyes were also filled with fear. Damn it, it was too strange. He didn't expect that he would be the one to suffer from the beginning. Especially Hidden Fox's betrayal. He stared coldly at Hidden Fox and said, get over here, or I'll let you die without a burial ground. However, Hidden Fox snorted coldly and turned his head away, completely ignoring him. Hu Donglai felt that he had lost face. He stared at Lin Xian again. Kid, I don't know what method you used to confuse Hidden Fox, but just you wait, this matter is not over. With that, he turned around and left. Lin Xian said, wait. What, do you dare to attack me? Hu Donglai turned his head. There was a hint of arrogance in his eyes. He was the grandson of the 3rd elder. Who dared to touch him? Even Xianxia did not dare to touch him. Sure enough, Xianxia was also worried. She was afraid that Lin Xian would kill Hu Donglai regardless of everything. If that happened, the 3rd elder would definitely go berserk. At that time, she might not even be able to protect Lin Xian. Lin Xian did not say anything. A golden light flashed in his eyes as he activated the heavenly secret divine eyes. At the same time, a pair of golden eyes appeared behind him. Boom. Boom, Hu Donglia's body trembled as a hint of fear appeared in his eyes. Do you really dare to attack? He screamed loudly. However, that pair of golden eyes had already disappeared. Lin Xian said with a smile, I'm not interested in attacking you. I'm afraid of dirtying my hands. Scram. Hu Donglai gritted his teeth. Kid, just you wait. This matter is not over. With that, she left the place. Hu Donglai returned to his family with a gloomy expression. Damn it. He smashed his mansion into pieces. Endless cracks spread out around him. The servants below were kneeling on the ground, trembling. What made you so angry? A middle-aged man walked in with a puzzled expression. The other servants did not even dare to breathe loudly. Hu Donglai turned his head and said, 6th uncle, you're here. That despicable Hidden Fox actually betrayed us. Hidden Fox betrayed us. The man called 6th uncle's expression also changed. What's going on? Tell me in detail. He walked forward. He spoke as he walked. The old master wants to see you. Hu Donglai nodded and left his mansion, walking towards a larger territory. That was the core area of their family. After entering, Hu Donglai indeed found many people. There were his brothers and sisters, as well as some elders. He greeted them and walked into the main hall. In the main hall, the people sitting there were even more important. Greetings, uncles. Hu Donglai bowed respectfully. Those elders all smiled and nodded. Liar's cultivation had become stronger recently. It seemed that he was not far from the peak. The next step was to become a saint. Cultivate well. The future of the family depends on you. Hu Donglai nodded. Uncles, don't worry. I will definitely. Before he could finish his words, his pupils suddenly shrank and he became terrified. A terrifying flame instantly enveloped him. Ah, he let out a miserable cry. His body was burned and his soul was enveloped. Save me, what's going on? Everyone in the main hall was stunned. Quickly attack. Someone attacked crazily, creating a strong wind as if to extinguish the fire. Someone even spat out seawater that filled the sky. However, it was useless. Whudonglia's star soul was about to be destroyed. At this moment, a ray of light flew out from inside and instantly pulled Whudonglia's soul out. Moreover, all the flames were extinguished. Are you all right? Another middle-aged man ran over to him. This was Whudonglia's father. He was almost scared to death just now. The other elders also walked over. What's going on? Who dares to attack you? In an instant, the entire main hall was filled with killing intent. From the depths of the hall, an even more terrifying aura came. In the next moment, an old man walked out. In his palm, there was a soul floating. It was Whudonglia's. Greetings, father. Greetings, patriarch. The people in the hall quickly bowed. Who dares to attack my grandson? The old man spoke coldly. His voice was unusually low. No one dared to speak. A bunch of trash. They had been plotted against and no one knew. The surrounding people trembled in fear. Whudongli said, Grandfather, that kid must be that human kid. He wants to kill me. Grandfather, you must kill him. What's going on? The third elder asked coldly. At this moment, a middle-aged man said, the holy maiden had brought back a human youth. She said that he was a friend and was currently living in her territory. Liar sent Hidden Fox to assassinate him, but the other party did not succeed. A friend brought by the holy maiden? The third elder's eyes flickered. No matter whose friend it is, they cannot attack my grandson. Otherwise, it would be a dead end. Grandfather, help me take revenge. Whudongli screamed. The other people said, Father, I'll kill him. In their opinion, killing a human was too easy. They were careless before. Now that they were serious, it was easy to capture him. However, the third elder shook his head. The assassination had failed. The holy maiden was definitely prepared. In the assassination, she would be able to catch us. She's just a little holy maiden. We're not afraid of her. The surrounding people sneered. Besides, the Holy King and Holy Empress are fighting for us with all their might. Xianxia would not dare to be rude to us. These people had nothing to fear. Even so, we can't let others catch us. This matter, let's do it secretly. Alright, you guys can leave. The third elder waved his hand. Whudonglia's soul floated out and was caught by the middle-aged man. He quickly helped Liar recover. Everyone left, leaving only the third elder. The third elder said indifferently. Shadow buzz, a black figure appeared in the hall. It was a black fox. It knelt on one knee in front of the third elder. Master, please give your orders. The third elder said, contact the Holy Empress. Tell her that I have a plan for her. After saying those words, the third elder began sending a telepathic message to Xianxia. Don't spread this matter around, and don't let anyone else know about it. Do you understand? Go ahead. The shadow disappeared, and the third elder's eyes shone with a terrifying light. Humans, Xianxia, since you are courting death, then there is no need for you to exist. Xianxia's territory. She looked at him suspiciously. You let him go so easily? To be honest, this was not Lin Xian's style at all. Lin Xian also smiled. He had already prepared a big gift for him. It could teach him a lesson. What big gift? Xianxia was puzzled. Lin Xian said, just pay attention to the third elder's family. The following days were rather peaceful. Xianxia also went to ask around, but she didn't manage to find out anything. However, she was able to sense that something was amiss. Evidently, something had happened earlier. However, it had not spread. On this day, another voice came from outside the territory. This time, there were 2 guards standing outside respectfully. We are here on the orders of the Holy Empress to invite the princess to the banquet. Xianxia walked out of the hall. With a wave of her hand, the array separated, and 2 figures walked over. This is an invitation card, please don't be late. At the same time, one of the guards said, "The Holy Empress knows that the princess has brought a friend and said that he can be brought along." "I understand. You may leave." Xianxia nodded expressionlessly. The two guards quickly left. Then, she found Lin Xian. Lin Xian was also surprised. "You want me to attend the banquet of the royal family? Is it appropriate for me, a human, to attend? Also, didn't you say that the Holy Empress is hostile to you? Why would she be so kind? Naturally, she wouldn't be so kind. I'm guessing that she must be pretending. However, she should still do it on the surface. After all, we are all members of the royal family. So, are you going or not? Then I'll take a look." Lin Xian nodded. In the evening, the two of them prepared and flew into the sky. Qian Bai and Qing Feng were also with them. The four of them left the territory and flew into the distance. Not long after, they saw a majestic hall built on the ground. The array there was terrifying and the security was even tighter. After the four of them landed, only Lin Xian's identity was checked before he entered. In front of them, the hall was majestic. Outside the hall, there were two statues. They were both statues of the nine-tailed fox. One was black and the other was white. They were unusually majestic, like ancient beasts. The aura they emitted was shocking. Lin Xian was also surprised after he saw it. The nine-tailed fox race was an extremely terrifying race since ancient times. Although they weren't an emperor race, they had a long history. They were terrifying beasts in the world. Now, it seemed that they were indeed extraordinary. The four of them were invited in. In the hall, there were two figures, a man and a woman, sitting at the front. They were the Holy King and Holy Empress of the nine-tailed fox race. Their auras were hazy and no one dared to look at them directly. Even Lin Xian only glanced at them. He felt that they were the real Holy King's aura and then looked away. The Holy King had his own dignity. If he casually checked them, he would be courting death. Xian'er greeted her father and mother. Xian and the others began to bow. "All right, there's no need for so much etiquette." The Holy King smiled. The Holy Empress also said, "Xian'er, you must be better off at home. Now that you're back, you have to stay here for a while. Let your mother take good care of you." "Thank you for your concern." Xian'er's smile became even brighter. However, she snorted coldly in her heart. The other party was probably trying to get rid of her by all means. After all, she wasn't her real mother. "This should be the friend you brought." The Holy Empress looked at Lin Xian. The Holy King also looked over. The others stared at Lin Xian as well, their gazes never leaving him. A human could actually come here. Humph, how audacious. Those princes and princesses had disdain in their eyes. Lin Xian remained calm. He cupped his fists and said, "Greetings, Holy King and Holy Empress." The Holy King's eyes flickered and then he nodded slightly. The Holy Empress also had a mysterious expression. She said, "Since you're Xian'er's friend, you're also an honored guest of the nine-tailed fox race. Please take a seat." Then, Lin Xian and the others sat down. Most of them were still looking at Lin Xian because they couldn't understand why the Holy King and Holy Empress would let a human sit. It was really unbelievable. Among them, there was one gaze that contained incomparable viciousness. Lin Xian turned his head and found that the vicious gaze belonged to Hu Donglai. He was slightly surprised. He did not expect the other party to recover so quickly. It was really out of his expectations. Looking at the other party's ferocious expression, he knew that the other party must have suffered before. He should have almost had his star soul destroyed. He guessed that it might be the third elder. Otherwise, the other party's soul would have been destroyed long ago. Thinking of this, Lin Xian smiled and made a provocative look at the other party. Suddenly, Hu Donglai was so angry that he almost vomited blood. "Brat, you can be arrogant. One day, I will make you kneel in front of me." Hu Donglai gritted his teeth. The banquet was really thrilling. The surrounding princes and princesses were really all kinds of weapons. Xian'er was also amazing. She could calmly deal with them one by one. Lin Xian was greatly surprised. He did not know what Xian'er had experienced before. When the banquet was over, Xian'er and the other three returned. The entire imperial city became quiet again. The other princes and young masters also left. Hu Donglai and the other elders' descendants also left. The divine empress looked at the back of Xianxia and the others, revealing a smile. At the same time, in the darkness outside the imperial city, an old man's eyes were shining. At this time, the void beside him cracked, and shadow appeared. "Master, you've succeeded. They've drunk the poisoned wine, very good." The third elder nodded in satisfaction. This time, he and the divine empress worked together to set up the poisonous wine. Even a saint venerable would die without a doubt. Not to mention a small saint. "Let's go." He waved his hand and left with Shadow. On the other side, Xianxia, Lin Xian and the others returned to their territory and returned to their palaces. At first, it was fine. But after a while, Lin Xian's pupils suddenly shrank. Endless black qi appeared on his body and shrouded him. He felt a terrifying poison invading his entire body. Even his soul had been tainted by it. Damn it, how could it be like this? Lin Xian's eyes burst out with a terrifying light. The next moment, he frantically mobilized the great dragon sword soul. At the same time, Xianxia's side was the same. Xianxia tried her best to resist. But soon, she could not resist and fell to the ground. His face turned pale. Her life force was quickly draining away. He was poisoned, damn it, and it was an extremely terrifying poison. She hadn't noticed it at all before. Who wanted to poison her? The first thing she thought of was the divine empress. Damn it, this woman is too ruthless. She wanted to call for help, but she didn't even have the time to do so. Her soul was starting to blur. Just when she thought she was going to die, a figure appeared in front of her. Then, she felt an extremely sharp energy enter her body and begin to destroy the poison. Xianxia finally opened her eyes. She realized that the person who had saved her was none other than Lin Xian. However, what surprised her was that Lin Xian's body was also emitting some black mist. Was he also poisoned? She struggled to stand up, but Lin Xian said, "Don't move, we're both poisoned. This poison is extremely terrifying and I am doing my best to expel it." Fortunately, the great dragon sword soul had swallowed the power of the lightning strike mountain and had become even more terrifying. Therefore, when it exploded, its power was extremely terrifying. Finally, under the powerful attack of the great dragon sword soul, the poison was completely destroyed. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Was she saved? How did you do it? She was really too shocked. She didn't even have the ability to resist this poison. However, Lin Xian was able to help her get rid of it. It was really unbelievable. What exactly was this sharp aura? What kind of secret did Lin Xian have? She didn't ask because she knew that everyone had their secrets. For example, she also had her own secrets. These things couldn't be told to anyone else. Lin Xian took out some pills and swallowed them. At the same time, he gave some to Xianxia. He asked, "Do you know who did it?" "It must be the divine empress. I don't think anyone else can take out such a terrifying poison." "The divine empress?" Lin Xian frowned. "I thought it was the third elder." "What, third elder, are you sure?" Xianxia was shocked. "The third elder even dares to harm me?" Lin Xian nodded. "This poison is terrifying. Even a saint can't resist it. Also, I found out some information from Hidden Fox. This poison might be the third elder's doing. But you said it was the divine empress. This makes me even more worried. That's a true saint king. Would her methods be so simple?" Lin Xian frowned. Xianxia's eyes also flickered. "Who did it?" Suddenly, her face turned pale again. Even Lin Xian's pupils shrank. Not good. It didn't get rid of it? He was too shocked. The great dragon sword soul can't get rid of this poison? In the next moment, he was stunned. This was because he realized that it wasn't the same poison as before. It was another type of poison. There were actually two types of poison in his body. Damn it. There were actually two people who poisoned me. The first poison was from the third elder. The second poison was from the divine empress. This Dolby was much stronger than the one before. Xianxia's face turned pale. This was a sure kill move. Even if they avoided the first one, they couldn't avoid the Divine Empress's move no matter what. What should I do? She looked at Lin Xian and realized that Lin Xian's face was also pale. Although Lin Xian had the Great Dragon Sword Soul, he had used up too much of his energy. If the Great Dragon Sword Soul were to erupt again, he would be injured. His foundation realm might even fall. Thinking of this, he took out the Great Void Divine Furnace. He opened the lid of the cauldron and a pill flew out from it. The pill floated up and down. Lin Xian slashed it open with his sword. He and Xianxia each swallowed half of the pill. In the next moment, the poison in their bodies disappeared. What kind of pill is this? Xianxia was shocked. It can even get rid of the poison of a Saint King. Lin Xian was also scared. It was too dangerous. Fortunately, there were some mysterious things in the Great Void Divine Furnace. He couldn't even fully investigate it now. However, there were some things that he could use. For example, he could read the notes of some pill saints. There were also some pills that he could consume. This pill was one of them. He had investigated it before. This pill had an extremely strong purifying effect. Therefore, he took it out and swallowed it. The effect was beyond his expectations. Even the poison of the Divine Empress had disappeared without a trace. The third elder, the Divine Empress. Lin Xian's eyes were filled with killing intent. Xianxia's face was also cold. She didn't expect that these people would want to kill her. In the past, she only thought that these people wanted to ostracize her and prevent her from becoming the saintess. However, it seemed that she was too naive. Next, we might have to change our methods. We don't have to hold back anymore. Xianxia's eyes were filled with killing intent. Lin Xian was completely enraged. Had these people tried to kill him, then don't blame him for being merciless. What do you plan to do? Xianxia asked. Although she was a princess, she had to seek Lin Xian's opinion at this moment. Lin Xian said. It seemed like the lesson from last time wasn't enough. Since this was the case, there was no need for some people to exist. However, we can't take the initiative to do it. We have to let them do it. They set up a trap and we will go in and break it. Let's go out and take a walk. I think some people will be surprised. When the sun rose, Lin Xian and Xianxia walked out. There were indeed people keeping a close eye on the territory. When they saw the two of them coming out, their eyes almost popped out. What happened? Not good. Hurry up and report it. These people left quickly. In the palace, after the Divine Empress received the news, she suddenly stood up. The void behind her kept shattering. How is this possible? Did you see it clearly? The guard who was kneeling on the ground said. I saw clearly that the two of them walked out alive. How did this happen? The Divine Empress's face became extremely ugly. On the other side, after the third elder received the news, he suddenly stood up. He screamed in horror. Impossible, even a saint venerable couldn't survive after being poisoned. Not to mention these two minor saints, could it be that they weren't poisoned before? Investigate. Get to the bottom of this. He was completely flustered. Was it because they weren't poisoned or was it cured after being poisoned? If it was the first, they would be shocked. If it was the second, it would be unbelievable. Even the third elder didn't have the ability to cure this poison. Who could it be? Could it be that there was a hidden expert behind that young man? For a moment, the undercurrent surged. They all started to investigate. However, they couldn't find anything. The third elder had no choice but to contact the Divine Empress again. In the end, the two of them decided to set up a trap. Let the two of them come over. However, this time, it wasn't convenient for them to come out. They would let the younger generation do it. The Divine Empress had a daughter, the eldest princess. She would organize a gathering for the younger generation. First, they would find out what happened. If it really didn't work, they would kill the two of them at this banquet. Even if Xianxia didn't die, that human youth had to be eliminated. When Xianxia held another invitation card in her hand, she narrowed her eyes. It seemed like these people were still unwilling to give up. Lin Xian also snorted coldly. Are they plotting again? Fine, let's go and see who's the unlucky one this time. this time, it was a gathering of the younger generation. The main participants were the princes and princesses of the imperial city, as well as the young geniuses of the large clans. To be honest, although Lin Xian's side was outnumbered, Lin Xian was not afraid at all. He was someone who had fought hundreds of battles and killed his way up. Although these people from the royal family had good cultivation and talent, their combat experience was incomparable. If they really fought, these people would not be able to withstand a single blow. Linglong Valley. This was a very special place in the imperial city. It was a place where young geniuses often gathered. This time, the eldest princess held a banquet in the Linglong Valley to invite these young talents. Soon, these people arrived and chatted together. At this time, one of the princesses said, "In my opinion, in terms of status, talent, and appeal, the eldest princess is definitely the strongest." "That's right, the saintess of our nine-tailed clan should be given to the eldest princess. What does that Xianxia have?" These people were all trying to curry favor with the eldest princess. After all, Xianxia was only the seventh princess and not the daughter of the divine empress. She could not be compared at all. "I think they are giving face to the sacred city. Otherwise, how could she be the saintess?" Disdainful voices sounded. After hearing this, the eldest princess also raised her arrogant head. To be honest, she did not care about Xianxia. "Oh, is that so? If I'm not qualified to be the saintess, then you all can be." At this time, a cold voice came from the sky. The princesses below were stunned. At the same time, they looked up. They saw two figures in the sky, descending towards the valley below. "They're here!" many people exclaimed. Some people looked at Xianxia, but more people stared at Lin Xian. As expected, this human brat had also come. "Kid, you still dare to come?" Hu Donglai took the lead and walked out. Behind him, there were also some young geniuses. They were emitting killing intent that shrouded Lin Xian. "Oh, you still dare to attack me? Looks like I haven't taught you a lesson yet." Lin Xian snorted coldly. Xianxia frowned. "Is this the attitude you have when inviting people? All right, you can leave." The eldest princess spoke. Hu Donglai retreated hatefully. The eldest princess stood up and smiled. "Seventh sister, don't think too much. These sisters have no ill intentions. They are just chatting casually. Since you're here, sit down." Xianxia glanced at Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded. Then, the two of them sat down. Soon, all kinds of fine wine and delicacies were served. However, the two of them did not drink this time. They wouldn't eat anything. The poison from last time had taught them a deep lesson. "What's wrong, seventh sister? Why aren't you eating? Is the wine and food not to your liking?" The sword maniac prince did not seem to like the food here either. "Humph, I'm afraid this kid has never seen such good food in his life. How could a country bumpkin know the preciousness of heavenly materials and earthly treasures?" The surrounding princes and princesses sneered. The wine they served was brewed with supreme-grade spirit fruits. The dishes were also made with precious materials. It could be said that a dish outside was enough to make countless saints jealous. When Lin Xian heard this, he smiled and said, "To tell you the truth, I really don't have an appetite. Because what I usually eat are roasted golden crows, imperial pungs, and so on." What? When the people of the nine-tailed fox heard this, their eyes almost popped out. Roasted golden crows and imperial pungs? F***ck. Would it kill him to not brag? Although they also ate heavenly treasures, who had ever eaten a rare beast like the golden crow, who would dare to eat it? This kid must be bragging. Xianxia knew that not only had Lin Xian eaten it, he had eaten more than one. So she also smiled and said, "Yes, I remember the last time I ate it. It was indeed delicious." The surrounding people were about to go crazy. Could it be that Xianxia had eaten it before? The eldest princess's face darkened. She did not believe such a thing. In her opinion, the other party was just provoking her. Immediately, her face darkened. But soon, she revealed a sneer. "It's meaningless to just chat like this. We are all people who pursue the martial Tao. Why don't we send someone to spar?" "I agree." When she said this, many princesses and princes nodded. Hu Donglia's eyes emitted a cold glint as he stared fixedly at Lin Xian. Humph, the chance for revenge is here. The other princes and princesses were also gloating. It seemed that they would have a good show to watch. Hudonglia's lips curled into a cold smile. He could finally take revenge. However, he did not do it himself. Beside him, a man stood up and walked forward. Sword maniac, right? Looking at your title, you should be a swordsman. Why don't you have a match with me? He waved the long sword in his hand. The surrounding people were stunned and then took a breath of cold air. They did not expect that the first one to come out would be him. This person was not ordinary. It could be said that he was quite famous in their king city. Shadow Fox Sword, Hu Fei. His sword technique was very profound and mysterious. An ordinary small saint was not his opponent at all. This human would definitely not be able to block it. Hu Donglai also sneered. With Hu Fei taking action, it was guaranteed that nothing would go wrong. Although Hidden Fox had betrayed them, he did not think that it was Lin Xian's strength. In his opinion, it was very likely that Xianxia was the one who took action to subdue Hidden Fox. Otherwise, how could a mere human be able to do it? Lin Xian raised his head and glanced at the front. He did not expect that Hu Donglai had not taken action but sent another one. Shadow Fox Sword, he had no interest in it, so he shook his head indifferently. You are not qualified for me to take action. Let your master do it himself. Damn brat, are you looking down on me? Hu Fei's face turned gloomy. A shocking chill burst out from his eyes. Terrifying sword chi burst out from his body in all directions. This sword chi caused many people to exclaim. It seemed that Hu Fei's strength had increased again. A late small saint was probably not his opponent. If one wanted to fight against him, one would have to be at least a peak small saint. This human would probably not be able to block it. I think he is afraid, so he does not dare to take action. Cold laughter could be heard. After Hu Fei displayed his strength, his figure flashed and he dashed forward. It was not up to you to decide whether to take action or not. If the other party did not dare to take action, then he would force the other party to take action. Anyway, he would not let the other party go today. Shadow Sword. The long sword in his hand stabbed out, drawing a dreamlike sword light. It was impossible to tell which was the real killing move. These sword lights shrouded Lin Xian's location, shattering the void around him. When Xianxia and the rest saw this scene, they frowned as well. What a ruthless heart. His first move was a killing move. If he was slightly weaker, he would have been killed in one move. Seeing that Lin Xian didn't move, the surrounding princes and princesses laughed disdainfully. This human brat should be scared silly, right? Lin Xian's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Competing with him in swordsmanship? The other party was really courting death. The long sword was already less than a meter away from him. It was obvious that he couldn't dodge it even if he wanted to. Great, when Hu Donglai saw this scene, he became complacent. As expected, the other party did not have any strength. It seemed that he had suffered too much of a loss in the hands of the other party. However, Hu Fei heaved a sigh of relief when he was able to get rid of his opponent. Previously, he was still a little worried that this was an expert. Now, it seemed that he was just a piece of trash, not worth mentioning at all. His sword was enough to end the battle. However, in the next moment, Hu Fei was stunned. His body even trembled. There was a huge fear rising from the bottom of his heart. In the next moment, he felt a shocking sword light in front of him suddenly appear and slash at his body. With a bang, he was sent flying. Crack! Crack, crack! Many cracks appeared on his body as blood dyed his body red. In the next moment, his body suddenly split open. Boom, the deep sound was still echoing. Everyone in the valley was stunned. Whether it was the princes and princesses or the descendants of the elders, all of them widened their eyes and were speechless. Damn it, what's going on? Hu Fei was blown apart, how is this possible? Someone screamed. The others also came back to their senses and gasped. Previously, they thought that the other party did not move because he was scared silly. Who would have thought that the other party was disdainful to make a move? They didn't even see how the other party injured Hu Fei. How could someone with such strength be weak? These princes and princesses began to re-examine this human youth. On the other side, Hudonglia's pupils constricted. Impossible, his strength was actually that strong. To be honest, he was really shocked. Could it be that Hidden Fox's betrayal was really because of this kid's strength? Damn it, he didn't believe it. At this moment, Lin Xian said indifferently, I've already said that you're no match for me. But you still won't listen. At this point, his gaze looked in all directions. If you want to challenge me again, don't send such trash up. Damn it, too arrogant. Those princes and princesses' faces became incomparably cold. This was their territory. They were actually frightened by a human. It made them lose face. At this moment, the eldest princess began to transmigrate. She said, Hudonglai, if you want to kill this kid, I can lend you someone. Hudonglai was stunned when he heard this. Then, he looked at a figure in the distance. That person's body was surrounded by purple light. It was abnormally terrifying and mysterious. This person is, after he learned of the other party's identity, the corner of his mouth raised into a smile. Then, thank you, eldest princess. Hudonglai nodded. Then, he said again, kid, are you very powerful? However, you're underestimating the geniuses here. You definitely won't be able to defeat the next person. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding people were also surprised. The descendants of the other elders frowned slightly. Hudonglia's words were too arrogant. They had all seen the performance of the young man before. Could it be that Hudonglai was going to personally fight? They realized that Hudonglai did not stand up. The one who stood up was a purple figure. As soon as he appeared, the aura of the entire valley instantly froze. Many people felt their bodies stiffen as if they couldn't breathe. This aura. How could it be so terrifying? Many people were shocked. When they saw that figure, they were stunned. Zilong, it turned out to be the other party. He was not a member of their nine-tailed clan, but a top heaven's pride of Purple Sun Palace. The other party was not only from Sacred City, but more importantly, he was a dragon. He was a heaven's pride of the dragon clan, an expert. Coupled with the divine ability of Sacred City, what was even more terrifying was that the other party was a peak minor saint. There were very few opponents for such a person. So, he stood up. Everyone knew that the human youth was going to be in danger. Even Xianxia, Qianbai, and the others frowned. Xianxia said, be careful. This Zilong is not ordinary. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes and looked forward. Zilong. He didn't expect that he would be the one to fight. He had seen this person before. The other party was indeed very strong. Zilong stood up. There was a purple light flickering in his eyes. Like a high and mighty emperor, he looked at Lin Xian. His gaze was cold and carried a hint of disdain. He did have the right to be disdainful because whether it was cultivation or bloodline, he far surpassed the other party. He even felt that there was no need for him to make a move. Just the pressure from his body alone was enough to defeat his opponent. Sure enough, the purple light on his body turned into dragon shadows and rushed forward. They hovered above Lin Xian. The void around Lin Xian shattered once again. The pressure was too great. The others felt the aftershock of the aura and their faces changed. Under such pressure, even if they were at the peak of the small saint realm, they would have to use all their strength to deal with it. After all, this was the aura of the dragon clan. Everyone wanted to see Lin Xian make a fool out of himself. But Lin Xian's body was also surrounded by a biting cold aura. That was the sword chi that shrouded his entire body, making him look like a sword god. It blocked the purple dragon shadows. It seemed that the aura did not cause much pressure on him. Was he not affected? The surrounding people were shocked. What was going on with this human youth? Zilong was also stunned. It seemed that the opponent's strength was beyond his expectation. In the next moment, a purple light burst out from his eyes, like two purple divine spears, piercing towards Yishuan. Although it was just a gaze, it was not weaker than the attack of a sacred tool. This was his method. And in Lin Xian's eyes, there was also a biting cold sword chi bursting out. Their gazes collided in midair. Suddenly, a terrifying black hole appeared, covering the 9 heavens. So terrifying. Both of them were experts. The surrounding people were shocked. They had some strength. No wonder they were so arrogant. Zilong said coldly. Lin Xian laughed after hearing that. You're not bad. But it's a pity that you're working for Hudong Lai. Humph, you better take back your words. Otherwise, you'll know what regret is. Zilong was completely enraged. He struck out with his palm, and the entire space began to shatter. It was as if a great apocalypse had taken place. Purple sun palm. Along with the sound, a purple palm slapped out from the shattered void. There was a terrifying purple law on it, causing the entire valley to shake violently. It was like a purple sun, pressing towards Lin Xian. Buzz, the surrounding princes and princesses all opened their sacred domains to defend themselves. Even the entire Nimble Valley lit up with a rays. The eldest princess's eyes flickered. She was very confident in Zilong. There would definitely be no accidents in this battle. Lin Xian looked at the purple palm, a cold sword light flashing in his eyes. In the next moment, he pointed out with a finger, and a terrifying sword cheek continued to revolve around him before slashing forward. The sword chime shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It was as if a giant dragon had collided with the purple palm. Boom, boom, a terrifying sound rang out as the laws filled the air. The surrounding space kept shattering. Luckily, Linglong Valley had a supreme defensive formation, which allowed it to remain intact. Otherwise, this attack would have turned the entire valley into ashes, and even the entire imperial city would cease to exist. Boom. Boom, as the laws danced in the sky, cracks appeared on the purple sun palm. Then, it exploded. The purple flames engulfed the sword aura and devoured it. The two of them seemed to be evenly matched. It can't be, right? This guy can actually contend against Zilong? The surrounding people were all stunned. Even the eldest princess frowned slightly. Zilong's face darkened as well. He did not expect Lin Xian to be able to block his attack. Although this attack was just a casual one. You're not that good either. Next, have a taste of my swordsmanship. Lin Xian walked out. The sword aura on his body kept flashing. Then, it turned into a sword domain and slashed forward. You're courting death, kid. You've completely angered me. Seeing that Lin Xian dared to take the initiative to attack, Zilong was enraged. The blood in his body roared, and a dragon's roar rang out. Then, a terrifying purple dragon shadow flew out and charged into the sky. He carried the supreme laws and the aura of destruction as he charged over. Boom, boom, the two of them engaged in a terrifying battle. Lin Xian did not use the 9 Sun swordsmanship, nor did he use his divine body. After all, his body was too eye-catching. Once he used it, his opponent would recognize him immediately. He did not want to expose his identity yet. Previously on Dragon Tiger Mountain, Lin Xian had browsed through many top-notch sword techniques and supernatural powers. At this moment, it was really easy for him to use them. Wind-slashing sword, sky-cleaving. Endless sword aura condensed in his hand. Then, a huge sword shadow slashed forward. Under this sword, the entire void was distorted. Endless small cracks spread out, forming a wind sword domain that directly enveloped Zilong. This kid's swordsmanship was actually so powerful. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they felt their hearts skip a beat. The battle between the two was incomparable. Zilong was completely enraged. Roar, with a roar, he unleashed all of his bloodline and secret arts. At this point, he felt very angry. If he could not take down his opponent in 3 moves, he really would not have the face to stay here any longer. Behind him, a purple palace appeared. It kept bobbing up and down, and terrifying purple light flew out from it one after another. This was the Purple Void Temple's secret technique. It was unparalleled. In the mysterious purple palace, the light that flew out from it was like a peerless immortal light. It was unparalleled. At the same time, Purple Dragon transformed into a long dragon and charged at Yi Shiwen. After transforming into his true form, his strength became even stronger. In an instant, the Dragon Clan's supernatural powers and the Sacred City's supernatural powers exploded together, causing everyone to be terrified. This was a fatal blow. It seemed that Zilong was completely enraged. The battle ended in an instant. Qian Bai, Qing Feng, and the others were nervous. They did not know if Lin Xian could block it. Even Xianxia's palms were sweating. To be honest, she was not confident in her heart. Seeing that his opponent had used all his means, Lin Xian also stopped smiling. In the next moment, he used the Dragon Clan's ancient breathing technique. Between each breath, there was a special force. Boom boom boom, like a muffled thunder, everyone's expression changed. What was this? Zilong also felt like he was struck by lightning. He felt a huge suppression and his body kept trembling. Puff, he spat out blood and flew out. Many cracks appeared on his body. The phantom of the purple void temple disappeared. He fell to the ground and his face became incomparably pale. Was he defeated? The entire valley fell into silence again. Everyone could not believe it. Such a terrifying supernatural power, probably no one could block it. But in the blink of an eye, Zilong was defeated. And they did not realize what the human boy had used. It seemed that he had only spat out 2 breaths. Was it so terrifying? How could they know that this was the Dragon Clan's ancient breathing technique? It was very mysterious. Lin Xian was using all his strength to specifically target Zilong. This had a great suppressive effect on the Dragon Clan. That was why Zilong was as if he had been struck by lightning. Damn it, what did you use just now? Zilong screamed crazily. Zilong was extremely shocked by the mysterious power just now. He had a feeling that it was related to the Dragon Clan. However, he had never seen it before, so he could not figure it out. At this moment, he asked, "What divine ability did you use? You don't even understand what I used. You are not qualified to be my opponent. You are not qualified to make a fuss here. Hurry up and get lost. I don't want to kill you. However, if you continue to clamor, don't blame me for being impolite." Lin Xian snorted coldly. Damn it. Zilong was mad with anger. He had always been high and mighty. Even when he came here, he was only willing to fight when the first princess treated him with respect. But now, the other party was looking down on him. It made him feel like his lungs were about to explode. What? You still want to fight? Lin Xian activated the Dragon Clan's breathing technique. Immediately, the terrifying power spread out again. Zilong took 2 steps back in fright. His face became incomparably pale. He gritted his teeth and did not dare to attack again. First Princess, thank you for your hospitality. However, I still have some matters to attend to, so I will take my leave first. Zilong did not have the face to stay here, so he left the mountain drum directly. The princes and princesses of the Nine-Tail clan were shocked. They did not expect that the powerful Zilong would be defeated. The first princess's face also became extremely ugly. Damn it, this was equivalent to slapping her face. Qianbai Qingfeng and the others were stunned. However, Xianxia raised a smile. Didn't these people want to target them? It would not be so easy. On the opposite side, Hudonglai was also gnashing his teeth in anger. Damn it, how could this kid be so strong? To be honest, he thought that Zilong was going to make a move. However, the current situation was beyond his expectations. The next moment, he was even more stunned because he found that Lin Xian stood up and walked towards him. Damn it, what was this kid trying to do? Lin Xian walked out and arrived in front of Hudonglai. Previously, the first princess said that it was boring to just chat. Why don't we exchange pointers? This guy had attacked him time and time again. Did he really think that he was a pushover? Courting death, how bold. The people around Hudonglai roared crazily and stood up one after another. Who do you think you are to dare attack our young master? That's right, you want to attack, right? I'll kill you. Their bodies were overflowing with killing intent. Behind them were extremely terrifying tails that danced, as if they could destroy the world. Lin Xian didn't care about these people's threats and terrifying killing intent. His eyes were fixed on Hudonglai. What? You don't even have the courage to attack me? You really are a piece of trash, what did you say? Hudonglai's expression became incomparably malevolent. Tell me that again, when did he become trash? Why are you still refusing to admit that you're trash? If you're a man, come out and fight me one-on-one. Brat, do you think I'll fall for your trick? Hudonglai sneered. The other party was so powerful, he was unwilling to make a move. At this moment, Xianxia, who was at the back, sighed out as well. Aya. She had thought that he was an unparalleled hero. But to think that he was just a coward, my future husband will definitely not be a coward. He will definitely be an indomitable expert. Sisters, don't you think so? Hu Donglai looked at the surrounding princesses and whispered to each other. To be honest, although they were unhappy with humans, they despised them for not daring to attack after being provoked like this. That's right. They had thought that this Hu Donglai was a young genius, a future expert. But now, it seemed that he wasn't that great. It must be an exaggeration of the rumors. Forget it, it's better to change the candidate in the future. Damn it. Hu Donglai was so angry that he vomited blood. Was his lifetime of brilliance going to be destroyed here? He would not allow it. In the next moment, he suddenly stood up. Brat, I originally disdained to attack you. But since you're courting death, then don't blame me. From the looks of it, Hu Donglai wanted to make a move. Young master. The surrounding people cried out in alarm. They were really worried. However, the corner of Hu Donglia's mouth raised. Don't worry. Do you think I don't have a trump card? I've already brought that thing here. Really? The guards laughed after hearing that. Hu Donglai walked up. He stared at Lin Xian. Brat, I'll let you know that provoking me is the biggest mistake you've made in your life. Xianxia frowned when she saw this scene. It was really out of her expectations. In her opinion, after Lin Xian displayed such powerful strength, this Hu Donglai would definitely not dare to come out. Now that the other party had come out, what was the other party relying on? In the next moment, her pupils shrank. Because she realized that Hu Donglai took out something with a flip of his hand. It was a small drum. It was exceptionally exquisite and exquisite. There were countless Dao patterns on it. White fox drum. Many people screamed. Even Xianxia's Dao heart turned cold. Damn it, Hu Donglai actually took out such a thing, she hurriedly said. Be careful. This is the white fox drum. It's a very terrifying sacred artifact that has reached the sun level. She had two types of attacks. The front was a super powerful divine ability attack, and the back was a strange soul attack. It could be said that it was very dangerous and impossible to guard against. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes after hearing that. White fox drum. No wonder the other party dared to come out. It turned out that he had a powerful sacred artifact. The other princes and princesses were also extremely surprised. Obviously, they all knew the power of the white fox drum. Brat, I'll make you kneel in front of me and make you suffer a fate worse than death. At this point, he activated the white fox drum with all his strength. His palm landed on the drum's surface. Dong, a deep sound rang out. Then, an extremely terrifying storm of laws suddenly erupted in the entire valley. In an instant, it enveloped Lin Xian. It's over. That kid is dead for sure. That was for sure. The white fox drum's attack was even stronger than the purple dragon from before. Unless that kid had a top-grade sacred artifact. Otherwise, there was no way he could resist it. Buzz, while everyone was discussing, the storm of laws that filled the sky was actually torn apart. A sword light shot out powerfully, illuminating the entire world. How is this possible? Hu Donglai screamed. The expressions of the surrounding people also changed drastically. The other party was actually able to rush out. It was really unbelievable. In the next moment, they saw the sword chi that filled the sky, charging towards them like a dragon. Hu Donglai roared. Scram, he did not dare to use his own strength. Instead, he activated the white fox drum with all his strength. Countless laws appeared between heaven and earth, forming a nine-tailed phantom that communicated with heaven and earth. This power was really too terrifying. At the same time, Hu Donglai struck the other side of the white fox drum. Dong. Dong, at this moment, everyone's faces turned pale. Not good. This was an extremely strange soul illusion attack. The first princess's expression also changed. She formed a seal with her palm and changed the array again. Otherwise, they would not be able to withstand the power of the white fox drum. After being enveloped by the array again, they heaved a sigh of relief and looked forward. This time, this kid should be dead. Hu Donglai revealed a ferocious expression. No matter how strong the other party was, so what, if his soul was killed, he would not be able to survive. Buzz, a strange soul attack spread between heaven and earth, capable of killing without a trace. Everyone could no longer see Lin Xian's figure because the world was distorted. However, they believed that when the storm ended, it would be the end of the battle. Buzz, however, at this moment, everyone's hearts were beating wildly. They felt that their souls were being suppressed again. It was as if there was an immortal king above the 9 heavens looking down at them. This feeling was too terrifying. Hu Donglai was even more so. He almost knelt on the ground, and the white fox drum in his hand almost fell. In the next moment, his pupils shrank. How was this possible? What kind of aura was this? He activated the white fox drum with all his might, and then came to resist this soul that was difficult to suppress. Then, he raised his head with difficulty and saw a shocking scene. Above him, in the endless void, there was a pair of golden eyes looking down at him with incomparable coldness. Whose eyes were these? It was too terrifying. It was as if a god was looking down on the common people. Damn it, could it be that humans? How was this possible, with such eyes? How terrifying was the bloodline? No, I don't believe it. This is an illusion. Hu Donglai roared crazily. He was present and slapped the white fox drum. Psychic 9 kills. With a roar, both sides of the white fox drum trembled at the same time. A terrifying killing aura soared into the sky. At this moment, even Hu Donglia's face was pale, and he vomited blood. It was obvious that using such a divine ability was a huge burden on him. But he was going all out. Even if he was injured, he had to kill the other party this time. Buzz, I don't care if you are the eyes of a god or an immortal king. Everything will be destroyed. Hu Donglai roared towards the sky. He was extremely confident in the psychic 9 kills. However, he soon despaired. He was so scared that his soul almost flew out of his body. Because the pair of golden eyes in the sky did not change at all. They were still incomparably cold. The only change was that they were even more resplendent and mysterious. In those eyes, there were countless runes that were constantly rotating. Every time they rotated, the power of the soul would become stronger. At the same time, Hu Donglai discovered that behind those golden eyes, a dragon's shadow had appeared. It was abnormally terrifying. That appearance was even more terrifying than when the purple dragon transformed. It was as if this was the true ancient dragon. What were the eyes of a god and the body of a dragon? With a thud, Hu Donglai directly knelt on the ground. Ka ka ka, endless cracks appeared on his hand that was holding the white fox drum, and in the next moment, it exploded. Ah, with a blood-curdling scream, Hu Donglai vomited blood and flew backwards. Between heaven and earth, the terrifying storm was also torn into pieces. Has the victor been decided? The surrounding people all widened their eyes and looked over carefully. Even Xianxia and the others were extremely nervous. After all, this was the white fox drum. She was not confident that Lin Xian could win. But when they saw the scene in front of them, they were all stunned. He saw Lin Xian standing there with his hands behind his back, completely unharmed. His expression was even more calm. Opposite him, Hu Donglia's body was broken and shattered. He looked like he was seriously injured. How could this be? Hu Donglai was injured. Heavens, what happened just now? These people were all crazy. Because before. Not only did he have an extremely powerful divine ability, but he also had an extremely strong divine ability. There was also the terrifying soul storm. So no one was able to investigate. Naturally, they could not see that terrifying scene. However, they really could not believe that Hu Donglai would actually be defeated. You are just SOSO. Lin Xian sneered. Damn it, I don't believe it, men, kill him for me. Hu Donglai screamed crazily. He could not accept it. Behind him, the experts that he brought with him moved out one after another. In an instant, more than a dozen figures surrounded Lin Xian. Among them, there was no lack of peak minor saint existences. The sudden change caused the people in the valley to be surprised. Xianxia suddenly stood up and shouted. How dare you, Hu Donglai, don't go too far. Hu Donglai stood up and swallowed a pill. A ferocious expression appeared in his eyes. Why wouldn't I dare? This kid injured me and committed a capital offense. Besides, this was the Linglong Valley. The eldest princess had the final say. Eldest princess, what's wrong with my actions? The eldest princess said indifferently. I will not interfere in the matters between your elder family and humans. Thank you, eldest princess. Hu Donglai smiled. Xianxia's expression was extremely ugly. Damn it, are these people going to shed all pretense of cordiality in public? You can try it. I can guarantee that your end will be very miserable. Xianxia also walked up. Qing Feng and Xianxia did the same. Seventh sister, let the elders settle their own matters. It's better for us, the royal family, not to interfere. The eldest princess said indifferently. She waved her hand, and immediately, the experts of the nine-tailed fox clan came out and stopped Xianxia and the others. Seventh princess, please go back. The aura of these people was also very terrifying. Seeing that Xianxia and the others were stopped, Hu Donglai sneered again. Kid, let's see who can save you this time. Lin Xian also smiled. Do you think that I need others to save me? Since you don't know what's good for you, then don't blame me. A cold killing intent appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. Hu Donglai smiled proudly. Do you think that you can still compete with me until now? I will make you realize the reality. Do it. Following his order, more than a dozen terrifying figures around him exploded together. Between heaven and earth, a roar shook the 9 heavens. A terrifying aura instantly destroyed everything. Lin Xian was already prepared. How could he not have a countermeasure when he came here? So at this moment, he activated the void escape and teleported. At the same time, he sent out 10,000 green smoke, enveloping the entire valley. The entire process was very fast, and no one noticed. When he appeared again, he was already behind Hu Donglai. With a sword, he cut off Hu Donglia's hand. At the same time, he sent out a terrifying sword chi, completely enveloping and sealing the white fox drum. The great dragon sword spirit isolated everything. Lin Xian grabbed Hu Donglia's neck with one hand, and the death law instantly surged out. Hu Donglai still wanted to fight back, but he could not withstand the power of the death law. In an instant, he was subdued. Damn kid, do you dare to touch me? Hu Donglai screamed crazily. The dozen or so experts in front originally thought that they had killed this human. However, when they heard their young master scream, they were all dumbfounded. Damn it, let go of our young master, if you dare to touch him, you're dead. Kid, think carefully, what is the consequence of offending our elder clan? These people roared crazily. Those from the royal family were also stunned. They really did not expect that Lin Xian would dare to hold Hu Donglai hostage. Hearing these people's threats, Lin Xian smiled. Could it be that if I let them go, they won't kill me? Previously, when I didn't threaten him, you didn't plan to let me go either. Since that's the case, why should I hold back? The surrounding people were silent. Indeed, since they had already shed all pretense of cordiality, they shouldn't hold back. However, they really couldn't imagine that a single person would dare to fight against a top family. Hu Donglia's expression was also ugly. He gritted his teeth and said, Let me go and our grudges will be written off. Otherwise, you will suffer the wrath of my family. This is definitely not something you can contend against. Written off? Who do you think you are? How dare you tell me to write it off? Lin Xian was also angry. He had tried to kill him time and time again, and the third elder even used poison to assassinate him. How could it be written off? You think too highly of yourself. You think that because you are the young master of the third family, I won't dare to make a move against you. Unfortunately, you used the wrong trump card. Go to hell and repent. Lin Xian waved his hand and endless death laws erupted, directly taking away Hu Donglia's life force. Hu Donglia's body turned into a pile of bones. Even his soul didn't escape. At the same time, Lin Xian clasped his hand and endless dragon-shaped sword energy completely sealed the white fox drum. Then, he put it away. Hu Donglai fell. Until his death, he didn't believe that the other party would really dare to kill him. Was the other party not afraid of the wrath of their elder family? No. In the distance, the guards also roared crazily. Their eyes instantly turned red. If the other party really killed him, how would they explain it when they returned? The surrounding princes and princesses were also stunned. This scene felt like a dream. They had never seen such a daring person. Xianxia took a deep breath. Although the scene was shocking, since she had already decided to take this step, she naturally wouldn't back down. If there was any danger, she would bear it together with Lin Xian. Damn it, kill him. The guards of the third elder's family roared crazily and instantly rushed over. The Grand Palace Master also secretly gave the order. There were even more terrifying experts approaching Lin Xian. The situation could be said to be extremely dangerous. Wang, not good. Xianxia's expression changed. She wanted to attack, but she also wanted Lin Xian to leave. This was because the situation was simply too disadvantageous for them. Lin Xian's expression was incomparably cold. He took out a leaf and said in a cold voice, "Everyone, please enter the dream." Wang, as his voice fell, the leaf in his hand suddenly rippled, and a terrifying nomological law shrouded the surroundings. In an instant, the entire Linglong Valley was covered. Everyone's bodies came to a halt as the scene before them changed. It was no longer Linglong Valley. Instead, it was something else. This place was like a land of immortals. It was incomparably dreamy. Where was this place? What was going on? How did we get here? The surrounding people were discussing animatedly. However, the guards of the elder clan said with bloodshot eyes, "No matter what you do, you will definitely die today." They instantly stabbed forward, but they found that all their attacks were shattered 10 meters in front of Lin Xian, unable to move forward at all. What was going on? These people screamed crazily. All of a sudden, four shadows appeared behind Lin Xian, aiming for his vital points. However, the assassination attempts of the four were also shattered instantly. The four of them were nailed in midair. Their silhouettes emerged. They were also four terrifying minor saints with black tails waving behind their backs. Their eyes were filled with boundless fear. The surrounding princes and princesses were all stunned. Even Xianxia and the rest were stunned. What kind of technique was this? Lin Xian smiled. His smile was very bright. Don't waste your energy. This is my world. I am the ruler here. The dream leaf was a secret treasure given to him by the Qingshan Saint King. He could fight all kinds of battles in it. Moreover, it had another function, which was that the Qingshan Saint King had left 3 marks on it. These 3 marks could be used 3 times. Everyone, please enter the dream. Once someone was pulled in, no one would be able to resist. They could only accept Lin Xian's judgment. It could be said that this was a life-saving technique that could kill the enemy 3 times. Of course, the difference in cultivation couldn't be too big. Otherwise, the dream leaf wouldn't be able to withstand it. At present, those who were early-stage Saint Venerables and below couldn't resist at all. What? This is your world? Impossible, I don't believe it. Countless people screamed. The eldest princess snorted coldly. She didn't know what was good for her. She flipped her hand, wanting to take out a saint weapon to break the formation. However, she realized that the saint weapon in her hand didn't appear. This made her panic. What was going on? I said, this is my world. I am the ruler. Lin Xian waved his hand and slapped the eldest princess's face. The eldest princess vomited blood and was sent flying. She screamed crazily. He dared to hit her. Damn it, I want you to die. As soon as she finished speaking, thousands of slaps landed on her face, smashing her face into mush. Moreover, this kind of attack was still going on. She reckoned that it wouldn't stop until Lin Xian ordered it. The eldest princess screamed crazily. The other princes and princesses looked at this scene and felt their scalps go numb. Sword maniac, we have no fate with you. Why are you trapping us? That's right, let us go. We won't go against you. Normally, these people were high and mighty and didn't take Lin Xian seriously. But now, they were begging bitterly, looking timid and afraid. This huge difference was really ironic. Humph, Lin Xian snorted coldly. These people had mocked and ridiculed him before. Now that they were in, how could he not let them suffer? Therefore, he smiled and said, don't worry, I will settle your debts one by one. At this point, the princes and princesses' faces twisted in fear. They were being attacked by illusions. The 4 assassins behind Lin Xian were torn to shreds in an instant. Endless nomological swords fell. In front, the dozen or so guards of the third elder's family were in an even more miserable state. They were burned by the raging flames. The only ones who weren't affected were Xianxia, Qian Bai, and Qing Feng. When they saw this scene, their faces were also filled with shock. Your method is too strong. Xianxia came to Lin Xian's side, her face full of surprise. Lin Xian said with a smile. Of course, without a trump card, how could he fight with them? Then what do you plan to do with them? Xianxia asked. He had already killed Hu Donglai. If he killed all these people, it would probably cause a huge shock. Lin Xian said that ordinary princes and princesses could be punished. However, he couldn't let off a single person from the third elder's family. He couldn't let off the people brought by the eldest princess either. As for the eldest princess, a cold look appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. I will cripple her cultivation and make her a cripple for the rest of her life. Also, didn't the divine empress use poison to frame us? Then let the eldest princess be poisoned and let them have a taste of being poisoned. Hearing this, Qian Bai and Qing Feng were excited. However, Xianxia still frowned. Wasn't it too risky? Lin Xian smiled. It's fine. Do you know this place? This is actually an illusory world. Those who enter are all souls. In this world, I am the master. After I punish these people, I will change their soul memories. When they go out, they will not remember that it was us who did it. I will design that Hu Donglai coveted the first princess's beauty and wanted to secretly harm her. The first princess counterattacked and both of them were injured. This way, we will have nothing to do. And I will also change the memories of others. This way, others can testify. As for those people outside, don't worry. I have already used the 1,000 blue smoke to block everything. Those people will not know what happened here. As expected, Lin Xian killed all the enemies. Then, he began to change the memories of these people. At the same time, outside Linglong Valley, some guards' eyes flickered. After such a long time, why was there no sign of action in the valley? Should they go take a look? Someone asked. However, another person said. Forget it, let's wait for the first princess's signal. If we go in rashly, we will ruin the plan. If the first princess is angry, none of us can bear the consequences. These people did not go in. They did not know what was really happening in Linglong Valley. On the other side, Lin Xian changed the memories of these people. Then, he put away the dream leaf. In the next moment, everyone's soul returned to their bodies. Their bodies trembled, revealing a look of confusion. But soon, they began to scream. Hu Donglai was actually so bold, kill him, first princess, are you alright? Screams rang out one after another. Lin Xian also removed the 1,000 blue smoke. When those people outside heard it, they instantly rushed over. When they saw the scene in the valley, they were about to go crazy. The first princess seemed to be seriously injured and on the verge of death. And Hu Donglia's side was completely killed. Not a single person was alive. Damn it, what was going on? Third Elder's family also had many experts. Each of them roared at the sky. They stared at Lin Xian and the others. Damn brat, you dare to kill our young master. We will fight it out with you. Eldest princess, the people here were even more crazy. What was going on? Could it be that this human kid was the one who did it? Why didn't they notice it before? However, 2 female princesses beside the first princess said, quick, kill the 3 elders. They dare to touch the first princess. What? The surrounding people went crazy when they heard that. The first princess also opened her eyes. She was extremely weak. She said that my cultivation had been crippled and that I had been poisoned. It's all Hu Donglai, kill them for me, what's going on? Was it really Xianxia who did it? The guards were stunned at first, but after receiving the order, they immediately rushed over. They were fighting with the people from Third Elder's family. The battle broke out, and the movement here was very terrifying. It instantly alarmed the other people in the imperial city. Quite a few elders rushed over. All of you, stop. They suppressed everything. When they found out about this, their faces turned ugly. Hu Donglai was dead, the eldest princess had been crippled and poisoned, the matter had really blown up. Sure enough, the three elders had personally sent people over. An elder, with a supreme aura, enveloped the entire world. In an instant, he stared at Lin Xian and Xianxia. Lin Xian felt that his body had been penetrated. With a cold snort, the great dragon sword spirit in his body circulated to destroy this power. Who was it that killed my grandson? The three elders were about to go crazy. The experts behind him roared as well. Kill this human kid. They roared. Xianxia stood out. Third elder, have you gone senile? It was clearly Hu Donglai who plotted against my eldest sister, but he was killed instead. How can you blame it on us? A figure also came from the imperial city. He brought many guards with him. The leader was a middle-aged man. He was the divine empress' younger brother, called Red Fox Saint. When he arrived, his face was also cold. What was going on, they began to ask. In the end, the princes, princesses, and the descendants of the other elders all said the same thing. After Hu Donglai drank, he was disrespectful to the first princess and even wanted to forcefully attack her. In the end, they fought. It caused the current scene. Impossible. After hearing this, the people of the third elder's family screamed. They didn't believe it. This was completely different from what they had imagined. However, with so many princes and princesses as witnesses, they couldn't do anything. In the end, this matter reached the depths of the imperial palace. Even the Holy King and Divine Empress were alarmed. The situation became incomparably delicate. The Divine Empress was furious and prepared to attack. The three elders had no choice but to completely rely on the Holy King and plead for leniency. Lin Xian looked at this scene and sneered. They still dared to plot against him. Now, with just a little trick, he could make these people miserable. Xianxia was also in a good mood. After returning, she was happy for 3 days. Then, she said, next is the Qingqiu sacrificial ceremony. After entering, we don't have to hold back anymore. Because it was very dangerous inside, the probability of dying was very high. Finally, there was no need to hold back. Lin Xian's eyes also emitted a cold light. To be honest, he could have killed all these people before. However, there was a divine empress here after all. The terror of the Holy King still made him feel lingering fear. Therefore, he still had to hold back. However, once he entered Qingqiu Cave, even the Holy King couldn't do anything. Next would be his battlefield. However, Lin Xian was a human. It would be very difficult for him to enter Qingqiu Cave. As expected, when Xianxia brought up this matter, basically everyone was against it. No one supported it. Whether it was the princes and princesses of the imperial family or the 10 elders, all of them were against it. When Lin Xian heard this news, he frowned. Was there no other way? Xianxia said there was another way, but it was a little risky. That was to be the prince consort of the Qingqiu tribe. This way, he would be one of them. Being the prince consort? That's good too. Lin Xian smiled. I won't lose out anyway. Xianxia blushed. You've been thinking about this for a long time. Then, she brought up this request. The entire Qingqiu world was shocked. The young geniuses all went crazy. Xianxia had a sweetheart? Damn it, they couldn't accept this. One had to know that everyone wanted to marry Xianxia. That way, they could reach the top in one step. But now, it was done by a human, they couldn't accept it. In an instant, the outside of Xianxia's territory was filled with people. Many people threatened to kill Lin Xian. Those elders and experts also snorted coldly. Even those princesses sneered. This Xianxia is really a disgrace. She actually wants to marry a human. What a joke. She is a disgrace to the Fox clan. Cold laughter could be heard. Lin Xian also came out of seclusion. You want to challenge me? Come at me together. He immediately let the people outside out. Boom 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 soon, these people were all sent flying while vomiting blood. They were all terrified. Lin Xian snorted coldly. If you want to die, continue. However, he still underestimated these people. On the second day, a large group of young geniuses came. It was the same on the third day. This gave him a headache. Xianxia was very happy. "How is it, Prince Consort? Now you know the pressure." Lin Xian smiled. "Isn't it all because of you? I have to think of a good idea. I will release the news that the next challenge will be a life and death battle. I have to see how crazy these people can be." As expected, when the news of the life and death battle spread, the world was in an uproar. "Damn it. This kid is too arrogant, that's right. How dare he be so arrogant in our territory? Kill him," these people roared crazily. However, no one dared to accept the challenge easily. After all, Lin Xian had beaten too many people out. They also knew that he should be a genius who could fight above his level. His strength was extraordinary. "Humph, what genius? I will kill him and marry the saintess." On this day, a man in a red robe released the news that he was going to have a life and death battle with Lin Xian. It was actually the Red Fox young marquis. Exclamations could be heard. Lin Xian laughed after hearing it. "Someone is courting death." Xianxia frowned. The person who accepted the challenge was called Hongtu Tian. His identity was not ordinary. His father was the Red Fox Saint, the younger brother of the Divine Empress. He was equivalent to the Divine Empress' nephew. "Damn it. Those people want to marry me." Impossible, since he is the Divine Empress' nephew, there is no need to hold back. When the news of the challenge spread, the world was in an uproar. On this day, an arena was set up outside the imperial city. People from all over the world came to watch the battle. After all, marrying a saintess was an event that would shock the entire world. They had no choice but to be cautious. Young warriors from all over the world had set off, and the experts from the imperial city had also arrived. Similarly, Hongtu Tian arrived in a grandiose manner. He brought a long saber with him as he stepped onto the arena. His gaze swept around. Where was that human? He must be afraid of little Marquis's reputation. I guess he wouldn't dare to come. That's right, who does that brat think he is? How could he be a match for the young Marquis? The people around him began to fawn over him. Hongtu Tian was very satisfied after hearing this. He raised his head and said, "Forget it, I will wait for him for half a day." If he didn't show up after half a day, he would automatically forfeit. In less than half a day, Lin Xian, Xianxia, and the others arrived an hour later. The two of them stood side by side like immortals descending from the sky, making countless people envious. Damn it, he actually got together with the Holy Maiden. Damn it, catch him and kill him. Their eyes turned red. Hongtu Tian wore a green veil on his face today, which made him look even more mysterious. Hongtu Tian's eyes also turned red after seeing this. He must win today's match. Thinking of this, his eyes exploded with an extremely cold murderous intent. You must be that sword maniac, come and die. No hurry, it's a battle of life and death. First, sign a life and death contract, lest the residents of the saint act shamelessly. Lin Xian took out a scroll. Do you think I will lose? What a joke. Hongtu Tian was very confident in himself. Then, he quickly signed the life and death contract. Lin Xian placed the life and death contract above the 9 heavens. In the battle of life and death were up to fate. This time, the judges were the elders of the imperial family. There were saint kings and saint empresses respectively. The two elders stood in the sky, and with a command, the battle began. Go to hell, brat. Watch my berserker saber technique, Hongtu Tian sneered and unsheathed his long saber. Endless blood-colored laws danced between heaven and earth. This saber could kill a peak minor saint. As expected of the young Marquis, his strength was indeed strong. That was because, except for a few minor saints, no one was a match for the young Marquis. Cheers rang out one after another. In their opinion, Lin Xian was dead for sure. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. In the next moment, he pulled out a battle sword and slashed forward. Sky Splitter Sword, it was also one of the top supernatural powers of Longhu Mountain. With a slash of the sword, heaven and earth fell apart. In the void, a large crack spread and directly penetrated Hongtu Tian's body. Buzz, Lin Xian sheathed his long sword, and Han Tu Tian's body was torn into pieces. Clang, the long saber fell to the ground. Everyone was stunned. Was he dead, killed with a single slash? Impossible. The experts of the Saint Mansion instantly rushed up and found that Han Tu Tian's astral soul had been destroyed, and there was no way to save him. Damn it, how dare you attack, how dare you kill the young Marquis? After killing him, many people rushed up in an instant. The others were also stunned. To be honest, they didn't believe it at all. One had to know that the saber could kill a peak minor saint, but he was still killed in an instant. What kind of strength did this person have? At this moment, they looked at Lin Xian with horror. Boom, in the sky, an elder waved his hand, and a ray of light shot down, blocking the people of the Saint Mansion. Lin Xian also sneered. What's wrong? Can't afford to lose, I've already guessed it. The life and death contract is still above the 9 heavens. Are you all blind? Damn it. The people of the Saint Mansion were so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. The news spread quickly. When the Red Fox Saint received the news, he immediately rushed over. Go to hell, kid, he didn't say anything and directly attacked Lin Xian. The elder sent out another saber. Red Fox Saint, you've crossed the line. The life and death contract is here. Don't be unreasonable. He was sent by the Saint ruler, so he naturally had to side with Xianxia. What? Are you trying to deny it? The whole world is watching. How can you deny it? Lin Xian sneered. He had spread the news and invited all the geniuses to come and watch the battle just for this moment. As expected, the people around him started to discuss. Although I'm not happy with this human, he's not wrong. After the life and death contract is signed, it's up to fate. If you're not strong enough, you deserve to be killed. The Red Fox Saint is too overbearing. Does he only allow his son to win and not allow him to lose? Why did he sign the life and death contract if he's not strong enough? Discussions broke out one after another. The Red Fox Saint's face became extremely ferocious. Kid, just you wait. He roared and left with his people. However, he wouldn't let Lin Xian go. The news of Lin Xian killing Han Tu Tian in an instant had spread across the world. Countless people were shocked. At this point, no one dared to provoke him anymore. After all, unless a Saint Venerable made a move, it would be difficult for anyone to defeat him. In the end, Lin Xian also received a spot for the Green Hill sacrificial ceremony. Now, he only needed to wait 3 months for the ceremony to begin. A human? Interesting. The 9th prince narrowed his eyes and smiled as he looked at the report in his hand. I didn't expect my 7th sister to be able to find such an interesting opponent. I really hope to meet him in Green Hill Cave. On the other side, the 1st prince, 3rd prince, and 6th prince were gnashing their teeth. They gathered around the Divine Empress. Mother, don't worry. This brat doesn't know what's good for him. We'll deal with him personally when we get to Green Hill Cave. Uncle, don't worry too. We'll avenge our cousin. It was obvious that the Divine Empress was planning something. Once they entered, no one would be able to protect them. They could attack mercilessly. It was the same for the 3rd elder. The other elders were also planning something. After all, this was too important to them. Especially the princes. Once they successfully returned, their strength would increase tremendously. They might even become the 9-tailed crown prince. Time flew by. Finally, the day of the Green Hill sacrificial ceremony arrived. At this moment, the entire Green Hill planet was excited. They burned incense and bathed in it. From the moment the sun rose, they kept praying towards the distance. At the same time, the imperial city of the Green Hill Star was even more lively, with all sorts of great Dao auras flying about. Dazzling lights shone in the sky and danced between heaven and earth. The princes, imperial grandsons, and the descendants of the elders were all there. All of them had respectful expressions. It wasn't just the young disciples. The elders were there as well. Even the 10 elders and the elites of the royal family were there. The Divine Emperor and Divine Empress also had solemn expressions. Lin Xian, Xianxia, and the others stood in the crowd. Their eyes were shining. It's finally going to open. Lin Xian took a deep breath. I wonder what's so special about this legendary Green Hill Cave. The entire ceremony lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. On the 4th day, the Divine Emperor, Divine Empress, and the elders formed hand seals. They cut their fingers and dripped their blood onto the ground. Soon, the ground trembled and changed. A huge mountain rose in front of them, carrying with it an aura of desolation. There was a cave there, shining with light. It looked extremely mysterious. Seeing this, the nine-tailed tribe was all excited. Green Hill Cave had finally appeared. Lin Xian also took a deep breath. Golden light flickered in his eyes as he attempted to investigate Xianxia Cave. However, he discovered that the multicolored light above Green Hill Cave cut off all probing. Not to mention him, even the Sage King couldn't find out what was inside. Only by walking in would they know. Green Hill Cave had opened. Those who are preparing to enter, step forward now. Following the sage ruler's command, countless young disciples stepped forward. This time, there were nearly 300 participants. It could be said that this was a very small number compared to the entire world. But thinking about it, those who could enter Green Hill Cave were the top geniuses of this world. Furthermore, their identities and bloodlines were definitely extraordinary. There were very few people like Lin Xian, who participated as a human. The Green Hill Cave is the birthplace of our nine-tailed tribe. It contains the secrets of our ancestors. Although it contained great opportunities, it was also extremely dangerous. If anyone wanted to withdraw now, it was still not too late. The Saint King asked again, but no one backed out. After all, this was a chance for them to advance by leaps and bounds. Alright, in that case, let's prepare to enter. After waiting for an incense stick's time, the light in front of them gradually intertwined to form the illusion of a nine-tailed fox. Its tails danced in different directions, forming countless divine bridges that connected the ground and the cave. Alright, we can begin. Hearing this, those people began to move. Lin Xian was among them. He stepped onto a divine bridge and flew towards Xianxia Cave. Looking at the disappearing figures of those people, the Saint Empress smiled. It seemed that she was very confident this time. On the other side, the third elder's face was cold. The Red Fox Saint was also filled with killing intent. To be honest, they didn't believe what had happened in Linglong Valley. Therefore, they suspected that it was done by Xianxia and that human. Previously, they couldn't do anything outside. But now that they were in Green Hill Cave, they would have to rely on their strength. The surrounding people were extremely excited. In the blink of an eye, they realized that the surrounding light had dimmed. They were no longer in the Imperial City, but in a cave. This cave was much bigger than they had imagined. It seemed like there was another world. There was a passageway in front of them, and it was surrounded by mysterious laws. It seemed like this was just the entrance. With the prince leading the way, they moved quickly. Let's go too. Lin Xian and Qin Xianer also walked forward. This time, Qian Bai and Qing Feng didn't enter. They were still young. The group moved quickly towards the passageway in front of them. However, at this moment, there was a tremor in front of them. The entire ground began to shake. Everyone couldn't stand steadily and almost fell. How could it be? These people were extremely terrifying geniuses. Weaklings wouldn't be able to come here. However, the tremor made them so embarrassed. What was in front of them? The next moment, they saw a black figure walk over and block their path. How could it be? When these people saw this scene, their eyeballs instantly popped out. They looked as if they had seen a ghost. The black figure that appeared in front of them was none other than a fox. However, its body was shriveled, as if it was just skin and bones. That wasn't the most shocking thing. What was shocking was that it had 8 tails behind it. That was simply too inconceivable. One must know that although they were all members of the nine-tailed clan, not everyone had 9 tails. The tails represented strength and talent. For example, Hu Donglai from before had 6 tails. That meant that his talent was extremely powerful. However, when compared to Qin Xianer, he was still somewhat lacking. That was because Qin Xianer had 7 tails. That was also the reason why Qin Xianer was able to become the saintess. Her talent and bloodline were simply too great. If nothing unexpected happened, it wouldn't be an issue for someone like her to become a saintess in the future. Generally speaking, most princesses and princes would have 5 tails. The top ones would have 6 tails. Those with 7 tails could be said to be extremely rare. Yet, the fox before them actually had 8 tails. It was simply unbelievable. Exactly who was it when it was alive? Thinking about it, it was definitely their ancestor. But, why would it be there? Was it alive or dead? They didn't know any of that. The demon fox in front stood there. Suddenly, a terrifying light burst out from his eyes. The next moment, it raised its claws and extended them forward. Heaven and earth shattered. That attack was so terrifying that it caused everyone to tremble. Retreat! The people around them screamed. They couldn't believe that the one blocking their way was so powerful. These people retreated, but they were still hit by the energy shockwave of the palm. Many of them vomited blood. Damn it, it's so powerful. Some of the princes and princesses were injured, and the other geniuses looked terrible too. Is this Green Hill Cave? As soon as they entered, they met an 8-tailed fox. Who knew how terrifying it would be inside? Lin Xian and Xianxia also retreated. They were equally shocked. Lin Xian frowned. Interesting. At this moment, someone said coldly, "Don't be afraid, he's already dead. I guess he's guarding this passage. This is a test for us. We can only continue if we pass it." Everyone turned around and saw that the one who spoke was a very handsome man. Behind him, there was also an illusion of 7 tails. The 9th prince, many people exclaimed. Among the princes, he was one of the top. Lin Xian looked over and was equally shocked. He saw strange green ripples flickering in the 9th prince's eyes. Obviously, he was using an eye technique that could see through everything. Indeed, at this moment, another person stood out. This person was wearing armor and was also extraordinary. He was the 1st prince. The 9th prince was on the Sage King's side, while the 1st prince was on the Sage Queen's side. He said that if everyone worked together, they could definitely make it through. With the 2 top princes taking the lead, the others also calmed down. Yes, there were more than 300 of them. Even if the opponent was an 8-tailed fox, so what? Next, these people started to attack. They attacked quickly. Lin Xian and Xianxia did the same. They turned into a stream of light. The 8-tailed fox in front roared at the sky. Its huge tail kept changing until it was 1,000 feet long. It danced between heaven and earth. It was extremely powerful. One had to admit that this beast was really too powerful. Even with 300 top geniuses attacking together, they couldn't break through in a short time. Instead, they were beaten up by the 8 tails. However, the people on the 9-tailed fox's side were also gritting their teeth. They were all geniuses. They were usually high and mighty, but now they were being suppressed. Naturally, it was a crazy counterattack. Lin Xian and Xianxia were calm and collected. They were completely capable of dodging such an attack. In fact, Lin Xian himself had a way to get past it. However, he didn't want to leave just yet. Because he wanted to follow these people and see what was so special about Green Hill Cave. However, within the crowd, there were people whose eyes flashed with a cold light. Since we won't be able to cross over for a while, why don't we deal with our biggest problem first? Some people stared at Xianxia and Lin Xian, their eyes shining with a terrifying light. The young marquis was killed by him. Let's go take revenge. Some people stared at Lin Xian. Since the other party dared to kill Hong Tu Tian, they would not show mercy. These people stealthily approached Lin Xian. Suddenly, they began to attack him from all directions. Kid, go to hell. Terrifying sword light danced as a sickle descended from the sky. Not good. Looking at this scene, Xianxia's face changed. She had not expected these people to act so hastily. She shouted angrily and launched a sound wave attack to interfere. As expected, those people were affected by the sound wave illusion and their bodies trembled. However, another person rushed over. It seemed that these people were determined to attack this time. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian sneered. Buzz, a golden light flashed in his eyes and swept in all directions. He directly activated his eye technique. These people's souls were pierced and they resisted with all their might. But how could they be a match for Lin Xian? Lin Xian's soul was not weaker than the sacred venerates. As expected, these people could not resist at all. Soon, a strange golden light appeared in their eyes. In the next moment, they became extremely respectful to Lin Xian. The people who had killed him had all become his puppets. Go, attack. 9 people turned into a torrent and charged forward as if they didn't care about their lives. The surrounding people were shocked. What was going on? Did these people from the Red Fox Manor want to die? Not long after, the people on the side of the 3 elders also attacked. The 8 minor saints were instantly controlled by Lin Xian, and in the end they charged forward without any regard for their own lives. These people were very fierce, so they were all torn to pieces by the 8 tails in front. Everyone also attacked faster and faster. Finally, someone escaped. The first to go were the 9th prince and the 1st prince. The 3rd prince, the 5th princess, and the others also charged over. When Lin Xian and Xianxia saw this scene, they also said, "Let's go." The 2 of them also rose into the air. The 2 of them used their divine abilities to dodge the 8 tails attack. Throughout the entire process, they were not injured at all. Moreover, Lin Xian also used his eye technique to kill a group of people. Next, more and more people went over. Of course, there were also some people who couldn't pass. Some were killed, while others chose to retreat out of fear. In the process, about 50 people were trapped. The people who came over also sighed. They didn't expect that just an entrance would cause them to suffer such heavy losses. However, it had nothing to do with them. They had to continue going down. At this moment, someone looked over with a hint of surprise. "7th sister, you're really surprising." The 5th princess walked over with a smile. The 1st prince's expression was also cold. He stared at Lin Xian. "How can a mere human come in? I advise you to stop. Otherwise, you'll die if you go any further." "First prince?" Lin Xian looked at him and smiled. "I'll also give you a reminder. The 1st princess has been crippled and poisoned. You'd better not follow in her footsteps. So, my advice to you is to get out of here quickly. You can still save your life. If you go any further, I'm afraid you'll end up worse than the 1st princess." "What did you say?" The 1st prince was furious when he heard that. He took a step forward, and the aura on his body instantly erupted. To be honest, the 1st princess incident made him extremely angry. The 1st princess being crippled was worse than being killed. Moreover, she was poisoned. His mother was so angry that she was about to vomit blood. That was their scar, and they didn't allow others to mention it. But now, this human was acting so recklessly. "Humph, I'll get rid of you now." The 1st prince slashed out with his saber, shattering the void. Lin Xian snorted coldly, not afraid at all. He used stellar transposition, and the saber light instantly turned around and attacked the 5th princess. The 5th princess was shocked and quickly retreated. A strand of hair floated down. The 5th princess' face was pale. The saber attack just now had almost cut her in half. What's going on? When the others saw this scene, they frowned. Wasn't this attack aimed at the human youth? Lin Xian also smiled. It seems that you really can't take it anymore. Are you going to kill your own people? You, the 1st prince's expression changed. There was indeed something wrong with you, brat. Were you trying to frame me just now? The 5th princess was furious. She was almost seriously injured just now. Lin Xian glanced at her and sneered. "Who do you think you are? Are you worthy of being framed by me?" Scram, the surrounding people were stunned. The 5th princess was so angry that she stomped her feet. What was going on? How dare this human be so arrogant? They didn't know that Lin Xian was wary of the 2 sage kings. But now, they were all from the younger generation. Lin Xian didn't have any qualms. If they provoked him, he would send them to hell. "7th sister, your friend is too unruly." The 5th princess looked at Xianxia and gritted her teeth. Xianxia smiled. He didn't follow the rules. "Are you angry? If you're angry, then fight him to the death. Even if you tell me, it's useless. I can't control him either." Hearing this, the people on the Divine Empress side were furious. Damn it. He's doing it on purpose. Even the ninth prince frowned slightly. He also felt that Lin Xian was too arrogant. However, he didn't say anything. After all, Lin Xian was now the enemy of the Divine Empress. He could watch from the sidelines and watch the tigers fight. Buzz, at this moment, a series of footsteps came from the front, causing everyone to be stunned. Many people felt their hair stand on end. There was someone inside. Who was it? They looked over and realized that they were all together. Other than them, no one else had entered. Then who was inside? Was there anyone alive in Green Hill Cave? Lin Xian frowned. His eyes flickered as he looked forward. In the next moment, he felt a strange force that bounced his gaze back. He quickly retracted his ocular technique. How strange. The first prince, the ninth prince, and the others also felt the same impact. Their faces turned pale. They couldn't detect it. It seemed that they could only wait. The footsteps were very low. Soon, a figure appeared in front of them. The princes all widened their eyes. An old man walked out from the front. He also had 8 tails behind his back. Furthermore, the clothes he was wearing were extremely ancient. Xianxia was also surprised. She had seen such ancient clothes in ancient books. They were clothes from tens of thousands of years ago. No one was wearing it anymore, but this person was actually wearing it. Could it be that he was from tens of thousands of years ago? When Lin Xian heard this, he was shocked. This old man was indeed not ordinary. He was able to isolate himself from Lin Xian's soul probing. How could he be weak? The old man held a scepter in his hand. After he arrived, the aura he emitted caused the entire world to quiet down. You're finally here. The old man looked around, and a green light flashed in his eyes. There are actually more people than I expected. It seems that there are quite a few geniuses this time. May I know who senior is? The first prince cupped his fists and asked. The others were also puzzled. I am the messenger of Green Hill and I am here to guide you. Hearing this, the surrounding people were completely stunned. The emissary of Xianxia. Where did this person come from? Could it be that there was really someone in Green Hill Cave? They didn't know. The fifth princess said that there were still members of the nine-tailed fox clan living in Green Hill Cave. The Green Hill messenger snorted coldly, and an extremely terrifying aura emanated from him. His eyes were filled with arrogance. Who allowed you to be so unreasonable? How dare you investigate the secrets of Green Hill Cave? The fifth princess spat out a mouthful of blood. She had almost been killed. In the next moment, her scalp went numb. Spare me, I won't do it again. I'll spare your life since it's your first offense. If you continue, I'll destroy your soul. A cold voice sounded, and everyone's scalp went numb. Lin Xian also frowned. Although he didn't know the Green Hill messenger and didn't know where he came from, he had seen the same look in his eyes before. Back on planet Tianming, the bronze messenger had the same look in his eyes. It was arrogant, as if he didn't care about them at all. Previously, Lin Xian thought that it was the difference in cultivation that brought about this kind of condescension. But after learning some of the bronze messenger's secrets, he felt that it wasn't the case. The origins of these people were very likely to be completely different from the two-star realm. Could it be that there was an even more terrifying secret behind Green Hill Cave? He didn't know. At this moment, the Green Hill messenger looked at Lin Xian and suddenly froze. Why was there a human here? His eyes were filled with a hint of sharpness. When the others saw this, they sneered. Haha, this human kid is dead for sure. That's for sure. How could he enter the territory of the Green Hill tribe? Even if the Sacred King agreed, he would definitely die now. Green Hill messenger, this is my friend. Xianxia walked out. But in the next moment, she couldn't move. The Green Hill messenger looked at her. Who do you think you are? Can your friend come in just because he's a human? Obviously, he didn't give anyone face at all. Xianxia's body trembled and she almost vomited blood. Lin Xian looked at her and shook his head slightly. Obviously, the Green Hill messenger's strength was far above theirs. It was impossible for them to attack. Therefore, Lin Xian smiled and said, Senior, I'm here because my identity is not ordinary. As he said that, he walked forward and cast an array formation that enveloped the two of them. Identity is not ordinary. What identity does he have? A human? The Green Hill Messenger's eyes were filled with disdain. On the other hand, Lin Xian's body sounded like the roar of a dragon. It was abnormally deep. The Green Hill Messenger's pupils constricted. Dragon, you're from the dragon race. Senior, you're quite secretive. Lin Xian smiled mysteriously. Alright, since you're from the dragon race, I'll make an exception. Thank you, Senior. Lin Xian bowed, then removed the array formation and left. He came back. The surrounding people were all stunned. How is this possible? He didn't die. Damn it, what did he say? The sixth prince asked. Sir Messenger, he's a human. You should kill him or at least chase him out. Humph. The Green Hill Messenger snorted coldly and looked at the sixth prince. Since when did you make decisions for me? The surrounding people went crazy. A prince was killed just like that. Damn it, is this really their ancestor? Why is he so heartless? The others were trembling in fear and didn't dare to say anything else. Alright, follow me. Next, it's time to test you. As he said that, the Green Hill Messenger turned around and walked forward. The people behind him followed carefully. Xianxia asked carefully. How did you convince him? Lin Xian smiled mysteriously. I have my ways. The crowd walked through a long passage and didn't know where it led to. After walking for about half an hour, the Green Hill Messenger finally stopped. Alright, let's go in. There was a blurry light screen in front of him. After hearing that, the crowd took a deep breath and walked in. In the next moment, they felt that their surroundings had changed. It was no longer a flash, but a boundless mountain range. How magical. It was a hidden space. This Green Hill cave was truly too mysterious. Lin Xian squinted his eyes. He looked into the distance. It didn't seem like an illusion, but a real existence. He wondered if they were still in the second astral realm. However, Lin Xian was no stranger to this method of opening up space. Saints could do it, and as they got stronger, the space they could open up would be more perfect. In fact, they could even create a world in the future. At this moment, he frowned. The others were still watching curiously, but Lin Xian said to Xianxia to defend herself. Xianxia didn't feel any danger, but she still listened to Lin Xian. A rune appeared on her body and wrapped around her body. Lin Xian also activated his divine body. In the next moment, a wisp of faint mist flew over. Ah! Screams rang out one after another. Some of the surrounding people were instantly hit and fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth. When the others saw this scene, they exclaimed in their hearts. Not good. It's poisonous. Defend, they all activated their saint domains to defend themselves, and for a moment, they were flustered. On the other hand, Lin Xian stared into the distance. He could feel the entire void trembling. Gradually, the others also sensed what it was. They could only hope to look into the distance. Soon, the ninth prince's pupils shrank. It was a demonic beast. And it was a fox demon. Indeed, they realized that there were countless black dots in the distance, and they were all running. The aura was terrifying and boundless. At the same time, the mountain range they were in began to tremble violently. The rocks on the mountain fell, and everyone flew into the air. Only then did they realize that this wasn't a mountain range. It was also a demonic beast. Its body was huge like a mountain, and no one knew how long it had been asleep. Trees grew on its body, and it became a mountain range. Now that it had come back to life, it was truly earth-shattering. Roar! Roars rang out, and a terrifying demonic aura filled the sky. Everyone was fleeing frantically at this moment. Lin Xian and Xianxia also transformed into streaks of light and flew away. At this moment, a voice rang out between heaven and earth. Those who could endure for 3 days in there and survive would be considered to have passed this round. This was the voice of the messenger. Everyone couldn't care less anymore. Damn it, this old guy didn't say anything before he came, and now he actually made them so passive. Weng, a demonic beast transformed from a 10,000 zhang tall mountain, opened its mouth, forming a vortex that enveloped Lin Xian and the 4 people around him. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He punched through the void and escaped. As for the others, only 3 of them managed to escape. The rest were all swallowed up. All sorts of screams rang out, and Lin Xian felt his scalp go numb. They were all top-notch geniuses, but now, they had fallen so heartlessly. This method was too ruthless. Let's split up first, Xianxia transmitted. After all, this place was too chaotic. It was impossible for the 2 of them to meet. Lin Xian nodded, then rose into the air and flew into the distance. His speed was extremely fast, and he avoided those terrifying demonic foxes, arriving at a safe place. He heaved a sigh of relief. Damn it, this place was much more dangerous than he had imagined. The others had also escaped, and the demonic beasts were chasing after them. However, the few demonic beasts didn't leave at all. Later, Lin Xian realized that they were all chained up, and it was obvious that they were trapped here. They could only sleep or go berserk, but they couldn't leave this place. A day later, an earth-shattering sound rang out in the distance again. When Lin Xian heard it, he frowned. Could it be that someone had gone to provoke those demonic beasts again? He used his eye technique and looked over. As expected, he saw the crown prince escaping in a pathetic state. There was a fan on his body that protected him. Otherwise, he would have died long ago. This crown prince was really courting death, Lin Xian sneered. But suddenly, he froze. Wait, something wasn't right. This crown prince wouldn't be so stupid. He was obviously plotting something. Lin Xian carefully realized that these demonic beasts were guarding a skeleton. Could it be the skeleton of a real 9-tailed beast? Lin Xian was too shocked. He felt that there should be some secrets in it. So, he prepared to go. Of course, he wouldn't fight these demonic beasts head-on. He had the great dragon sword soul, and he immediately used it to simulate everything. He changed his aura to the same as the demonic beasts. At the same time, 9 tails appeared and he walked forward. To be honest, he was also nervous. He didn't know if he could deceive those demonic beasts. When the demonic beasts saw someone walking over, they immediately roared. However, when they saw Lin Xian's 9 tails and sensed the demonic fox aura on Lin Xian's body, they were puzzled. In the next moment, they actually laughed. Lin Xian's hair stood on end as he watched. The 10,000-foot-tall demonic beast revealed a sinister smile. It made one's scalp tingle. However, he still had to pretend to be calm. He continued to walk forward. It seemed that the great dragon sword soul was effective. Sure enough, he arrived here safely. When the crown prince was escaping, he saw this scene and his eyes almost popped out. A human was actually not attacked. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He was the genius of the royal family. But he was almost killed. And a human was actually able to pass through safely. Was this really the ancestral land of the Qingqiu clan? Why did it feel like it was the territory of humans? The 9th prince naturally saw it too. The other princes were also paying close attention. Even Xianxia was shocked. She felt that it was too unbelievable. Lin Xian didn't care at all. After he arrived safely, he began to look at the skeleton in front of him. This wasn't an ordinary skeleton. It was really the skeleton left behind by a 9-tailed beast. Lin Xian obtained a trace of the 9-tailed beast's inheritance from it. This made him wild with joy. Because there were some techniques and keys to breaking through to the Holy Venerate realm. These were all precious experiences that Lin Xian needed the most right now. If he had these things, his chances of breaking through would be greatly increased. More importantly, there was an inner core in it. One could imagine the power contained in it. Lin Xian picked it up and swallowed it on the spot. He knew that if he took it out, he would definitely be hunted down endlessly. So, he might as well eat it now and increase his strength. When the crown prince, 5th princess, 9th prince and the others saw this scene, their eyes turned red. This was something left behind by their ancestor. It was prepared for them. If they ate it, their strength would definitely increase. They might even be able to increase their cultivation by a few hundred years. But now, it just had to benefit a human. Damn it. They absolutely couldn't let him have his way. The crown prince rushed over. The 9th prince thought for a moment and also rushed over. The pagoda in the crown prince's hand bobbed up and down. He also held a treasured saber and waved it around. The ninth prince had a painting and a set of armor on his body. They were both extremely terrifying sacred weapons. As the top princes, they had a lot of resources and all of them took out top treasures. However, it was useless. The few greater demons roared and swept their tails, sending the two of them flying. The crown prince spat out blood and gritted his teeth. The others had originally wanted to give it a try. However, when they saw this scene, they gave up on it. Damn it, when he comes out, we'll catch him and suck his blood dry. It's still effective. These people gritted their teeth. Lin Xian sat down and ate the inner core. There was a strong demonic aura on it, but he couldn't care less now. He used the great dragon sword soul to destroy it while using the longevity art to absorb it. The absorption lasted for 3 days. After 3 days, everyone was teleported out and returned to the cave. Damn kid, go to hell. Seeing that Lin Xian was still absorbing, the crown prince was enraged and slashed at him. However, this time a cold snort came from the void. The blade light shattered and the crown prince retreated. At the next moment, he came back to his senses. The person standing in front of him was the cold and emotionless envoy of the Nine Tails. He hurriedly said, "I didn't react. I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again." The envoy of the Nine Tails snorted and looked at everyone. Then, he stared at Lin Xian and frowned. This kid was strange. However, he didn't say anything. Instead, he said, "Very good, you guys have successfully passed this round. Follow me next." Everyone rose into the air and there were more than 100 people left. Now, there were only close to 100 people who had passed the first round. They didn't know how many people would pass in the end. Xianxia looked at this scene and sighed. She also transformed into a tail and wrapped it around Lin Xian and walked forward. It couldn't be helped. Lin Xian was still cultivating. This guy was so bold that he dared to cultivate in this place. Soon, they came to the second place. There was also a light screen in front of him. The envoy of Green Hill said, "There are no more restrictions. It's up to you how far you can go. Alright, let's go in now." At this point, a formation appeared in front of him. Everyone walked up to it. Xianxia led Lin Xian onto the formation as well. In the next moment, light flickered. When Xianxia reappeared, she took out the Joyous Union bell to defend herself. She heaved a sigh of relief when she realized that there were no enemies around. From the looks of it, this teleportation array could teleport people anywhere. That's great. Otherwise, it would be troublesome for her to bring this fellow along if they were surrounded. She turned her head and glanced at Lin Xian. Seeing that Lin Xian was still absorbing, Xianxia shook her head helplessly. It seemed like he had no choice but to bring him along. 2 days later, Xianxia frowned. There was actually someone blocking her path. Furthermore, to her surprise, it was not someone from their nine-tailed clan. Instead, it was another monstrous beast. How could this be? This was not their Green Autumn Cave. Only the people of the Green Hill clan should be able to enter. Of the others, only Lin Xian had entered. But now, to think that he would meet with other members of the demon race. This was way too unbelievable. How did these people get in? Were they originally from this world? Very good. And they're from the Nine-Tailed clan. Our luck is really good. When the two figures in front of her saw this, they smiled. Both of them were emanating a monstrous aura. It was impossible to tell what race they were from. However, the information was unusually strong. One of them reached out and grabbed at the front. Xianxia scoffed coldly. The Joyous Union bell shook and a sound wave attack rushed out. That person hugged his head and screamed. Damn it. She knew soul attacks. Catch her, do it. The other person spat out a blue bead that floated above his head. Then, his face turned ferocious. In a flash, he appeared before Xianxia. To think that he had someone else with him. Do you think that you can escape from our hands with a piece of trash? You're too naive. Boom, boom. Xianxia executed her mystic skills and fought with him. Her jade-like hands slapped out with extremely strong soul attacks. To be honest, Xianxia was also a genius on the pilgrim role. She was extremely strong. Furthermore, she was attacking with her full strength. However, to her surprise, the two of them were not weak either. They were both on the pilgrim roll. What kind of person was this? However, on second thought, they must be extraordinary to be able to come here. At the thought of this, she snorted coldly and activated her nine-tailed bloodline. At the same time, she took out her zither and played it forward. Buzz, heavenly music filled the air and the great Tao intertwined, tearing one of them apart. The other person was also hit by her eye technique and his soul was shattered. Humph, Xianxia snorted coldly. She did not expect that this battle would consume so much of her energy. It seemed that she had to be more careful in the future. How dare you kill one of our people? At this moment, someone flew over quickly from afar. Lightning surged on their bodies. Following this, 4 figures descended from the sky. When they saw this scene, their faces were extremely cold. Nine-tailed fox clan? Humph, they were courting death. Xianxia frowned. What terrifying lightning. Could it be the Thunder Sky Sparrow clan? They were also a terrifying mutated species that had been passed down since ancient times. How could they come here? What was this place? Buzz, boom, boom. At this moment, the ground shattered and the sky sank. Terrifying figures appeared on the mountain path. The aura on their bodies was abnormally terrifying. Even Xianxia's face changed. What a terrifying power. Xianxia's soul attack was an illusion and her physique was not strong. At this moment, she summoned a set of armor to protect her body. Boom, 3 huge figures appeared around her. They were like huge mountains. When the Thunder Sky Sparrow saw this, he frowned slightly. The immemorial Bull clan. When the 3 powerful beings arrived, they stared at Xianxia. Their eyes were burning with passion. 7 tails. What a pure bloodline. Just nice to bring back. The 3 of them looked cold. Damn it. Aren't you afraid of the nine-tailed fox clan's revenge? Xianxia's face was cold. In this place, life and death were up to fate. No one could interfere. Even if we did it, the nine-tailed clan wouldn't know. Oh, it's really lively. At this moment, a voice sounded. The Thunder Sky Sparrow clan and the immemorial Bull clan turned around and frowned. Are there more nine-tailed clan members here? Xianxia was originally happy. But when she heard this voice, her face changed. He cursed inwardly. Not good. The person who came was the 5th princess. She was on the side of the Saint Empress. Indeed, the 5th princess came with 3 figures. After she arrived, she chuckled. Don't worry, I'm not here to save her. I'm here to help you guys. My 7th sister has an extraordinary bloodline. Furthermore, she's an expert in soul illusions. If you fight with her, I'm afraid your soul will suffer a great impact. However, I can help you block the soul attack. In fighting? The people from the Thunder Sky Sparrow clan and the Primordial Yak clan laughed when they saw this. Indeed, they were wary of Xianxia's soul attack before, but they had nothing to worry about now. Alright, thank you, fairy. The 5th princess nodded. Then, she and the 3 people behind her attacked together. Phantoms of the 9-tailed demon fox appeared on their bodies. They stood in 4 different directions and formed a huge illusion array that enveloped the entire area. Let's start. We'll help you block the soul attack. As the 5th princess finished speaking, the 4 experts from the Thunder Sky Sparrow clan roared. Lightning flashed on their bodies and lit up the entire area. They rushed over quickly. Xianxia's expression changed. She instantly moved the joyous bell to block the attack. At the same time, the 5th princess and the others also activated the array to weaken the sound wave attack. In the next moment, the 4 experts from the Thunder Sky Sparrow clan were already in front of Xianxia. 4 thunderbolts appeared in their hands and they wanted to envelop her. Xianxia was like a ghost. She dodged quickly. She dodged the attack. At the same time, she waved her hand. Endless laws gathered and formed a black hole that guided all the thunderbolts into it. Only then did she dodge the attack. Interesting. I didn't expect you to be so strong. The 4 experts from the Thunder Sky Sparrow clan were surprised. It seemed like she was indeed a top genius. Boom. At this moment, 3 horrifying voices rang out, and the terrifying power tore the void apart. Xianxia felt the space around her tighten. It was as if she was being suppressed. Not good. The primordial Yak clan experts have attacked. She didn't resist the attack. Instead, she dodged the attack with her ethereal body. At the same time, the joyous bell shook and released a heavenly sound. The sound wave attack strongly interfered with the souls of these people. Roar. The people from the primordial Yak clan roared to the sky and used sound waves to fight back. At this moment, the 5th princess and the others also attacked crazily. The phantoms of the demon fox covered the sky and attacked Xianxia. At this moment, no matter how powerful Xianxia was, she was still suppressed. There was nothing he could do about it. The 2 ancient races were too strong, and there was also the interference of the 5th princess and the others. Moreover, he still had to protect Lin Xian. Thus, he kept retreating, and was even injured. The 5th princess was also surprised. She found it hard to believe that such a lineup could not take down the other party. Damn it, I have to get rid of him today. Xianxia's talent terrified her. She would not give him another chance to live. The fox howls to the world. The 5th princess and the others snorted coldly and quickly formed hand seals. Their bloodline power was activated madly. Each of them had an illusory figure roaring towards the sky. This cry directly impacted Xianxia's soul. Xianxia also condensed a fox phantom on her body. At the same time, she kept swaying with the bell to resist the attack. Despite fighting 1 against 4, she was still able to hold her ground. From this, one could imagine how fearsome her bloodline was. The 5th princess was extremely jealous. She roared, "Aren't you going to do it?" The experts of the Thunder Sky Sparrow and the primordial Mang Ox attacked madly. Xianxia was suppressed once again. The 5th princess said that she had brought another person to attack that guy. Humph, a sleeping guy who doesn't know what's good for him. The expert of the primordial Mang Ox snorted coldly and directly stretched out from the ground. He grabbed towards Lin Xian with one hand. At the same time, the Thunder Sky Sparrow and the other 3 slashed out 4 lightning swords. It was like a heavenly tribulation. 3 of them attacked Xianxia, and 1 attacked Lin Xian. Xianxia also wanted to win, but she was enduring more attacks than Lin Xian. She could only defend. As for Lin Xian, he was sent flying by the palm and lightning. He directly smashed into a mountain. He was just an ant, yet he was killed so easily. It was better to deal with this. The 2 experts of the primordial race ignored him. Xianxia also exclaimed. Although Lin Xian's physique was strong, he would not go berserk if he was disturbed during cultivation, right? She was extremely worried. In the mountain range, a rumbling sound could be heard. A few mountains suddenly cracked open, and a figure walked out. Lin Xian's eyes were filled with endless coldness. Who was disturbing his cultivation? In the next moment, he saw Xianxia being surrounded by so many minor saints. He immediately understood. Xianxia probably could not protect him in such a situation. Who attacked just now? Lin Xian asked coldly. He's not dead. A young man of the Thunder Sky Sparrow race was stunned. On the other side, the tall primordial Mang Ox also said. To be able to survive in my hands, it's interesting, so it's you guys. Lin Xian stared at the huge body and then threw out a punch. You're courting death. Do you dare to compete with me in strength? The primordial Mang Ox sneered and slapped its palm down. The difference between their fists was too big. Everyone even thought that Lin Xian would probably be killed instantly. Boom, an earth-shattering rumbling sound could be heard. Everyone had a cold smile on their faces. But soon, they were stunned. This was because the primordial Mang Ox expert was sent flying. Cracks appeared on its huge body. Then, it exploded into a blood mist. How is this possible? At this moment, everyone was stunned. The 5th princess was so scared that her face turned pale. That was the primordial Mang Ox tribe, which was known for its great strength and strong physique. No one dared to fight them in close combat. But now, it was destroyed by a young human with a single punch. Damn it. Kill him. The other 2 experts of the primordial Mang Ox tribe also shouted angrily. One of their fists smashed down like a heavenly hammer, while the other one pulled up two mountains and mercilessly slammed them down. Boom, boom, Lin Xian threw two punches at the sky and collided with the two experts. Another earth-shattering sound could be heard. Then, the two experts were also beaten into a blood mist. The three primordial Mang Ox experts were killed in 3 moves. This really shocked everyone. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, her face was full of shock. This guy's strength has become stronger again, let's go. The 4 experts of the Thunder Sky Sparrow tribe were horrified when they saw this scene. They did not expect the young man who had been in a deep sleep to be so terrifying. They flew up into the sky. Lin Xian stared at the 4 of them. Don't you think it's too late to leave now? He stomped his foot and turned into a ray of sword light and rushed over. Let's go. The 4 experts of the Thunder Sky Sparrow tribe also turned into lightning and flew up into the sky. As lightning-based experts, their speed was unparalleled. But in an instant, the 4 of them felt as if they had been struck by lightning. They were blocked by a ray of light. Since you attacked me, you have to bear my wrath. Go to hell. The light on Lin Xian's body was unusually cold. He is so fast that he is able to stop us. The faces of the Thunder Sky Sparrow clan's experts turned ugly. Damn it, let's fight it out with him. Lightning surrounded the 4 of them. They did not believe that Lin Fan would be able to fight against the 4 of them. Lin Xian sneered. A terrifying power surged out of his body. He raised his palm and a terrifying golden radiance lit up the entire sky. A sword slashed across the sky and split the heavens and earth apart. When the sword radiance disappeared, the bodies of the 4 Thunder Sky Sparrow clan's experts were shattered. Their souls were instantly destroyed. The 4 of them did not believe that Lin Fan could kill them in one move. How could this be possible? The 5th princess and the others were so frightened that their faces turned pale. Some of them even knelt on the ground. Lin Xian looked at them and said coldly, I spared your lives at Linglong Valley last time. How dare you act so recklessly? Since this is the case, don't blame me for not showing mercy. Lin Xian walked towards them. Quick, kill him. The 5th princess shouted angrily. She waved her hand and her tail pushed the 3 people beside her away. He then turned into a ray of light and flew into the distance. It seemed that he was going to sacrifice the lives of his teammates. The 3 of them cursed in their hearts. However, Lin Fan's sword radiance was already slashing towards them. They could only try their best to block it. However, it was useless. How could they block Lin Xian's sword radiance? The 3 geniuses of the Fox clan were also killed by Lin Fan's sword. At this time, the 5th princess had already fled far away by taking advantage of the time difference. A smile appeared on her face. Great, I've finally escaped. When I get back, I have to tell my elder brother that Lin Fan is too terrifying. I have to gather more experts. However, at this moment, she heard a dragon's roar behind her. Then, a ray of sword radiance cut across the sky. The 5th princess' body stopped in midair. Her pupils became dilated and she felt that her life was draining away. In the next moment, when she lowered her head, she realized that her body had disappeared. She had turned into a blood mist. How could this be? She had already escaped, but Lin Fan still managed to kill her. No, crack, with a shriek, her soul shattered with a loud bang. Everything was settled. Lin Xian snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, he collected their storage rings. Then, he turned to Xianxia and asked, Are you alright? Xianxia shook her head. She was fine, but she had used up too much energy. As she spoke, she swallowed the pill. At the same time, her face was filled with astonishment. You brat, what level have you reached now? To be honest, she couldn't see through him. Lin Xian said that he was still in the late Little Saint realm, and had yet to make a breakthrough. That inner core of his was equivalent to 100 years of bitter cultivation. Only 100 years? Impossible. Xianxia was shocked. Wasn't that something left behind by the 9-tailed fox? Lin Xian said, That's true, but it's been too long, so I've used up some of my energy. If it were someone from the Fox clan, if they swallowed it, it would be worth over 800 years of cultivation. But for me, it's only worth 100 years. Lin Xian also sighed. There was nothing he could do. He had too many things that required strength. However, 100 years was already enough to make him very happy. You're really heaven-defying, Xianxia was speechless. To be honest, she was also a blessed girl. She had even entered the pilgrim list long ago. But now, she realized that she couldn't compare to this rising star. The speed of his growth had far exceeded her expectations. She couldn't imagine that there was someone in the world who could cultivate like this. Let's go. The two of them soared into the sky and left this place. For the next few days, they shuttled through this space. However, on this day, a violent vibration came from afar. The energy fluctuation was very strong. Lin Xian and Xianxia both stopped in their tracks. They looked into the distance, bewildered. There might be treasures in that place. Lin Xian observed for a while and said in a deep voice. Xianxia sensed for a while and said, I can't feel the aura of the fox clan, so it shouldn't be something unique to the nine-tailed fox. But let's go and take a look. The two of them discussed for a while and then flew towards the place where the energy fluctuation came from. As they got closer, they felt that the energy fluctuation was getting stronger. In the end, even they were shocked. What was in front of them? Finally, they landed on a mountain peak and didn't continue forward. The pressure here was already very strong. Even if they wanted to go forward, they would have to use some means. Lin Xian also discovered that there were figures moving around in the surrounding mountains. They didn't seem to be alone. Some of them had extremely terrifying auras. They weren't from the nine-tailed clan. Lin Xian frowned. What in the world was going on? Wasn't this Green Hill Cave? Why were there other people? The appearance of the Thunder Sky Sparrow clan previously was already surprising to him. Xianxia shook her head. I don't know either. There are very few records about Green Hill Cave. It seems that even if we enter, there isn't any news. I wonder why. Since that was the case, it seemed that this space shouldn't be exclusive to the nine-tailed clan. Perhaps this was a space for training. If the nine-tailed clan could send their geniuses here, then other forces could do the same. At this moment, more than 20 figures soared into the sky from a mountain peak and flew forward. These people were extremely fast. Their bodies were covered in flames. It seemed that they wanted to force their way through. The others had the same thought as well. However, Lin Xian's eyes sparkled. He wanted them to scout the way first. When the 20 or so people arrived in front of them, a black claw suddenly tore through the void and fell down, covering the sky and covering the earth. It sent all of them flying. Half of them were directly turned into a bloody mist. The other half were also seriously injured and scattered all over the place. A single strike was terrifying. It was way too strong. When the surrounding people saw this, they gasped. It seemed that they couldn't head to that place easily. Some of them even found a mountain peak and sat down cross-legged to absorb the power before them. Even though it was far away, it was still better than other places. Following that, more and more people rushed over, which surprised Xianxia. Just what was up ahead, however, she had also absorbed some of it over the past few days. She felt that it was extremely beneficial for her cultivation. The pressure could even temper her body. Xianxia's body wasn't all that strong. However, she could clearly feel that her body and strength had increased over the past few days. It should be the result of the pressure. On this day, more people rushed over. They brought with them a torrential phantom of nine-tailed clan and a murderous aura. The people of the nine-tailed clan had arrived. The eyes of many people on the mountain peaks flickered. Lin Xian's side frowned slightly. The first prince had arrived with some powerful nine-tailed clan geniuses. After the crown prince arrived, his face was filled with shock. The power here was terrifying. He saw countless figures on the mountain peaks. When he saw a mountain peak, he sneered. To think that he could make it here alive. The next moment, he flew towards that mountain peak. When he arrived above the 9 heavens, he looked down. Human, your good days are over. Come over obediently, kneel down, kowtow to me and beg for mercy. I'm in a good mood and will leave your corpse intact. His voice rumbled like thunder as a terrifying killing intent filled the world. Many people were moved. This was a top-notch expert. Xianxia was surprised as well. She said that the crown prince was stronger than before. Seemed like he had some fortuitous encounters these days. Indeed, the crown prince's strength had increased again. This made him overjoyed. Now that he was going to kill this human, he would have nothing to worry about. If you want to die, come over. Otherwise, scram. Lin Xian glanced at the other party and said coldly. Who was this brat? How could he be so arrogant? A human dared to challenge the crown prince of the nine-tail race. He was truly courting death. The person beside that person should be someone from the nine-tail race as well. By the looks of it, his bloodline was extraordinary. The people on the surrounding mountain peaks whispered. Many people felt that a good show was about to begin. Courting death. Let me kill him. The sixth prince rushed over. A long spear appeared in his hand. As he danced, it turned into countless spear lights that pierced through the world. The long spear carried with it an extremely terrifying law of water, causing torrential water to drown the entire mountain peak. Lin Xian snorted coldly and punched out. With a cracking sound, the seawater in the sky exploded. The terrifying spear lights were all shattered. This attack directly broke the long spear into two halves. The sixth prince was sent flying while vomiting blood. Half of his body was shattered, so strong, the people on the surrounding mountain peaks were shocked as well. What kind of physique was that? Wasn't he too strong? Indeed, the first prince and the others were shocked as well. His physique had exceeded their expectations. The sixth prince screamed in fright and wanted to escape. However, Lin Xian said, "Stay." With a wave of his hand, the 9 suns' divine fire flew out and turned into a golden crow that charged at the sixth prince. It burned him to ashes. You actually killed old Six." The people of the nine-tailed tribe were all stunned. This was a prince, how could the other party dare to kill him? Brat, you're dead meat. The first prince gritted his teeth. Lin Xian sneered. Just like that, he couldn't take it anymore? If you dare to attack again, I'll kill all of you. Arrogant, really too arrogant. Boom. Boom, just then, countless red sword lights flashed in another part of the sky, as if it had turned into a sea of blood. The terrifying killing intent made people's scalps tingle. A group of red foxes descended. Their auras were unparalleled. The first prince smiled when he saw this. Xianxia's expression changed. Not good. They were from the Red Fox Manor. They were the people of the Red Fox Saint Venerable. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes when he saw them. Did these people come as well? On the other side, the experts from the Third Elder's clan had also arrived. The powerful appearance of the three forces completely surrounded Lin Xian. Brat, today is the day you die. These people were filled with killing intent. What did this brat do to provoke so many experts of the nine-tailed tribe? Could it be because of that woman? The people on the surrounding peaks whispered. When Lin Xian saw this, he threw his head back and roared with laughter. This was interesting. He stood up, and a sharp light burst out from his eyes. In the next moment, endless light appeared on his body, and he seemed to have turned into a god of war. He stomped his feet and soared into the sky. Buzz, in an instant, he arrived in the sky and slapped out, shrouding the experts from the Third Elder's clan. In an instant, more than 10 people were completely covered. The power on his palm, together with the aura of the divine fire, burned a part of the world. Damn it, how dare you underestimate us? The people on the Third Elder's side roared crazily and attacked with endless divine skills. However, they couldn't block it at all. When the palm landed, more than 10 people were instantly turned into blood mist. The other people were also sent flying as they vomited mouthfuls of blood. Was he that strong? The first prince and the others were shocked again. The people on the surrounding mountain peaks also shuddered. They remembered that not long ago, the black beast claw that appeared in front of them was so terrifying. What kind of physique did this person have? Could it be some super physique that was passed down from ancient times? Damn it, in the blood mist that filled the sky, a figure charged out. He held a long green saber with green flames on it that danced. His name was Hui Dao. He was an even more terrifying genius expert than Hu Donglai. He was also older than Hu Donglai, and he was the one who led the way this time. Who would have thought that they would suffer heavy losses as soon as they met? The apocalyptic saber. Hu Yidao roared angrily, and the saber light bloomed. With a supreme domineering aura, it slashed at Lin Xian like a divine path. This attack caused countless people to scream. It was too powerful. It was a good opportunity to attack together. The people from the Red Fox Manor also attacked. 16 figures held killing swords dripping with blood in their hands and rushed out. The murderous aura made people's souls tremble. Although everyone was a nine-tailed fox, they cultivated different types. For example, the third elder cultivated the fire elemental laws. As for the Red Fox Manor, they cultivated the slaughter elemental laws and had a spiritual impact. Xianxia focused on soul illusions. Of course, the common point was that the nine-tailed clan's soul illusions and speed were stronger than the other clans. Lin Xian faced the apocalyptic saber, and 16 blood-colored killing swords appeared around him. It could be said that he was in a dangerous situation again. The first prince narrowed his eyes. He probably did not need to do anything. Buzz buzz buzz. Lin Xian took a deep breath, an endless sword light surrounded his body. He activated sect returning swords, and at the same time, the Heavenly Dipper sword flew out. 36 battle swords swept across the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Boom boom. Boom boom. 16 battle swords collided with the killing swords, and the remaining battle swords attacked the apocalyptic saber. Earth-shattering collision sounds rang out, and the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Retreat quickly. The people on the surrounding mountain peaks also frantically retreated. The aftermath of the energy had already affected them. Puff puff puff, after one strike, the void was split open, and the 16 killing swords were shattered. The 16 Red Fox Manor experts were also struck between their eyebrows, and their souls were destroyed on the spot. The apocalyptic saber was also sent flying. The surrounding people were stunned. Was this guy really a minor saint? Why did he feel that he was so terrifying, damn it? Seeing this scene, the first prince's pupils shrank. He knew that he could no longer watch the battle. He had to take action. In the next moment, his figure swayed, and the void shattered. He appeared above Lin Xian, and slammed his palm down. His palm was also pitch black, and it carried a violent force. There was a trace of poison on his palm. It seemed that other than the law of strength, there was also the law of poison. Looking at the other party's movement technique, it was obvious that he also had the law of wind. One had to admit that the first prince was indeed very powerful. Boom, when the attack landed, the void kept collapsing. The surrounding people were shocked. Was he hit? However, the first prince frowned. He did hit, but it was just an afterimage. The other party's speed also shocked him. In the next moment, he turned around and slammed his palm down. A beam of sword light was sent flying by him. His entire palm cracked, and the crack spread to his arm. Then, one of his arms was chopped off. Was the first prince injured in just one move? That was impossible. The princes and princesses in the distance screamed. Hu Yidao's face also turned ugly. To be honest, no matter how strong he was, he couldn't defeat the first prince. But now, the first prince was injured. He turned around and fled. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Half of the Heavenly Dipper sword chased after Hu Yidao, and firmly surrounded him. Hu Yidao slammed the apocalyptic saber on the Heavenly Dipper sword. The law of 5 elements appeared on the Heavenly Dipper sword, and it was endless, blocking the destructive force. The first prince said coldly. You've already used all your strength to fight against Hu Yidao. Do you still have the strength to fight against me? Don't worry, that's just one of my laws. It's more than enough to deal with you. On Lin Xian's left hand, endless black laws gathered and formed a black chain. When the first prince saw this aura, his pupils shrank. Although they were both black laws, his was the law of poison, and the aura of the other party's law made him feel uncomfortable. Damn it, what kind of law is this? Just as he was guessing, Hu Yidao screamed in pain. The Heavenly Dipper sword pierced through his body and nailed him in the sky. What? Was he killed? The first prince was stunned. His speed was so fast. Damn it, the people brought by the third elder were all killed. There's no one on the Red Fox Manor's side. Could it be that he's the only one left? Why? Are you afraid? If you're afraid, kneel down and kowtow to me. Beg me for mercy. If I'm in a good mood, I'll leave you with an intact corpse. Lin Xian repeated the man's words back to him, word for word. The first prince's face was extremely ugly. Previously, he thought that he had set up an inescapable trap. Who would have thought that no matter how perfect his plan was, it would be so weak in the face of absolute power? It seemed like he could only give it his all and fight with his back to the wall. Fortunately, he brought his trump card this time. Buzz, the first prince took out a fan. It was not a folding fan. Instead, it was a circular fan. There was a figure on the fan with his back facing everyone. This is, Xianxia exclaimed. Glass fan. This is the Saint Empress weapon. He actually brought it, the others also exclaimed. Saint Empress? Could this be the Saint King's weapon? The first prince laughed loudly. Do you think I don't have a trump card? I prepared well for this. With the Saint King's weapon in hand, what can you use to fight me? The Saint King's weapon. Lin Xian frowned. It was indeed troublesome. However, his strength had increased greatly. Moreover, his opponent was just a minor saint. He couldn't fully unleash the power of the Saint King's weapon. Is this your trump card? It's indeed surprising, but it's not enough to kill me. Humph, you're courting death. How dare you talk big? The first prince snorted. The geniuses behind him sneered as well. This weapon could even kill a Saint Venerable. Could it not kill Lin Xian? Today, I'll show you what true strength is. The first prince activated the glass fan in his hand. The fan emitted a boundless radiance, and the figure on the fan seemed to come to life. Buzz, an endless storm blew. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The surrounding mountains instantly collapsed. Run, the people who were watching the battle frantically fled. Even some of the more powerful figures also retreated. Xianxia also resisted with difficulty. Lin Xian pulled her and used the void escape to dodge the attack. The place where they were standing was completely destroyed. Nothing existed. The first prince smiled proudly. How is it? Brat, it's just a casual attack. Can you withstand it? Kneel down obediently and wait for my punishment. Damn it, I didn't expect this guy to bring a Saint King's weapon. Xianxia's expression was ugly. She said, why don't we retreat first and attack when there's a chance? Lin Xian said, this is the best chance. I'm afraid he'll run away. Lin Xian wasn't afraid of the other party. If it was a Saint Venerable with a Saint King's weapon, it might be troublesome. But for the other party, he had plenty of ways. He also had the illusionary divine furnace. Moreover, he had the illusion leaf that could instantly pull the other party's soul closer. Therefore, Lin Xian took a deep breath and prepared to attack. However, at this moment, a crazy roar came from the terrifying mountain range in front of him. Following that, a huge black palm covered the entire sky. Endless nomological laws poured down from the palm and enveloped the glazed fan. The first prince tried to block it, but he was instantly sent flying and vomited blood. The glass fan kept bobbing up and down. The figure on it seemed to have come alive. He stretched out a white jade palm and collided with the black claw. After 3 consecutive collisions, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The entire world seemed to have been destroyed. Then, the white jade palm disappeared and many black seals appeared on the glass fan. What's going on? The surrounding people were stunned. Someone exclaimed, could it be that it's sealed? This place was very terrifying. There was definitely a supreme existence in front of him. Perhaps he didn't allow the power of a Saint King to appear, so he sealed the Saint King's weapon. Indeed, the first prince ran over and found that the wandering fan was indeed sealed. Its power was not as strong as before. Damn it, why is it like this? The first prince gritted his teeth. He didn't expect this place to be so strange. Lin Xian smiled. He wanted to use his trump card to deal with the first prince, but it seemed that there was no need. Indeed, the seal of the illusion leaf could only be used 3 times. He had already used it once. There was no need to waste it on the first prince. Kill. With a roar, Lin Xian turned into a ray of light and rushed out. You're courting death. Even if it's sealed, it's not something you can resist. The first prince roared and waved the wandering fan to fight. The two of them instantly fought. Endless light and storm swept across the 9 heavens, and the surrounding people felt their scalps go numb. The strength of these two people had probably far surpassed them. Especially that human youth. He was too strong. Where did he come from? Why hadn't they heard of it before? The first prince had an ugly look on his face. Although it had been sealed, it was still not something that an ordinary sacred artifact could compare to. Even the Holy Master would not dare to take it head-on. However, the other party's physique was like an indestructible body, resisting the attack head-on. They fought until the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Damn it, even the purple dragon's physique isn't that strong. Buzz, 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 Lin Xian's fists continued to swing, and they were like suns that were being split apart. Since no one here could recognize him, he wasn't afraid of using his divine body. The windstorm from the wandering fan could be blocked, but Lin Xian's attack was simply too fast. The first prince trembled and vomited blood. It looked like he was about to explode. At that moment, a blood-red killing sword appeared between the heavens and the earth once again, piercing towards Lin Xian's forehead. The sand sword was really too strong. It instantly arrived in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian was shocked. Was there a mortal world killer here? The first prince revealed a sinister smile. He knew that the Red Devil Fox was here. The Red Devil Fox was a top expert in the Red Fox matter. Previously, when the 16 geniuses of the Red Fox matter were killed, there was no Red Devil Fox. The first prince thought that the other party had escaped. He didn't expect that the other party would attack at the most critical moment. Lin Xian couldn't dodge this attack, but he didn't. He opened his mouth and spat out a sword chi. It was a dragon-shaped sword chi that swept across the 9 heavens. With a clang, it collided with the killing sword. In the next moment, the killing sword was sent flying, and the blurry shadow was instantly pierced through. This is impossible. The first prince screamed. The injured shadow did the same. With a swing of its tail, it disappeared without a trace. Was it the 9-tailed fox again? It seemed like it was an assassin like the hidden fox. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Previously, he thought that no one would attack, but now, he activated his heavenly secret god eyes. As expected, he found that the other party hadn't left. Still trying to sneak attack? He sneered and spat out another sword chi. This time, the sword chi was surrounded by terrifying lightning and arrived in front of him in an instant. When the sword fell, it exploded for thousands of miles and completely destroyed the place. A scream rang out in the void. A figure rushed out, but after taking 2 steps, his body exploded into a bloody mist. He was dead. The surrounding people were horrified. The 9-tailed clan was such a terrifying assassination genius, but he was killed by 2 swords. Next time it'll be you. Lin Xian snorted and attacked the first prince again. He used 36 battle swords, and with the power of the 10,000 converging swords, he kept attacking. The first prince resisted with difficulty. He said, "Go." He soared into the sky, wanting to leave. But in the next moment, his body trembled. He saw a pair of golden eyes in the void looking down at him. His soul was instantly attacked, and he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Not good, it's a soul attack. The first prince tried to resist, but in the next moment, one of his arms flew out because the storm he created was directly attacking him. This was Lin Xian's stellar transposition. At this moment, he didn't hold back. He kicked the glass fan away, and then he used the law of death to envelop his opponent. The first prince roared ferociously. His soul was instantly unsheathed, and his body turned into a pile of bones. He was terrified, and wanted to escape and fuse with the glass fan. The glass fan also swept out crazily. The figure with his back facing everyone once again stretched out a white jade palm. However, the black law on it kept suppressing. The glass fan swayed in the sky. When Lin Xian saw this, he took out the sacred furnace of nothingness and blasted it on the glass fan. Then, he used the heavenly secret divine eyes to envelop the first prince's soul. The first prince was burned by the flames, and he screamed in horror. Finally, he disappeared. Was he dead? The terrifying first prince had actually been killed. Everyone was shocked. At this moment, they felt that it was unreal. The glass fan exploded with power, and it directly sent the divine furnace of nothingness flying. Then, it tore open the void and disappeared. Humph, Lin Xian snorted coldly. He kept the divine furnace of nothingness. He looked around, and the people around him felt their scalps go numb. What a joke. Those who had attacked had all been killed, including a top-notch expert like the first prince. Who else would dare to attack? Xianxia was also shocked. She knew that when she returned, the Divine Empress would be completely furious. This time, the top geniuses on the Divine Empress side were almost all killed. The first princess was crippled, and the first prince was killed. She would probably go crazy. Lin Xian didn't spare the people that the first prince brought. He directly used his battle sword to pierce through their bodies, killing them all. Otherwise, these people would spread the news, and he and Xianxia would be in great danger. Next, Lin Yuan and Xianxia found another empty space and sat down cross-legged, beginning to cultivate and absorb the power in front of them. As for the others, they were unable to calm down. These people also began to cultivate, but they were all very far away from Lin Xian and did not dare to provoke him. At this moment, someone walked over. His footsteps were very steady, and there were great Tao intertwining under his feet. When Lin Xian saw this, a sharp light bloomed in his eyes. Was someone going to attack again? Seeing that Lin Xian's aura gradually became cold, the figure also said, "Brother, don't worry, I'm not attacking you. I see that you're very strong, and I want to be friends with you." Hearing this, Lin Xian was also stunned, but he realized that there was indeed no killing intent from the other party. He nodded, "You're too polite. My name is Xianxia, and I'm a member of Xianxia Palace. I wonder what kind of physique brother's physique is. It's actually so strong. I'm cultivating randomly, and I've consumed some natural treasures in the past." Lin Xian smiled. He could not reveal his identity now, so he continued to use the identity of Sword Fanatic. "You can just call me Sword Fanatic." Xianxia's eyes flickered, Sword Fanatic. He recalled carefully and realized that he had never heard of this name. He asked, "I wonder which force you're from." "I'm from the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, and I'm the son-in-law of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan." Xianxia was speechless after hearing this. "The son-in-law of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan? Are you kidding me? The geniuses of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan are about to be killed by you, and you still dare to return to the Nine-Tailed Fox clan?" However, he also knew that it was normal for the other party to hide something when meeting for the first time. Therefore, he did not ask further. Instead, he said, "Sword Fanatic, I wonder if you're interested in what's ahead. If there's a chance, we can work together." It seemed that the other party was about to make a move. Lin Xian sensed for a while, and his eyes flickered. He said, "This matter has to wait, and I'll study it. If I really want to go, I'll definitely join forces with you. Then I won't disturb you." "Xianxia, I'm leaving." The next few days were very calm. These people. After a while, someone finally could not stand it. This time, the one who stood up was a tall man who looked like a giant. He said coldly, "Everyone, could it be that you all wanted to absorb the energy outside? Although the power here wasn't bad, it couldn't be compared to the power inside. Why don't we work together and fight our way in? Perhaps there was still a chance." After the others heard this, some of them stood up and said that they had to fight for their own opportunities. Otherwise, they would have no chance at all. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he looked at the tall man leading the group. This person's physique was very strong. He was much stronger than the ancient barbaric bull he had encountered before. He didn't know which force it was. At this moment, Xianxia walked over and said, "Brother Sword Maniac, what do you think?" "Alright, they could give it a try." Then, the three of them prepared to set off. As for the others, some chose to join in, while some chose to watch from the sidelines. From the looks of it, they wanted to take advantage of the situation. There were even some experts hiding among them. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Those experts would definitely make a move when they saw that there was profit to be made. As for those who wanted to sit back and reap the benefits, that would depend on whether they had the strength to do so. Buzz, the man in the lead, strode forward. He really looked like a Quafu giant. He crossed countless mountains with one step. Behind him, Guan Songhai looked at the figure and said, "He's from the giant spiritual mansion. His name is Pang Mo. He's also a close combat power type. Brother, if you have the chance, you can compare your physique with him." Giant spiritual mansion? Lin Xian was surprised. This person's physique was indeed very strong. He probably had a special bloodline. While they were talking, these people had already reached the front. Then, they felt the violent impact of the storm, as if it was going to tear their bodies apart. Those people propped up their saint domains one after another and roared at the front. They tore the storm apart with a palm and strode in. He didn't need to use his saint domain at all. He didn't even need to use his laws. Just the strength of his physique was enough. The others couldn't do it at all. However, those who could come here were all experts. Physique wasn't their strong point, but their laws were indeed terrifying. One after another, nomological abilities allowed them to withstand this terrifying storm of power. Endless water gushed out from Guan Songhai's body and wrapped him up. The power hit the water and caused ripples, but it couldn't hurt him at all. On Xianxia's side, the joyous Union Bell formed a sound wave armor. Lin Xian didn't use any defense. His 9-yang divine body wasn't inferior to anything. The three of them were also in the group, striding forward. Buzz, the mountain range ahead trembled again, and a black shadow appeared. Everyone stopped in their tracks. Their scalps were numb. After all, the black palm from before could directly seal the weapon of a Saint King. Its strength was heaven-defying. Now that it appeared again, it made everyone feel terrified. The huge black palm didn't attack them. It just stood there like a demonic mountain. There were countless black runes pressing down from above. Those runes covered the sky and covered the earth like raindrops. Although it looked small, it was said that the strength it carried was terrifying. It could easily pierce through a small saint. "We might be separated later. Be careful." Lin Xian transmitted his voice to Xianxia. Xianxia nodded. "Don't worry." Indeed, although he wasn't as strong as Lin Xian, he was still a top-notch genius. Previously, he was surrounded by so many powerful saints, but he wasn't injured. It could be said that it wasn't easy to hurt him. "Charge!" Pang Mo, who was in front, roared. He opened the sky with both hands, forming a huge axe, and slashed down. The surrounding people also moved. At the same time, many figures streaked across the void behind them. Their auras were also extremely powerful. Obviously, these people couldn't hold back and wanted to attack. Buzz! Buzz! Countless black runes covered the sky like worms, and many of them swept towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian's body was covered in flames. He pushed out his palm, and those black runes were sent flying. On the other side, Guan Songhai formed a wave vortex. Those who entered were all sucked in and couldn't come out. Xianxia kept dodging. She was good at illusions, but those runes obviously didn't have souls, so her illusions were useless. However, she had a lot of trump cards in her hand. She took out an umbrella and spun it, blocking the runes that filled the sky. The three of them moved forward quickly, but there were more and more black runes in front of them. Even those runes were quickly interweaving, forming one large black hand after another that pounced over. Then, the situation changed. Some people were sent flying, and some were directly blown up. All kinds of roars and roars could be heard. Lin Xian even had a black hand pouncing over. It was formed by thousands of great daos. Boom! Lin Xian didn't dodge. Instead, he reached out his palm and blocked the attack. With a boom, he was pushed back and felt his arm go numb. However, the palm formed by the black runes also slowly disappeared. Lin Xian didn't care at first, but when he saw the people around him attacking crazily and the black runes being scattered and reformed, he was stunned. He remembered that after he attacked, they disappeared directly, and the others couldn't make them disappear. What was going on? Lin Xian knew that this wasn't because of the great dragon sword soul. Because he realized that when Pang Mo attacked, he could also make the black runes disappear. However, Guan Songhai couldn't, and even Xianxia couldn't. He thought about it and instantly understood. He said, "This thing can only be attacked with strength, so it's probably immune to the law of divine powers. Don't use that kind of divine powers again." Xianxia was shocked when she heard that. Guan Songhai was also shocked. In the next moment, he reached out a blue palm and slapped forward. Although he was pushed back, he realized that some of the runes were destroyed. Sword Maniac, your observation skills are really terrifying. Guan Songhai was shocked. Xianxia smiled bitterly. I'm not good at this kind of close combat. Don't worry, follow me. Lin Xian attacked quickly. He led the way while Xianxia followed behind. Guan Songhai also smiled. Then I won't hold back. He also followed. Lin Xian was extremely powerful. At this moment, he attacked with all his strength and his speed was shocking. The various palms and fists formed by the black runes were all blasted away by him. He was simply advancing courageously. Soon, he shook off those people and even surpassed the side demon. Seeing this, the side demon was also stunned. How was it possible? How could anyone be faster than him? He looked over. When he saw Lin Xian and the other two, he snorted coldly in his heart. It turned out that they were relying on the advantage of numbers. It was nothing. He was still the best in one-on-one combat. The others also realized this and changed their strategy. Although most of them knew how to deal with it, they still couldn't pass. After all, not everyone's physique was as strong as this. Therefore, only a small number of people were able to advance. Most people could only retreat helplessly. Some people had even given up because they felt that it was too dangerous to stay here any longer. Buzz. Lin Xian's speed was very fast. Finally, he was the first to reach the front. There was a valley there. The top of the valley was covered in black chains. The black runes on the chains made people feel extremely shocked. Thinking about it, it should be in this valley. They didn't rush forward rashly. Not long after, more people came from behind. The side demon was the second to arrive. When he arrived, he saw Lin Xian and the other two. Suddenly, he snorted coldly. His expression was a little unfriendly. After all, he was overtaken by others. This made him feel very unhappy. Following that, another 5 figures fell. These people, without exception, were all close combat types with strong physiques. As for the others, it was likely that they would not be able to come here. Of course, there were exceptions. For example, Xianxia and Guan Songhai were not close combat strength type. However, with Lin Xian leading the way, they could still come. The 9 of them stood outside the valley and looked around curiously. However, they didn't act rashly. At the same time, the void fluctuated, causing everyone to be stunned. This was because they discovered that in another direction of the valley, another person had appeared. These people's figures were abnormally hazy. It was impossible to see who they were. Could it be that they weren't in the same space? Guan Songhai frowned. Lin Xian was also surprised. He activated his heavenly secret god eyes and discovered that through his eye technique, he could see that the space had folded a lot. Obviously, these people were indeed not in the same space. However, everyone only had one goal, and that was the valley in front of them. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian walked forward. At this moment, a cold snort was heard. Then, the ground cracked open and a force swept towards him. Lin Xian's expression changed. He stomped his foot and shattered the force. The next moment, he turned his head. The side demon walked over and said coldly, "Who allowed you to enter? Why, are you trying to stop me?" Lin Xian's expression was cold. "Humph, don't think that you can be the first to enter just because you came up first. You're just relying on the advantage of numbers. Otherwise, how could you have arrived before me?" The side demon's voice was loud and clear. He said, "I'll go first. You all wait outside." Hearing this, Xianxia and the others' expressions changed. Lin Xian also laughed. "How domineering. You think you can go first because you're the strongest? Unfortunately, you're the second to come. If you want to enter, line up behind me. If you dare to provoke me again, I'll make sure you won't be able to enter for the rest of your life. Kid, do you think you can be so arrogant because you have the advantage of numbers?" The side demon sneered and waved his hand. Behind him, another 2 people stood out. These 2 people had extraordinary physiques. One of them was fiery red and had a terrifying temperature. The other was like a walking beast. The appearance of these two people caused the pressure in the entire area to multiply. Do you think I don't have any helpers? 3 against 3, you're no match for me. If you don't want to die, hurry up and get lost. Hearing this, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Beside him, Guan Songhai and Xianxia also frowned. Were they going to fight? However, they weren't afraid. Previously, because of the black palm, they were immune to the law of mystiques. That was why they couldn't use their techniques. However, these 3 people were different. So what if their physiques were strong? Seems like you really want to fight. Alright, I'll give you a chance to fight one-on-one. Lin Xian looked ahead and said indifferently. He saw that the other party's physique was pretty good. It was worth it for him to fight. Even now, you still dare to be arrogant. You really don't know what's good for you. Bien Mo also laughed coldly. A cold glint surfaced in his eyes. Would he be afraid of a one-on-one fight? Behind him, the other 2 people revealed a sinister smile. Since Big Brother wants to fight one-on-one, we'll play with him. As he spoke, the fiery red man stared at Guan Songhai. The other demonic beast stared at Xianxia. She's a fairy. However, I won't be polite. Instantly, the demonic beast stretched out a huge palm and slapped towards the front. Xianxia sneered. How dare the other party look down on her? In the next moment, her body swayed, and the sound wave attack rushed out. With a boom, the demonic beast's body trembled. His face turned ferocious. Damn it, a soul attack, roar. With a roar, his terrifying blood and chi vibrated to resist the sound wave attack. However, it was useless. He had underestimated Xianxia. Xianxia had the talent of 7 tails. In addition, she was a top genius of the Joyous Union Palace. She had too many illusions in her hands. After a few moves, the demonic beast roared crazily. It seemed like his soul was severely injured. Damn it, how did this happen? He was going crazy. Originally, he thought that with his physique, he could dominate the world. Who would have thought that there would be a soul attribute expert here? Was it countered? The fiery red man's expression changed. He stretched out a finger, which looked like a pillar of light that reached the heavens. The law of fire on it instantly shattered everything. Your opponent is me. Guan Songhai sneered. With a wave of his hand, a terrifying wave swept across heaven and earth. It enveloped the fiery palm. Then, 2 completely opposite laws clashed, and a terrifying white mist filled the surroundings. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian nodded. It seemed like he didn't need to worry about these 2 battles. He turned his head and stared at Bien Mo Thief. It seems like your 2 brothers aren't that strong. I wonder if your strength is enough for you to continue being arrogant. Bien Mo also frowned. He didn't expect his 2 brothers to be in trouble. So what? He had to deal with this brat first to reverse the situation. Since you don't know the difference between life and death, I'll fulfill your wish. Bien Mo's face turned gloomy. In the next moment, he punched out, and a terrifying force shook the surroundings. The surrounding people frantically retreated. It was too frightening. As expected of someone from the giant spirit mansion, each of his moves contained boundless power. Very few people could compete with him in terms of physique. This Bien Mo was indeed extraordinary. His cultivation base was at the peak of minor saint, but his physique had long surpassed the peak. He was only 1 step away from the saint realm. It would be very difficult to break through his defense with ordinary methods. But unfortunately, he met Lin Xian. Lin Xian's physique was even more terrifying. Endless golden radiance shone on his body. At this moment, a golden fist was pushed out. The 2 collided in the void. With a loud boom, heaven and earth cracked. What? He actually blocked it? He actually blocked Bien Mo's attack? It's really unbelievable. What kind of physique does this brat have? I remember that he arrived earlier than Bien Mo. I originally thought that it was because he had the advantage in numbers, but now it seems that wasn't the case. Those people roared crazily. They were also experts in body refinement. But now, compared to these 2, they were pitifully weak. He blocked it. Bien Mo was also stunned. This was different from what he had expected. Lin Xian smiled and said, "Not bad, your attack is stronger than I expected." Again, as he spoke, he kept swinging his fists. His arms trembled and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, the side demon's eyes instantly turned red. He had never been suppressed in terms of physique before. The giant spirit palm struck out with both palms, like two demonic mountains that could push horizontally. Lin Xian punched out again, as if they had turned into two fire cheelants, roaring between heaven and earth. The two collided, and the sound of the collision made one's ears bleed. The entire heaven and earth shook violently as a figure flew out. The side demon was in an extremely sorry state. He crushed the ground, his arms hanging down, directly broken. This was really too unbelievable. His opponent's strength was so strong that it was hard for him to believe. How could this be? Big Brother was actually injured? The two people who were fighting were also stunned. Their expressions turned to horror. Soon, they were also forced back. They didn't attack again because this scene was too shocking. "Big Brother, why did you rush over for no reason?" Guan Songhai sucked in a breath of cold air. Xianxia only smiled. It seemed like she didn't need to worry. The side demon's expression was incomparably ugly. He roared, and the power of the laws on his body healed his broken arms. However, his expression became even more gloomy. "Who are you? What physique did you cultivate?" the side demon said coldly. Lin Xian smiled. "If you can beat me, I'll tell you. Arrogant guy, I'll let you see my physique." Giant spirit body. The side demon roared, and a mysterious Tao pattern appeared on his body. His body continued to grow until he turned into a huge mountain. The giant spirit body was a peerless divine ability. Once cultivated, one's body would be huge and their strength would be boundless. It could be said that its power was unparalleled. At this moment, when it was used by the side demon, it was even more terrifying. "Brat, you're dead. My big brother can kill you with one slap." The man whose body was like fire sneered. The others also swallowed their saliva. Indeed, they could feel that the side demon's power had become stronger than before. Oh, did he think of an ultimate technique? The golden radiance on Lin Xian's body became even more piercingly cold. The power of the divine body also gradually erupted, causing the eyes of the surrounding people to hurt. What kind of radiance was this? Damn it, what kind of physique was this? How could it be so strong? The side demon roared. After using his spirit body, he was full of confidence. However, when he felt the change in the other party's aura, his expression became terrified. How could this be? He subconsciously took a step back, which already showed that he was afraid. However, he soon gritted his teeth and roared. Impossible, he was extremely confident in his spirit body. Giant spirit axe. He raised his arm, turned it into an axe, and descended from the sky. This attack could open up a world. So strong, this guy is really too terrifying. Xianxia couldn't help but praise. The side demon was indeed very strong. Lin Xian's eyes erupted with an extremely cold light. He threw out another punch. This punch didn't use any divine ability. It was just the power of his body. However, he had already used his body with all his strength. The power of this punch was more terrifying than any divine ability. It was like a sun that illuminated the 9 heavens and 10 earths. An earth-shattering sound rang out, and the heaven-splitting axe was instantly shattered. The side demon was also sent flying, crashing into hundreds of mountains. Other than the valley in front, the surrounding sky and earth were constantly shattered. The surrounding people who were watching the battle couldn't even stand steadily. At this moment, they were so scared that they almost knelt on the ground. The side demon's 2 underlings didn't dare to speak. They turned around and ran. If they stayed any longer, they would probably be blown apart by the other party's punch. At the side, Guan Songhai sucked in a breath of cold air when he saw this scene. This was probably the strongest physique he had ever seen. He really didn't know what kind of physique the other party had. This golden radiance reminded him of a possibility. Who else wants to challenge me? Lin Xian looked around, and the others quickly shook their heads. Even Pang Mo was sent flying with a punch, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The others didn't dare to provoke him anymore. Very good. Lin Xian turned around and said to Qin Xianer and Guan Songhai, "Let's go in." As he spoke, he walked towards the valley in front. However, when he got close, he stopped. Because he felt a fatal danger pressing down on him from the void. Who dared to make a move against him? His gaze was like a knife, looking in all directions. However, he found that those people had a frightened look on their faces, and it was impossible for them to make a move. Then who was it? He frowned. Was there someone hiding in the void? However, the next moment, he was stunned. He found that there was indeed someone who displayed a strong fighting spirit towards him. However, this person wasn't hidden, but had always been there. It was just that he didn't notice it before. Previously, when he arrived, he discovered that other than where he was, there were also hazy figures in the other three spaces. Later, he found out that this was caused by space folding, and he couldn't see through them. However, at this moment, there was an illusory figure in one of the spaces that was displaying a strong fighting spirit towards him. What was going on? Could he attack? Could he still do it through so many spaces? He really felt that it was too unbelievable. Could it be that he had activated his divine body to the extreme just now, and the people in the other spaces had also sensed it? In the space on the left, there were also 8 figures. One of them stood there with his hands behind his back facing everyone. There was a strange rune between his eyebrows. If there were others here, they would definitely recognize him. This person was Chao Tianxing of the Limitless Sect. They didn't expect him to be able to come to this mysterious space world. Near Chao Tianxing, there were also 7 figures with solemn expressions. Without exception, they were all top experts. If these people were outside, they would definitely be on the Sage rankings. Some were even stronger than those on the Sage rankings. They were all sizing up the valley in front of them, and suddenly, they felt the space fluctuate. Countless cracks appeared in the surroundings. In those cracks, there was a golden light shining, like the light of the sun. It was abnormally bright. What was going on? These people were shocked. Was there a change in the valley? No. Someone was attacking. Who was it? Was it from the other spaces? They could also see the hazy figures in the other spaces, but they didn't know who they were. They didn't know. At this moment, the people in the other spaces were fighting, and the power was transmitted here. It was really unbelievable. Chao Tianxing was also stunned. In the next moment, a cold light burst out from his eyes, directly shattering the void. There was an extremely strong fighting spirit in his eyes. At the same time, in the space on the right, there were also 9 figures standing. One of them was Wan Jiani. Cracks appeared near them, and there was also a golden light sprinkling down. Was someone fighting? It could actually cause such a change. How terrifying. Everyone was discussing, and even Wan Jiani frowned. He didn't think too much, because he felt that he could also cause such a scene. In the space directly in front of him, there were 7 figures standing there, and one of them was abnormally hazy. Even the people in the same space couldn't see through him. Everyone knew that this was a space-type expert. Suddenly, the void around them shattered, and there was a golden light sprinkling down. As the others discussed, Gu Feng suddenly frowned. Why did this golden aura feel so familiar? Could it be him? Impossible, he's already dead. In the next moment, the spatial laws on his body became incomparably terrifying. It was as if his entire body was about to travel through time and space. Lin Xian felt a strong sense of danger after feeling the battle intent. The void in front of them was constantly shattering. Could it be that someone was going to cross over? Lin Xian frowned. Spatial divine ability? Damn it, it can't be that guy, right? He instantly thought of a person. If it was really the other party, then it would be bad. He couldn't let her come here. The next moment, he took out the white fox drum and hit it hard. The white fox drum emitted an extremely terrifying sound wave. The 2 sound waves combined and shot towards the shattered space. In the next moment, a muffled groan came from within, and the shattered space slowly disappeared. Gu Feng retreated with a pale face. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. What a strong power. It even had an extremely terrifying soul attack. Damn it, this space has been modified by someone. I can't completely travel through it. Indeed, although he was an expert of the space attribute and was very powerful, this place was too strange. That black palm had the power to reverse the universe. It was too mysterious. His spatial force was greatly suppressed in this place, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to use it. He would have already traveled through it, however, the other party actually dared to injure him. A trace of killing intent appeared in his eyes. "You'd better not let me know who you are. Otherwise, I'll make you regret being born into this world." Seeing that the shattered space did not reappear, Lin Xian also heaved a sigh of relief. However, he still felt a battle intent coming. This battle intent was extremely terrifying. It passed through the void and surged towards him. It shouldn't be Gu Feng, but another person. Who was it that was so strong? To be able to lock onto him clearly. In the next moment, Lin Xian's pupils constricted. He said, "Retreat." Xianxia and Songhai were stunned. However, their expressions quickly changed and they quickly retreated. Because they felt an extremely terrifying power coming from the void on their left. Suddenly, a blurry palm slapped toward him. "What was this?" Xianxia screamed. Was someone fighting across space? Who actually had such a method? Lin Xian roared angrily. Light erupted from his body as he also punched over. The two collided. A terrifying explosion sounded. It was even more terrifying than before. The surrounding people all retreated, trembling. In the distance, Bien Mo recovered his body. He wanted to come over for revenge. However, when he saw this scene, he almost fainted from fright. "Let's go," he no longer dared to mention the matter of revenge. With such power, he was simply unable to resist. After that attack, Lin Xian felt his arm go numb. Although that palm was hazy and light, it made him feel extremely threatened. He didn't have time to think about who it was. Suddenly, the hazy palm quickly formed a series of hand seals, forming over 1,000 hand seals in a row. Each one was different. These palms erupted together. The power was overwhelming. Songhai was simply stunned when he saw this scene. Who was it? This nomological ability was too heaven-defying. Was there really someone in the younger generation who could do this? Could it be the legendary 1,000-hand seal? Wasn't that lost? Someone screamed from behind. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He hugged his arms and the Taiji diagram formed was sent out by him. It collided with the 1,000 hands imprint. Terrifying forces clashed, and terrifying divine powers clashed. Then, the two dissipated at the same time. Even the Taiji diagram disappeared. This person was so strong. Lin Xian was shocked. The Taiji diagram had always been successful. But now, it was actually scattered by someone. It was too unbelievable. The legendary 1,000-hand seal? He was shocked. At this moment, the palm formed seals again. Countless nomological laws flew out from the seal and formed a small cauldron that kept bobbing up and down. It was completely formed by the interweaving of great Tao. It was abnormally terrifying. And from the small cauldron, countless sword beams were spitting out and sweeping through the 9 heavens. The cauldron of heaven and earth was also a lost divine ability. Damn it. Who was it? The man at the back roared again. It was another lost mystical power. Lin Xian was shocked. He felt that it was too unbelievable. Who was this person? Why did he have so many lost mystical powers? However, when he felt the sword chi there, he snorted coldly. In the next moment, he also burst out with endless sword chi and slashed forward. It collided with the small cauldron. 100,000 streaks of sword chi erupted. This power was truly too terrifying. This continued for a long time before the two sword chis slowly disappeared from the world. Lin Xian looked solemn, but he realized that the other party did not attack again. The mysterious hand disappeared. At the same time, in the space on the left, Chao Tianxing retracted his palm and smiled. The people behind him were dumbfounded. Damn it, what did this guy do just now? Could it be that he attacked from a distance? No way, this guy was actually such a terrifying person. Previously, these people did not take Chao Tianxing seriously. In their opinion, the strength of both parties was about the same. Perhaps they were stronger, but now they realized that they were wrong. The person in front of them was incomparably mysterious. At least, they could not fight from a distance. He should not attack again. Let's go in. Lin Xian waited for a while and realized that there was no attack, so he walked in. When he entered the valley, Xianxia, Guansonghai, and the others also went in. The rest of the people also followed in. After entering, they exclaimed in surprise. They realized that there was a huge cauldron in the valley. It was completely made of bones and was abnormally strange and mysterious. There was red water inside. Lin Xian took a look and realized that it was blood. Moreover, it was blood that contained extremely terrifying power. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes were burning. It was obvious that it was extremely beneficial to the physique. It might even increase one's cultivation. Seeing this scene, their eyes turned red. Of course, they did not dare to act rashly. After all, they did not dare to go against Lin Xian. After seeing it, he was also surprised. He put a hand in. He immediately sensed a whistling sound approaching him. Could it be related to the tiger tribe? Lin Xian was surprised. Go in. As he spoke, his figure flashed, and he jumped in directly. This cauldron was extremely large, enough to hold over 1,000 people. Therefore, when Lin Xian and the others entered, it seemed very spacious. Next, they let their bodies submerge into the energy. He began to crazily absorb the energy. However, the energy contained within was beyond their imagination. Everyone was originally very excited, but a day later, a few people flew out. No, I can't take it anymore. Their bodies split apart. There were even tiger roars coming from within their bodies. It was obvious that they were unable to absorb any more. Damn it. They had only been absorbing for a day, yet their expressions were already filled with unwillingness. But when someone tried to go back, his body broke open. The rest of the people below didn't dare to come any closer. Since he couldn't cultivate it, he would just put it away and cultivate it in the future. Someone took out a pagoda, intending to collect the energy within. However, he discovered that the black runes had directly shattered the pagoda. There was no way to collect them, so he could only cultivate here. Forget it, I'd better heal my body first. These people shook their heads and sighed. Although they could only cultivate for a day, it was already a great opportunity for them. There were still 4 figures left inside. Other than Lin Xian and the other 2, there was another figure. This person was the man who had recognized the 1,000-hand seal. It seemed that his identity wasn't ordinary either. He was actually able to last for more than a day. However, he came out on the 3rd day because he couldn't take it anymore. On the 4th day, Xianxia came out. After coming out, he was ecstatic because he discovered that after his 7th tail, he actually grew 8 tails. His bloodline had become stronger again. This was really unbelievable. Not long after, Guansonghai also came out. His physique had also become stronger. Even his bloodline was stronger than before. This made him happy. Sword Fanatic still hasn't come out? He turned around and saw that Lin Xian was still inside. The others were also paying attention. They didn't know how long this guy could stay. I'm guessing it'll be at least 5 days. More than that, I'm guessing he might stay for 10 days. These people discussed animatedly. After all, Lin Xian's physique was so strong that it shocked them. However, after 10 days, they found that he didn't show any signs of coming out. After waiting for another 10 days, these people were about to break down. It's already been 20 days. Is this guy still human? Forget it, let's go. These people sighed. They had seen it once and found that it was impossible to go in again. It was useless to stay here, so these people left. Only Xianxia and Guansonghai were left. What do you plan to do? Guansonghai asked. Xianxia said, I'll wait for him. Alright, then I'll leave first. When Sword Fanatic wakes up, tell him this. Thank him. If he needs anything in the future, just let him know. When I look at Songhai, I definitely won't even frown. Xianxia nodded. He also smiled and said, Don't worry, I think he'll be happy to be friends with you. Guansonghai also left, leaving only Xianxia and Lin Xian. Xianxia was here to consolidate the bloodline she had obtained. She could even cultivate the inheritance. In the valley, Xianxia began to cultivate. On the other side, Lin Xian was crazily absorbing the power inside. A month later, Lin Xian opened his eyes. He felt that his physique had reached the level of a sacred master. His soul had also reached the level. The only thing he was lacking now was his cultivation. Next, Lin Xian was summoned, and the great dragon sword soul began to let him absorb the power. The improvement of the great dragon sword soul was much more than what he needed. Mount Leiji was a good example. Now that Lin Xian took it out again, the surrounding energy decreased at an extremely fast speed. There were even whistling sounds that shook heaven and earth. In the valley, Xianxia was alarmed. What happened? He wanted to go forward, but he found that the sound wave had exceeded the endurance of his soul. He was forced to leave the valley. At the same time, the whistling sound reached the 9 heavens. The black palm also began to tremble. When Lin Xian saw this scene, he cried out in his heart. Oh no! He quickly put away the great dragon sword soul. Damn, please don't alarm that black palm. The black palm flew over and checked around. When it found that the whistling sound had disappeared, it floated back. Lin Xian felt a lingering fear. Forget it, he didn't summon the great dragon sword soul. Instead, he searched for other opportunities. Now that his body had reached a limit, he didn't absorb any more power. However, when he came to the edge, he found something shocking. It turned out that there were some patterns on the body of the cauldron. Lin Xian looked carefully and found that it was a kind of divine ability. This skill was called the Tiger Demon Fist, and it was extremely powerful. There were a total of 7 moves. Lin Xian memorized these 7 moves. Then, he started practicing in the valley. After a few days, Lin Xian and Xianxia left. They set off again because they felt that there should be other opportunities. Gradually, they realized that many people had been eliminated, and those who survived were flying in one direction. There was a stairway to heaven, and one had to climb it to cross this space and enter other places. When Lin Xian arrived, he realized that Guan Songhai and the others were there as well. There were even some people that he had never seen before. Some of them had extremely powerful auras, and they were even scarier than Pang Mo, 7th sister. You're here. A voice was heard. Xianxia turned her head and looked over. Then, she revealed a look of shock. Lin Xian, who was beside him, also looked over. He realized that it was the 9th prince. The 9th prince's aura was much stronger than before. Moreover, there was an 8th tail behind his back. It seemed that the 9th prince had also obtained a great opportunity. There were some princes and princesses beside him, and their auras had also become stronger. They looked around and didn't see the first prince and the others. They were also shocked. Where was that guy? It seemed that they didn't know that the first prince and the others had been killed. At this moment, the voice of the envoy of Green Hill was heard. Alright, it's time for the final test. If you pass, there will be great opportunities waiting for you. After saying that, lightning bolts fell from the sky one after another, striking the people around them. If they couldn't, they would either be killed or fail. A terrifying sound was heard, and the people around him could only scream. The power of the lightning bolts was too terrifying, and some people were instantly pierced through. Some of them were badly mutilated, and some even ran away. I admit defeat. Those who admitted defeat were directly sent out. However, those peak experts roared angrily and attempted to block the incoming attacks. The law of thunder appeared on Lin Xian's body, and turned into lightning swords. They slashed in all directions. The lightning that approached him was completely destroyed. Xianxia shook the joyous union bell to defend herself, forming an infrasound defense. On the other side, Guan Songhai displayed his Songhai physique. The phantom of a 9-tailed fox appeared on the 9th prince's body and roared at the sky. When the endless thunderbolts ended, there were only 23 people left in the field. The rest of the people had either admitted defeat or been killed. Great, we finally made it through. All 23 of them smiled. They didn't have time to recover from their injuries as they strode up the stairway. However, after ascending the stairway, the voice of the Green Hill messenger was heard again. The stairway to heaven can only carry 9 people. You can decide on your own. What? 9 people? When the 23 of them heard this, they were stunned. How did this happen? Originally, they thought that by blocking Lei, they had won the final victory. Who would have thought that more than half of the 23 people would be eliminated? In the end, only 9 people were able to successfully leave. They all knew the temper of the Qingzhou emissary, so they didn't dare to ask. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Therefore, these people knew that a great battle would break out among them. Among them, a man with silver lightning revolving around his body shouted angrily. Those who are weak, get lost. Otherwise, don't blame me for attacking. For a moment, some people were shocked. 3 of them felt that they were not strong enough. Then, they took the initiative to walk down. However, there were still 20 people left. More than half of them had to be eliminated. Why, no one wants to go down, the lightning man sneered. Then don't blame me for not being polite. He shouted angrily and roared at the sky, letting out an extremely terrifying roar. The lightning on his body surged in all directions. 5 lightning sword realm. The silver lightning formed a space of lightning and struck down directly. Although the range was not as powerful as the previous lightning tribulation, the attack seemed to be more terrifying than the previous one. Poof, immediately, another 3 people vomited blood and flew out. The others tried to block it. At this moment, the 9th prince also laughed sinisterly. I'll help too. He let out a whistling sound and swept his 8 tails in all directions. Another person attacked. There was a black sun floating above his head. It was extremely strange. The 3 of them worked together and finally defeated another 7 people. At this moment, there were only 10 people left standing on the stairway. The fact that these 10 people were able to survive was enough to show their strength. However, there was still one person who had to be eliminated. Who would it be? No one would be willing to accept it. These people were hostile to each other. Bien Mo was also here. His tall body carried an extremely strong power. When he looked at Lin Xian, his scalp went numb and he automatically ignored him. He did not dare to attack Lin Xian. The 9th prince also swept his gaze across. He realized that the others either had extraordinary bloodlines or were very strong. If he attacked, there would probably be a shocking battle. Therefore, his gaze finally fell on Lin Xian. Although he had seen Lin Xian fight before, Lin Xian could only defeat Hong Tu Tian. He did not take him seriously. It was already not easy for him to last until now. He guessed that the only person who had to go down was this human. Therefore, he said, Sword Maniac, go down yourself. Don't make me do it. Hearing this, the others were stunned. Then, they all looked at Lin Xian. Some people snorted with arrogance in their eyes. Some people smiled. It seemed that there would be a good show to watch. However, Bien Mo's pupils constricted. Did the 9th prince dare to provoke this demon? It seemed that he did not know what was good for him. Xianxia's expression also changed. Old 9, what do you mean, 7th sister? My meaning is already very clear. Everyone here is a top-notch expert. If I have to find someone to go down, it can only be this kid. I know that your relationship is not ordinary, but at this time, I can't protect him. I'm already being lenient by letting him leave safely. If he continues to be stubborn, then don't blame me for attacking. At this moment, the voice of the Qingzhou envoy came from the sky again. What, you haven't decided yet? It was obvious that the other party could not wait any longer. Hearing this, the others' expressions changed. The 9th prince also walked out. There's no time, Sword Maniac. Do you want to go down obediently or let me fight for you? If I attack, I won't show you any mercy. The 9th prince's voice was unusually sharp. Killing intent spread out from his body, causing heaven and earth to collapse quickly. This aura made everyone's expression change. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. 9th prince, it seems like you're really looking for death. To be honest, I didn't plan to attack you. After all, Xianxia is also from the Nine-tailed tribe. I think it's good to leave 2 spots for the Nine-tailed tribe. But you're so reckless that you want me to go down. Since that's the case, I'm sorry. You can go down now. What did you say? You want me to go down? The ninth prince was stunned, then he laughed. Kid, you can't be thinking that you have the right to challenge me just because you defeated Hong Tu Tian, right? Fine, since you don't know the difference between life and death, then don't blame me. The ninth prince's expression was cold. He waved his hand, and a cold green flame flew out. There was a terrifying law flowing on it. It was a simple attack, but he displayed a strong power. He was indeed a genius with 8 tails, interesting. I wonder how this kid is going to block it. The others looked like they were watching a show. The other demons shook their heads and showed a sympathetic expression. Lin Xian's eyes also shone with a cold light. Are you sure you want to fight me? Looking at this scene, endless lightning appeared on his palm, which turned into a fierce tiger and pounced. It collided with the green flame. Show me your true strength. Let me see what right you have to ask me to go down. Lin Xian said indifferently. Now that his strength had increased, he didn't put the ninth prince in his eyes. You're so reckless. I just casually attacked you. The ninth prince sneered. He had 7 tails before, and now he had 1 more bloodline. He was stronger than before. How could his opponent be his opponent? Thinking of this, he formed a seal with his palm, and the green flame on his body quickly swept forward. Fire Fox Seal, the flaming fox flew out. It had green nomological laws on it, and a burning power was pulsating. Lin Xian didn't care. He punched out, and endless lightning intertwined again, forming a fierce tiger. A claw slammed down. With a boom, the fire fox was shattered. Even the pupils of the surrounding people shrank. Thinking of this, they felt that the black palm was coming again. No, the power was different. Why did this kid have a strange feeling? How could it be? The ninth prince was taken aback. His fire fox had actually been easily shattered by the other party. Damn it, what was the other party using? At this moment, Lin Xian made his move again. His fist was like a bolt of lightning as it lashed out. The tiger demon fist emitted a terrifying whistling sound, causing one's soul to return to normal. Damn it! The ninth prince was enraged. His opponent actually dared to take the initiative to attack him. He was truly courting death. He formed a seal with his palm and struck out again. The two of them collided. The ninth prince was forced back. His arm was numb, and the surrounding people were astonished. To be honest, they had thought highly of the ninth prince, but the situation had exceeded their expectations. The expressions of the princes and princesses of the nine-tail tribe below turned extremely ugly when they saw this scene. They had been defeated, but they didn't leave. Seeing this scene, they were all stunned. Was this human really that strong? The side demon's expression was one of terror. He had just exchanged blows with Lin Xian and naturally knew how terrifying Lin Xian was. Therefore, he sympathized with the ninth prince. You want to take me down with just this bit of strength? I truly don't know where your confidence comes from. Lin Xian replied indifferently. On account of Xian face, I'll give you a chance to live as well. If you scram down obediently, I won't do anything to you. Damn it. The ninth prince was grinding his teeth so hard that they were about to shatter. He had always been high and mighty, and didn't even take Xianxia seriously. Not to mention the person in front of him. But right now, this detestable lad had actually dared to threaten him. Humph. I'll let you witness my prowess now. I'll make you regret it. As he said that, he formed a seal with his palm. A terrifying aura spread out, and the phantom of a nine-tailed beast condensed in his palm print. Instantly, it appeared in the void. Then, as though they had turned into heavenly blades, those 9 tails slashed out at Lin Xian ferociously. Boom! At the same time, an unparalleled amount of power burst forth that vibrated through the entire world. At this moment, even those people on the sky stairway were stunned. They could not help but admit that the nine-tail tribe was truly terrifying. This ninth prince was indeed a top-tier powerful being. Seemed like this young man was out of luck. Many people shook their heads and sighed. Is it over? The ninth prince's lips curled into a smile. He knew that Lin Xian was no match for him. Is this all you've got? You're so pitifully weak. A faint voice could be heard from that berserk power. It was as though everyone's spirits froze. How is this possible? He's still alive. The ninth prince's pupils constricted. I don't believe it. He slapped out his palm seal again, and those 9 tails danced wildly. The void in front of him shattered once again, turning into chaos. However, at this moment, a palm could be seen. Like a ferocious tiger, it bit down on those 9 tails. Then, with a forceful swing, the 9-tail illusion was split into 2. In the next moment, a figure walked out of the shattered void. Golden flames were dancing on his body. He looked like a sun god of war. What kind of movement technique is that? Many people gasped in shock. The pupils of the side demons constricted. He's here. Damn it. It's that kind of physique that sent me flying previously. Now, he's displaying such a strong physique. What's that? The 9th prince was also stunned. Looking at the burning sound in front of him, his face turned extremely ugly. Who are you? He was really too shocked. He realized that the other party had been hiding his strength previously. Such a terrifying movement technique was something that he had never seen before in the Green Hill world. Damn it, I was too careless. Do you still think that you have the right to ask me to go down now? Lin Xian asked coldly. He was like a supreme god of war, looking down at the other party. The 9th prince was extremely displeased with this feeling. He gritted his teeth and said, "Kid, don't be arrogant. I've obtained a treasure here. It's far from what you can understand. Next, I'll let you see the supreme technique of our 9-tail tribe." He formed a seal with his palm, and countless green flames danced and swept in all directions, forming a formation. It directly enveloped Lin Xian. The formation had the phantoms of 4 demon foxes that stood between heaven and earth. Immediately, everyone felt an extremely strong soul fluctuation sweep out. 1,000 fox spirit destruction formation. A cold voice sounded. The 8 tails behind the 9th prince spun, and his bloodline power was fully activated. Today, I'll let you see the supreme technique of our Green Hill tribe. Is this an illusion? This kid has a strong physique, but he can't block an illusion. He's probably really in danger this time, right? Everyone shook their heads. Lin Xian was enveloped by the formation. Countless fox phantoms appeared around him, constantly unleashing all kinds of illusion and soul attacks. They were attacking his soul. If it were any other minor saint, they would have been killed instantly. Lin Xian guessed that even those on the pilgrim list wouldn't be able to withstand the attack. Unless they had an extremely strong soul defense sacred artifact, only then would they be able to withstand it. This was the strength of the 9-tailed clan. The 9th prince was absolutely unparalleled outside, but Lin Xian was also a soul expert. Moreover, his soul had already reached the level of a saint venerable. Therefore, he wasn't afraid of such a terrifying illusion formation. Lin Xian stood there. Golden light shone in his eyes, forming a strange pattern that kept spinning. Strands of soul energy flew out from his eye technique. It turned into a sword light that kept spinning. Every strike would destroy the fox phantoms that approached him. Lin Xian stood there as if nothing could touch him. What's going on? This kid isn't affected at all. The surrounding people were stunned when they saw this. Xianxia smiled. Even she couldn't compare to Lin Xian's soul power. Although the 9th prince might be stronger than her, it was impossible for him to defeat Lin Xian. Sure enough, the 9th prince's pupils shrank. Could it be that Lin Xian didn't just have a strong physique? Was he also a soul expert? How was this possible? Where did he get the energy to cultivate his soul and physique at the same time? 10,000 fox phantoms cried. The 9th prince formed a seal again. 10,000 fox phantoms appeared together. This was a killing move that could shatter a person's soul instantly. Not good. The surrounding people also retreated frantically. Xianxia also revealed a solemn expression. The attack on the soul was unusually strange. The soul sword that Lin Xian had conjured was completely engulfed. It seemed that he was also about to be engulfed. At this moment, Lin Xian's eyes burst out with an even colder radiance. His eyes seemed to have turned into the eyes of a god. A fire dragon came out of his left eye, roaring at the sky. A lightning tiger came out of his right eye. The dragon and tiger roared. Together, they released soul fluctuations to resist the cries of the 10,000 foxes. The collision of their souls had reached its peak. Boom! Boom! Under everyone's shocked gazes, thousands of Hulai's phantoms shattered. The ninth prince spat out a mouthful of blood and fell from the sky stairway. He fell to the ground, his face full of shock. How is this possible? You can actually defeat me in a soul illusion. He felt that it was too unbelievable. In the distance, the princes and princesses of the nine-tailed tribe were stunned too. They ran over and helped the ninth prince up, their faces full of shock. Damn it, who the hell is this kid? Lin Xian retracted his Tianji god eyes and said coldly. Now do you know who will be chased out? To be honest, I never thought of chasing you away. But you just had to recklessly provoke me, so don't blame me. Damn it. The ninth prince was so angry that he vomited blood. His soul had received a huge impact, and he didn't have the strength to go up again. Guan Songhai shook his head and sighed when he saw this. Xianxia's expression was similarly cold. Since the other party had attacked her without regard for her feelings, she wouldn't be polite now. She snorted softly and turned around. All right, the 9 of you can come up now. At this moment, the voice of the envoy of Green Hill rang out. Lin Xian and the others took a deep breath and walked up the sky stairway. Soon, their figures gradually disappeared. When they reappeared, they found themselves in the cave again. Furthermore, they discovered that there were 3 other caves around them. This time, they were able to see each other clearly in another space. Those people also turned their heads and looked over. For a moment, everyone sized each other up. Among them, someone exclaimed. Obviously, they recognized each other. Xianxia and the others were also shocked. Chao Tianxing, Gu Feng, and Wan Jiani were all there. Qingqiu Cave, you guys are quite slow this time. At this moment, a figure in the opposite cave spoke in a deep voice. Everyone raised their heads and was shocked. They found that the aura of this person was similar to that of the envoy of Qingqiu. Could it be that he was also an envoy? They were puzzled. It was them. The nine-tailed tribe. Which tribe were the other 4 from? But they must be extraordinary. The envoy of Green Hill walked up and said in a deep voice. We have more geniuses on our side, so I'm afraid it will take a little more time to determine the winner. Hearing this, the other envoys forgot to come over. Oh, is that so? Let me see. Their eyes were like magic lamps as they scanned the bodies of Lin Xian and the others. Lin Xian and the others shuddered as if their secrets were about to be seen through. These people were very powerful and were probably extremely terrifying among the sacred venerables. This time, only one person from the Green Hill tribe has successfully passed. It's really surprising. The envoy on the opposite side laughed. The envoy of Green Hill's face also darkened after hearing this. To be honest, the 9th prince and the eldest prince, who he thought highly of, were actually eliminated. It was really beyond his expectations, so when he looked at Lin Xian, his expression was a little unfriendly. Lin Xian felt uncomfortable all over. He naturally knew that he might have unknowingly offended this envoy. He hoped that this envoy couldn't casually attack, otherwise, he would be in a very troublesome situation. Alright, since they're already here, let's begin. Let's not waste any more time. At this moment, another emissary walked out. He said in a deep voice. Everyone turned their heads and saw that the 4 caves were divided into 4 directions, representing different powers and laws. Green Hill Cave mainly focused on illusions and power, while the cave opposite had a violent and sharp aura. The one on the left had a vast aura, while the one on the right had an extremely cold and gloomy aura. Alright, now that you have passed the test, you have one chance to choose a grotto heaven. Once you succeed, you will become an in-name disciple of the grotto heaven. When you really come to this world in the future, we will lead you to the grotto heaven. The surrounding people were in an uproar. What was a grotto heaven? Why hadn't they heard of it before? Even Xianxia was stunned. However, Lin Xian's pupils constricted. Others didn't know, but he knew that he had killed people from the grotto heaven before. Back then, he guessed that these grotto heavens shouldn't be in the 2nd astral realm, and now it seemed very likely. Could it be that the grotto heaven was in the legendary 3rd astral realm? What shocked him even more was that the grotto heaven was actually related to so many things in the 2nd astral realm. Then, would all the top figures in the second astral realm have to go to the grotto heaven? Lin Xian felt that it was really unbelievable. It seemed that they were paving the way in advance. The others were also in an uproar. They wanted to ask what a grotto heaven was. However, the 4 envoys didn't answer at all. Instead, they let them make a choice according to their own laws. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He felt that this was an opportunity. After all, he had killed the first prince and defeated the 9th prince previously, which had already offended the Green Hill clan. Even if the envoys didn't kill him, the Sage King and Sage Empress wouldn't let him off when he returned. Therefore, it was better to choose another place and leave Green Hill completely. Lin Xian transmitted his voice to Xianxia, saying, I might go to other grotto heavens. Do you want to go? Xianxia immediately understood what was going on. She naturally knew about Lin Xian's current situation. If he stayed here and returned to Green Hill Star, it would be extremely dangerous. Hence, she said, don't worry about me. The first prince is dead, the 9th prince is defeated, and I'm the only one who made it to the end. Even if those people suspect me, the Sage King will do his best to protect me. Alright, Lin Xian nodded his head, indicating that he understood. Then, he walked out and said, I'm going to head to this grotto heaven. Lin Xian was the first to walk out because the others were still thinking about it. However, Lin Xian had his own reasons. Indeed, the 9-tailed fox's eyes shone coldly. To be honest, even though he could choose freely, he was still unhappy that someone had left. Was it this person who had the aura of the dragon race? It seemed like he knew that he couldn't stay in Green Hill Cave any longer. The other 3 messengers walked out as well. They looked at Lin Xian in surprise. On the surface, they didn't see anything special about him. However, to be able to make it to the end, he must be extraordinary. One of them asked, Oh, which grotto heaven are you going to? To be honest, every grotto heaven had some top geniuses that the other grotto heavens wanted to recruit. However, they didn't find anything special about Lin Xian, so they weren't too interested. Lin Xian walked towards Chao Tianqing's grotto heaven. He said, I want to enter this one. Chao Tianqing raised his eyebrows as a glint appeared in his eyes. The messenger was also surprised, you can join if you want. Just then, the Green Hill messenger said, Young man, even though you can join freely, the messengers have the right to decide. If you want to join, you have to pass a test. Hearing this, the other 2 messengers smirked. Let's see what the first guy is capable of. Sure, I'm willing to accept any challenge. Lin Xian nodded his head. The messenger smiled, This is the Howren Grotto Heaven, and I'm the messenger. Since you're willing to join the challenge, I'll give you a chance. Who wants to challenge him? If he could survive 10 moves, he would be allowed to join. Hearing this, the others whispered to each other. Chao Tianqing's eyes flickered. To be honest, he really wanted to make a move. However, he knew that if it was really the person he guessed it to be, he probably wouldn't use his true abilities at the moment. That would be meaningless, so he didn't make a move. At this moment, a person walked out. Let me test you, a man walked out. He had a vast and ethereal aura around him. Cloud-piercing hand. As soon as he came up, he waved his hands and passed through everything. In an instant, he arrived in front of Lin Xian, intending to send Lin Xian flying. Quite a few people were astonished. Those who were able to come here were indeed not weaklings. Lin Xian smiled faintly. His figure rumbled like thunder as he dodged in an instant. At the same time, he threw out a punch like a ferocious tiger. This punch carried a violent aura. The cloud-piercing hand was torn apart, but the other palm pressed down on the ferocious tiger as if trying to seal it. What a strange palm. Lin Xian was also surprised, but he wasn't afraid. Now that everyone was watching, he couldn't use his divine body and his previous abhijna. Fortunately, he had comprehended the law of thunder and the tiger demon fist, which were enough to deal with everything. Lin Xian waved his fist, and the ferocious tiger pressed down by the cloud-piercing hand suddenly roared at the sky. It let out a terrifying roar and directly shattered everything. He kicked out like lightning, and it was like a divine sword. Countless rumbles sounded between heaven and earth. Then, Lin Xian used his fist technique again and fought with his opponent. In the 7th move, the man was forced back. His arms hung down. His cloud-piercing hand was broken. Lin Xian said indifferently as he retracted his attack. Thank you. Many people around were surprised, and the Howren emissary's eyes lit up. It seemed that he was a top expert. He nodded in satisfaction. Very good, you passed the challenge and can join the Howren Grotto Heaven. The person who attacked also came back. He stared at Lin Xian and asked, how should I address you? You can call me Sword Maniac. Lin Xian said indifferently. Hearing this, the others were puzzled. A few people's pupils shrank. For example, Wan Jiani frowned. Gu Feng also had a fierce look in his eyes. They had heard of this name before, but it had only appeared once before disappearing. They didn't expect this person to appear again and show such strange strength. They didn't know which sect this person was from. Lin Xian had successfully joined the Howren Grotto Heaven. When he walked in, he looked at Chao Tianxing. Chao Tianxing nodded slightly at him. Lin Xian was stunned for a moment before nodding his head. He was surprised. This Chao Tianxing was too mysterious. Could it be that the other party recognized him? Moreover, he remembered that someone had fought with him in the valley. He thought about it and felt that it might be this mysterious Chao Tianxing. However, it was just his guess. As for who exactly did it, he didn't know. Next, another 3 people exchanged grotto heavens. Among these 3 people, one of them had surprised him greatly. Because the aura of that person was too cold. It made him frown. At this moment, the person beside him snorted. This guy was arrogant. He was just an earth dragon. Lin Xian turned around and realized that it was a woman who said that. She had dragon scales on her forehead. Was she from the dragon race? He was surprised. Then, he asked, you mean that person is an earth dragon? Earth dragons weren't dragons. In fact, they had nothing to do with the dragon race. How could a dragon be so powerful? Don't you know him? The woman turned around with a look of surprise on her face. Legend had it that this person was very mysterious. He traveled underground for many years and actually entered an ancient tomb. It was a relic left behind by a supreme saint, and he obtained it. This guy has a very arrogant name, Nine Nether. He's from the Acheron Hall. Nine Nether, Acheron Hall. Lin Xian's eyes flickered, and a cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. Nine Nether, who was in front of him, seemed to have sensed it. He suddenly turned around, and there was an extremely terrifying light in his eyes. Their gazes clashed in the air. Countless people were watching. The woman from the dragon race next to him said, do you know him? Do you have a grudge against him? No, but maybe there's a grudge. Lin Xian said. My name is Meng Qing, and I'm from the blue dragon race. You're called Sword Maniac, right? I don't know which faction you're from. The technique you used before should be from the tiger race, right? Lin Xian said, I did use the tiger clan's fist technique, but I'm not from the tiger clan. Speaking of which, I have a very close relationship with the dragon clan. Meng Qing was stunned. Could it be that you're from the dragon clan? Before Lin Xian could answer, the Howren emissary and the others said, all right. Since no one else has a choice, we can start now. The fact that you can come here is enough to show your talent and strength. Now, you have become the registered disciples of our Grotto Heaven. You have the opportunity to obtain the power of law provided by the Grotto Heaven to temper yourself. As for how much you can gain, it all depends on your own luck. As they spoke, the 4 emissaries formed a seal. The Grotto Heaven behind them suddenly became bright, as if it had formed an independent space again. The intertwining of the great Tao inside became unusually shocking. Go, and obtain your opportunity. Hearing this, Lin Xian and the others' eyes instantly lit up. They didn't say anything and directly rushed in. After Lin Xian entered, he first felt the vastness of heaven and earth. A huge force pressed down on him. It was so terrifying that he couldn't believe it. Many people beside Lin Xian rushed forward. Chao Tianxing turned into a stream of light. Meng Qing also said, I'll go first. Soon, he disappeared into the energy in front. Then, the violent energy swept over. Lin Xian was even more excited. This is great. His physique had already reached the Saint Venerable level. His soul had also reached the Saint Venerable level. The only thing he lacked was his cultivation. Moreover, he had so much energy now. This was too beneficial for him. Therefore, he didn't say anything and directly began to absorb the energy crazily. He stood there, and the energy from all directions entered his body. Lin Xian crazily activated the longevity art and started to circulate it. Lin Xian fought all the way. Although his improvement was fast, his realm was very stable. This was all because of him, one step at a time with his feet firmly planted on the ground. Therefore, at this moment, after he crazily activated it again, his cultivation increased tremendously. He was originally a late small saint. Now, he had reached the peak of small saint. Moreover, the speed of absorption was getting faster and faster. Lin Xian also let out a low growl. Longevity art. He had been cultivating all this time and had never changed it. This thing actually didn't become outdated at all as he improved. In particular, the further they went, the stronger the power they displayed. It was simply incomparably vast. At this moment, his crazy absorption naturally alarmed the others. Who was it? They were all trying to find out who it was that had such speed. It was that kid. His name was Sword Maniac. What kind of person was he? How could he absorb energy so crazily? When Chao Tianqing saw this, he was shocked. On the other side, Meng Qing was even more shocked. Did this kid not want to live anymore? To be honest, although their absorption speed was also fast, Lin Xian was several times faster than them. His body could not withstand such an absorption. How could he know that Lin Xian's physique had long since reached the level of a holy venerate? Furthermore, after the change in his life's natural order, he could completely withstand it. As long as there was a large supply of energy, therefore, in just a few days, Lin Xian had reached the peak of the minor saint realm. Moreover, it seemed like he would continue to break through. The surrounding people were very far away, because Lin Xian had sucked away the power of those who were close to him. But fortunately, this place was big enough for them to absorb energy. Otherwise, they would have attacked Lin Xian. On this day, there was a sudden clap of thunder in the sky, shocking everyone. They all stood up and looked into the distance. Could it be that he was about to break through? Lin Xian roared towards the sky. Terrifying lightning gradually condensed and struck down. Come on, Lin Xian had been waiting for this moment. It had been a long time. He merged with the great dragon sword soul in his body and let out a loud dragon roar, shaking the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Meng Qing's eyes widened. Dragon roar, is he really from the dragon clan? To be honest, she felt that her blood was about to freeze. She was from the Azure Dragon clan. The other party's dragon roar was even more terrifying than hers. What kind of bloodline was this? However, she also knew that the dragon clan was divided into many clans. The Azure Dragon was just one of them. There were also dragons that were more powerful than the Azure Dragon. Perhaps the other party was one of those people who walked out of the dragon balls. However, after the other party transformed into a human, he didn't look like a dragon at all. It was really shocking. Lin Xian's lightning tribulation was very terrifying. After all, it was the lightning tribulation for breaking through to the Saint Venerable realm. It was much more terrifying than the previous ones. At this moment, golden light bloomed from his body. He had no choice. He had to resist with all his strength. Fortunately, the surrounding lightning was terrifying. The others couldn't see clearly at all. They could only hear the sound of explosions. At the same time, in the second astral realm, in the pitch-black universe, a blood-red bolt of lightning suddenly streaked across. The rumbling was so loud that countless worlds could sense it. They looked up at the sky and saw that it was blood-red. It shocked them. What happened? Did a super expert die? They didn't know. Even King Wen, the sage, was startled. One by one, they searched. However, they didn't know what had happened either. In the depths of the Destiny planet, the bronze envoy was originally cultivating. Suddenly, he felt a rumbling sound and a bloody light that filled the sky. Even the Destiny stone trembled violently. The bronze envoy suddenly opened his eyes. Looking at the scene, his face was filled with shock. Blood-red lightning. Was it the punishment of the heavens? It shouldn't be. Could it be that another person abandoned by the heavens had appeared? at the same time, in this mysterious space, Lin Xian had entered the late stage. He felt that the energy in his body was increasing exponentially. Once he crossed this step, he would completely surpass the minor saint realm. At that time, he could kill a minor saint with just a glance. However, at the last moment, he felt an intense pressure. The whole sky was about to split open. There was a red light flickering inside. Boom, Lin Xian was sent flying and spat out a mouthful of blood. His 9-yang divine body was split open. What's going on? The power of lightning has become even more terrifying. It's many times more terrifying. How could it be? Breaking through to the Saint Venerable realm shouldn't be so powerful. The others were also shocked. What was this? They felt a chill down their spines. Chao Tianxing frowned and stared at Lin Xian. Then, he sighed. Originally, there were signs of a breakthrough in his body, but it was stopped by him. Lin Xian's body recovered and broke through again. However, at this moment, the terrifying aura pressed down again. It caused his body to split open again. What's going on? There's only one step left. Could it be that there's a problem? He raised his head and looked at the sky. The red lightning in the crack became more obvious. It seemed like it was about to fall. Damn it. Lin Xian roared, and a dragon-shaped sword energy flew out of his body and rushed into the sky. This angered the blood-red lightning even more, and it directly descended. With one strike, the 3 rivers were shattered, and the surrounding people were all sent flying, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. Lin Xian also felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and many cracks appeared on his body. It was too terrifying. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. This attack was not weaker than the attack of a Saint King. This was the second time he had encountered such a fatal crisis. What should he do? The Void Divine Furnace. However, there were so many lightning tribulations. Could the Void Divine Furnace block all of them? Moreover, he still had to break through. Just as the blood-red lightning was about to envelop him, the mysterious small sword in Lin Xian's body trembled. It directly swallowed him. In the next moment, Lin Xian disappeared. The blood-red lightning did not fall. Instead, it floated in the sky. That terrifying aura pressured everyone to the point that they couldn't breathe. What exactly happened? Other than Lin Xian, the others were also close to breaking through and attracted the heavenly tribulation. However, at this moment, they had all been passively stopped. Who would dare to break through under the blood-red lightning? Even the Haran envoy was alarmed. After he arrived, he looked at the lightning in the sky, and his pupils constricted. How could this be? He looked in all directions, but he did not know who it was. Even the blood-red lightning in the sky was puzzled. He stared at everyone, but he felt that it was not them. In the end, he slowly disappeared. The large crack in the sky was still bobbing up and down. Everyone was shocked. At the same time, Lin Xian's figure also appeared. He looked around and was greatly surprised by the familiar yet strange scene. This was the mysterious small sword in his body. He had not entered that world for a long time. He did not expect that this time, the mysterious small sword would take the initiative to suck him in. After entering, he found that he was not attacked by the blood-red lightning. Could it be that he was isolated? It was really too unbelievable. However, what was going on? Was it because he was abandoned by the heavens? He felt that the aura was very similar. Damn it. What kind of force was behind the bronze envoy? Would he be able to directly trigger the heavenly punishment? It could even affect a breakthrough. This was too heaven-defying. Could it be that he was a martial monarch? That shouldn't be the case. There were no great emperors in this world. Was that a supreme existence above the great emperor? Lin Xian felt a headache coming on. Then what was the world in his body? Why was it able to isolate the heavenly punishment? Could he cultivate here? Lin Xian gave it a try and felt that this world was much more terrifying than the outside world. He could fly in the sky and burrow into the ground outside, but in here, even running was a problem. The laws here were too terrifying, and the suppression was too strong. Lin Xian felt that he could cultivate here, but not now. He was afraid that he would have to wait for his cultivation to improve before he could cultivate here. He had no choice but to take out the dream leaf and send his soul in. The Green Mountain Holy King's soul imprint had been left on the mask, so he had to find the other party and ask about it. The soul imprint of the Green Mountain messenger transformed into a hazy figure. When he sensed Lin Xian's aura, he was also greatly surprised. "Are you going to break through to Saint Venerable so soon? Did you receive any threats?" Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. "I was almost killed by a blood-colored bolt of lightning." "What's going on?" Green Mountain Sage King also sighed. "I knew it long ago, but I really underestimated your breakthrough speed. In my opinion, it was impossible for you to reach this realm so quickly. Therefore, I was prepared to tell you after a while. Now, it seems that I can only tell you in advance. I've said before that we are the same kind of people. You are a person abandoned by the heavens, and I'm afraid I'm the same. We are suppressed by the heavenly Tao. The further we cultivate, the stronger the suppression. Especially every time we break through, others might be facing heavenly tribulation, but we might attract heavenly punishment. Those red lightning bolts are much more terrifying than heavenly tribulation. I think you should have felt it." Lin Xian nodded. Could it be that he couldn't break through in this lifetime? To be honest, he couldn't cultivate when he was sealed by the Black Lotus. He didn't expect that he would be targeted again when he broke through. He was targeted by the so-called heavenly Tao. What should he do? Green Mountain Sage King took a deep breath. There were two ways. First, go to the buried Emperor Star. Second, go to planet Xiuan. These two worlds were extraordinary. There were some places that heavenly punishment couldn't affect. After all, there were too many great emperors in these two worlds. It's safe for you to break through there. Sure, Yuanxing and the buried Emperor Star? Lin Xian was surprised. It seemed that only great emperors could suppress heavenly punishment. However, these two worlds were very far away from him. The buried Emperor Star was said to be in the distant third astral realm. It was impossible to go there. Planet Xiuan? It was possible, but he had to cross many obstacles to return. In order to improve his cultivation, Lin Xian decided to return to planet Xiuan. However, Green Mountain Sage King did say that he didn't need to rush back. Don't break through first. You should know about the Heavenly Tao debate. Go and participate in the Heavenly Tao debate. After you pass, the Sage Kings will personally bring you to planet Xiuan. Another Heavenly Tao debate. Why do I have to go to planet Xiuan? Lin Xian was surprised. Green Mountain Sage King said, I can't tell you too much now. I can only tell you one thing. There is a passage to the buried Emperor Star in planet Xiuan. The moment he heard these words, Lin Xian was completely flabbergasted. To think that there would be some sort of connection between these two unique worlds, it was just that his cultivation was too weak before and he didn't know. It seemed that he had to participate in the Heavenly Tao debate. Lin Xian understood. He retracted the illusion. Then, he took a deep breath. Now, in the mysterious small sword world, he should consolidate his cultivation. He was now half a step into the sacred venerate realm. He was just a little bit away from breaking through. However, he wasn't in a hurry now. For safety's sake, it was better to wait until after the Heavenly Tao debate. After consolidating his cultivation, Lin Xian carefully explored the small sword world. He found that with his current strength, he was barely able to enter. He estimated that if he wanted to move freely in here, he would have to at least reach the Sage King realm. At that time, he would be able to explore the mysteries of this small sword world. Suddenly, Lin Xian frowned. He sensed that something was happening outside, so he left the mysterious small sword. Outside, the Howran emissary's face was cold. He was investigating what was going on. However, no one said it clearly. They only knew that someone had attracted this kind of blood-red lightning when he was breaking through. Where is that sword fanatic? The Howran emissary frowned and asked. Lin Xian walked out of the void. Senior, are you looking for me? Oh, you're still here. The Howran emissary had his doubts when he saw that Lin Xian wasn't there. But now, Lin Xian had actually come out. This made him bewildered. It seemed that Sky Law wasn't looking for this person. Are you okay? Meng Qing walked over with a puzzled look on her face. Lin Xian said, I'm fine. I'm just frightened by the situation just now. Lin Xian wouldn't tell her the truth. Otherwise, if others knew that he was abandoned by the heavens, they would probably be scared out of their wits. Mengqing nodded and said, I'm not going to talk to you anymore. I have to break through quickly. Her aura was about to reach the Saint Venerable level. The others were the same. It seemed that they all wanted to break through to the Saint Venerable level. Lin Xian sat down cross-legged and let the great dragon sword soul activate some of its power to recover. Furthermore, he had always controlled his strength well. He didn't want to attract the attention of the Haran emissary. He looked around in boredom. It could be said that the breakthroughs of the people around him didn't go smoothly. After all, this was a natural chasm that blocked countless small saints. Sure enough, these people failed the first time. Even Mengqing failed. Lin Xian shook his head. Fortunately, he had obtained some information about the inheritance of the nine-tailed fox. It contained the experience on how to break through to the Saint Venerable level. That was why he could succeed. Of course, if it wasn't for the blood-colored lightning, he would have become a Saint Venerable. Then, another person tried again. The second time, he failed and was seriously injured. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He found that Chao Tianxing was even weirder than him. He didn't cultivate at all. Instead, he opened his mouth and spat out a coffin. It was a coffin made of gold. It was shining brightly. After he opened it, the coffin began to absorb energy crazily. After it was full, he crawled in himself. Then, he sealed the coffin. The coffin was buried in the ground. That scene made Lin Xian's hair stand on end. Who is this Chao Tianxing? How can he cultivate like this? But thinking about it, everyone had their secrets. He had secrets, so Chao Tianxing must have them too. Lin Xian paid no more attention to Mengqing. He noticed that Mengqing's second attempt had failed. He thought for a while and walked up to her. Do you need help? You can help me break through? Mengqing was surprised. Lin Xian nodded. I have some experience on breaking through to the Saint Venerable level. It wasn't easy for me to get it, so I can help you. But you have to do me a favor. I came from Clear Autumn World, but I definitely can't go back there. I want you to take me out, back to your world. No problem, leave it to me. Mengqing nodded. Do you really have the experience of breaking through? Lin Xian said. Of course, he extended a finger and tapped the space between Mengqing's eyebrows. Following that, he imparted some of his experience in breaking through to the other party. Mengqing was suddenly enlightened. So that was how it was. No wonder I failed twice. She was really too shocked. Next, Mengqing broke through again. She finally became a holy venerate as she wished. An incomparably vast aura swept in all directions. After the others sensed it, their eyes widened. Someone had really succeeded in breaking through. They looked at Mengqing. Someone frowned. That shouldn't be the case. His previous progress wasn't as good as mine. It was that kid. Did Mengqing succeed after that sword maniac went? Could it be that there was some secret on that kid? Someone was watching him. Brat, tell me your secret. Two people walked over. Come up. They had already failed twice, so what they urgently needed now was any possibility of a breakthrough. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Get lost. You don't know what's good for you. The two people were furious. So what if the other party was powerful? Who wasn't a top genius? The two of them attacked and prepared to suppress Lin Xian. However, at this moment, Mengqing slapped out with her palm. The azure dragon claw directly slapped the two of them away. Do you want to die? Damn it, the two people's bodies were blown apart. Their expressions became incomparably ugly. Previously, Mengqing's strength was about the same as theirs. But now, she could severely injure them with just a light palm. This was the change after breaking through to become a holy venerate. They were too envious. Hurry up and get lost, the two people could only grit their teeth and leave because they were no match for Mengqing. Mengqing looked around. She said, Sword Maniac is my friend. Whoever dares to touch him, don't blame me for being rude. As she spoke, she released the aura of a holy venerate. The others were shocked and did not dare to say anything. A smile appeared on Mengqing's face. Thank you so much. She was really happy. If not for Lin Xian's experience, she might not have been able to break through this time. It's nothing. Lin Xian smiled. Don't forget our agreement. Of course. Meng Qing nodded. She looked at Lin Xian with surprise. You haven't completely broken through? Do you want me to protect you? Lin Xian nodded. No need. I still need to accumulate for a while. Next time. He was now. He did not want to attract the lightning of the heavenly punishment. In the following time, those people tried again. However, this was really a chasm. These people tried 8 or 9 times, but they might not succeed. At this moment, the ground broke open, and the golden coffin appeared again. The seal and chains on it were unlocked. Chao Tianxing walked out from inside. After he came out, he also had the aura of a holy venerate. Did he break through? The surrounding people were shocked. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. Meng Qing was also surprised. This guy was too strange. Did he break through in the coffin? Lin Xian's face was solemn. He had the heavenly secret god eyes. Although Chao Tianxing's movements were fast, he still took a glance. There was a piece of skin in the golden coffin. He only knew that snakes shed their skin. Could humans do the same? Chao Tianxing kept the golden coffin and sat down cross-legged. About 10 days later, everyone's fortuitous encounter came to an end. The Howren envoy set up an array formation to let them leave. Everyone was also given a command medallion. This was the Howren medallion. If these people could leave here one day and reach the real Grotto Heaven, they might be able to join the Howren Grotto Heaven. These people came with confidence, but when they left, many of them were disappointed. They did not break through again. Indeed, only Meng Qing and Chao Tianxing broke through in the Howren Grotto Heaven. The other Grotto Heavens should be about the same, with only 2 or 3 people. He wondered how Xianxia was doing. With her talent, she should be fine. Lin Xian thought about it and did not look at her. He and Meng Qing left in the array formation. Planet Tianming. The bronze envoy knelt on the ground with one knee. There was a blood-red light above his head and a terrifying sword shadow. At the same time, a voice came from inside. What's going on? Why did the second astral realm attract heavenly punishment again? Is there another person abandoned by the heavens? The bronze envoy's scalp went numb. Sir, I don't know. You don't know? What's the use of having a piece of trash like you? The sword shadow in the sky became even more terrifying. The bronze envoy spat out a mouthful of blood. He said that the previous person abandoned by the heavens had been killed. If a new one appeared, it meant that he did not come to participate in the heavenly mandate. Are you sure that the previous person was completely killed? Did you see it with your own eyes? As soon as he said that, the bronze envoy's face turned ugly. I didn't see it with my own eyes, but I heard that he was hit by a sage king. I don't think he survived. Investigate this matter carefully for me. Otherwise, you know what will happen to you. The sword shadow in the sky disappeared. The bronze envoy heaved a sigh of relief, but soon he clenched his fists. In the next moment, he tore open space and walked out. It seemed that he was going to investigate this matter thoroughly. The land of the Blue Dragon. It was the world where the Blue Dragon clan lived. At this moment, at the end of the world of the Blue Dragon clan, there was a huge black space. That was a space passage. A few figures stood in front of the passage, led by an old man. They had dragon scales on their bodies and foreheads. Obviously, they were all from the Blue Dragon clan. Counting the days, little Qing should be back soon. One of the people behind said. The old man in front also nodded. He wondered if he could break through in the next 2 or 3 days. Suddenly, their eyes lit up. They were here. Sure enough, an extremely surging aura came from the space passage. In the next moment, 2 figures walked out. Great, they were out. The people of the Blue Dragon clan were pleasantly surprised. Feeling the change in their aura, the corners of their mouths also curled up into a smile. Who was this? Suddenly, they stared at Lin Xian and frowned slightly. Was he a human? Why was Meng Qing with a human? Meng Qing said, he's called Sword Fanatic. It's all thanks to his help that I could break through this time. Oh right, he's also from the Dragon clan. Sword Fanatic. Help. And he's from the dragon clan. Those people frowned slightly. The old man in the lead did smile. Which clan did young master come from? There were many branches of the dragon clan. Lin Xian smiled and said, Senior, you're too polite. I just got some dragon blood in the past and consumed it. I'm not a real dragon. So that was the case. There was a hint of contempt in the eyes of the people behind. However, Meng Qing said, it's all thanks to him that I could break through. Grandpa, you have to thank him for me. The old man in front smiled and said, since you're little Qing's benefactor, you're a guest of the Blue Dragon clan. Please. Senior, you're too polite. I'm here mainly to borrow the space teleportation formation. He said that there was no hurry. That old man obviously had an extraordinary status in the Blue Dragon clan. He left with the crowd and held a banquet to celebrate Meng Qing and Lin Xian at the same time. Many geniuses of the Blue Dragon clan had gathered at this banquet. When they learned that Meng Qing had returned, they were very happy. However, when they learned that Meng Qing had returned with a human man, they were all stunned. All of them were stunned. Many of them gritted their teeth. Do humans dare to stand side by side with our dragon clan? He was truly courting death. However, they all heaved a sigh of relief when they heard that the other party would only stay here for a few days before leaving using the teleportation formation. Little Qing, now that you've made a breakthrough, I'm sure you'll have a greater chance of winning the Dao discussion. Many elders laughed and said. There's still a long time before the Dao discussion. I should be able to improve again. Meng Qing nodded. However, an elder shook his head. According to the latest information we received, this time is a little special. It seems that it will be brought forward. Just 1 year later. What? It was actually brought forward. Meng Qing was shocked. Even Lin Xian was stunned. What was going on, he didn't know, but it seemed to be because of the blood-red lightning. Something big happened while you were away. That day, a blood-red bolt of lightning illuminated the entire starry sky of the universe. Countless stars and worlds saw it. Even the sage kings were alarmed. However, they didn't find anything. After Meng Qing heard this, she was very surprised. She remembered that she had also seen the blood-red lightning. She glanced at Lin Xian, but didn't say anything. Lin Xian's pupils shrank as well. Even the entire second astral realm knew about it. Damn it, the situation isn't good. That's right, I don't know what's going on. However, it was confirmed that the Dao discussion would be held in advance. The top families and holy grounds had already been informed. I wonder who's going to be the host this time. Meng Qing was even more confused. This time, it was the Acheron Hall's turn. What? It's the Acheron Hall? Meng Qing frowned. It was obvious that he didn't like the aura of the Acheron Hall. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. It seemed that every time the Dao discussion was held, there would be a holy city hosting it. This time, it was the Acheron Hall's turn. When he thought of the Silver Corpse Holy King, a trace of killing intent appeared in his eyes. That guy dared to make a move on him, so he must teach the Acheron Hall a lesson. Don't worry, we won't be going to the Acheron Hall's headquarters, but to one of their subordinate worlds. However, I heard that the Acheron Hall is very strong this time. It seems that we have to be careful when we participate in the battle. After the banquet, Lin Xian stayed for 2 more days before preparing to return. Meng Qing said, "Are you going to return to your sect? There's still a year's time, and you might not be able to make it. Moreover, if you're not a disciple of a holy city or a top family, you won't be able to enter. You can only watch from the outside. If you really want to go, why don't you stay here and follow the Blue Dragon tribe?" Lin Xian thought for a while, then nodded. Alright, I have a year's time anyway. Indeed, it's too late for him to act alone. Great, we can learn from each other during this time. I feel that you've been hiding your strength. Meng Qing was very happy. As for the young people of the Blue Dragon tribe, their faces turned ugly when they heard the news. They gritted their teeth so hard that they were about to break. Damn it, why isn't he leaving? Should I find a chance to teach him a lesson? As expected, a few Blue Dragon tribe geniuses were ready to take action. On this day, they took advantage of the fact that Meng Qing was in seclusion to cultivate and headed towards Lin Xian's residence. Kid, come out and learn from each other." These people laughed maliciously. Lin Xian opened his eyes and frowned slightly. He sighed. As expected, there were always some arrogant people who didn't know what was good for them. They were like this when he was in the Xianxia tribe. Now that he was in the Blue Dragon tribe, it was the same. It seemed that he had to teach these people a lesson. Lin Xian stood up and said, "Alright, do you want to fight one-on-one or together? Why don't I fight with one hand?" After hearing this, the people of the Blue Dragon tribe were so angry that they almost vomited blood. "Damn it, so arrogant. Do you think Meng Qing can protect you? Let me tell you, she's in seclusion and will only come out after 1 or 2 months. No one can protect you." The leader was a young man called Xianxia. From the looks of it, he had 1 foot in the realm of Holy Venerate. The other 2 were also peak minor saints. To be honest, Lin Xian didn't care about such strength at all. Although he hadn't become a saint realm now, he was only 1 step away. Even if he encountered a real saint realm, he wouldn't be afraid. He even had the strength to kill a saint realm. Therefore, he didn't care about these people at all. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian was ready to take action. At this moment, a crack appeared in the sky. Then, a few figures walked out from it. A terrifying bloodline aura shrouded the entire manor. Someone else came again? Furthermore, it looked like there were quite a number of people who came. They were all experts. Lin Xian frowned. Was the Blue Dragon clan really going to make a move on him? But very soon, he discovered that it was not so. Because opposite, those few people from the Blue Dragon clan also frowned. They shouted coldly. "Who is it, actually dare to behave atrociously in my Blue Dragon land? Get out here!" A terrifying dragon roar reverberated throughout the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Hearing that, Lin Xian was surprised. Not here to target him, then who were they? He looked over in puzzlement. The next moment, he discovered that these people who came similarly flickered with terrifying dragon aura on their bodies. They had scales that emitted an ice-cold light. These people should also be from the Dragon clan. But it looked like they were not from the Blue Dragon clan. Some of them had wings on their backs, abnormally terrifying. The other group of people had scales on their backs that were like sharp swords, wanting to rush into the clouds. When Xianxia and the rest saw this scene, they also frowned. "People from the Winged Dragon clan and Sword Dragon clan, what are you doing coming to our Blue Dragon clan? And before coming, shouldn't you all have received an invitation first, then waited? Who allowed you to come in?" The people from the Blue Dragon clan were indeed furious. What did the other party take their place for? A place where they could come and go as they pleased? I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's Xianxia. The likes of you also dare to make a fuss in front of us? A Dragon clan powerhouse with dark golden wings walked out, a hint of disdain at the corners of his mouth. A man similarly walked out from Sword Dragon's side. The scales on his back were purple, as if 5 purple heavenly swords, abnormally terrifying. "Xianxia, the likes of you don't have the qualifications to control us. Yizhen, Sword Star. The 2 of you, are you really going to oppose me?" The Blue Dragon clan, those 2 Dragon clan powerhouses also laughed after hearing that. "You can't represent the Blue Dragon clan. Let those who can speak step forward." Damn it, Xianxia's expression became incomparably ugly. He roared angrily, the dragon blood in his body surging, a terrifying aura pervading out. "Want to make a move?" Seeing this scene, the corners of Yizhen's mouth curled into a hint of a disdainful smile. "Just the likes of you are still not our match." A terrifying aura also surged from his body, the dark golden wings on his back flapped, bringing about a powerful golden storm. Wung, those storms danced between heaven and earth, and then quickly swept Xianxia and the others away. The expressions of the Blue Dragon tribe changed drastically. Their faces were filled with rage. Who would have thought that these people would dare to take the initiative to attack? Damn it. Xianxia roared angrily. Blue sky seal. He formed a seal with both hands and waved it forward. A terrifying palm print bloomed in the sky, as if it could destroy the world. Lin Xian was shocked as he watched from the side. As expected of a member of the dragon race, his power was much stronger than the other saints. However, he still shook his head slightly. Xianxia was extraordinary, but the winged dragon race expert was even more terrifying. That dark golden storm was like a heavenly blade. It was rare for the blue sky seal to be sliced in half from all directions. Is that all you've got? When Xian saw this scene, he shook his head in disdain. Truly pitifully weak. Oh right, I heard that Meng Qing of your blue dragon tribe went to the trial grounds. Did she come? Let her come out. Humph, how could you possibly be a match for Meng Qing? Let me tell you, Meng Qing has already become a sacred venerate. All of you combined are no match for her, Xianxia roared crazily. Is that so? Has she really become a sacred venerate? On the other side, Jianxing's eyes shone with a sharp light. Then all the more I want to see it. The 5 purple swords on his back kept trembling. It caused the sky to fall and the earth to crack. Humph, Jianxing, with just you, if you meet Meng Qing, you won't even be able to block one move. Song Jie gritted his teeth and said. When Jianxing heard this, his face darkened. How dare you judge me? He waved his hand, and a purple sword flew out from his back and slashed forward. Damn it. Song Jie's pupils shrank, and there was fear in his eyes. The power of this sword was beyond his imagination. Blue dragon body, he roared angrily, and the bloodline in his body kept erupting. He wanted to take this sword head-on. However, with a boom, he flew out like a kite, and many of the scales on his body fell. Fresh blood even pierced through the void. It's useless. Although the blue dragon body is a super strong body tempering technique, it can't be used in the hands of trash like you. What a pity. Jianxing shook his head. Those people from the Blue Dragon Land turned pale. This time, they were here to teach a human a lesson. Therefore, Song Jia was the strongest among the people who had come. But at this moment, Song Jia was nothing in front of the 2 dragon clans. Damn it, why didn't the Blue Dragon clan's experts come? Suddenly, they realized that a formation had appeared around them at some point in time, isolating them from everything. No wonder the Pterosaur and Stegosaurus clans dared to be so arrogant. It seemed that it was time to teach them a lesson and let them know the difference between them. The 2 dragon clans landed, and it seemed like they wanted to attack again. The Blue Dragon clan's faces turned ugly. They roared crazily, but it was useless. Just when they were in despair, a cough came from the side. Lin Xian coughed twice, and his expression was a little strange. To be honest, these people could fight however they wanted, but they shouldn't fight where he was. It would be awkward for him. Hearing the coughing sound, the members of the 3 dragon clans all turned their heads to look. The Blue Dragon clan was furious. Damn it, it was all because of this kid. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so unlucky today. The Pterosaur and Stegosaurus clans were surprised. There was someone here, and it looked like a human. There was a human here. It was really surprising. How should they deal with this human? Jianxing asked. After Xian looked, he said, just kill him. He's just an ant anyway. With that, a pterosaur sage walked out from behind him. Hee, kid, you can only say that you're unlucky to have met us. The wings on his back flapped, and a terrifying wind blade was shot out. Lin Xian's face darkened. To be honest, this was the dragon clan's matter, and he didn't intend to interfere. But he didn't expect that these people would want to attack him. They really didn't know what was good for them. It seemed that he couldn't just watch the show. He had to take action. Thinking of this, he snorted coldly. With a flick of his finger, a sword chi flew out, and it shattered the wind blade. Not only that, it even pierced through that person's body. Poof, the winged dragon race's saint was sent flying as he cried out in pain. The Blue Dragon clan was stunned. This kid actually dared to fight back. Was he not afraid of death? And the Pterosaur clan was also stunned. Then, they became furious. Many people gathered around Lin Xian and surrounded him. Damn it, mere humans actually dared to attack us and injure our people, say it, how do you want to die? Xian's eyes also burst out with a cold light. Who's going to kill him? I'll reward you heavily. Xian's voice resounded. Immediately, someone from the Winged Dragon clan walked forward. I'll do it. This time, it was a late minor saint with terrifying strength. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Don't waste your time. They're no match for me. If you want to fight, do it yourself. Lin Xian locked his gaze on Xian. The others were stunned. This brat wants to fight with Yizhen. Yizhen was also stunned. Then, he sneered. What a reckless brat. Originally, you're not worthy for me to fight. But since you want to die, I'll grant you your wish. Dark golden storm. A terrifying wind flew out and shrouded Lin Xian. Haha, die. The people of the Winged Dragon clan revealed a smile. In their opinion, their boss could kill the opponent in an instant. Lin Xian retracted his hand. His 5 fingers turned into claws and pounced down like a ferocious tiger. Tiger Devil Fist. A single strike split the storm apart. An even more terrifying fist technique was launched towards Yizhen. Yizhen's pupils shrunk. He quickly dodged. The void where he was originally at was shattered. His blood and chi were boiling, and his face turned pale. It's impossible to kill me in an instant. If you don't show me your true strength, I'm afraid the one who will be killed in an instant will be you. Lin Xian sneered. So powerful, the surrounding people were stunned. The people of the Blue Dragon clan also couldn't believe it. Was this the ant in their eyes? It was unbelievable that he could fight against Yizhen. If the 2 dragon clans didn't come and they took action, they would probably end up in a miserable state. Yizhen's face became incomparably ugly. Being repelled by a human made him lose all face. Brat, you've completely angered me. His palms kept forming seals. 2 dark golden wings spread out behind his back. The great Tao on it kept rotating, emitting a mysterious force. He flapped his wings again, and the law of wind around him surged out violently. Heaven and earth trembled. The people of the Blue Dragon clan quickly retreated. They knew that this was the ultimate skill of the Winged Dragon clan. Wind walking under the heavens. The space in front was completely submerged. The Winged Dragon clan revealed a smile. No matter who you are, under this move, your astral soul would be completely destroyed. Has it been resolved? Jianxing retracted his gaze and looked at the people from the Blue Dragon clan again. Everyone thought that Lin Xian would be annihilated by this move. Inside the storm, a palm extended out and tore apart the void. A terrifying palm descended from the sky and slapped towards Yizhen. How could this be? Yizhen's pupils shrank. Was the other party still not dead? He resisted, and then was blasted backwards, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His opponent's physique was actually so strong. So that's all there is to you. Lin Xian walked out of the storm that filled the sky. The boundless great Tao on his body blocked all the storms. Was he not injured? The people of the Winged Dragon clan were stunned, and the people of the Blue Dragon clan were even more dumbfounded. Jianxing frowned, while Yizhen's expression became malevolent. Damn it, this is impossible. Who exactly are you? Only now do you remember to ask me who I am. Don't you think it's too late? Do you think that because you're of the Dragon clan, high and mighty, you can ignore everything? I didn't provoke you before, right? We don't even know each other. But you? You want to kill me right away. Do you think that you can withstand my wrath? Lin Xian's eyes bloomed with an extremely cold light. He would not show mercy to people who tried to kill him. Tiger Fiend Fist's first move. Army Destroyer. Lin Xian's palm waved again. A ferocious tiger coiled around his hand. The entire palm emitted an extremely terrifying aura. It pushed forward fiercely. Damn it, actually daring to look down on me. Wind stirring, 9 heavens feather. Yizhen also roared angrily. The scales on his wings turned into sharp swords one after another, flying down. On them were the true blood of the Dragon clan. Not good, quickly retreat. Seeing the 2 people fighting with real fire, the surrounding people all retreated frantically. And the 2 people's peerless divine abilities also collided together. Jianxing's eyes flickered. Although this human strength previously exceeded his expectations. But when stirring 9 heavens, this ultimate move, even he had to deal with it with all his might. Thinking about it, that human should not be able to block it, right? But very soon, he discovered that his thinking was wrong. Between heaven and earth, dragon roars and tiger roars sounded out. Lin Xian's fist seemed to be like a broken bamboo, tearing everything apart, charging in front of Yizhen. Impossible. Yizhen screamed, both wings flapping, wanting to escape. But this punch slammed onto his body. Bang, his body was torn to pieces, directly blasted apart. What? Those people in the surroundings were all stunned. Xian actually lost, and was blown up by someone. Those people from the Winged Dragon clan screamed crazily. Xian retreated into the distance. He condensed his body anew, his expression becoming incomparably ugly. Damn it, the other party's attack was actually so powerful. Who the hell are you, trash, you don't have the right to know. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Xian was angered until he vomited blood. It had always been him looking down on others, but now, someone actually looked down on him. Furthermore, the other party defeated him, making him speechless. Xianxia, you're not making a move, Xian gritted his teeth and roared angrily. Xianxia's eyes bloomed with a piercing cold light. Interesting, you're worthy of me making a move. He walked out, the 5 heavenly swords behind him released terrifying killing intent. Lin Xian cast a glance at the other party, smiling coldly. Don't be anxious, one by one. His gaze locked onto Xian. I'll finish you off first. He charged forward once again. You dare. Xian was enraged, his expression becoming incomparably ugly. The other party actually dared to deal a killing blow to him? Come, men, kill him for me. Following his command, the surrounding people from the Winged Dragon clan rushed up crazily. Get lost, Lin Xian roared angrily, breaking through the army with one blow again, sweeping away 1,000 troops. Those surrounding people from the Winged Dragon clan were all sent flying by him. The next moment, he arrived in front of Xian. A terrifying fierce tiger phantom hovered between heaven and earth. A hand claw directly clasped onto Xian's head. If you dare to touch me, you're becoming enemies with the Winged Dragon clan. Your outcome, you have to think clearly. Our dragon clan absolutely won't let you off. But his voice had just faded when his body was directly beaten into a bloody mist. Lin Xian's tiger fiend fist was too terrifying. It really had the aura of exterminating everything, directly obliterating the other party's body and soul. Dead, everyone was dumbfounded. Xian, such a powerful expert, already had one foot into the holy venerable realm, was actually killed by someone. The Blue Dragon clan's people were dumbfounded, while the Winged Dragon clan's people were roaring crazily. But no one dared to step forward. They looked toward Xianxia. Big brother Xianxia, please take revenge for us. Xianxia's expression was incomparably gloomy and cold. Honestly speaking, he also did not expect that the other party would actually make a move so decisively, directly killing Xian, making him somewhat shocked. Just what was the background of this person? Was his identity really exceedingly high? Or was it an audacious guy? But no matter which kind, it was very troublesome. This kind of person had no scruples. Seeing that Xianxia was silent, Lin Xian said, if you want to make a move, think about the consequences. You will end up worse than him. Xianxia's pupils constricted. Good boy, you dare to threaten me. Do you think that you can survive if I don't make a move? You are too arrogant. The person you killed is a genius of the Winged Dragon race. The Winged Dragon race will definitely not let you off. Wait to suffer the wrath of the dragon race. Let's go. Xianxia waved his hand and left with his people. No, how is that possible? Brother Xianxia, aren't you going to make a move? The people of the Winged Dragon race roared crazily. However, Xianxia didn't even turn his head. This was shocking. Could it be that Xianxia was afraid? The people of the Winged Dragon race also quickly fled, leaving only the people of the Blue Dragon race. They looked at Lin Xian, their bodies trembling non-stop. Lin Xian glanced at these people and said, "Scram." He shouted coldly. Immediately, these people of the Long Dragon race also left dejectedly. His villa quieted down once again. As for this news, it caused a huge commotion as it spread out. The people of the Winged Dragon race were very angry. There was actually someone who didn't know what was good for him. He didn't put them in his eyes at all. Immediately, they sent a large number of experts to capture Lin Xian. On the other side, the people of the Blue Dragon race also had ugly expressions when they heard the news. Damn it. The people of the Winged Dragon race and the Sword Dragon race actually came in quietly. What were they trying to do? Some people were very angry. However, some people frowned. That human didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He killed Xian in the land of hidden dragons. It would probably cause a war between the two great dragon races. What should we do? Someone asked. What else can we do? Capture him and hand him over to the winged dragon race. However, Mengqing came out of seclusion. She said, no, this matter was originally the fault of the winged dragon race and the sword dragon race. Not asking them to come over and apologize is already giving them face. How can we go over and ask for their forgiveness? Isn't this a slap to the face of the blue dragon race? Hearing this, the others also fell silent. Indeed, they were very unhappy. But if this matter wasn't handled well, it would really cause a war between the two great dragon races. Elders, do you really think that we will be safe if we hand him over? Don't forget why they came. They didn't come for my friends. Instead, they are targeting our blue dragon clan. Their goal was the horn of the azure dragon. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Their expressions became incomparably ugly. Damn it. Could it be that these people were really here for the blue dragon horn? At this moment, an extremely terrifying roar resounded between heaven and earth. The void fluctuated, and the laws descended. Powerful figures appeared one after another. Who dared to kill the people of my winged dragon clan? Get over here and accept your death. A cold voice resounded between heaven and earth. In the land of the azure dragon, the expressions of the dragon clan's people changed. Not good, the winged dragon clan's people had come. They actually moved so quickly. Many dark golden figures appeared in the sky. They were all experts of the winged dragon clan. The other side of the void was filled with a biting cold aura. It was the expert of the Stegosaurus race. They had also come, but they had not shown themselves. It seemed that they wanted to watch the battle silently. Xianxia, our people died in your land of the azure dragon. Can you give us an explanation? A middle-aged man stood out and said coldly. The aura on his body was unusually biting cold. He was a sacred venerate. Xianxia snorted coldly. I haven't asked you, winged dragon clan. Why did you come to our land of the azure dragon? Who gave you the right? We are all from the dragon clan. Is there anything wrong with us coming here? But what about you? You actually allowed a human to kill our winged dragon clan's genius here. Today, you must give us an explanation. Otherwise, this matter will not be over. As the middle-aged man's voice fell, the terrifying aura of the blue dragon clan behind him erupted. The wind swept through the 9 heavens, shattering the sky. Do you think we don't know what you are planning? Let me tell you, it's impossible. Mengqing walked out and said coldly. Xian deserved to be killed. Who asked him to provoke us in our territory? We only killed him and let the rest go. We have already given the blue dragon clan a lot of face. If you continue to be stubborn, don't blame us for being impolite. Hearing this, the middle-aged man's face sank. Little girl, do you think you are so arrogant just because you broke through to the sacred venerate level? Let me teach you. What is a true sacred venerate? As he spoke, he clenched his fist, and boundless wind law spread out, forming a terrifying saber light that slashed down. Boom! Mengqing shouted and formed hand seals. The blue dragon seal slammed over. The two collided, producing a shocking explosion. Then, Mengqing was forced back, her face pale. The middle-aged man from the winged dragon clan laughed. Do you see that? There are strong and weak sacred venerates. If you want to fight me, you will have to cultivate for a few hundred more years. Damn it. The people from the blue dragon clan also gritted their teeth when they saw the scene. Damn it, let's fight it out with him. Many people rushed up. What, you want to fight? Do you think we are afraid of you? The people from the winged dragon clan released a terrifying light in the sky. At the same time, the middle-aged man said that this matter was caused by that human. Does he still not dare to come out? Don't let your blue dragon clan be used as a tool. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of the people from the blue dragon clan changed. In the distance, a stream of light streaked across. The person you are looking for is me. It has nothing to do with the people of the blue dragon clan. It's here. Many people took a deep breath and turned their heads to look. The middle-aged man from the winged dragon clan also narrowed his eyes. He actually dared to come out. To be honest, he was also very surprised. "Brat, your courage isn't small. I thought you would secretly escape." Lin Xian, on the other hand, laughed. "Why should I escape? The genius you mentioned was just a piece of trash in my eyes. He thought that he was high and mighty and wanted to kill me, but in the end, he was killed. It was that simple. Kid, no matter what you say, you have touched the people of our winged dragon clan. Moreover, I'm stronger than you, so if I kill you, I can also kill you mercilessly." The middle-aged man's sacred venerate aura became even more terrifying. At the same time, many people stared at the people from the Blue Dragon clan. "Don't think of getting the Blue Dragon clan to help you." Lin Xian laughed out loud. "Why would I need other people's help?" At this point, a loud dragon roar came from his body, shaking the 9 heavens. Roar, roar. Roar, roar. The clouds in the sky were shattered, and countless cracks appeared. The expressions of the surrounding people from the dragon clan all changed. At this moment, whether it was the people of the Blue Dragon clan, the Winged Dragon clan, or the Sword Dragon clan, their expressions became very shocked. Because the other party's dragon roar suppressed their souls, and even the dragon blood in their bodies surged. How was this possible? What kind of bloodline was this? Could it be that the other party's dragon blood was even more terrifying than theirs? "Damn it, who the hell are you?" The middle-aged man from the Pterosaur Team 1 roared crazily. Even the people of the Azure Dragon clan were stunned. They had heard before that Lin Xian was related to the Dragon clan. However, Lin Xian said at that time that he had only consumed some dragon blood, which was why he was tainted with dragon aura. Now it seemed that this was definitely not the case. What kind of dragon blood could make a person emit such a pure dragon's voice? This voice suppressed their bloodline. The other party's dragon blood was higher than theirs. The people of the Stegosaurus clan were equally shocked, especially Jian Xing. He originally came to watch the show. Who would have thought that he was completely stunned? Fortunately, he did not make a move previously. Otherwise, he was afraid that his end would really be very miserable. Lin Xian saw the power of the great dragon sword soul intimidate these people. The corners of his mouth raised into a smile. "Who am I? Have you heard of the Divine Dragon clan?" Divine Dragon clan, these young dragon powerhouses all frowned. And some elders' eyelids were twitching wildly. How was this possible? Could it be that you are a member of the Divine Dragon clan? Their nerves became incomparably terrified. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He could not expose the matter of the great dragon sword soul. So he thought of the Crimson Dragon. The Crimson Dragon was also a dragon. Moreover, the dragon blood was very powerful. So he told them about the Divine Dragon clan. He did not expect these people to be so shocked. It seemed that the status of the Divine Dragon clan and the Dragon clan was very high. "Do you still dare to touch me now?" Lin Xian did not take the initiative to admit that he was a member of the Divine Dragon clan. But these people did not think so. At this moment, they had already regarded Lin Xian as an existence of the Divine Dragon clan. Their nerves became incomparably terrified. How was this possible? These elders of the Azure Dragon clan. They also became incomparably shocked. Legend had it that the Divine Dragon clan was already extinct. How could it still appear here? They did not know. But even if he was lying and was not a member of the Divine Dragon clan, then he should be a powerful dragon. His bloodline level is too high. We'd better not provoke him and try our best to rope him in. The people of the Blue Dragon tribe instantly came to a decision. With their relationship with Meng Qing, they would have a much better chance of establishing a good relationship with Lin Xian than the other dragons. Thus, those elders soon came to a decision. No matter what. This time, he had to protect Lin Xian. As for the Winged Dragon clan, his expression became incomparably ugly. "Damn it, should we make a move?" These people gnashed their teeth. To be honest, they really wanted to make a move. However, if the other party's identity was too big, then they would be in big trouble. Therefore, they were now in a dilemma. If they had known, they wouldn't have been so arrogant before. If he were to leave now, it would really be embarrassing. The Stegosaurus race also discussed. They took a deep breath and decided not to target Lin Xian anymore. However, they did not retreat. After all, they only had one goal this time, and that was to obtain the blue dragon horn. Alright. So this young master is from the dragon race just like us. What happened before must have been a misunderstanding. I think the fellow Taoist of the winged dragon tribe won't pursue the matter anymore. As he spoke, the great elder of the Stegosaurus race looked ahead. The middle-aged man of the winged dragon tribe also sighed. They said, "Let's put this matter aside for now. We have another important matter this time." That was the blue dragon horn. As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of the people of the blue dragon tribe became extremely ugly. Lin Xian was also surprised. What was the blue dragon horn? He had heard of it before, but he didn't expect to hear it again. Could it be that this blue dragon horn was very useful to the dragon race? The blue dragon horn is the treasure of our blue dragon tribe. When did we allow you to interfere? The people of the blue dragon tribe roared. Damn it, their clan leader was in seclusion. Otherwise, these people wouldn't dare to come out. Fortunately, the two dragon tribes didn't have any saint kings. This made them heave a sigh of relief. However, the two dragon tribes still made the people of the blue dragon tribe turn pale. Since they didn't want to cooperate, then don't blame them for being rude. The middle-aged man of the winged dragon tribe's face darkened. Previously, he had lost face. This time, he was going to get back his face ruthlessly. Therefore, he waved his hand and the winged dragon tribe saints in the sky prepared to attack. Terrifying wind laws danced between heaven and earth. On the other side, the people of the Stegosaurus tribe roared into the sky. Phantoms of heavenly swords appeared on their backs. They pierced through the sky. Damn it, the great elder of the blue dragon tribe also shouted angrily and activated the array formation. They didn't expect the two dragon balls to really dare to attack. The two dragon tribes were indeed determined. This time, the blue dragon tribe's clan leader was in seclusion. It could be said that the dragons were without a leader. It was their best opportunity to attack. If they couldn't take down the blue dragon horn this time, then they really wouldn't have a chance in the future. A great battle broke out in an instant. It was abnormally intense. All kinds of dragon roars and dragon blood surged between heaven and earth. Lin Xian was dumbfounded. Did they start fighting just like that? The three dragon tribes started fighting, and the battle was earth-shattering. Fortunately, the land of the blue dragon was protected by a strong array formation. Otherwise, it would have been destroyed long ago, but even so, he could see that the blue dragon tribe's situation was very bad. It could be said that they were retreating. Damn it, are you really going to fall out? When our Saint King comes out of seclusion, can you resist? The people of the blue dragon tribe roared. The people of the winged dragon and Stegosaurus tribe snorted coldly. Do you think we don't have a Saint King? This time, our Saint King didn't come. We're already giving the blue dragon tribe a lot of face. If you don't want to suffer any more losses, then obediently get out of the way. We only want the blue dragon horn. Retreat quickly. The great elder of the blue dragon tribe shouted angrily. At the same time, he said, Qing quickly go to Blue Dragon Mountain. Grandfather, I'll help you. Meng Qing rushed up, but the great elder said. You're not needed here. Hurry up and go to Long Dragon Mountain to unlock the seal of the blue dragon horn. At that time, if we can get the approval of the blue dragon horn, then we'll be safe. Alright, Meng Qing also knew the best way now. That was to get the approval of the blue dragon horn. So she nodded, turned around, and flew into the distance. At the same time, three other figures also flew out. These were all young people. It seemed that they were the top existences in the blue dragon tribe. Only they had hope of getting the approval of the blue dragon horn. The great elder glanced at Lin Xian again. He said, Young master, you go too. Although Lin Xian was not a member of the blue dragon tribe, he was still a member of the dragon tribe. As long as he was a member of the dragon tribe, he had a chance to get the approval. This was also the reason why the winged dragon and Stegosaurus tribe wanted to snatch it. Lin Xian took a deep breath. Although he still didn't know how magical the blue dragon horn was, it was a treasure. However, from the looks of it, it should be a precious treasure. Thus, his figure flashed and he flew into the distance. Soon, he caught up with Meng Qing. Great, sword maniac, you're here too. Meng Qing heaved a sigh of relief. with Lin Xian around, she felt much more at ease. The other three young geniuses frowned slightly. Damn it, what is this guy doing? However, the situation was critical and the Great Elder had given the order, so they didn't say anything. Instead, they gritted their teeth and flew quickly. Soon, they passed through countless mountain ranges and arrived in front of a huge mountain. This mountain looked like a dragon lying there. It was called Mount Azure Dragon, and the Azure Dragon horn was located inside. Open the seal. Near Mount Azure Dragon, there were 9 powerful dragon tribe experts waiting. When they saw Meng Qing and the others, they quickly formed seals with their palms and tore a corner of the seal. Then, Meng Qing, Lin Xian, and the others quickly walked in. After entering, Lin Xian felt a powerful aura of the Tao of Dragons in the mountain. Lin Xian felt suppressed. The others were pale. It was too terrifying. What kind of expert left behind this aura, at the same time? They were also excited. The Azure Dragon horn was inside. If they could get it, it would be a supreme fortune. Soon, they walked in and found that there was a bright light inside. There was a barrier in front of them, and there was a dragon horn inside. The dragon horn was only the size of a palm, but it was unusually mysterious. The dragon patterns on it were different. Lin Xian was astonished by the aura it carried. The great dragon sword soul in Lin Xian's body rumbled. It seemed to be very happy. At the same time, many figures arrived outside the Azure Dragon mountain. It turned out that the Winged Dragon and Saber Dragon tribe had shown their power and directly suppressed the Azure Dragon tribe. The Great Elder of the Azure Dragon tribe shouted angrily. How is it? Did you go in? The 9 people said. They had just entered. The Great Elder of the Azure Dragon tribe heaved a sigh of relief. Everyone listened. They couldn't let them take another step forward. They had to protect Mount Azure Dragon and send a voice transmission to the people inside, telling them to hurry up. The Great Elder knew that the other party had come prepared this time and they couldn't hold on for too long. It was useless. Don't persist. You are no match for us. An old figure also descended. The dark golden wings on his back covered the sky and blocked out the sun. Heaven and earth darkened. The Great Elder of the Winged Dragon clan had arrived. The first elder of the Blue Dragon tribe immediately struck out with the Blue Dragon seal. As for the other party, it was the wind shakes the 9 heavens. 2 peak holy venerates attacked. Terrifying laws swept out in all directions. The others were also engaged in a great battle, and the situation was exceptionally intense. Inside Mount Azure Dragon, Lin Xian and the others heard the sound of the battle outside. They were all extremely solemn. Were those people already here? If they broke through the seal, then they wouldn't have a chance. Damn it, we can't wait any longer. A young man walked out. He was also a heaven. Proud was a half-step holy venerate. At this moment, it cut its palm and dripped its dragon blood on the barrier. At the same time, he said, Ancestor, please acknowledge me. He was filled with anticipation, and the others were also holding their breaths. However, the Azure Dragon horn inside the barrier did not move at all. There was no reaction at all. Damn it, how could it be like this? The first young man's complexion turned incomparably pale. He was unwilling to accept this. However, this was the second person. He walked over and said, Let me do it. Then, he also cut his palm and pressed it on the barrier. This person's cultivation was a holy venerate, the same as Meng Qing. It could be said that his strength and talent were greater than the first person's. However, the second person also did not succeed. Although he caused the Azure Dragon horn to tremble, the seal was not broken. In other words, he did not receive its acknowledgement. Damn it, how could this be? I am your descendant. I have the purest bloodline and the Azure Dragon body. Why don't you acknowledge me? The second person roared crazily. Clearly, he could not accept this result. Barrier, there must be a problem with this barrier. I must break it. He instantly unleashed the Azure Dragon body. Then, he formed hand seals with his palm and slammed it forward. I can't attack. Meng Qing cried out in alarm. However, it was already too late. That person's Azure Dragon seal struck the barrier and caused it to tremble. boundless light appeared on the barrier. The great Tao interweaved and sent that person flying. That young man vomited large mouthfuls of blood. He was seriously injured. Buzz, at the same time Azure Dragon Mountain shook. Countless arrays shook as if they would be extinguished and shattered at any moment. What was going on? The people outside Azure Dragon Mountain saw the scene. Their expressions changed. Elder Zhang of the Azure Dragon race exclaimed. What happened? The people of the Winged Dragon race and the Saber Dragon race were also surprised. Could it be that they had been acknowledged? They were very worried. However, after waiting for a while, they realized that there was no terrifying aura coming out. They all laughed. It seemed that they had not succeeded. Azure Dragon race, don't waste your energy. Your people can't break the seal of the Azure Dragon horn at all. Let us do it. If our Azure Dragon race can't do it, then your other Dragon Balls won't have a chance either. If you go back now, we can still let bygones be bygones. If you take another step forward, don't blame our Azure Dragon race for completely falling out with you. The Azure Dragon race's Grand Elder shouted coldly. The Winged Dragon race's Grand Elder snorted coldly. Do you still have the right to negotiate with us now, old friend? Are you still not coming out? As his voice fell, the world shattered. Heaven and earth shattered as another terrifying figure appeared. Terrifying sword energy pierced through the world. Not good, it was the Guardian Elder of the Saber Dragon race. The faces of the people of the Azure Dragon race became incomparably ugly. This was also a top Saint Venerable. Previously, they could still fight against him, but now that another one had appeared, their Grand Elder would probably not be able to fight against him. Sure enough, the Azure Dragon race's Grand Elder's face became incomparably ugly. He gritted his teeth and asked. Were the people inside not done yet? The third person inside had already completed his attempt, but he still failed. Although he was unwilling, he did not dare to get angry. After all, the second person was still seriously injured and almost killed. It was very dangerous to be disrespectful to the old master. Now, there were only 2 people left. As for Lin Xian, they directly ignored him. The other party was not from their Azure Dragon race at all. How could he be acknowledged? So they placed all their hopes on Meng Qing. At this moment, Azure Dragon Mountain shook violently, and there was the sound of the array formation shattering. Not good, they were fighting their way in. These geniuses' faces became incomparably ugly. Meng Qing, quick! They reminded her. Meng Qing also cut her palm and rushed forward. The Azure Dragon horn began to spin, and the dragon patterns on it flickered non-stop. A terrifying aura of the Tao of Dragons filled the air. It seemed that the Azure Dragon horn was about to awaken. Seeing this scene, the 3 Dragon Ball geniuses widened their eyes. Could it be that Meng Qing could be acknowledged? They were too shocked and envious at the same time. The blue dragon horn spun violently, making everyone nervous. Meng Qing took a deep breath. Was she going to succeed? But in the end, the seal was not completely broken. How was that possible? Could it be that Meng Qing had failed too? The 3 geniuses of the Blue Dragon tribe saw this scene and their faces turned ugly. Meng Qing was also pale. To be honest, it was their first time facing the Blue Dragon horn, but it was not the first time for the entire Blue Dragon tribe. The most outstanding geniuses of each generation would come. They could not awaken the Blue Dragon horn. It could even be said that Meng Qing was the closest to awakening the Blue Dragon horn. But she still did not receive recognition. Could it be that the Blue Dragon horn could not be revived? At this moment, the Blue Dragon Mountain shook even more violently. The terrifying sound from outside had already been heard. It would not be long before the people from the 2 dragon tribes attacked. Damn it. Outside, the people of the Blue Dragon tribe had a look of despair in their eyes. Because these people had already fought to the entrance of the cave. The people of the Winged Dragon tribe and the Stegosaurus tribe laughed. It's useless. Stop struggling. You are no match for them. If you continue fighting, you will definitely die. They had a victorious smile on their faces. Inside the cave, Meng Qing and the others were also in despair. It's useless. It's a waste for us to stay here. Why don't we join the battle outside? These people clenched their fists. Meng Qing took a deep breath. No, we still have hope. Then, she looked at Lin Xian. The other three frowned. Do you think that an outsider can awaken the blue dragon horn? Why can't he? Didn't you feel that his dragon aura was extremely pure? Maybe he can really do it. Meng Qing looked at Lin Xian and said, Sword Maniac, go and try. Lin Xian took a deep breath and nodded. Alright then. He walked up. He did not cut his palm because his blood was not dragon blood. He could only rely on the great dragon sword soul in his body and one other thing, which was the dragon tribe's breathing technique. He placed his hand on the barrier and slowly unleashed the power of the great dragon sword soul. The blue dragon horn instantly emitted a dazzling light as if it was coming to life. Seeing this scene, Meng Qing held his breath. The other three also widened their eyes in shock. Could this kid really do it? It was too unbelievable. However, they realized that they were still lacking a little. While it was stronger than Meng Qing's, it was still insufficient to fully revive the Azure Dragon Horn. Lin Xian looked at the scene in front of him calmly. He naturally knew that the great dragon sword spirit had fully recovered. Of course, it was possible. However, with his current strength, he could only do so much. However, it doesn't matter. He still has one more thing, and that is the Dragon Ball's breathing technique. After he activated it, every breath he took contained a mysterious power. Even Meng Qing and the others' dragon blood was pulsing with this power. This left them stupefied. What exactly was this? As for the azure dragon horn in front of him, the dragon mark on it blossomed. Suddenly, the sound of a bugle horn was heard. Crack, crack, crack. The enchantment around them shattered, and the voice spread out, shaking Mount Azure Dragon. The combination of the dragon's roar and the horn sound seemed to transform into the roar of the Azure Dragon. It spread throughout the world. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Near Mount Azure Dragon, the great battle had stopped. The people of the Azure Dragon tribe were shocked. A dragon's roar could be heard. The Azure Dragon horn was revived. Great, they succeeded. These people were incomparably excited. How was this possible? The people of the Winged Dragon tribe and the Stegosaurus tribe were also stunned. Did they succeed? Could it be that the people of this generation of the Azure Dragon tribe really had the ability to defy the heavens? Damn it, they were just a little bit away. If they could fight their way to the cave, then they would have a chance to be recognized. However, now that the Azure Dragon horn had been revived, they had no hope at all. Sure enough, the entire Mount Azure Dragon erupted with an extremely powerful sound wave, forcing the people of the two great dragon tribes to retreat. Retreat quickly. The people of the Winged Dragon tribe and the Stegosaurus tribe were pale. Many of them were injured. Great, the people of the Azure Dragon tribe were incomparably excited. They felt their blood boiling. Who had obtained the recognition? These people all looked into the cave. Inside the cave, Meng Qing and the others were all stunned. They looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. Lin Xian was also surprised. He discovered that the Azure Dragon horn had arrived in front of him and was spinning non-stop in front of him. The aura of the Tao of Dragon emitted from it shocked him greatly. Did this thing recognize him? To be honest, Lin Xian was also surprised in his heart. He only had the great dragon sword soul and the dragon breathing technique, but he was not of the dragon tribe. He originally wanted to give it a try, but he did not expect it to succeed. Great, Sword Maniac, you really did it. Meng Qing cheered at the side. The other three geniuses, on the other hand, clenched their fists tightly. Their eyes were all red. This was a heaven-defying opportunity, and it was obtained by an outsider. Let's go, our tribe is still waiting for us. Lin Xian nodded. He felt that the Azure Dragon horn should be able to solve this crisis. The group of people walked out, and the people outside were extremely excited. They were guessing who would be recognized by the Azure Dragon horn. Could it be that kid Song Qi? He became a sacred venerate earlier than Meng Qing. An elder said. The others also nodded, but there were also people who said that it might not be. They felt that Meng Qing was more likely, although she was not the first to become a sacred venerate. However, her talent and bloodline might surpass the others. Alright, let's stop arguing. They will come out soon, and we will know who was recognized by the Azure Dragon horn. These people widened their eyes, and soon they heard the sound of footsteps. They came out. When they saw a few figures come out, their eyes shone brightly. The people from the two dragon tribes were also watching nervously. The first person did not have it, and the second person did not have it either. Could it really be Xianxia? However, when they saw Xianxia appear, he did not bring out the azure dragon horn. Who could it be? It could only be Xianxia. Great, this girl did not disappoint us. Many people laughed. The azure dragon tribe's great elder also smiled. However, when they saw Xianxia walk out, they were dumbfounded. What was going on? Xianxia did not bring out the azure dragon horn, so who was it? Could it be that the azure dragon horn was not revived? The people of the azure dragon tribe became nervous again. The people from the two dragon balls were excited. Great, they still had a chance. When the last person appeared, everyone was dumbfounded. Lin Xian walked out. He held the azure dragon horn in his hand, and there was an extremely strong dragon aura on it. When he came out, he was the center of attention. That was the azure dragon horn. The people of the azure dragon tribe were the first to scream. In the next moment, everyone was shocked. How was it possible? How could that kid have gotten it? No way. The people of the azure dragon ball were stunned. The people of the two dragon tribes were also dumbfounded. Lin Xian looked around and said, "You didn't see wrongly. I've been recognized by the blue dragon horn." What? How is that possible? The people of the three great dragon clans roared crazily. They really couldn't believe it. Humph. The middle-aged man from the winged dragon tribe snorted and reached out his hand to grab Lin Xian. It seemed like he wanted to attack forcefully. How dare you? The people from the blue dragon tribe roared, but they were too late. After all, the other party had comprehended the laws of wind. It was terrifying. Lin Xian was still fearless in the face of the attack of the saint. He held the blue dragon horn and injected his strength into it. The blue dragon horn let out a terrifying sound. Then, the blue dragon mountain behind him seemed to come alive. It reached out a dragon claw and slapped over. It sent the middle-aged man from the winged dragon tribe flying. The first elder of the blue dragon tribe stepped forward and yelled coldly upon seeing this. He has already been recognized by the blue dragon horn. Do you still want to attack? Hearing this, the great elder of the winged dragon tribe fell silent. The guardian of the sword dragon tribe also looked terrible. They said, "Let's go." The people from the two dragon tribes left unwillingly. But so what if they were unwilling? They had no other choice. After these people left, the people from the blue dragon tribe heaved a sigh of relief. Many people looked at Lin Xian with complicated expressions. They hoped that the blue dragon horn would be revived. But they didn't expect that the blue dragon horn would be taken by an outsider. But fortunately, Lin Xian's dragon vein aura was strong. They were all from the dragon tribe, so they could accept it. And next, they would try their best to rope in Lin Xian. "Sir, this way please." They treated Lin Xian much better than before. They even treated him as a guest of honor. The young geniuses of the blue dragon tribe were not convinced at first, but at this moment, they all lowered their heads. They had no choice. Now that Lin Xian said that he wanted to attack them, their elders would probably do anything. They would be knocked to the ground. Lin Xian was also shocked. What's so special about the blue dragon horn? He secretly asked Xianxia, and Xianxia said that there was such a legend in ancient times. Back then, the dragon clan had once fought each other. Each of them claimed to be king, and no one was willing to submit to the other. Then, a super expert from the dragon tribe appeared and cut off one of the dragon horns of the blue dragon tribe's ancestor. Then use it to command the dragons. At that time, this person was incomparably powerful, dominating a region. Let the many years of struggle for the Dragon Balls end. Since then, the azure dragon horn had become a supreme symbol. Legend had it that one could command the dragons. Therefore, not only the blue dragon clan, but the other dragon clans also wanted the approval of the blue dragon horn. Lin Xian was greatly surprised after hearing this. It turned out to be a symbol of Wuxiang. Who would have thought that he would be the one to obtain it? When he thought of commanding the dragons, he felt extremely heroic. Following this, Lin Xian visited the land of the blue dragons, and even browsed through the unique skills of the Blue Dragon tribe. He did not cultivate the Azure Dragon body. After all, he had the 9-yang divine body. However, he was very interested in the Blue Dragon seal and the Blue Dragon 9 palms. Therefore, he wanted the complete cultivation technique to cultivate. In the following days, Lin Xian stayed in the land of the hidden dragons, cultivating these two divine abilities. However, on this day, the people of the Sword Dragon clan came. This time, the other party was not here to fight, but to apologize. They expressed their apology and then invited Lin Xian to their Sword Dragon clan as a guest. Lin Xian was very worried. Could this be a trap? However, the great elder of the Blue Dragon clan smiled and said, "You don't have to worry. If it was before, they might have some schemes. But now that you have obtained the approval of the Blue Dragon horn, they will not act rashly. They will only do their best to please you." Hearing this, Lin Xian was relieved. Therefore, he followed the messenger of the Sword Dragon clan and left. After arriving at the Sword Dragon clan, Lin Xian also received extremely high treatment. He was even able to browse some of the secret techniques and inheritances of the Sword Dragon clan. The sword controlling technique of the Sword Dragon clan was extremely terrifying. As an expert of the sword Dao, Lin Xian was very happy about this. Thus, he decided to study it for a while. On the other side, the people of the Winged Dragon clan also sent a messenger to apologize. However, when they arrived at the land of hidden dragons, they learned that Lin Xian had already gone to the Sword Dragon clan. Therefore, they could only wait patiently. However, after waiting for a few months, they realized that Lin Xian still had not appeared. This made them somewhat unable to bear it. Could it be that they had completely offended him? They felt that the situation was not good, so they hurriedly went to the place of the Sword Dragon clan to wait. Fortunately, the Winged Dragon clan and the Sword Dragon clan had a good relationship. Therefore, the elder of the Sword Dragon Pearl told Lin Xian about this matter. After hearing this, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He had obtained some cultivation technique inheritances from the Sword Dragon clan, which made him very happy. He knew if the Winged Dragon clan had any other inheritances. He was very interested in the other party's law of wind. Therefore, Lin Xian also prepared to go. After all, he was only one step away from breaking through to the Holy Venerate realm. However, at this moment, it was not the time to break through. Therefore, if he wanted to increase his strength, he could not break through from his cultivation. Instead, he had to obtain powerful strength from other laws and divine abilities. Therefore, he followed the elder of the Winged Dragon clan. The people of the Winged Dragon clan heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the other party had come. Otherwise, they would have been really frightened. Lin Xian cultivated the law of wind in the Winged Dragon clan and also cultivated the wind shakes the 9 heavens. This made him very happy. This way, his speed would become even faster than before. After the law of lightning, Lin Xian had another law. Just like this, a year's time was up in the blink of an eye. The people of the Blue Dragon clan all took a deep breath. Their eyes were filled with a shocking light. Because the day of the Dao debate had begun. The young geniuses of the Blue Dragon clan were incomparably excited. Lin Xian also clenched his fists. This Dao debate was very important to him. He must succeed and return to planet Xuan. This way, he would be able to break through and become a sacred sovereign. At the same time, in the entire second astral realm, not only the Blue Dragon clan, but also the top clans and sacred cities. It was also bustling. These people all prepared to take action. At the same time, the Acheron Palace also announced to the world. After all, as the host of this Dao debate, they naturally had to do everything well. This time, the Dao debate would be hosted in the Heavenly Wind world, which was a subsidiary world of the Acheron Palace. Once the news was out, the various sacred cities all took action. The Blue Dragon clan also prepared to take action. The Heavenly Wind world also became lively at this moment. Originally, the people of this world had been transferred to other worlds. Those who could come were all experts in the starry sky. They were either saints who had been famous for a long time or top geniuses. In short, it was extremely dazzling. And the weak were not qualified to come to this world. If they wanted to watch the battle, they could go to the other worlds to watch the battle. After Lin Xian and the people of the Blue Dragon clan arrived, he left. After all, he had some things to do. It was not convenient for him to be with the people of the Blue Dragon Pearl. He changed his appearance and used the name of the sword fanatic. Therefore, not many people recognized him. At this moment, he kept walking in the heavenly wind world and saw many geniuses and experts. These people gathered together and discussed intensely. Some of them even discussed martial arts and sparred. Lin Xian even saw a battle between two geniuses of the sacred cities. In the end, they were really angry. However, they did not fight to the death. Instead, they stopped. The smell of gunpowder was so strong. Lin Xian analyzed and knew that the Dao debate was related to the fate of each sacred city and their future benefits. These sacred cities naturally would not be soft-hearted. It was getting more and more interesting. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a shocking light. Look, that group of people should be from the Joyous Union Palace. Many of the passengers turned their gazes over. Then their eyes turned red. The people in front of him were really like fairies and witches. Two completely opposite temperaments were present in their bodies. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He knew that the Joyous Union Palace mainly cultivated illusions and soul attacks. It was too easy for them to use their souls to influence people. The surrounding people were discussing crazily. These fairies had come to participate as well. They were truly fortunate. He wondered if their most outstanding daughter of heaven, Xianxia, had come. They were disappointed when they didn't see Xianxia. However, some people said, "What's the big deal? Don't you know?" Recently, the Joyous Union Palace had also risen to prominence, along with the other heavenly beauties. For example, Yusiki. It was said that she had great potential. Everyone started discussing again. Lin Xian was also surprised. He didn't see Xianxia, but he saw Yusiki. She had become stronger than before and could enter the ranks of the top geniuses. This really surprised him. It seemed that her bloodline had really helped him a lot. However, he didn't care. No matter how strong she was still his subordinate. He only needed to use his soul. He would be able to make her submit completely. However, he was still worried about Xianxia. After all, he didn't know what happened in the Green Hill world. Did the Divine Empress attack Xianxia? At this moment, many powerful figures descended. They were from the Demon City. Many people exclaimed. As expected. Many great demons came from the Demon City, and some of them even had very powerful bloodlines. After they arrived, they looked down on everything. Their aura made the surrounding people unable to breathe. That's nine-headed Qilin, right? He actually came out of seclusion. Someone exclaimed. They saw a handsome man. He stood with his hands behind his back like a god. At this moment, he saw that the people from the Joyous Union Palace had also walked over. He didn't know if Xianxia was here. Nine-headed Qilin's voice was unusually calm and full of confidence. The people from the Joyous Union Palace also looked over. So it's ninth young master. Our senior sister isn't here. One of them smiled and said, "Ninth young master, if you want to see our senior sister, you have to at least be on the pilgrimage roll." Indeed, Xianxia's status and strength were probably much stronger than those chief disciples. Oh, really? Do you think I'm not qualified? Nine-headed Qilin snorted coldly. He was enraged, and his power erupted. A terrifying Qilin aura spread out in all directions. As soon as this aura appeared, many people's expressions changed. Peak of Minor Saint, their faces were filled with shock. How long had it been? The other party had actually reached the peak of Minor Saint. It was unbelievable. What had the nine-headed Qilin experienced? He was actually able to advance by leaps and bounds. Indeed, when they returned from celestial fate, none of them were little saints. After such a long time, it was already very impressive that he had broken through to the Minor Saint realm. However, he didn't expect that he could reach the peak of Minor Saint. Moreover, this was no ordinary peak Minor Saint. 9 Qilins, but they were unique beasts of heaven and earth. They possessed the bloodline of the Qilin tribe. How could they be considered top geniuses? Such a person would definitely be able to fight above his level. Nine-headed Qilin asked arrogantly when he saw the people around him discussing. Ladies, do you think I'm strong enough to meet your senior sister now? Indeed, he was very confident now. With his strength, he could definitely make it to the Saint board. The people of Joyous Union Palace were also pale. To be honest, the other party's strength was indeed very strong. It was far from what they could compete with. Therefore, they nodded and said, of course, but our senior sister Qin isn't here now. I'm afraid ninth young lord will have to wait for some time. Oh, really? Well, when senior sister Qin arrives, I'll let him know. Just tell him that I've admired him for a long time. Nine-headed Qilin turned and left with his people. Wherever he passed, no one dared to stop him. After he left, the people started to discuss again. Someone said, I seem to have heard some news. It's said that some time ago, a true expert of the Qilin tribe will come to Myriad Demon City. Do you think nine-headed Qilin's strength has anything to do with that expert of the Qilin tribe? Everyone was shocked when they heard it. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Nine-headed Qilin? He actually grew so fast. It seemed that not only him, but everyone had their own opportunities and could improve by leaps and bounds in a short period of time. However, Lin Xian didn't care about nine-headed Qilin. His current opponent was definitely at the level of a Saint Venerable. His opponent was just a peak minor saint. He didn't care about him anymore. However, at this moment, another exclamation came from afar. It turned out that nine-headed Qilin didn't go far with his people. He stopped again. This time, he was facing Xianxia. This scene caused many people to be shocked once again. Nine-headed Qilin's eyes were also shining brightly. They didn't expect that other than Fairy Qin, such a talented girl would appear in Joyous Union Palace. How should I address you? Xianxia smiled. Ninth young lord was too kind. He wanted to say something, but at this moment, a cold shout came. Come here, the voice was like thunder. Everyone turned their heads. Xianxia was stunned. In the next moment, her pupils shrank as she looked into the distance. Then, she took a deep breath and ignored nine-headed Qilin. She walked forward and soon came to the side of a man. Then, she stood beside him respectfully. Oh my God, what's going on? Everyone was stunned. Xianxia was a talented girl who had just entered Joyous Union Palace. She could definitely enjoy supreme glory. But now, she was so respectful to a stranger. How strong was this person? What was his identity? For a moment, everyone looked at the figure in front of them and started discussing. The one who spoke was naturally Lin Xian. He didn't expect nine-headed Qilin to be so reckless. So, he ordered Xianxia to come over. Xianxia naturally didn't dare to resist. She could only stand beside him. What's wrong? Are you surprised? Lin Xian looked at her. Yusiki shook her head. She had never believed that Lin Xian had been killed by the Sage King's single palm. Because his soul imprint hadn't been removed, she knew that Lin Xian wasn't dead. But she didn't expect him to appear here. And he even changed his face. Everyone was guessing Lin Xian's identity. Nine-headed Qilin's face darkened. There was a cold glint in his eyes. Who dared to fight with him? They didn't know what was good for them. He turned his head and looked. The people of Thousand Demon City beside him also roared. How dare you? Kid, who do you think you are? How dare you disturb our ninth young lord? Hurry up and come over here to die. Yes, that's right. If you know what's good for you, get over here and kowtow. Otherwise, you'll end up in a miserable state. Two great demons walked over. These two great demons were both minor saints. Their auras were extremely powerful. Everyone was waiting for a good show. They didn't know how this kid was going to deal with them. Lin Xian didn't make a move. Instead, he looked at Yusiki and said indifferently. You should know what happens to those who provoke me. Hearing this, Yusiki didn't say anything. She waved her hand and two terrifying laws flew out, killing the two great demons. The two great demons' eyes widened. Their souls were directly torn apart. What? Looking at the scene of the two great demons being killed, the surrounding people were stunned. It was actually Yusiki who did it. Damn it. Who exactly was this person? The faces of the people from the Thousand Demon City also changed. Did the Joyous Union Palace want to become enemies with the Thousand Demon City? Nine-headed Qilin's face was also extremely cold. Was the other party slapping his face? Very well. Seems like I've been in seclusion for too long. No one knows my name. Since that's the case, I don't mind showing off my strength. He walked forward, and terrifying laws appeared on his body. A low roar of a Qilin sounded, accompanied by the hissing of a nine-headed sky snake. With two bloodlines, nine-headed Qilin could be said to be extremely powerful. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked at the other party. Oh, you want to fight me? I advise you not to do so. Otherwise, you'll end up in a miserable state. This guy actually dared to threaten nine-headed Qilin. The surrounding people went crazy. One had to know that nine-headed Qilin was a peak minor saint. With his bloodline talent, he was probably invincible below Saint Venerables. He could even fight against saints. Who was this kid in front of him? They checked carefully, but they didn't find anything. In their opinion, the other party was at most a minor saint. Even if they were in the same realm, could he defeat nine-headed Qilin? Nine-headed Qilin's face sank. Reckless kid. I'll let you know what regret is later. Come out. I'll give you a chance to fight. You're here too. Just as Lin Xian was about to come out, a voice rang out between heaven and earth. Everyone turned their heads to look. In the next moment, they began to discuss. Nine-headed Qilin's pupils constricted as well. He saw a man in a blue robe walk out. This person's aura was very special. Who was this person? Many people were puzzled. However, they didn't dare to be careless. After all, the aura emitted by the other party was very terrifying. It was even scarier than the nine-headed Qilin's aura. This was definitely a top-notch expert. Nine-headed Qilin's face turned solemn. Others might not know, but he knew that this person was called Guan Songhai. He was a top-notch expert from the Azure Ocean Palace. Who would have thought that the other party would actually come here? So it was an expert from the Azure Ocean Palace. Nine-headed Qilin asked in a deep voice. However, Guan Songhai didn't care at all. Instead, he looked at Lin Xian. I knew you would definitely come, he said with a smile. Lin Xian smiled as well. Long time no see, brother Songhai. The two of them smiled and greeted him. The surrounding people were all stunned. Nine-headed Qilin's face turned cold. Damn it, he was being ignored. He was a heavenly beast, a top-notch skypride. Who would dare to ignore him? But now, these two despicable fellows actually treated him like air. Damn it, he couldn't take it. Kid, you're too arrogant. I'll kill you myself. Nine-headed Qilin roared. Hearing this, Guan Songhai frowned. What's going on? Is this kid going to attack you? A cold light flashed in his eyes. It's nothing. He's just an arrogant guy who thinks that he has more lives than others. I'm going to take his life. Lin Xian said indifferently as if he didn't care about nine-headed Qilin at all. Hearing this, the surrounding people exclaimed. This guy wants to take nine-headed Qilin's life? Where did he get his confidence from? Could he really be an expert? Nine-headed Qilin's face turned ugly. To be honest, he knew that Guan Songhai was very powerful. He might even be stronger than him. If Guan Songhai was friends with someone like him, he definitely wouldn't be a weakling. He must be a top-notch skypride. But he couldn't stand being ignored or even looked down on. So even if this person was a genius, he had to fight him. Brother Sword Maniac, are you really going to fight him? Our opponents are people like Wang Jiani and Chao Tiansheng. I'm afraid he's not qualified to be our opponent. Hearing this, the crowd was stunned again. Nine-headed Qilin wasn't qualified. To be honest, this was like a dream. Nine-headed Qilin was a top-notch expert in the eyes of the crowd. He was even qualified to be on the pilgrim's roll. Indeed, some people thought that nine-headed Qilin was no weaker than Lin Xian back then. Speaking of Lin Xian, these people shook their heads and sighed. If this guy was still alive, he would have shone brightly this time. Well, he was too arrogant, so he was killed by the sacred master. Next was nine-headed Qilin, their world. But now, nine-headed Qilin was being ignored, damn it. Nine-headed Qilin was trembling in anger. He fixed his cold gaze on Lin Xian. Damned brat, do you dare to give me a fight? Sure, although you're not qualified to be my opponent, I've been bored recently. Let's use you as a warm-up. Lin Xian nodded his head indifferently. Guan Sanhai also looked at Nine-Headed Kylan and said, I advise you Demon City to take Nine-Headed Kylan away. Otherwise, you'll regret it. The people of Demon City gritted their teeth and said coldly. They didn't need Sanhai Pavilion to worry about this matter. We have our own judgment. To be honest, they were extremely confident in Nine-Headed Kylan. Nine-Headed Kylan had just received help from the Kylan clan. His bloodline had improved again, and his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. It wouldn't be a problem for him to fight a nameless genius. Kid, make your move. I'll let you know what regret is. Nine-Headed Kylan's face was extremely cold. Lin Xian glanced at him and said indifferently, I advise you to make the first move. Because if I make the first move, you might be killed instantly. Nine-Headed Kylan snorted and didn't say anything. Instead, he kept forming seals with his palms, and a terrifying aura spread out from his body. Then, it turned into a terrifying palm and slapped forward. The palm wasn't big, but the law on it was extremely terrifying. Many of the surrounding geniuses held their breaths. They could feel a terrifying power. They were afraid that if they were hit, they would be smashed into pieces. The surrounding people sucked in a cold breath. They knew that Nine-Headed Kylan was really angry. He wanted to kill Lin Xian with his secret technique. Lin Xian coldly chuckled. He was completely unfazed by the incoming palm. When it was close, he used the law of wind and left instantly. This attack hit his afterimage, and a pair of green wings appeared on his back, carrying him through the air at high speed. Trying to dodge? Humph, you can't dodge at all. He applied to become cold again. Myriad Beast's palm. He slapped his palm out again, and each attack was accompanied by a terrifying demonic aura. It was the secret technique of Demon City. When he used it, it was extremely powerful. Facing countless demonic beasts that covered the sky, Lin Xian didn't dodge at all. Instead, he raised his palm. His palms formed seals, and a dragon's roar was heard. The Azure Dragon Seal. Carrying the imprint, he blasted forward. The world in front of him collapsed in an instant. The Myriad Beast fist was instantly destroyed. Bang! Nine-Head's Chilan's arms hung down and his body cracked. He was sent flying while vomiting blood. Boom! After crashing through a dozen mountain ranges, he finally stopped. Dust filled the air and the laws danced in the air. The spectators were stunned. They widened their eyes in disbelief. What did they just see? Nine-Head's Chilan was defeated with just one palm. Heavens, how is this possible? Who is this person? How is he so strong? That's Nine-Head's Chilan. Now that his strength had increased greatly and he was famous in the world, he couldn't even withstand a single blow from Lin Fan. Is this your strength? You're so weak that it's pitiful. You're not even qualified for me to warm up. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. No, in the ruins in the distance, Nine-Head's Chilan stood up after breaking through the mountains. His body was stained with blood. His handsome face had become extremely ferocious. This is impossible. I don't believe it. Who are you? He roared crazily. He couldn't believe that a nameless person was so strong. He was so powerful. Lin Xian said. You don't have the right to know my name. How are you going to beg for mercy now? Are you going to appease my anger? Damn it. I won't beg for mercy. I was careless just now. Nine-Head's Chilan roared again. The illusion of a Chilan and a nine-headed sky snake appeared on his body. He held the sky snake sword and the Chilan saber with both hands. The murderous intent on his body was incomparable. He brandished the saber and the sword, and the terrifying saber light and sword shadow slashed forward. The void shattered again. Retreat quickly. The surrounding people retreated frantically. This attack could even destroy the soul of a peak minor saint. Lin Xian sneered. He struck out the Azure Dragon Seal again. A loud dragon roar sounded. The illusion of an azure dragon appeared and danced in the air with his palm. It tore the saber light and sword shadow apart. Bang! Nine-Head's Chilan was sent flying again. In the next moment, he was stepped on by someone. Lin Xian looked down at him. Do you really think you're qualified to compete with me? He felt like he was going crazy. He never thought that he would be trampled under someone's feet. Damn it, only Lin Xian had given him such a feeling back then. However, Lin Xian was already dead. He had no enemies left. Why was he defeated by a nameless person? Damn brat, take your foot off and let go of our ninth young master. The greater demons of the myriad demon city roared madly. Damn it, let go of me. Nine-headed Qilin snorted coldly. He was extremely unhappy. He would definitely investigate this matter when he returned. Who was this person? Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. Let you go? You really are naive. Do you really think that you can fight whenever you want and leave whenever you want? This is not the Thousand Demon City, it is not your territory, no one has to listen to your orders. At this point, Lin Xian stomped his foot and blasted the nine-headed Qilin's body into pieces. The ground was also split into two. Demon blood splattered everywhere. Everyone was stunned. What did he do? Did he attack directly? Heavens, is he going to become enemies with the Thousand Demon City? Is he going to fight to the death? Ah, the nine-headed Qilin's soul let out a tragic cry. The Qilin and nine-headed Sky Snake's phantom roared madly. However, such a threat had no effect on Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The killing intent in his eyes pierced through everything. He grabbed the nine-headed Qilin's soul with one hand. I've said it before. If you attack me, you will have to suffer my wrath. Lin Xian waved his hand and destroyed the Qilin's soul. No. The people of the Thousand Demon City went crazy. The nine-headed Qilin was killed on the spot. It was too unbelievable. Damn it, they sent out a signal for help. He had to let them know that the experts of the Thousand Demon City were here. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to fight back. Lin Xian's expression was cold. He naturally wouldn't go easy on them. Firstly, the nine-headed Qilin didn't know what was good for him. Secondly, it was time for revenge. When they came out of the Gourd world, they were hunted down by the three Sage Kings. One of them was the Flying Sage King of the Thousand Demon City. Therefore, Lin Xian wouldn't go easy on the Thousand Demon City. I know you're not completely dead. You should still have a few lives left. But that's about it. You'd better pray that you don't meet me again. Otherwise, I'll take your other lives. Lin Xian snorted coldly. With a wave of his robe, he turned around and left. The surrounding people were all stunned. They quickly opened up a path. They didn't dare to fight back. Lin Xian and Guan Songhai left. The people of the Thousand Demon City rushed forward crazily. Ninth Young Master and the others surrounded them. The nine-headed Qilin's bloodline exploded. His broken body healed again. Even his destroyed soul reappeared. Then, he was reborn. He roared at the sky as if he had gone crazy. Damn it. Although he had 9 lives, he had already lost many of them before. He was only left with 4. Now that another one had been destroyed, he was only left with 3 lives. The Sage Dao debate. It was so dangerous. Having more lives than others was his greatest trump card. But now, his trump card was disappearing quickly. When he was left with only 1 life, he would no longer have any advantage. At this moment, the terrifying aura of a sage sovereign descended from the sky. The 3 sage sovereigns appeared. They swept through the surroundings. Who dares to attack the people of the Thousand Demon City? The surrounding people trembled in fear. Of course, most of them had cold expressions. They were all disciples of the Sage City. They had status and weren't afraid of the Thousand Demon City. The 3 sage sovereigns of the Thousand Demon City didn't make things difficult for the others. Instead, they searched for the person who had attacked. But they didn't find anything. Damn it. He better not let me see him. Otherwise, I'll destroy his soul. The people of the Thousand Demon City were so angry that they vomited blood. But they could only leave. It would be more embarrassing if they stayed. The news spread quickly. A nameless expert had killed the 9-headed Qilin in one move. It was shocking. What was more shocking was that Guan Songhai was familiar with the other party. It seemed that it was another top expert. As expected of the Sage Dao debate. Some of the hidden experts in the past would appear now. Everyone was looking forward to what would happen next. On the other side, Lin Xian and Guan Songhai had also left. Xianxia was also with them. Lin Xian looked at Xianxia and asked about Xianxia. Xianxia wouldn't lie. But she still shook her head and said that she didn't know. Senior sister Qin hasn't returned for a long time. We don't know where she is. Lin Xian frowned. She hasn't returned? Then she should still be in the Green Hill world. Thinking about it, with the fortune she had obtained, she shouldn't be in too much danger. He wondered if she had become a sage sovereign. In the next few days, more and more experts descended. Every aura was incomparably powerful. The heavenly wind world became lively again. Lightning danced in the sky, as if the god of thunder had descended, piercing through heaven and earth. Everyone knew that the people from Thunder God City had arrived. On the other side, sword chi swept across, as if it had turned into a world, descending from the sky. Countless sword saints carried long swords on their backs, their expressions cold. Their arrival terrified countless people. The myriad sword pavilion had arrived. The people from Ghost Hell Land had arrived, and so had the New Moon clan. The arrival of Bai Luo and Gao Yu caused countless people to exclaim. The two of them had already reached the small saint realm, and it seemed like their future achievements were limitless. The two of them. One was like a witch, while the other was like a fairy. The two of them fought together, and they were the center of attention. Who would have thought that there would be such fairies among the humans? At this moment, a laugh was heard, followed by a sword light. The surrounding people thought that the people from Myriad Sword Pavilion had arrived, and were shocked. However, they soon realized that it was not the case. The person who arrived had a horn on his head, and the scales on his body were shining. There were 5 purple sword shadows behind his back, and they were made of scales. What was this? The other party's aura was so strong. This was the people from the Dragon Clan. Exclamations could be heard. They did not expect that the Dragon Clan would also come, and a powerful Dragon Clan genius had arrived. The person who came was really Xianxia. When he saw Gao Yu and Bai Luo, the corners of his mouth rose. I wonder if the two fairies could give me face and have a meal together. Damn, the surrounding people's eyes were all red. You actually dared to invite the two of them together. Guan Songhai also shook his head. This Sword Dragon Clan's people were really arrogant. They simply did not leave any hope for the humans. Lin Xian chuckled. Could it be that Brother Songhai was interested as well? You can actually go up and invite them. Guan Songhai shook his head. Forget it. Gao Yu and Bai Luo frowned. Gao Yu said, another day. I'm a little tired today, and I don't want to rest. Unfortunately, I happen to have time today. Why don't we do it now? Xianxia did not back down. After all, he was an expert of the Dragon Clan, and he had confidence and pride. Why would he change because of the other party's words? Don't go too far. Ghost Hell Land and New Moon Clan's people. Many people walked up. Xianxia laughed out loud. So what if I went overboard? At this point, the 5 sword shadows behind him released an unparalleled aura, causing those people to be terrified. In the Ghost Hell region, the New Moon Clan's people were pushed back by the sword chi, their faces pale. So terrifying. Is this the power of a top-notch prodigy of Dragon Ball? Perhaps only a handful of people from the 10,000 Swords Pavilion could compete with him in terms of swordsmanship. Xianxia said with a smile. Fairies, please. Bai Luo's face was pale, and Gao Yu was also frowning. It seemed that a great battle was unavoidable. The two of them looked at each other and made up their minds. The laws on their bodies also spread out. When Xianxia saw this scene, he laughed. Oh, the two fairies want to spar with me. Alright, if I win, don't reject me. At this point, the aura on his body exploded once again. It was obvious that he had not used his full strength before. Seeing that a battle was about to break out, the crowd shook their heads. Even though Bai Luo and Gao Yu were both blessed by the heavens and possessed great strength and talent, they didn't dare to offend the heavens. However, he was still too young after all. It was impossible for him to contend against an expert like Xianxia. Even if the two of them worked together, they would still be defeated. There was no other way. Gao Yu and the others were dazzling before. However, this was a battle to win the heavens. Regardless of age, all the experts would come. Hence, the two of them were not the strongest here. Now that they were being suppressed by Jian Xing, their hearts sank. At this time, Lin Xian spoke again. He said coldly, "All right, don't mess around here. Leave quickly." When these words came out, the crowd was stunned. Who would dare to meddle in other people's business at this time? They all forgot about it. Jian Xing frowned. Meddling in his business? Did they have a death wish? He snorted coldly, and the sword intent on his body exploded. I want to see who it is. Before he finished speaking, he saw Lin Xian. In the next moment, he was stunned and revealed an expression that was uglier than crying. Why are you here? He asked cautiously. Get out of here. Lin Xian frowned again. Without another word, Jian Xing turned into a ray of light and left. Everyone was stunned. Oh my god, what's going on? He was a sword Dao expert from Dragon Ball. His strength was unparalleled. No one present could suppress him. But now, he ran away because of a person's words. Who was this person? They all turned their heads to look. Some people were puzzled. He was so unfamiliar. They didn't know him at all. However, there were also a few people who exclaimed. It was him. They had seen the battle before. Naturally, they recognized Lin Xian from the battle with Hydra Jin. However, they didn't expect him to be so strong that he could scare away the people from the Dragon Clan. Now, they were very curious about the identity of this person. Were they saved? Bai Luo and Gao Yu breathed a sigh of relief. The two of them looked ahead and were equally puzzled. Who was this person? Why did he save them? Could it be that he had other ideas? The two of them were very nervous. Lin Xian's gaze was calm. He nodded slightly at the two of them, then retracted his gaze. Bai Luo and Gao Yu were stunned. The other party's performance made them feel disappointed. Could it be that they were not worthy of his attention? Guan Songhai was also surprised. I'm getting more and more interested in you. Could it be that you are related to the Dragon Clan? He was indeed surprised. He had heard of Sword Star. The Dragon Clan was definitely arrogant and unruly. Moreover, they were very strong. Even he couldn't scare the other party away with a single sentence. However, Lin Xian did it. This made him feel extremely surprised. Lin Xian said. I've seen that guy before. He was probably scared by my previous attack. Alright, let's go. He hasn't become a sacred venerate yet. He's not worthy of our attention. Guan Songhai nodded because he had also broken through to become a sacred venerate. Therefore, his opponents could only be people of the same level. They didn't care about the other geniuses. In the next few days, it became more and more lively. More experts arrived. However, on this day, a shocking piece of news spread. It turned out that a great battle had broken out. Moreover, it was the Great Desolate Mansion. It was said that the Great Desolate Mansion had lost a few geniuses. At this moment, they were furious. Who could be so powerful? Everyone was shocked. It was too unbelievable. Could it be one of the legendary peerless experts? No, it was a woman. She was the previous holy maiden of the Spirit Clan. When he heard the news, Lin Xian was also stunned. Could it be that they were going to find Qiu? He had forgotten that when he spread the news, the Crimson Dragon and Murong Qingqing might know that he was still alive. However, Shen Jingqiu didn't know. He guessed that she was helping him take revenge. Therefore, he hurried over. In front of a huge waterfall. 6 figures surrounded a woman. Countless spectators were discussing the battle in the surroundings. Terrifying laws and spatial cracks were spreading between the heavens and the earth. The 6 people from the Great Desolation Mansion executed the Desolation summoning technique and summoned 4 figures each. The 24 figures and the 6 saints from the Great Desolate Mansion formed an inescapable net. At this moment, many people started to worry. Shen Jingqiu must be here to avenge Lin Xian. However, it was a pity that she couldn't fight against the Great Desolate Mansion alone. Someone sighed. Yes, it was a pity that such a fairy had fallen, however, what could they do about it? Facing the might of the great desolate mansion, no one dared to make a move at this moment. Xianxia, how dare you fight against the great desolate mansion? That brat is already dead. Why don't you submit to the great desolate mansion? The 6 of them revealed sinister smiles. Along with a cold shout, the 24 figures behind them moved quickly. A terrifying desolate aura filled the 9 heavens. Humph, Xianxia's expression was cold as a terrifying aura emerged from her body. Terrifying laws flew out along with her palm. The laws condensed into a sword light that shot towards the 24 figures. The void began to crack as the sword light passed by. It's useless. You're no match for us. The 6 of them were extremely confident. The battle broke out in an instant. Soon, the desolate aura completely enveloped Xianxia. She should be suppressed. Everyone shook their heads and sighed when they saw this. Lin Xian arrived at this moment. When he saw this, a cold-killing intent surfaced in his eyes. However, he didn't make a move because he sensed with his lightning god eyes that there was a terrifying law protecting Xianxia. She wasn't injured. What kind of changes did Xiaoer go through? Lin Xian was shocked. Ever since he returned from the heavenly fate planet, he realized that he couldn't see through Xianxia. Now, he was even more puzzled. The power in her body had shocked him. Everything was over. The 6 silhouettes walked forward. However, 9 rays of light slashed down from the sky at this moment. Accompanying them was the phantom of a phoenix. The phoenix's cry resounded through the 9 heavens. Immediately, the 6 figures were pushed back. 3 of them vomited blood and their bodies shattered. Damn it, who dares to meddle in our business? They were truly enraged. There was someone who was so reckless and dared to go against the great desolate mansion at the very last moment. The surrounding people also exclaimed in surprise. In the next moment, their eyes widened. Another fairy-like figure had descended. The other party was dressed in white, as if he had ascended to immortality. Furthermore, there was a phoenix phantom on his body. Could it be that someone from the Phoenix clan had come? Countless people were shocked. The people of the great desolate mansion frowned as well. However, they soon discovered that it wasn't the case. It was Morong Qingqing. She was the saintess of the Kunlun Pavilion. She had actually come. She was probably here to avenge Lin Xian. Lin Wudi really made people envious. Indeed, countless people's eyes turned red. However, there were also people who sneered. So what? No matter how good he was still killed. The faces of the 6 people from the great desolate mansion turned cold as well. So it's you. Morong Qingqing, do you want to make an enemy out of the great desolate mansion? You have to think about the consequences. These people gritted their teeth. Morong Qingqing floated down from the sky and said coldly. So what if I'm your enemy? If you dare to lay your hands on Brother Xian, I'll kill everyone from the great desolate mansion in the future. Having said that, she slowly formed a seal with her palm. A terrifying aura was emitted from the seal. Kunlun palm. Subsequently, Morong Qingqing waved her palm and pressed it down from the sky. It was like the palm of an ancient god with mysterious runes of the great Tao. It's so terrifying. What kind of power is this? This should be the ultimate technique of the Kunlun Pavilion. Many people exclaimed in horror. Damn it. How dare you look down on us? The 3 sages of the great desolate mansion roared in anger. They unleashed their ultimate techniques one after another. The aura of desolation spread between heaven and earth, turning the entire place into a desolate place. Boom, boom. The 2 attacks collided, causing heaven and earth to shatter. Everyone felt as if they were in a destructive torrent. Boom. Boom, boom. That feeling only lasted for a moment. In the next moment, the aura of desolation was torn apart by a palm. The 3 sages of the great desolate mansion were instantly smashed into a bloody mist. What? She killed them with a single palm. Moreover, she killed 3 pinnacle existences. This Morong Qingqing is too terrifying. Many people were shocked. The other 3 sages had ugly expressions on their faces. Damn it. They roared. However, at this moment, they retreated once again with blood flowing from the corners of their mouths. This was because Xianxia, who was being suppressed by the 24 sages, suddenly unleashed his power. The 24 sages were instantly sent flying, turning into an aura of desolation that spread between heaven and earth. A cosmic form of heaven and earth appeared behind Xianxia. It was unusually mysterious and had an aura of desolation. It stood between heaven and earth. The moment she attacked, she shattered the 24 sages of desolation. She attacked again and killed the other 3 sages of the Great Desolate Mansion. All of a sudden, everyone from the Great Desolate Mansion was killed. "Qiao, are you alright?" Morong Qingqing looked at Xianxia with concern. Xianxia shook her head. "Sister Miss Seductress, I'm fine. These people from the Great Desolate Mansion can't hurt me." This scene was truly too shocking. They never would have thought that these 2 goddess-like figures would actually possess such strength. Are they courting death? There's only one outcome for going against the Great Desolate Mansion. A cold voice sounded from the bloody mist in the sky. Then, more figures appeared in the distance. Obviously, the people from the Great Desolate Mansion had come to help. Moreover, these people summoned the power of desolation the moment they arrived. In an instant, they summoned 5 times the number of people. 10 sages of the Great Desolate Mansion summoned 50 sages. A total of 60 sages surrounded Morong Qingqing and Xianxia. This situation was much more dangerous than before. It's over. This time, it's really dangerous. The people who were watching the battle retreated while shaking their heads and sighing. Morong Qingqing looked at this scene and asked, "Qiao, are you afraid?" Xianxia shook her head. "They're no match for me. Today, I'm going to avenge Brother Lin Xian." Their ethereal voices sounded in the sky. Lin Xian was touched when he saw this. He wouldn't let the 2 of them take the risk. Therefore, he asked, "Brother Songhai, are you going to watch the show or are you going to join me?" A terrifying murderous aura surged from Lin Xian's body. He was like a sleeping dragon that was quickly awakening. Guan Songhai was surprised. "Are you going to join the fight?" "Difficult. Do you know those 2 goddesses? Or are you related to Lin Wudi, me? I'm just not used to seeing the Great Desolate Mansion bullying me. Therefore, I'm going to get rid of him." A dragon roar sounded from Lin Xian's body. In the next moment, he turned into a streak of light and flew forward. Lin Xian formed a seal with his palms and slapped out the azure dragon seal. In an instant, a few azure dragon phantoms charged into the crowd of the Great Desolate Mansion along with the seal. A loud explosion was heard. 9 figures were instantly sent flying. Miserable screams were heard and the surrounding people were stunned. Someone actually dared to attack. "Who is it?" the people of the Great Desolate Mansion roared in anger. "Kill!" They unleashed the power of the heavens and the terrifying desolation law filled the air. "Haha, I'm coming too." Guan Songhai laughed. The power of the sea surged and swept across the 9 heavens, turning the entire world into an ocean. They felt a strong binding force that sealed them, making them unable to move. Morong Qingqing, Xianxia, and the others quickly attacked. The 4 of them fought. The 60 phantoms of the Great Desolate Mansion were running around. They should have had the upper hand, but they were defeated by the 4 of them. "Oh my heavens, who are these 2? They're too terrifying. I know that one. He's a top skypride of the Azure Sea Pavilion, but I don't know about the other one. He seems to have a terrifying aura of the Tao of Dragon. Could he be a member of the Dragon tribe? Damn it," many of them charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian waved his palms. Every palm strike was accompanied by the power of the Azure Dragon. Moreover, Lin Xian used the breathing technique of the Dragon tribe, making the phantoms of the Azure Dragon seem to come alive. Boom! Boom, boom. A single palm strike was enough to destroy a top sage of the Great Desolate Mansion. 9 of them were killed by 9 palms. Blood mist filled the air, terrifying everyone. What kind of power was this? One had to know that those who could come here were not ordinary saints. They were all elites among elites, yet none of them had any power to fight back in the hands of Lin Xian. It was truly shocking. Morong Qingqing and Xianxia were also stunned. However, they smiled when they saw Lin Xian blinking his eyes. "It's Brother Xian!" Morong Qingqing exclaimed. She knew that Lin Xian wasn't dead, so she recognized him immediately. Xianxia was stunned for a moment, but after Morong Qingqing's telepathic message, she understood. She heaved a sigh of relief. Great, big brother Lin Xian didn't die. However, she also knew that since she had changed her appearance and concealed her aura, she did not want others to discover her identity. So she didn't recognize him right away. Instead, he attacked even more fiercely. The cosmic form behind her was like the fairy of the nine heavens, powerful to the extreme. Every move carried the supreme great Tao. Morong Qingqing transformed into a phoenix and swept across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The people of the Great Desolation Mansion went crazy. They had gained an absolute advantage and could even suppress and seal the two of them. However, he did not expect that there would be people who dared to come to his rescue. Moreover, these two people were extremely powerful. Especially the person who struck out with the Azure Dragon seal, it made them vomit blood. The other party's attacks were too violent. Every move was capable of killing a powerful saint on their side. Damn it, I'll kill this brat first. They felt that Lin Xian was the biggest threat. Therefore, they were prepared to attack Lin Xian first. However, it was useless. Those people couldn't even get close to Lin Xian and were sent flying by the Azure Dragon palm. Damn it, you guys back off. I'll do it. At this moment, a man roared and walked out. He was wearing the desolate war armor. His palms were forming seals continuously. The desolate war aura spread out rapidly and formed a giant desolate war aura. This was also an ultimate mystic skill. When the desolate war god appeared, the pressure of the heavens and earth followed. The surrounding experts and geniuses could not breathe. This was too strong. He could even fight against them, right, as expected of the Tao debate. There were no weaklings here. After that person summoned the desolate war god, he revealed a cold expression. Brat, I'll let you know what regret is today. The terrifying desolate war god attacked quickly. That palm slapped down, bringing with it an extremely powerful pressure as the raging waves crashed onto the shore. Lin Xian snorted coldly and attacked with the Azure Dragon 9 palms. 9 consecutive attacks. The 9 Azure Dragons seemed to have come to life under the Dragon Clan's breathing technique and fused into a giant dragon. The divine dragon swung its tail and collided with the desolate war god. Boom. The two's laws and mystic skills collided between heaven and earth, creating a destructive storm. Under everyone's horrified gaze, the desolate war god's palm shattered. Then, it turned into the desolate war aura. The great Huangfu's expert also trembled and retreated. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Impossible, the surrounding people exclaimed. They couldn't believe it. The desolate war god was already able to resist the attack of a sacred venerable. But he still couldn't defeat his opponent. Could it be that this brat was a sacred venerable? Senior brother, let us help you. The young geniuses also rushed over. It seemed that they wanted to join forces to kill Lin Xian. Lin Xian looked up to the sky and laughed. Are you a bunch of ants? He swung his fist and attacked with the tiger demon fist. A terrifying whistling sound rumbled between heaven and earth. This was an even more violent and destructive fist technique. The dozens of figures that approached him were all destroyed. Sacred blood scattered between heaven and earth. No, retreat quickly, the man roared crazily. However, Lin Xian held the Azure Dragon seal again and attacked him. With a single strike, that person's body was blasted into pieces. Quite a few people roared. Were their senior brothers killed by someone? Buzz. A soul flew out from the broken body. Damned brat, I won't let you off. The great desolate mansion will definitely kill you. He flew into the distance. However, Lin Xian sneered. He raised his hand and a sword light flew out. It was the sword controlling technique of the Sword Dragon clan. It carried the aura of the great dragon sword soul that could destroy everything. It directly killed the opponent's soul. The man let out a miserable scream before his soul was destroyed. Everyone was stunned. This person was too powerful. He was definitely a top genius. At the same time, they were amazed because other than Lin Xian, Guan Songhai, and the others were also extraordinary. As expected of the Tao debate, the geniuses who came here were too dazzling. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As for the people of the great desolate mansion, their faces were filled with despair. "Damn it, who the hell are you?" some of them stared at Guan Songhai. "We don't have any grudges with the Songhai Pavilion, right?" Guan Songhai sneered. "We don't have any grudges. However, since my brother wants to attack you, I can only help. If you don't like it, you can start a war with us." Hearing this, the people of the great desolate mansion snorted. What a joke. Previously, because of Lin Xian, they had already started a war with Peerless City. In the end, they suffered heavy losses. Many worlds were destroyed by Peerless City. If they were to start a war with the Songhai Pavilion, their losses would be even greater. Therefore, they wouldn't start a war with the Sacred City unless they had no other choice. However, the other party was too much. So what if they bullied you? Lin Xian held the Songhai Dragon seal and attacked with both hands. He directly killed the three figures. Then, an extremely cold killing intent erupted from his eyes. "Great desolate mansion, none of you who came today can leave." Now, these people knew that they had gone too far. Previously, when the three sage kings were chasing after him, did they think that they had gone too far? Right now, he was simply giving him a taste of his own medicine. This time, he must let the great desolate mansion know what pain was. Indeed, under Lin Xian's powerful attack, the people from the great desolate mansion were instantly crushed. The desolate figures that were summoned were also killed mercilessly. Eventually, only one person was left. This person was covered in injuries. He screamed in horror, "Come and save me. How dare you attack the people of the great desolate mansion? No one will be spared today." A terrifying killing aura filled the air. When the surrounding people sensed it, their eyes widened. A sacred sovereign, a real sacred sovereign had descended. Sure enough, a large hand descended from the sky, charging towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. A pair of gale wings appeared on his back. He used the laws of wind to increase his speed to the extreme. He dodged instantly. In the next moment, he looked to the front. The void shattered, and a figure wrapped in a boundless aura of desolation walked out from the void. It was a middle-aged man. His aura was very powerful. He was at the beginning stages of the sacred sovereign realm. "It's over. That kid is dead for sure. Yes, no matter how strong he is, he can't go against a real sacred sovereign." Morong Qingqing, Shen Jingqiu, and the rest frowned. The sacred sovereign that appeared sneered. "Go to hell." A desolate heaven seal slammed down and enveloped Lin Xian. With a boom, the place turned into nothingness. The sacred sovereign sneered. "A mere ant dares to go against me? You overestimate yourself." Was he killed? The surrounding people were shocked. The difference was too great. Yes, it was difficult for anyone below the sacred sovereign realm to go against a sacred sovereign. Unless they had a heaven-defying sacred weapon. This kid was too arrogant. He deserved to die. Now that I've taken care of one of you, I won't let the other three go. The sacred sovereign's gaze was fixed on Morong Qingqing and the rest. However, at this moment, a voice sounded. "You're just SOSO. You're too weak. Didn't you eat? What? He didn't die?" When the surrounding people heard the voice, they were stunned. They all turned their heads to look. They saw a figure walk out from the shattered void. Lin Xian's body was surrounded by laws. He was unscathed. How was that possible? Countless people were shocked. He wasn't injured. What kind of physique was this? That was an attack from a Saint Venerable. Sure enough, the Holy Venerate's expression sank. "You are not injured. It seems like you have a saint artifact on you to defend yourself. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant in front of me." In his opinion, it was absolutely impossible for the other party to survive with his own strength. He must have a treasure in his hands. Is that so? Just because I can block your attack, does that mean I have a treasure? And you being able to kill me is your true strength? You really think too highly of yourself. I wonder if you'll still think the same way when I kill you later. Do you really think you can kill me? The saint sneered. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Now, go to hell. His figure flashed, and the desolate aura behind him turned into a stream of light, carrying him towards Lin Xian. Previously, it was just a casual attack from him, which was why his opponent was able to survive. Now, he was going to unleash his full power. So what if his opponent had a sacred weapon? He could kill them all the same. Looking at the Saint Venerable's fist, Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He waited until the Saint Venerable was near him before he attacked. Similarly, he threw out a punch. The first move of the Tiger Demon Fist, Army Destroyer. The punch was filled with boundless killing intent, as if it was going to destroy everything. Although his opponent was a true Saint Venerable, so what? Lin Xian was not afraid of the Saint Venerable at all. Boom. You're courting death. Go to hell. Seeing that Lin Xian did not dodge and dared to fight back, the Saint Venerable was filled with disdain. He was confident that he could defeat Lin Xian with this move. However, when his fist collided with Lin Xian's fist, he regretted it immediately. That was because he could feel an unparalleled power surging toward him. Even with his strength and physique, he could not withstand it. Boom, with a deep sound, the Saint Venerable retreated. He shattered the void, and his arm hung down. A few cracks appeared on his palm. He was at a disadvantage in a contest of physique when he used all his strength to fight against Lin Xian. It was something that he could not imagine. The others were even more shocked. Oh my God, what kind of physique does this kid have? Why do I feel that he's going to defy the heavens? Exclamations and discussions could be heard. When Xianxia of Morong Qingqing saw the scene, she smiled. The corners of his mouth raised into a smile. They knew that Lin Xian would not be defeated. Guan Songhai was also surprised. He could feel that Lin Xian had not become a true Saint Venerable. However, Lin Xian's current strength was not any weaker than a Saint Venerable. He was really surprised. Although Lin Xian was only one step away from becoming a Saint Venerable, the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. As I said, you are no match for me at all. Lin Xian said lightly. Despicable kid, don't be so arrogant. The Saint Venerable roared and spat out a pagoda from his mouth. There was a terrifying great Tao on the pagoda. Obviously, it was his sacred artifact. Lin Xian glanced at it but did not care. You want to use a sacred artifact to deal with me? I can only say that you are too trashy as a Saint Venerable. I think you are wasting resources by living, so you can go to hell. The terrifying law of wind appeared on Lin Xian's body. At the same time, the law of lightning spread out. As the wind and lightning collided, he turned into an extremely fast bolt of lightning and rushed out in an instant. You are courting death. The pagoda above his head took out a treasured saber and swept it in all directions. At the same time, his broken arm quickly healed. He used all kinds of divine skills to fight with his opponent. However, the more he fought, the more shocked he became because he realized that whether it was his divine skills or sacred artifacts, his opponent could take them all with his bare hands. Moreover, he was not injured. The strength of Lin Xian's physique was beyond his imagination. In the 13th move, he was punched through and his arm exploded. In the 15th move, the pagoda above his head was directly sent flying by the Azure Dragon seal. Then, his entire body was split in half. Oh my God, the people around us are all dumbfounded. What did they just see? A young genius was actually beating up a Saint Venerable. What kind of scene was that? The last surviving saint of the Great Desolate Mansion thought that he had been saved. He even thought that he could kill his opponent. However, he was now in despair. The expert in his eyes, a dignified Saint Venerable, was actually unable to fight back. In the end, the Saint Venerable actually escaped. Seeing that the Saint Venerable had escaped, Lin Xian snorted coldly. He waved his hand and countless sword chi flew out. Sword controlling array. Hearing this, the Saint Venerable's soul that was escaping in front felt his scalp explode. This was because he felt spatial fluctuations coming from all directions and a biting cold aura appeared. The boundless sword chi completely sealed the space he was in. The biting cold law of wind controlling array caused the world to tremble. No, the Saint Venerable's soul tried his best to dodge. However, under the sword controlling array, his soul was completely penetrated. In the end, his soul was destroyed. Is he dead? A bona fide holy venerate was directly killed by someone. The surrounding people were flabbergasted. What kind of heaven-defying combat strength was this? Who would have thought that such a terrifying genius would appear before the heavenly Tao discussion? They wondered which power this person belonged to. Let's go. Lin Xian waved his hand, and the azure dragon phantom enveloped the few of them. Then, he tore open the void and disappeared. The spectators knew that a huge commotion was about to happen. The Great Desolate Prefecture would definitely not let this matter rest. Indeed, the 6 Tao holy sovereigns descended from the Great Desolate Prefecture and began to sweep through. However, the 6 Tao holy sovereigns had already disappeared. They could only grit their teeth and snort. It would be best if they did not meet them in the heavenly Tao discussion. Otherwise, they would let them know what regret and despair was. In an instant, the news spread and shocked the entire heavenly wind world. On the other side, Lin Xian left with the few of them. He sent a message to Murong Qingqing and Xianxia. When there was no one around at night, they would meet again. Night fell. Lin Xian left behind a clone, and then his real body used the void escape to leave. Lin Xian flew over according to the address that Murong Qingqing and the others left behind. He saw Murong Qingqing and Xianxia waiting for him. Big brother Lin Xian. Xianxia's eyes turned red instantly. Murong Qingqing also said, I was scared to death. Lin Xian said, don't worry, I can protect myself even without the Great Sage Tower. Let's go in. The 3 of them entered the palace, and Lin Xian set up a formation. In the next few days, Lin Xian stayed with the 2 of them, waiting for the heavenly Tao discussion to begin. On this day, the entire sky was lit up. Countless terrifying auras descended, and everyone in every corner of the world stood up. Their expressions were solemn because they knew that a holy king had arrived. This was a supreme aura that only a holy king could emit. There were 9 mutated beasts roaring in the sky. They were all ancient mutated beasts and were extremely powerful. They were pulling a war chariot. They broke through the clouds and slowly flew over. A terrifying aura enveloped heaven and earth, causing everyone to tremble. Within the war chariot, a figure walked out. The demonic chi emanating from his body was even scarier than before, as though a ferocious beast had just awoken. It was the Saint King of the 10,000 demons, the Flying Sky Saint King. After the Soaring Sky Saint King arrived, he looked down on the world and accepted the worship of countless people. However, at this moment, a dozen great demons appeared in the void and knelt down on one knee. Greetings to the Holy King. We were incompetent and caused the 9th young lord to be injured. Please punish us, Sacred King. Saint King, please avenge us, these people's voices rang out. The surrounding people were in an uproar. During this period of time, they naturally knew that after the 9-headed Qilin's powerful arrival, it was killed once again. Now, he only had 3 lives left. Soaring Sky Saint King's face turned ugly when he heard the news. Damn it, what a bunch of trash. So many people, but they can't even protect one person. The greater demons below were trembling. Once a Saint King was enraged, no one could stop him. They could only kneel and beg for mercy. Saint King, please spare their lives. However, that brat was too strange. We were careless and failed to protect him. Who was it? Soaring Sky Saint King asked coldly. Could it be that a sacred venerate had made a move? If that was the case, he didn't mind killing the other party personally. He wanted to let the other party know what it was like to bully the weak. However, those greater demons said that it was a young man who hadn't reached the sacred venerate level. His name was Sword Maniac. He wasn't a sacred venerate, and he was from the younger generation. Soaring Sky Saint King's face turned incomparably dark. This way, he had no excuse to make a move. The competition between the younger generation was something that he couldn't interfere with. If he interfered, he would be breaking the rules. Damn it. He really deserved to die. Where did this genius come from? How could he be so strange? He had to investigate this matter properly. Of course, it was here. He couldn't say. Instead, he waved his hand and said, "Get in here." Those greater demons brought the 9-headed Qilin into the golden chariot. Then, the 9-headed beast roared. They quickly tore through the void and flew into the distance. I think Soaring Sky Saint King will vomit blood from anger. That's for sure. The genius under him was supposed to be incomparably dazzling, but he suffered such a loss as soon as he arrived. His heart will probably bleed. Do you think Soaring Sky Saint King will make a move? That's impossible. That kid looks very young. The competition between the younger generation doesn't need a Saint King to personally make a move. That's not necessarily true. Don't forget how Lin Wudy was killed. Indeed, when these words came out, many people fell silent. Lin Wudy was such a dazzling peerless genius. He would definitely become a Saint King in the future. He could even become a great god. Such a person didn't die in the competition between the younger generation, but was killed by a Saint King. It was really regrettable. Someone said, "Stop talking. Do you want to die? Don't forget who the host is this time." That was the Acheron Palace. If they heard us talking about Lin Xian, all of us would be killed. These people's faces instantly turned pale, and they didn't dare to say anything. Not long after Soaring Sky Saint King arrived, thunder rumbled between heaven and earth. The Thunder God City's Saint King also arrived. The great Tao intertwined with lightning carried a majestic figure as he walked over. He was called Myriad Thunder Saint King. His strength was terrifying, and he had the power to destroy heaven and earth. After Myriad Thunder Saint King arrived, he gathered the Thunder God Saints. Then, he occupied a position in the world. Then, Endless Sword Chi fell, and a figure that looked like a sword god appeared. There were two ancient swords on his back, emitting a biting cold light. With a light wave, he could split a world. The Myriad Sword Pavilion Saint King, the Divine Ghost Sword King. It was said that his sword technique had unpredictable power. Other than that, the Great Desolate Mansion, Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, and Limitless Sex Saint Kings also arrived. Peerless Saint King also came. He had delicate features, like a 16 or 17-year-old youth. However, the Saint King aura on him was not to be underestimated. Not only did he come, but he also brought a large number of experts and geniuses from Peerless City. These Saint Kings all found a position in the world. They dominated a region. Some of the top clans also came, such as the Blue Dragon Clan and the Winged Dragon Clan. Although they weren't Sacred City, their strength and foundation weren't any weaker than Sacred City. The surrounding people were amazed. These were super forces and Saint Kings. It was rare to see even one Saint King, but now, there were so many Saint Kings. It was truly a sight that was hard to come by in 1,000 years. The people from Acheron Hall hadn't arrived yet, right? Someone exclaimed. Someone said, "Why are you panicking? They are the last to arrive." Sure enough, after waiting for a long time, countless Acheron diagrams appeared. Then, one after another, Acheron figures appeared. The one standing in the center was the Silver Corpse Saint King. His aura made everyone's scalp tingle, as if their lives were about to be taken away. When Lin Xian saw this figure, he frowned. A hint of killing intent appeared in his eyes. It was the other party who had almost killed him with a single palm strike. There would be a day when he would personally avenge this grudge. Although he didn't have the strength to fight against a Saint King, he wouldn't let anyone from the 3 sacred cities go. Following that, more families and holy cities arrived. The Joyous Union Palace's prestige also arrived. She was called the Closed Moon Sage King. Not only did she come, but she also brought a few people with her. Xianxia was among them. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that. It seemed like Xianxia wasn't in any danger. However, he was puzzled as he didn't see anyone from the Green Hill Nine Tails race participating in the battle. As for the reason behind it, he didn't know. After waiting for another 3 days, the Silver Corpse Sage King stood up when he saw that no one had arrived. He said in a clear voice, welcoming everyone to the Holy Heavens Tao discussion. This is a grand event in the second astral world. Your names will be recorded in the Holy Hall in the future. This is an unparalleled honor. Therefore, you must give it your all in this Holy Heavens Tao discussion. Don't let down the Holy City's expectations of you. Many people clenched their fists when they heard that. This was an opportunity. If they could stand at the end, they would be able to obtain an unparalleled opportunity. They might even be able to leave the second astral world and head to the legendary Holy Lands. Their future achievements might even surpass the Holy City. When they thought of that, they felt a surge of excitement. Alright, let's not talk anymore. I now announce the start of the Holy Heavens Tao discussion. A loud voice exploded between heaven and earth as the silver corpse Sage King formed a hand seal and pressed it against the void. The entire sky shattered and the earth shook. Everyone exclaimed as they didn't know what was going on. However, when they saw the Sage King's calm expressions, they calmed down. Even if there was any danger, the Sage Kings could sweep through everything. The entire heavenly wind world was enveloped by a terrifying law. Everyone realized that the earth was changing as arenas appeared one after another. These were all arenas that had been passed down from the ancient times or even further back. They were able to withstand attacks from sacred sovereigns and were specially prepared for the Holy Heavens Tao discussion. Everyone realized that some of the arenas had dark red marks on them. Those were the blood that had flowed from the battles between the geniuses in the past. Even after countless years, the blood hadn't changed. One could only imagine how strong those geniuses were. There were many arenas and they were huge. They covered the entire land. At the same time, the rules of the Holy Heavens Tao discussion were spread. There were 3 stages. The first stage was divided into different arenas based on cultivation. So they fought. Everyone had 3 chances to be defeated. After 3 times, they would be eliminated. Both sides of the battle also used the form of a challenge. There was no need to worry that no one would make a move. After all, everyone wanted to make a name for themselves in this once-in-a-lifetime event. Moreover, there was a chance to have his name engraved in the Holy Hall. This was a supreme honor. Therefore, the battle would definitely be very intense. The competition was divided into 3 different areas. The first region was for those under 2,000 years old, while the second region was for those between 2,000 and 5,000 years old. The third area was for those over 5,000 years old. This time, it wasn't based on cultivation, but age. However, no matter how strong a person under 2,000 years old was, he would only be an early-stage holy venerate. Hence, everyone felt more at ease. That way, they would not encounter those middle-stage holy venerables or even those late-stage holy venerables. As for those old monsters, they all had their own battlefields where they could exchange blows. As for the second stage? No one knew yet. What they needed to do was to try their best to earn points in the first round so that they could get a higher ranking. He wanted to make himself even more dazzling. The Holy Heavens Tao discussion didn't allow holy kings to appear. In other words, holy kings and holy kings' weapons couldn't appear. Anyone who violated the rules would be disqualified. There was another point. In the arena, life and death didn't matter. There was only victory and defeat. In other words, not only would the battle be intense, but a large number of experts and geniuses would also be killed. Although it was cruel, the world of cultivation was like that. Everyone who reached the peak had to go through the baptism of blood and slaughter to stand out. After learning about the situation, everyone took a deep breath. Although the path ahead was dangerous, no one retreated. Instead, they all clenched their fists. This time, they would definitely make their names known in the universe. As the rules of the competition and the ancient arena appeared, everyone started to panic. Everyone took a deep breath. The Silver Corpse Holy King announced the start of the Holy Heavens Tao discussion. As his voice fell, figures flew out one after another from different parts of the world. They landed on the arena respectively. On the Lightning God City's side, a woman bathed in lightning appeared. She held an ice and lightning sword in her hand that exuded a destructive aura. From the looks of it, she was a genius. On the Demon City's side, a man walked out. Flames danced around his body. He seemed to be a powerful genius of the Vermilion Bird tribe. On the Myriad Sword Pavilion's side, a terrifying sword venerate descended upon them. Terrifying sword chi swept across the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The other sacred cities and powerful families had also sent people to assist them. Every one of them was extremely powerful. If they were in the outside world, they would be able to sweep through an entire world. But now, they were all gathered together to fight for the peak. Around the heavenly wind world, there were 4 small worlds that were filled with people. They came from all over the second astral world to watch the battle. There were also some people who came from the universe to watch the battle. When these people saw the terrifying figures standing in the arena below, they immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. They were unhappy that they couldn't enter, but now, they understood. With their strength, they didn't have the qualifications to enter. They could only watch from outside. Even Lin Xian saw Xianxia and Murong Qingqing walking out. It seemed that these sacred cities were all planning to use their strength in the first battle to tell the world how powerful they were. A man walked out from the Wushuang city's side. He was also terrifying. But it wasn't Ling Hu Chuixue or Fu Hongya. It was another stranger. But it seemed like he was also a top expert. On the Acheron Palace's side, they also sent sacred venerables to fight. This time, they couldn't lose in the Dao discussion. Therefore, the people they sent for the first round were extremely powerful. On the other hand, the Great Desolate Mansion had their own strategy. They decided to hide part of their strength and send out some of their core strength. It was rare for them to send out peerless experts in the later stages. But even though he was the core strength, he was still a peak small saint. He wasn't far from becoming a sacred venerable. Basically, all the arenas were filled with people, waiting for others to challenge them. Soon, people flew up to challenge the arenas. Lin Xian's lips curled up into a cold smile when he saw this. Very well, it's time to harvest. Demon City, Acheron Palace, and Great Desolate Mansion. These were the three holy cities that had tried to kill him. He wouldn't let any of them go. Huang Yimou stood on the stage with a smile on his face. He felt that his chance had come. This time, he must show his strength to the world. Although he wasn't a saint venerable and was only at the peak of the minor saint realm, he was confident that no one in the same realm as him was his match. As long as he didn't encounter a true saint venerable, he had the confidence to win. Buzz who would challenge him, his gaze rarely traveled in all directions. Suddenly, he saw a figure transform into a gust of wind and arrive at the arena. Oh, someone's here. Huang Yimou squinted his eyes and looked forward. The opponent should be using the law of wind. His speed was pretty good, which made him a little interested. He checked carefully and didn't find any saint venerable aura from the opponent. Huang Yimou heaved a sigh of relief. Great, this opponent's strength is at most on par with me. Then, I won't be afraid. Brat, tell me your name, because you only have one chance to speak. Huang Yimou said indifferently. Oh, is that so? The young man opposite him laughed. Alright, listen carefully. My name is Sword Maniac. Sword Maniac? I think you're an idiot. Huang Yimou sneered. You dare to challenge me? I'll kill you in one move. He sneered and slapped his palm out. Countless law filled his palm. It was the law of wildfire. It carried a terrifying flame aura and slapped forward. Buzz a pair of dark golden wings appeared behind Lin Xian's back and spread out. It turned into a storm. This was the ultimate technique that he had obtained from the Winged Dragon clan. It allowed him to move at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, he also used the sword controlling technique of the Saber Dragon clan. A sword light slashed across the sky. The two of them exchanged blows in a flash. Then, they stood in the air with their backs facing each other. Lin Xian put away the nomological laws on his body and walked down the ring. The spectators were stunned. What's going on? Is the battle over? The people of the Great Desolate Mansion sneered. This kid must know that he's not seen your brother Huang Mo's match. He went down and admitted defeat. That's for sure. Who dares to go against the Great Desolate Mansion? They looked up to the sky and laughed. However, soon, they were stunned. Because they saw Huang Mo's body falling to the ground. Blood flowed out from his body and dyed the stage red. What? He was injured, that's impossible. The people of the Great Desolate Mansion widened their eyes and screamed in horror. What just happened? Why didn't they see it clearly? The elders and experts of the Great Desolate Mansion frowned as they carefully examined the situation. In the next moment, their expressions turned extremely ugly. This was because they realized that there was no longer any life in the desert. 3 figures descended from the sky. They were the 3 judges. There were 3 referees in each arena. The 3 referees were chosen randomly from different holy cities and families. This would prevent anyone from cheating. They went up to take a look, then shook their heads and said that he had been killed. The sword maniac won the battle. Hearing this, the people of the great desolate mansion were completely stunned. The other people were also in an uproar. Heavens, this sword maniac was actually an expert. Moreover, to be able to kill a peak minor saint with a single strike, what was his cultivation base? Could it be that he was already a saint venerable? I don't know. I can't sense his aura. How mysterious. Everyone exclaimed. The faces of the people of the great desolate mansion turned ugly. To be honest, although they didn't send a saint venerable, they were very confident in Huang Yimou. Moreover, there wouldn't be too many experts in the beginning of the battle. Therefore, their chances of winning were very high. However, they didn't expect that Huang Yimou would be killed in an instant in the first battle. This was a provocation. He jumped up and stepped on their faces. Damn it, the people of the great desolate mansion were clenching their teeth so hard that they almost broke. Saint King Huang Tian's face turned dark. After all, the battle had just begun and the reputation of the holy city was very important. Now, his opponent had embarrassed him. He said loudly. Don't think that this is a joke. This is a very formal battle. Those who are able to participate in this battle are all top experts and experts. There were even some hidden and secretly cultivated people who would appear. Therefore, you can't afford to be careless here. Huang Mo's death is a good lesson. Do you all understand? Yes? The people of the great desolate mansion quickly lowered their heads and remembered the Saint King's words. We will treat this battle seriously and not make any mistakes. At the same time, they looked up and started to look for Lin Xian. They would remember this grudge. However, they realized that Lin Xian had already disappeared into the crowd. Damn it, he actually let that brat escape. It doesn't matter. He will definitely take action again. When the time comes, we will lock onto him and find someone to kill him. He was targeted by the great desolate mansion again. However, Lin Xian didn't care. This time, he was here for revenge. He would definitely not let these sacred cities off. So what if he was targeted? He went into the crowd and started to look around the arena. He realized that Murong Qingqing, Qin Xianer, and the others had already won their first battle. Then, some of them walked down the arena while others continued to challenge. He looked at the Wushuang city's side and realized that the first unfamiliar man had also won. Then, Fu Hongye started to fight. Other than that, he also noticed some top experts. For example, Wan Jiani and Chao Tianxing had also successfully broken through to the Saint Venerable realm. He had to admit that these people's strength, talent, and opportunities were very strong. Other than that, there were also some young rising stars. Lin Xian only took a glance at them and didn't pay any more attention to them. These people weren't a threat to him. The ones who were a threat were the disciples of the previous generation, such as Huang Shisan of the Great Desolate Mansion. He was someone who competed with Fu Hongye back then. He wasn't sure how strong he was now. Lin Xian's eye technique was powerful, so he could overlook the entire battlefield and observe. However, at this moment, he was suddenly stunned. At the same time, there was a cry of surprise from a distant battlefield. Countless people looked over. Look, that's Fu Hongye. He actually encountered an opponent. Everyone was stunned. Fu Hongye was the chief disciple of the second generation of the Wushuang city. At the same time, he was also a genius on the pilgrim list. He was very strong. Logically speaking, he should be able to kill his opponent easily. However, this time, his opponent was extremely terrifying. He was actually able to threaten Fu Hongye. Lin Xian also frowned. Who was this person? He discovered that this person didn't use the holy city's unique lost skill. That was to say, the other party might not be someone from the holy city. Of course, there was also another possibility. This was originally a secret expert nurtured by the holy city. It was just that at this moment, in order to hide his identity, he displayed some other lost skills. The strength of this person's law was extremely terrifying. It shrouded the entire arena. Fu Hongye was actually suppressed. But fortunately, after 50 moves, Fu Hongye suddenly erupted with power and injured the other party. That person directly left the arena and disappeared. took the initiative to forfeit, everyone was surprised. This was equivalent to a failure. There were only a total of 3 chances to fail. Such an expert easily admitted defeat. It was really too regrettable. However, the powerhouses on the Wushuang city side frowned. Damn it. Immediately retreating after failing to hit and hiding his strength. This was clearly a hunter. The Holy Heavens Tao discussion was rarely held. However, it was not the first time that some of the elders had participated in it. They had seen such a thing happen before. Every holy city had secretly nurtured some experts. They would hide these experts and only use them at critical moments. For example, the hidden experts would hide their identities and attack the geniuses from other holy cities. Although it was not a glorious thing, it was used by many holy cities. They did not expect that someone would target Wushuang City. Who was it? The elders' faces turned cold. They first thought of the 3 holy cities, Thousand Demon City, Acheron Hall, and Great Baron Mansion. After all, Wushuang City had fought with the 3 holy cities and the relationship between them was like fire and water. However, they could not rule out the possibility that it was done by other holy cities. They had to be more careful in the future. On the other side, Lin Xian's face turned cold when he saw the scene. Damn it, it seemed like someone was targeting Wushuang City. Since that was the case, they could not blame him for being ruthless. He looked around. Suddenly, he noticed that one of the arenas had become empty, and a figure went up. The person's cold aura was terrifying. It was obvious that he was an expert from Acheron Hall. Moreover, his cultivation had reached the Holy Sovereign Realm. Many people did not dare to challenge him. Very well. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. Let's start with the Holy Sovereign. His body flashed and he flew toward the arena. Lung Pao smiled when he came up. With his strength, ordinary people would not dare to challenge him. However, he did not expect that a figure would appear in front of him. He wondered which holy city's expert was from. Lung Pao looked forward. However, he was stunned. He did not sense any terrifying aura from the other party. Could it be that the person was not a holy sovereign? When he thought of this, he couldn't believe it. Was this person courting death? Naturally, the spectators also felt this scene and immediately exclaimed in surprise. Heavens, could it be that this brat wanted to court death? Did he think that he could challenge a holy sovereign? Exclamations could be heard. Indeed, it was possible for geniuses to challenge those of a higher cultivation level. However, the people here were all geniuses. They were all stronger than those of the same level. It was very difficult to challenge those of a higher level. This was especially so when the other party was a holy venerate. Leaping levels to fight a holy venerate was simply impossible. Kid, if you obediently kneel on the ground and kowtow to me and admit defeat, I'll let you live. Otherwise, you will die a horrible death. Lung Robe's cold voice rang out. In his opinion, he felt that it was beneath him to be an opponent. Lin Xian laughed when he heard that. How arrogant. How could a mere holy venerate be so arrogant in front of me? You look very young. You must be one of the geniuses of the previous generation. If I kill you, I wonder what kind of expression the Acheron Palace will have. Do you really think you can kill me? Lung Pao was stunned, then he sneered disdainfully. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Speaking of this, an extremely terrifying aura appeared on his body. Endless cold laws condensed into a blade of light, which he held in his hand. The aura emanating from it froze the entire space. Gloomy slash, the black blade of light slashed down, streaking across the void. This slash was extremely strange. Wherever it passed, black frost would condense. What a terrifying aura. This was the gloomy slash. Many people exclaimed. Under this slash, a holy venerate would not be able to resist at all. It's over. That kid will probably be killed in an instant. Puff, indeed, this slash enveloped Lin Xian's body and froze Lin Xian's body. Soon after, the frozen body split into 2. Instant kill in one move, the surrounding people exclaimed when they saw this scene. Lung Pao also laughed. He did not know what was good for him. The people from the Acheron Palace snorted coldly. In their opinion, unless a powerful holy venerate descended, it would be impossible to defeat Lung Pao. However, at this moment, the situation changed. Lung Pao shouted angrily. He didn't know when, but many more lightning chains had appeared on his body, trapping him. The aura of thunder and lightning from it made his body numb. How could someone attack him? Who was it? The others were also surprised. Someone exclaimed. Look, there was a figure behind Lung Pao. They looked carefully and saw a figure slowly appear. He held the law of lightning in his hand and trapped Lung Pao. That kid did not die? How could it be? Could it be that the one that was killed was just a clone? They were really too shocked. Lung Pao's pupils constricted. Damn it, the gloomy slash. Many black runes appeared in his body and froze in all directions. Those lightning runes kept exploding, shattering the ice. At the same time, Lin Xian sneered and used the blue dragon seal. He slapped Lung Pao's back and sent him flying. Boom! Boom, boom. Half of Lung Pao's body exploded, and blood mist filled the air. It was extremely miserable. Everyone went crazy. Oh God, what did they just see? A young minor saint had injured a holy venerate. Oh my God, it can't be. Who is this kid? Damn it. The people from the Acheron Palace frowned when they saw this scene. What was Lung Pao doing? How could he be at a disadvantage in the hands of a minor saint? Lung Pao's expression was also ferocious. He knew that he had been careless. The kid in front of him was much stronger than he had imagined. At least, he was not someone that an ordinary peak minor saint could compare to. He gritted his teeth and roared. The gloomy slash on his body quickly healed his injuries. At the same time, he turned his head and killing intent appeared on his pale face. Kid, how dare you hurt me? I will make you pay a painful price. The terrifying law of lightning spread out from his body, and the whole world turned dark. A cold aura spread out in all directions. Even those who were watching the battle from afar felt a sense of horror. At the same time, those who were at the extraterritorial temple shuddered. What a terrifying gloomy slash. It seemed that Lung Pao was really angry. Could that kid block it? That was the anger of a holy venerate. At this moment, all the people in the world were watching the battle. The gloomy slash. Lung Pao roared and instantly appeared in front of Lin Xian with a ghostly speed. The gloomy slash in his hand quickly condensed and formed a palm. The gloomy slash on the palm kept spinning and shrouded Lin Xian. This attack was incomparably powerful. Even a holy venerate of the same level would not dare to face it head-on. The surrounding people exclaimed. He was too strong. As expected of a holy venerate. This strength was far from what a minor saint could compare to. That kid is probably dead. Looking at the approaching dark palm, Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Instead of dodging, he made his move. Azure Dragon 9 palms, the roar of a dragon was heard as he threw out a palm strike. The phantom of the Azure Dragon collided violently with his opponent's gloomy palm. Boom, an earth-shattering sound was heard and exploded in the arena. It swept across the 9 heavens and pierced through the sky. The people outside the region screamed. Many of them were sent flying by the force. It was too terrifying. If there was no ancient arena, the world would have been destroyed instantly. So powerful. What's going on with this young man? He can actually fight against a sacred venerate. Has such a heaven-defying genius appeared? Exclamations were heard. Under everyone's shocked gaze, a figure was sent flying. Look, someone is injured. Who is it? They took a closer look and then sucked in a cold breath. Because the person who was sent flying was none other than Lung Pao. After one strike, Lung Pao's dark palm was broken. His palm cracked, and even his bones were exposed. He was sent flying by the force. His face was full of shock. Lung Pao's strength and physique were above his. Impossible, his mind was completely blank. As Lin Xian struck out with his palm, the other 8 strikes followed one after another. A dragon's roar was heard between heaven and earth. The Azure Dragon 9 palms became stronger as it went on. With every palm strike, Cold Robe's body cracked a little bit. By the 8th palm strike, his body had completely exploded. He turned into a bloody mist. No one dared to believe that Coco was a true sacred venerate. The strength of her physique was definitely beyond imagination. Even if a sacred venerate stood there and did not use any techniques, a small saint would not be able to break through her defense. In other words, a small saint would not be able to hurt a sacred venerate without special techniques. That was the difference in strength. But now, someone had actually broken through the gap. He had actually defeated a sacred venerate. At this moment, more than a dozen sacred cities and the elders of the top families were all stunned. Countless gazes were looking in their direction. Even the saint kings opened their eyes. Their light transformed into long streaks of light as they looked in their direction. Who is this person? Go and find out. We must get information about him. News came one after another. Above the arena, blood mist filled the air as a soul let out a cold shriek. His soul was hugging a small black bead with a ferocious expression. Damn brat, go to hell, he launched a soul attack. The other party's physical body was strong. However, Xiaoqian was a holy venerate after all. His cultivation was suppressed. Even if the soul of a saint venerable did not specialize in cultivation, it was still much stronger than that of a minor saint. He wanted to use his soul to kill the other party. However, Lin Xian was disdainful. 9 Azure Dragon Strikes, 9th Palm. At the same time, he channeled the breathing technique of the dragon race. The 9th dragon seemed to have been resurrected, turning into a 9-fold divine dragon. It roared between heaven and earth. That dragon roar contained an extremely strong power that directly separated the soul of the other party. Under the 9 palms, his opponent's soul was instantly destroyed. Damn it, how dare you! At this moment, a cold roar rang out. At the same time, a terrifying force swept towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. Was there an expert sneak attacking him? A pair of dark golden wings instantly appeared on his back. He activated the law of wind to the extreme. However, this aura was really too terrifying. His law of wind could not completely leave. What kind of person was he? Lin Xian felt a chill down his spine. It seemed that he had to activate the void escape and perform a spatial transfer. He sighed. Did he have to use his trump card so soon? However, at this moment, another cold snort rang out, startling Lin Xian. He did not use the void escape. A ray of light fell and blocked the terrifying impact of the law of wind. Then, another cold voice rang out. How dare you? Who allowed you to attack? As a judge, how dare you attack a contestant? Do you want to die? Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Xian's figure flashed and directly went to the distance. He was shocked and bewildered. At the same time, the surrounding people exclaimed in shock. Countless pairs of eyes looked over. In the next moment, they all saw it. The person who attacked was an old man, and his identity was not ordinary. He was the judge of the arena with a flag on him. What was going on? Why did the judge attack a contestant? Damn it, is there any justice in this world? Exclamations rang out, and Lin Xian's face darkened. The Acheron Hall's judge? It seemed that it was related to Cold Robe. Lin Xian turned his head and saw that the person who attacked was an elder from Peerless City. He was also the judge. At this moment, he was the one who saved Lin Xian. The Peerless City's judge said coldly. As a judge, you sneak attacked. You have no right to be a judge. The other people were also discussing spiritedly. Even the elders from the other holy cities were also discussing this matter. That's right. Are there no rules at all? How can we compete in peace like this? I think it's better to set new rules. It was obvious that this was a big matter. If the judge was selfish, it would be extremely disadvantageous for the other holy cities. Therefore, at this moment, no one supported the judge. The faces of the people from Acheron Hall turned ugly. The elders were also shocked. To be honest, they were also heartbroken that Cold Robe was killed. However, if this matter was not handled well, they would be thoroughly humiliated. If this matter was spread out, no one would look up to Acheron Hall. Even the other holy cities would not be willing to be with them. The Silver Corp's holy king opened his eyes. He said, "Quiet down. I will handle this matter." He stood up, and a holy king's aura spread out in all directions. At this moment, the elders and experts from the other holy cities all quietened down. They all looked at their holy kings. As for the other holy kings, their eyes were cold. It seemed that they were waiting for the judge to decide. If they were not satisfied, the holy kings would also attack. Elder Lung, do you know the rules of the judge? The Silver Corp's holy king's cold voice rang out. The elder judge shuddered. He said, I know. But this kid dared to kill my grandson. The crowd was in an uproar. So this elder was Cold Robe's grandfather. No wonder he attacked so angrily. However, the other party was too despicable. Couldn't he have attacked somewhere else? He actually killed Cold Robe in the arena. Moreover, he was a judge. This was something that no one could tolerate. Sure enough, the Silver Corp's holy king snorted. I don't care what the reason is. Since you chose to be a judge, you have to abide by the rules of the judge. You have to be punished for violating the rules. After saying that, the Silver Corp's holy king shot out a Yellow Springs diagram from his eyes. It enveloped the elder. The old man's body trembled. He was a middle-stage holy venerable, and he was incomparably powerful in the outside world. However, in front of a holy venerate, he was pitifully weak. He could not even withstand a glance from the holy venerate. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Holy King, I know I was wrong. Please spare my life. However, the Silver Corp's holy king's expression was cold. He waved his hand and the Yellow Springs diagram exploded, destroying the elder's soul. Was he dead? The other spectators felt their scalps go numb when they saw the scene. That was a sacred venerate, a mid-stage sacred venerate. How much did they have to pay to nurture such a person? But now, the sacred venerate was killed just like that. He was really cold and decisive. However, the elders of the other sacred cities were cold and indifferent. This was the only way to let everyone know the rules. As expected, the Silver Corp's Sage King's cold voice rang out. The Tao debate was not a game. Everyone had to follow the rules. Especially the elders and judges. They represented not only the sacred cities but also the heavenly Tao's fairness. If they couldn't even do that, their souls would be destroyed. The other elders felt their scalps go numb. To be honest, they also had juniors and disciples participating in the competition. They originally wanted to play some tricks, but when they saw this scene, they all forgot about it. How dare they play tricks at this time? They would end up in a miserable state. The competition continued. After the atmosphere froze for a moment, the scene became lively again. After all, every battle was very exciting. Lin Xian retreated into the distance and hid in the crowd. A cold smile appeared on his face. Although the Silver Corp's Sage King spoke as if he was the messenger of the heavenly god, Lin Xian knew that the Silver Corp's Sage King was a despicable and shameless person. The Silver Corp's Sage King was able to disregard his status and cultivation to attack a junior like him. He knew how despicable and shameless this person was. Moreover, he also knew that the Silver Corp's Sage King was doing this for the other sacred cities. As for not being allowed to play tricks, what a joke. Previously, the operation against Vhumad was a small trick played by the other sacred cities. Moreover, it was not just one operation. Lin Xian observed carefully and realized that every once in a while, an unfamiliar person would make a move. Those people were very powerful. They were all sacred venerates, and they specifically targeted the top geniuses of the other sacred cities. Every time they made a move, their moves were ruthless, and they were usually determined to kill in one strike. Lin Xian knew that these people belonged to different sacred cities. They specialized in hunting young and promising geniuses. Moreover, many of them succeeded. Once they failed and could not win, these people would immediately give up and leave. This made it impossible for others to do anything. It could be said that he was the Grim Reaper walking in the mortal world. It seemed that he had to be careful, because there was no telling when someone like that would target him. At the same time, the people of the various holy cities were gathering information. Not only did they have to collect information on some unfamiliar faces, they even began to collect information on Lin Xian. Asked the Silver Corp's Saint King from the Yellow Spring Palace. Have you gathered any information about that brat? A figure appeared and said in a low voice, reporting to the Saint King, we've collected some. This kid was called Sword Maniac. His background was unknown, and he didn't know which sect he belonged to. However, he was very powerful. After coming to the heavenly wind world, he killed the nine-headed Qilin and then killed many experts from the Great Desolation Mansion. Even a holy venerate had died at his hands. We speculate that he is very likely a holy venerate who is hiding his cultivation. Other than that, he had a good relationship with Deep Sea Palace's Guan Songhai. He had even helped Murong Qingqing and Xinjingqiu. We suspect that he is related to Peerless City. Moreover, his super skills had the dragon's voice. We suspect that he is related to the dragon race. Hearing this, the Silver Corpse Saint King's eyes flickered. The surrounding elders furrowed their brows tightly. This person was very strange. Where did he come from? One of the elders said. I guessed that he might be a hunter as well. He was secretly trained by the Holy City. Could he be trained by Peerless City? It's very likely. Be careful, he might target us next. Sacred King, should we take action, or should we change our strategy? Said the Peerless Sacred King coldly. Follow the original plan. Send someone to keep an eye on this brat. I don't care if he is secretly trained by Peerless City, I must get rid of him. Once there is a chance, let our hunters go and kill this brat. An operation to target Lin Xian was secretly underway. Lin Xian naturally knew that the other holy cities would definitely take notice of him after he displayed his strength as a sacred venerate. They might even start to investigate his identity and background. Therefore, he had to take action again to make things more complicated. Next, he would not only target Acheron Palace and Great Desolate Mansion, Thousand Demon City, Thunder God City, Myriad Sword Pavilion. He would take action against all the holy cities that had once gone against him. Those who had taken action against him were all defeated. As a result, he was very famous now. The sword fanatic's name started to spread. Heavens, what is wrong with this sword fanatic? Why did he take action against so many experts? Do you guys think that he might be a genius secretly nurtured by some power? That shouldn't be the case. Normally, a hunter would have a specific target. It shouldn't be so big. He would cause public anger. Sure enough, everyone was discussing among themselves. Even the people from Acheron Palace were puzzled. Damn it. Could it be that they had guessed wrongly? Let's ignore that brat for now, said the Silver Corpse Sacred King coldly. Lung Pao was killed and an elder attacked. This has already caused our reputation to fall very quickly. Now, no one is optimistic about us. We have to fight a battle to raise the reputation of Acheron Palace. Yes, we know. This is the arrangement. Those elders nodded quickly. Indeed, they were not ordinary holy cities. They were the hosts of the Holy Heavens Tao discussion. They were the hosts. If they did not perform well, it would be a slap to their faces. Therefore, they had to win the upcoming battle. They had to win beautifully. Soon, a young figure walked up. He was from the younger generation and he was less than 1,500 years old. Moreover, his cultivation had reached the Holy Sovereign Realm. He was much stronger than Lung Pao. With him taking action, they would definitely win. Moreover, this was a signal. It meant that Acheron Palace wanted to regain their reputation. The other holy cities would give them face. Therefore, the people from Acheron Palace were not too worried. It was Shuang. Many people exclaimed when they saw the person walking out. I know this person. He is very strong. He will definitely win the competition. That's for sure. Acheron Palace is going to show off. Shuang snorted coldly. The aura of Acheron Palace and terrifying blood-red light shone from his body. He wanted to suppress everyone. However, at this moment, the appearance of a figure caused the atmosphere of the entire scene to become tense again. Many people even screamed. Heavens, it can't be, right? Did I see wrongly? That's right. It's that person. He actually appeared again. Damn. Is he going to fight to the death with Acheron Palace? Screams could be heard as they realized that Lin Xian had entered the arena again. Shuiying's face darkened, and so did the people from Acheron Hall. Damn it, it's that brat again. Does he want to die? Some of the elders gritted their teeth in anger. The Silver Corpse Saint King opened his eyes as well. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Going against him, he was courting death. Sage King, don't worry. Shuang was definitely stronger than Lung Pao. Hence, he would not lose this battle. That is, no one can go against our Acheron Hall. Lin Wudi was such a genius. Wasn't he the same? Had he fallen, anyone who goes against us will go to hell. Shui Ying's face darkened. Brat, it's you again. Alright, I wanted to kill you anyway. Since you're here, I'll take revenge for Lung Pao. I'll use your blood to pay tribute to his spirit. What's there to pay tribute to a lonely soul? If you're worried, I can send you to hell. I'll accompany him. Lin Xian sneered. Back then, Silver Corpse Sage King had wanted to kill him. This time, he would let Silver Corpse Sage King know what pain was. He would kill the experts from Acheron Hall one by one. He would let Silver Corpse Sage King see the geniuses that he had nurtured fall in front of him. What a sharp-tongued brat. I admit that you're powerful. However, Lung Pao lost because he was careless. My strength is far above Lung Pao's. Hence, you have no chance of winning against me. Is that so? Lin Xian shook his head. You're too arrogant. I wanted to let you use one hand, but it seems like I don't need to anymore. The people around were going crazy when they heard this. Let me use one hand? What a joke. Shuang was famous for his coldness and killing. His reputation was terrifying even among the holy venerables. Indeed, Shuang smiled coldly when he heard this. You're really courting death. I don't know what you're relying on, but it's all over now. Boom, a blood-red rainbow instantly appeared in front of Lin Xian. With a palm strike, a blood-red sword slashed down from the sky. The aura emitted from it was extremely cold, causing the eyelids of the surrounding sacred venerates to twitch. Although this blood eagle was less than 1,500 years old, he was even more terrifying than some experts who were more than 2,000 years old. This was a true expert, a genius. Lin Xian struck out with the Azure Dragon Seal to contend with it, and the two collided, tearing apart heaven and earth. Then, the two figures quickly retreated. They stood at two different sides of the arena. Lin Xian laughed. You keep saying that you're strong, but from the looks of it, you're just SOSO. He was a little stronger than the cold-robed trash from before, but not by much. Shui Ying's face turned cold. To be honest, he could sense that the other party was not a sacred venerate. However, the other party's physique and strength were not any weaker than a Saint Venerable's. It was strange. He guessed that this kid must have some special body tempering method. Or perhaps it was a special kind of physique. Kid, you must have some special physique and bloodline that can make your physique comparable to a sacred venerable's. It's really rare. However, you're still a puny sacred venerable. A true sacred venerable not only had a strong physique, but also surpassed a small saint in terms of soul, divine ability, and law. So, I'll let you see the power of a true sacred venerable. The law of blood and the law of yellow spring spread out from his body, forming two weapons in his hands. The yellow spring blood spear. The two short spears had a cold sharpness, like the fangs of an ancient savage beast. It was abnormally terrifying. As soon as the two weapons appeared, an extremely terrifying cold storm swept out in all directions. This caused those experts to frown. In the distance, Shen Jingqiu looked at this scene, feeling worried. On the other side, Morong Qingqing of Kunlun Pavilion's eyes flickered. Obviously, they knew how powerful Blood Eagle was. As soon as the short spears appeared, Blood Eagle grasped them, and the aura on his body became more terrifying than before. He waved them gently. It was as if he could reach the four heavens. The yellow spring gushed out. Under his feet, the water of the yellow spring spread out, covering the entire arena. In the next moment, his body merged with the water of the yellow spring, and he appeared behind Lin Xian in an instant. The short spears in his hand stabbed out fiercely. The void was torn apart. This attack was aimed at Lin Xian's back. If he was stabbed, he would definitely be seriously injured. A pair of dark golden wings appeared behind Lin Xian's back, and an endless storm rose, turning into wind blades and heavenly sabers, slashing towards the space behind him. The void behind him shattered in an instant as he clashed with the other party. A sonorous sound rang out, and endless flames appeared in all directions. Lin Xian was using the Winged Dragon clan's unique skill. Coupled with his law of wind, it was truly incomparably sharp. The moment they exchanged blows, it was earth-shattering. With the law of wind and lightning, Lin Xian's speed was extremely fast. On the other side, Blood Eagle was not a speed expert, but with the water of the Yellow Spring, he could appear anywhere in the Yellow Spring at will. It could be said that his movement technique was unpredictable, like a messenger from hell. In an instant, the two exchanged hundreds of blows. This happened in the blink of an eye. The surrounding people were shocked. Those from the Acheron Hall were also nervous. Damn it, this person was more powerful than they had imagined. He wondered if the Blood Eagle would be able to withstand it. This sword maniac was really powerful. He could exchange so many blows with Blood Eagle. This time, he would not create another miracle, right? Discussions broke out one after another. The corner of Guan Songhai's mouth curled up into a smile when he saw this. Although he had not known Lin Xian for long, he knew that Lin Xian's strength was very terrifying. He had even created many miracles. It should not be a problem to defeat Blood Eagle. On the other side, in the space where the limitless sect was, Chao Tianxing looked into the distance with flickering eyes. Let me see how much your strength has grown while you've been gone. Obviously, he already knew Lin Xian's identity. He was looking forward to seeing Lin Xian. On the field, the two fought fiercely. Everywhere they passed, there was not a single space that was intact. Blood Eagle's face turned completely cold. Not being able to take down his opponent after hundreds of blows was already a slap to his face. He was a truly powerful sacred master, so he was ready to launch a sure kill attack. Blood Fog, Death of the Yellow Spring. As his voice fell, the law of the Yellow Spring filled the short spike in his hand. Endless blood gushed out. A terrifying killing intent shook the heavens and the earth. Not good. This was a unique skill. The combination of two laws could increase the power of the attack by several times. Perhaps no one of the same level could withstand this attack. At this moment, many people were worried about Lin Xian. Lin Xian's eyes also burst out with a piercing cold light. He took a deep breath, and the great dragon sword soul in his body roared. He used the dragon clan's breathing technique, and a terrifying aura filled the air, as if the ancient divine dragon between heaven and earth had been resurrected. Because, when the surrounding people felt this aura, all of their expressions changed. Heavens, what a terrifying aura. What kind of bloodline did this kid have? At this moment, the expressions of the people from the three great dragon clans also changed drastically. They realized that the Dragon Dao aura that Lin Xian displayed was even stronger than before. Could it be that this kid was from the Emperor clan, the nest of 10,000 dragons? Under everyone's shocked gazes, the laws on Lin Xian's body quickly condensed. It formed sword chi, accompanied by a cold voice. Sword kinesis technique. The sword kinesis technique of the Sword Dragon clan was already very powerful. At this moment, when it was used by Lin Xian, it was truly terrifying to the extreme. As tens of thousands of sword chi fell, the entire world was completely broken apart. It couldn't withstand those sword chi at all. It collided with the other party's divine ability. A violent explosion sounded, as if tens of thousands of demonic beasts were fighting in the sky. That terrifying aura made everyone's scalp go numb. Even some powerful Saint Venerables became incomparably solemn at this moment. So strong, it was simply a battle between dragons and tigers. They didn't know who would win in the end. Discussions sounded one after another. Then, they saw two figures emerge from the shattered branches that filled the sky. One was surrounded by sword light, like a sword god, and was unstoppable. The other was surrounded by the aura of the Yellow Spring and Shueisha. He kept retreating, shattering the void. Was the Blood Eagle pushed back? Heavens, he was even injured. Everyone saw that every time Shuang retreated, a crack would appear on his body. Obviously, he was at a disadvantage and was completely suppressed. How was this possible? The eyes of the experts from the Yellow Spring Hall almost popped out. Shuang was an expert that they had carefully selected to turn the tide. But now, he was actually suppressed by someone, and it was by that detestable kid from before. It was really hard for them to be confident. Lin Xian looked at the disheveled figure and a cold smile appeared on his face. You are nothing more than this. The Acheron Palace is nothing more than this. The surrounding people felt as if they had gone crazy. Countless cries of surprise rang out. At this moment, not only the heavenly wind world, but also the surrounding worlds, the outer regions, and even the distant starry skies. In countless star realms, the people who were watching through the array formations were all stunned. This young man actually dared to say such arrogant words. This was no longer just aimed at Shuang. Instead, it was a slap to the entire Acheron Hall's face. The other party was provoking the holy city. When the people from the Acheron Hall heard this, their faces turned ashen. Killing intent surged from their bodies. He wanted nothing more than to rush over and kill the other party. Shui Ying's face was also ferocious. He would not allow himself to be defeated like this. Roar, with a roar, an extremely frightening cold aura emanated from his body. In the next moment, his body began to change. Two types of precepts intertwined on his body. His body was completely enveloped by the picture of the underworld and became abnormally cold. A pair of blood-red wings appeared on his back. At this moment, it was as if he had really turned into an Asura that had walked out from hell. "Brat, you should be proud of yourself for being able to make me reach this step," Shui Ying's voice rang out between heaven and earth. The surrounding people turned serious. Someone exclaimed. Could this be the legendary Acheron blood spirit body? This was also a type of super strong physique. It was very famous. Who would have thought that Shuang would be able to refine it? Did he use his final trump card? The people from the Acheron Hall heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like Shuang would not be defeated. Shui Ying's face was incomparably cold. The killing intent on his body was not concealed at all. How could he possibly lose to a little saint? How could he possibly lose to a little saint? For someone as prideful as him, this was completely unbearable. Therefore, he had to use his final trump card to kill the other party. Oh, a super strong physique? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He indeed felt that the strength of the other party's physique had far surpassed the previous one. However, he did not care at all. Looks like you still haven't given up. Since that's the case, I'll make you truly despair. Speaking of this, Lin Xian's aura changed again. The sword chi disappeared and was replaced by a violent aura. It was as if a supreme king had shrouded the entire area. Next, he was going to use the tiger demon fist. Buzz, Shuang sneered. He stepped on the soles of his feet and soared into the sky, flying forward. After using his super strong physique, he wanted to engage in close combat with the other party. He wanted to tear the other party apart with his own hands. Lin Xian did not dodge. He also rushed forward. It seemed like he wanted to engage in close combat. He had never been afraid of anyone when it came to physique. The surrounding people were stunned. It can't be. The two of them want to engage in close combat. Shuang relied on his super strong physique to engage in close combat. That sword maniac should be an expert in sword Dao. However, his physique shouldn't be too strong in close combat. Is he going to give up his advantage now? The crowd was puzzled. The people from the Acheron Hall also snorted. What a stupid kid. Let's see how he's going to die next. When Shuang saw this, he also smiled coldly. He did not know what was good for him. He stretched out his palm. Acheron palm. The Acheron Dao diagram in his palm flickered continuously. When he struck out with his palm, the powerful force directly pierced through the void. At this moment, the entire world shook violently. Tiger Demon Fist, Lin Xian, on the other hand, let out a roar. His palm suddenly turned black like a black tiger. There were extremely terrifying Dao runes flickering on it. The Tiger Demon Fist came from the mysterious world of Green Hill Cave. Previously, there was a palm that swept through everything. It was extremely powerful. Lin Xian's cultivation of the Tiger Demon Fist should be related to the long black hand. At this moment, his right hand was also incomparably black and emitted a strange light. A ferocious aura of a king emerged from it. The first style of the Tiger Demon Fist, Army Destroyer. When the fist struck out, it became the only thing in the world. A deafening sound rang out. Everyone was stunned. The scene froze again. The incomparably powerful Shuang who displayed his super strong physique was penetrated by a punch. After a long time, the crowd exclaimed. It can't be. Shuiging's physique was destroyed. It can't be. That's the Acheron blood spirit body, that punch just now was too terrifying. It could definitely destroy a world. What kind of fist technique was that? Exclamations and discussions sounded one after another. Blood Eagle's eyes were wide open. His original arrogance had turned into fear. He had already used his strongest trump card, but he still could not do anything to his opponent. He could not even block a punch from his opponent. Was the gap between them that big? This scene caused an uproar in the world. Those from the Acheron Hall stood up and roared at the sky. Damn it, this is impossible. I don't believe it, they must be crazy. Those around them took a deep breath. It seemed like they had to re-evaluate this person called Sword Maniac. His strength was far beyond their imagination. Lei Shunqing and those from the myriad demon city looked solemn, while those from the great desolate mansion looked on with flickering eyes. One of the Taoists had a cold expression. He was Huang Shisan. He said coldly. A rising star with decent strength, but he's no match for me. My opponents are only Fu Hongya and a few others. He was extremely domineering. On the other side, Wan Jiani from the Myriad Sword Pavilion was glaring coldly. Sword Maniac, you better not meet me. Otherwise, I'll let you know who's the real Sword Dao expert. Discussions broke out one after another. Those from the Acheron Hall were clenching their teeth so hard that they were about to break. The Silver Corpse Sage King's eyes were also filled with killing intent, but he said coldly, let's not bother about him. Don't worry about this brat for now. He's too sharp. Sooner or later, someone will kill him. Let's adjust our strategy. The elders under him began to adjust their strategy. On the other side, Lin Xian left the arena. He didn't target the Acheron Hall in the next few battles. However, Lei Shunqing and the Myriad Demon City were suppressed. Those who died in Lin Xian's hands were in trouble. Many of them were gnashing their teeth, wishing they could kill Lin Xian. At this moment, the sword qi on Lin Xian's body was getting stronger and stronger. A ray of light fell from the sky like an immortal light. It turned into a scroll with the names of all the participants carved on it. Those who failed turned grayish-white, while the others emitted a golden glow. The ranking was based on the number of victories. The higher the ranking, the more victories one had. Lin Xian, the sword maniac, was also on the ranking. Countless people looked up to him. Most of the people ranked at the top were sacred venerables, and they were all very powerful sacred venerables. For example, Fu Hongya and the others were at the top of the ranking. Wan Jiani and the others were slightly behind. However, someone exclaimed at this moment. This was because they discovered that another person's name had changed in an instant, and he had directly rushed to the front. He had achieved dazzling results. 9 heads Qilin, how did his battle record become so powerful? That's right. Previously, he only had 10 hearts. Now, he actually has 30 stars. Everyone cried out in surprise. They realized that the 9-headed Qilin had won a match, and that person had 30 stars. He had won 30 matches in a row. To think that he would lose to the 9-headed Qilin right now, the 30 perfect victories that he represented were all given to 9-headed Qilin. What's going on? Being able to win 30 matches in a row was enough to show that that person was very powerful. This was definitely a Saint Venerable. But, to think that he would lose to the 9-headed Qilin. Unbelievable, although 9-headed Qilin was also a genius, he was only a peak minor saint. Could it be that he was also a powerful dark horse? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes when he saw this, and a cold smile appeared on his face. Dark horse? What a joke. The 9-headed Qilin might be strong, but it wasn't his turn to shine in the holy heavens. According to Lin Xian's guess, the person who fought with the 9-headed Qilin should be an expert that was secretly groomed by the Thousand Demon City. This expert purposely gave his battle record to the 9-headed Qilin, wanting to push him to the peak and make everyone look up to him. Artificially created battle records? Lin Xian snorted coldly. Indeed, some of the holy cities had started to use despicable methods. The other holy cities naturally understood this point. Therefore, after this incident, several holy cities adopted this method. After all, this was the purpose of secretly grooming people. For example, Wan Jiani had won 2 matches in a row. The two people that he had defeated were both people who had a record of 30 consecutive victories. Hence, he now had a record of 60 consecutive victories. His ranking instantly rose by a large margin, and he was now among the top geniuses of the previous generation. He wasn't far from Fu Hongya, Huang Zhisan, and the others. Countless people started to congratulate him, and many of them laughed. The ninth young master was indeed powerful and talented. If this continued, his future achievements would be limitless. That's right. The ninth young master was still a small saint. Once he became a sacred sovereign, his strength would undergo a tremendous change. We would have to rely on the ninth young master in the future. These people were all followers of the ninth young master. The nine-headed Qilin laughed after hearing this. He was like a supreme immortal god. Everyone looked up to him. However, at this moment, a cold and mocking voice was heard. Do you really think you're a big shot? Why don't you think about how you got your battle record? Do you think you have the face to stand in that position? As soon as the voice was heard, everyone's expression changed. Although they knew that there must be something going on, they didn't dare to say it out loud. But no one dared to say it out loud. Wouldn't that be slapping the demon city's face? As expected, the faces of the people from the Thousand Demon City darkened. The nine-headed Qilin snorted coldly. Who dares to talk about me behind my back? Get out here. Let's see if I don't kill you. Is that so? Are you that powerful? I'm right here. Try and kill me. On an empty arena, Lin Xian walked up and looked at the nine-headed Qilin. Come on, ninth young master. Your ranking is so high that it's way higher than mine. I'm going to challenge you now. Do you dare? When the surrounding people saw this, they were stunned. Because they realized that the person who came up was the sword fanatic. Heavens, is this death god here again? It can't be. Didn't he go against the Acheron Hall previously? Is he here to slap the Thousand Demon City's face now? Can he really leave alive after offending so many saint cities? You guys don't know this, right? This sword fanatic killed the nine-headed Qilin when he first came to the Heavenly Wind world. Now, he's here purely to suppress the nine-headed Qilin. What? Is there such a thing? The crowd was shocked and started discussing. When the nine-headed Qilin saw the other party, his face turned ugly. Damn it. He would never forget this person. This was the person who killed him. To think that he would dare to come out now. Damn it. The nine-headed Qilin gritted his teeth. The eyes of the other powerful people from the Thousand Demon City lit up. This is great. This is a good chance. Let's kill him quickly. Some people stood up. Lin Xian wasn't afraid at all. Why, nine-headed Qilin, you don't dare to come out. Since you don't dare to, you can kowtow to me and beg for mercy. If I'm in a good mood, I'll spare your life. Lin Xian's voice was unusually loud and clear. It spread across the world. Even the people at the extraterritorial stand heard it. They took in a deep breath. Isn't this too arrogant? The nine-headed Qilin snorted and gritted his teeth. Your battle record is too low. I can't be bothered to fight with you. Lin Xian laughed when he heard that. My record is low, yes, I only have a 20-match winning streak now, but so what? This record was won by my own hands, match after match. Among them, there are more than 10 Saint Venerables who died in my hands. What about you? What battle record do you have? Don't you know how many battles you've won? The person who lost to you is a secret expert of the Thousand Demon City, right? He pretended to lose to you. Do you really think that you're a top expert? Lin Xian's words were filled with disdain. Nine-headed Qilin almost vomited blood when he heard it. The others were shocked when they heard it as well. The people from Demon City snorted. Do you want to die? We'll make sure you die a horrible death today. They were furious because this was something that every holy city had silently agreed to. However, Lin Xian did not know what was good for him. Since he did not follow the rules, there was no need for him to exist. The other experts from the holy city had cold-killing intent in their eyes. They also felt that this was a good opportunity to kill Lin Xian because his winning streak was not very high. He had only won 20 matches. However, half of them were obtained by killing Saint Sovereigns. In other words, the Saint Sovereigns from the Holy City were killed by Lin Xian the moment they attacked. If such a person did not go out, more saint sovereigns would fall in the future. The people from Great Desolation Mansion had also lost 2 saint sovereigns. Hence, their eyes were filled with killing intent. Someone gritted his teeth and said, "Send out our hunters to kill this kid. I don't want to see him again." The other elders also nodded. However, at this moment, a figure stood out. "I don't think we need to do anything. This kid is not ordinary. Let Demon City deal with him." Hearing this, the elders turned their heads. When they saw the figure, they frowned. "Nine Nether, this is not your style of speaking." This man was called Nine Nether. He was very powerful. His original form was an earth dragon. He said, "I know this person. He is more terrifying than you can imagine." "Oh, you know him? Tell us, who is he?" These people were shocked. Until now, they still did not know the identity of this sword maniac. Nine Nether said, "I don't know who he is, but I have seen him in the Grotto Heaven test. He passed the test and entered the vast Grotto Heaven. He can be considered a top genius." "What? He can enter the secret realm created by the vast Grotto Heaven?" The surrounding people were stunned. This secret realm was not a place that ordinary people could enter. Only top geniuses could enter. For example, Nine Nether had entered. No wonder this sword maniac was so terrifying. He was an expert of this level. Some of the elders took a deep breath. If that was the case, it would not be easy to get rid of this sword maniac. At the very least, it had to be an expert at Nine Nether's level, and there was a risk involved. Therefore, they nodded in agreement. "All right, we'll sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Let the people from the Myriad Demon City make a move." At the same time, the 10,000 Swords Pavilion, Limitless Sect, and the others also received the news. Among them, Wan Jiani said, "Old Zhang, don't worry. Although he has also joined that Grotto Heaven, I am not afraid." That was because all the top experts had already become Saint Venerables after coming out, but the other party had not. This shows that his talent is no match for mine. Even if he's lucky enough to not die this time, as long as he meets me, he'll definitely lose. On the Demon City's side, Nine Heads Qilin didn't even enter the arena. No matter how arrogant he was, he didn't dare to because he knew that he didn't have the strength to face the other party. Therefore, he would not let the other party continue to live and be arrogant. They sent out a secretly trained expert, who was also a hunter. It was a mysterious figure in a blue robe. He came to the arena, and the blue saber in his hand emitted a piercingly cold light. After coming up, he did not say a word and directly charged towards Lin Xian. With a slash of the saber, the terrifying laws were vast and mighty. It was like a vast ocean, causing the wind and clouds in all directions to change. What a terrifying saber technique! The surrounding spectators' expressions changed when they sensed the terror of this saber. Obviously, this was also an expert, and a Saint Venerable expert at that. Lin Xian sneered. "Nine-headed Qilin, you're really useless. You don't even have the courage to come up. Forget it, then you're not worthy of being my opponent at all. As for this person, he should be a hunter from the Myriad Demon City. Want to kill me? But that's impossible." He snorted coldly. Lightning surged from his body and surged over from all directions, turning into a huge lightning tiger. It stood indomitable and charged towards the saber light in the sky. As soon as he came up, he used the Tiger Demon Fist. Boom, a terrifying aura erupted. The battle between the two was extremely terrifying. The saber light collided with the phantom of the demonic tiger, tearing apart the 9 heavens and 10 earths. In the next moment, the saber directly split the phantom of the tiger, and then fiercely slashed towards Lin Xian. This person is so terrifying. His strength is above the sword fanatics. It's over. It seems that this sword fanatic is really in danger this time. That's for sure. He recklessly went against the sacred city. His ending will definitely be very miserable. Everyone was discussing animatedly. Lin Xian sneered. Have they sent out an even stronger person? He clenched the Tiger Demon Fist and quickly rushed forward. Boom, boom. Boom, the army destroyer struck out, causing heaven and earth to tremble. It directly shattered the light. Then, he charged forward and continuously collided with the opponent's saber. Every collision. It was like a lightning tribulation. The killing intent in the blue-robed man's eyes was really terrifying. His saber technique was extremely terrifying. Every slash could split open a world. He and Lin Xian entered the battle. The two of them exchanged more than 30 moves and were evenly matched. Suddenly, at this moment, the blue-robed man revealed a sinister smile and changed his saber technique. Endless blue laws erupted from the saber technique and swept towards Lin Xian. See Demon Saber. As his cold voice fell, a blue saber light slashed down from the sky. When it came to Lin Xian's side, it suddenly split open. The violent aura of destruction filled heaven and earth. At this moment, countless large cracks appeared in the entire world and spread towards the surroundings. What a terrifying destructive power. This was a slash of destruction. Countless people gasped. They felt that the sword fanatic couldn't block this attack at all. Morong Qingqing. They were also nervous. Damn it. The speed of the change in the saber was really beyond everyone's expectations. Even Guan Songhai revealed a look of worry. On the other side, Nine Nether, Wan Jiani, and the others revealed a cold smile. It should be settled. As expected, he couldn't be compared to them. Chao Tianqing looked at this scene calmly. The blue storm in front of him gradually disappeared. In the next moment, countless cracks appeared. However, Lin Xian's figure had already disappeared. The surrounding people were shocked when they saw this scene. Could it be that he was killed? The beasts of the monster city also snorted coldly. Needless to say, he must have been killed. Moreover, his heart and soul were destroyed. Not even a drop of blood was left. This was the result of going against the monster city. Countless people's faces instantly turned pale. He was too strong. The strength of the holy city was not something that a single person could provoke. The sword fanatic had already fallen. Is it over? He's so weak that he can't even withstand a single blow. The blue-robed man sneered as he sheathed his saber. He turned around and was about to leave when he froze in the next moment. The reason for that was because he could sense a strange energy appearing in the air. The smiles on the faces of the people around him froze. What's going on? What's that energy? They frantically looked around, and the next thing they saw was a bolt of lightning tearing through the void and walking out of the shattered space. A dragon's roar that sent shivers down one's spine could be heard. At the same time, a cold voice could be heard. The show has just begun and you want to leave? How is that possible? Countless people were dumbfounded when they saw that. The people of Demon City exclaimed. It's that kid. He's still alive. No way. The Saint Sovereign should have been killed by that saber. How could he have survived? This energy is the energy of a dragon. Could he be from the dragon tribe? What's going on? The people around him discussed among themselves as they looked at the dragon tribe in the distance. The people of the 3 dragon tribes also had strange expressions on their faces. To be honest, they did not know who the other party was. However, they did not believe that such a weak attack could kill the sword maniac. After all, he was the one who had obtained the Azure Dragon Horn. Is he still alive? Even many of the Saint Kings were shocked. To be honest, they had made a mistake in their judgment. What a mysterious person. Luiyue Sage King was shocked. The Silver Corpse Sage King's face turned cold. The Soaring Sage King's face darkened as well. He sent a voice transmission and gave the order to kill. On the other hand, the Peerless Sage King smiled. He finally knew who the person was. Indeed, his junior brother had come. He did not reveal his true identity immediately but hid himself to fight against the sacred cities. Interesting. It's getting more and more interesting. He's still alive? Wan Jiani, Nine Nether, and the others' faces turned ugly. Damn it. They had mocked the other party for being weak and unworthy of being their opponent. But now, they had made a mistake in their judgment. It was a slap to their faces. This made them very unhappy. The blue-robed man's eyes narrowed. He was very confident in the power of his saber. He didn't believe that there was anyone who could stop him. Even if there was, it couldn't be the person in front of him. However, the other party had survived, and the aura on his body had become even stronger than before. Could it be that the other party wasn't injured before? When he thought of this possibility, his heart was in turmoil. Could it be that he had a top-grade saint artifact for defense? Damned brat, what did you do just now? Was it a Saint King level weapon? You're cheating, the blue-robed man let out a roar, and the others were also in an uproar. The eyes of the people from the demon city lit up. Yes, that's right, he was cheating. He was asking the referee elder to probe his defense. When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Could it be that the other party had really used a Saint King level weapon to defend himself? Hearing this, Lin Xian laughed. I cheated, truly despicable and shameless. It's fine if your myriad demon city is despicable, but now you actually want to throw dirty water on me. Very well, let's invite the 3 judging elders. In the sky, 3 elders appeared, and they were divided into 3 sides. Their expressions were incomparably cold. To be honest, they were still very resistant towards Lin Xian. After all, one of the judging elders had already been killed because of Lin Xian. Therefore, when facing the other party, they were very careful. Lin Xian said, "Dare I ask the 3 judging elders? Just now, did you sense a Saint King level aura?" The 3 of them looked at each other, and then one of the elders said coldly, "We didn't sense it." The other 2 nodded. They also didn't sense a Saint King level aura. "Thank you for upholding justice," Lin Xian said with his fists clasped. Then, he revealed a smile. "You heard it, I didn't use any Saint King level saint artifact. You're just too confident in yourself. You think you can hurt me with your strength? What a joke. I'm not someone you can imagine." Lin Xian's eyes revealed a hint of arrogance. This scene made the blue-robed man vomit blood. Damn it, how could it be? Was the other party's strength already so strong? Damn it, I don't believe it. Blue Ocean One Blade. The blue-robed man suddenly slashed out with his long blade. With a clang, between heaven and earth, crazy laws descended. It turned into an even more terrifying blade light. Earlier, it had been a destructive blade light. However, at that moment, it was extremely sharp. It was capable of slicing anything in half. Lin Xian also snorted coldly, and he stretched out his palm. It turned black again. Tiger Demon Fist, second style, sky-shattering. As soon as his voice fell, the sky fell and the earth cracked. Countless large cracks spread out in all directions with him as the center. It was as if the world was about to end. This scene was really too terrifying, even more terrifying than the previous blade. Suddenly, the blue blade light in the sky was covered by the cracks, and there was a cracking sound. Then, it was torn apart. Was the peerless blade broken? Countless people were in an uproar. No one expected Lin Xian to be so strong after showing his true strength. How could this be? I must be dreaming. The blue-robed man's pupil shrank. He knew the power of this blade. Even if Lin Xian could block it, he would be injured. However, the other party had easily broken through this set. Why, are you shocked? Surprised? Lin Xian sneered. Don't worry, the more shocking part is yet to come. Speaking of this, he took a deep breath and threw out a punch. Tiger Demon Fist, third style, soul suppression. Another punch was thrown out, and the black fist seemed to have turned into a black tiger. It roared between heaven and earth, and the aura it emitted distorted the void. Feeling this terrifying power surging towards him, the blue-robed man's pupils shrank. Damn it, he frantically retreated, but he realized that it was too late. He could only passively resist, and the long blade in his hand was used to the extreme. Streaks of saber light shot out one after another. Each of them was as terrifying as the heavenly lightning. Thousands of them danced wildly in the sky, slashing towards the sky. The momentum was mighty. It was incomparable. I don't believe that I can't cut it. He roared at the sky, as if he was going to open the sky. Boom boom boom, however, the Tiger Demon Fist was really too terrifying. It could really suppress everything. The blade lights that filled the sky were all shattered. A shadow of a ferocious tiger pressed down on the blue-robed man. No, the blue-robed man's pupils shrank. He wanted to escape, but it was too late. In the next moment, he was directly enveloped by the tiger phantom. Boom, the entire ancient arena let out a violent roar, and countless cracks appeared around the arena, spreading towards the surroundings. At this moment, the arena was almost split apart, but it endured in the end. The surrounding people were blasted away by the storm of laws, and each of them held up their holy domains to resist crazily. When everything disappeared, everyone looked carefully. In the next moment, they saw that there was at least a shadow of a black tiger that suppressed everything. Below it was a seahorse that was close to 1,000 meters long. At this moment, it was crushed into two halves. Blue blood dyed the ground red. The blue-robed man's true form was actually a seahorse. It was unbelievable. Damn it, how could it be? The people of Demon City looked terrible. Many of them stood up and roared crazily. Lin Xian snorted coldly. What, you finally showed your true form? You still dare to say that you're not from Demon City? Damn it, the seahorse kept roaring and trying to break free from the seal. However, it was suppressed. The people of Demon City were also roaring. Damn it, let go of him. Lin Xian glanced at them and said. So you admit that he's from Demon City? The people around were also shocked. That can't be right. This guy didn't come from Demon City. I remember that he walked out from the crowd. Yeah, he didn't emit any demonic chi from the beginning. He hid it well. I thought he was a human expert. That means he's really from Demon City. And it seems like he was secretly trained. Demon City actually hid such an expert. What's their purpose? Could it be that he's really a legendary hunter? Exclamations and discussions could be heard. The people of Demon City looked terrible. They all came back. An elder snorted coldly. He told the young geniuses to shut up. They were so angry that they gritted their teeth. On the other hand, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Why aren't you roaring anymore? Don't you want to save his life, kid? What are you trying to do? Finally, an elder stood up and said coldly. Lin Xian said. It's simple. I just want to know what's the relationship between him and Demon City. Alright, I can tell you that he's from Demon City. However, we didn't plan to let him participate. So, he hid his identity and came here secretly. We didn't know about it before. Now that I've told you his identity, you can let him go. As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding people were in an uproar. This person really was an expert from the Demon City. Lin Xian chuckled when he heard this. Very good, he finally admitted it. He waved his hand, and the black tiger phantom roared and tore the seahorse's body into pieces. Even its soul was swallowed by the tiger. The huge body shattered and disappeared. Damn it, you actually dared to kill him. The elder of the 1,000 Demon City was furious, and his body emitted boundless cold killing intent. Lin Xian sneered. Why wouldn't I dare? He killed me, so why wouldn't I kill him? Did I promise you that I wouldn't kill him? Damn, the 1,000 Demon City elder was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. He realized that Lin Fan really didn't say anything, which meant that he had been conned. Damned brat, just you wait. If there's a chance, I definitely won't let you off. Are you threatening me? Very well, I'm going to go against you guys today. If any of you from the 10,000 goblins dare to come out, I will kill you. I want to see what qualifications you have to threaten me today. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold killing intent. The Soaring Sky Saint King was one of those who had participated in the hunt for him back then. How could he let the 1,000 Demon City off? Lin Xian's voice was extremely cold, so cold that it caused everyone's scalps to go numb. The 1,000 Demon City elder snorted coldly. How could this brat control the competition? Therefore, they did not care about this at all. However, they soon realized that they had been mistaken. The other party had grasped the laws of wind and thunder, and his speed was extremely fast. No matter who it was, as long as it was someone from the 1,000 Demon City, they would definitely be killed. The opponent immediately went up to the arena and killed his opponent as quickly as possible. Just like that, in the blink of an eye, 8 powerful beings from the 1,000 Demon City had died in the hands of the other party. Among them, there were even 2 saints. This caused the 1,000 Demon City to go crazy, and their hearts to bleed. The Soaring Sky Saint King's eyes shone with a piercing blade light as he glared at Lin Xian. The void around Lin Xian was shattering continuously. He could feel the might of the Saint King. Why? Was the Saint King about to strike out? Come on then. Didn't you three Saint Kings join forces to kill Lin Wudi before? Since you can kill a genius once, you can continue to do whatever you want. Lin Xian's voice resonated throughout the entire universe. Come at me. Lin Xian's voice resonated throughout the universe. The soaring sky Saint King's face turned cold. He snorted coldly and retracted his gaze. On the other side, the silver corpse Saint King's face was also ugly. Damn it. I can't let him continue to be arrogant. Old Zhang from the Thousand Demon City gritted his teeth. They asked who had the confidence to kill him. Everyone thought about it and shook their heads. To be honest, they did not have the confidence. However, at this moment, a figure walked out. I'll kill him. This person's voice was abnormally strong, and it carried a terrifying power. This was a demonic ape, an earth demonic ape with boundless strength. It was a mutated species of heaven and earth. His strength had reached the Saint realm. The soaring sky Saint King frowned slightly. According to the information we just received, this person is very strong. He had joined the Grotto Heavens test and even succeeded. I'm afraid his strength is not weaker than Wan Jiani and the others. Hearing this, the surrounding Thousand Demon City elders sucked in a breath of cold air. Was the other party so strong? No wonder he was able to kill so many experts. The earth demonic ape also frowned, but he still said, I have some confidence. After knowing that Lin Xian's situation was so terrifying, this guy still wanted to make a move. One could imagine how terrifying his strength was. However, the Sage King shook his head. Don't make a move first. There's no need to reveal our trump cards in advance for this guy. Let's wait. Following this, the Thousand Demon City did not send out anyone. It was truly shocking. Could it be that the Thousand Demon City was afraid? One person was actually suppressing a saint city. If they did not see it with their own eyes, it would be hard to believe. Lin Xian did not make a move either. In fact, he was staring at the Thousand Demon City. As long as the other party made a move, he would immediately make a move. Being entangled by such a person, the Thousand Demon City felt very sullen. They had probably become the joke of the universe. Damn it. Those people gritted their teeth. The soaring sky Saint King's eyes were also cold. To be honest, he thought that if they competed for the time being, the other party would tactfully leave and provoke the other saint cities. That way, they could send out people to fight. But from the looks of it, the other party was really going against them. He did not participate in any battles and only stared at them. It was useless no matter what he did. He really did not know what was good for him. Then, I'll play with him. The soaring sky Saint King snorted coldly. He called Sikong Lai over and let him go. Hearing this, the elders were stunned. Was the Sage King going to use his trump card? No matter, he had to use it anyway. This was a difficult opponent. It was best to let Sikong Lai take action. This way, the world would know the consequences of offending me. Those elders nodded. Then, they opened a spatial gate and walked in. Not long after, they came out. A young man followed behind them. This person had a pale face and was wearing a black robe. He had a cold smile on his face. His long and narrow eyes were shining. Is it my turn to go on stage so soon? This time, there's a reckless guy who dares to provoke us. He has already killed many saint sovereigns and has set his eyes on us. He has disgraced our sacred city. Go down and kill him. Hearing this, Sikong Lai was stunned. There's such a guy, who is it, Fu Hongya, Huang Shisan? He frowned slightly. In his opinion, only such a person could give the sacred city such a headache. However, the elders shook their heads slightly. No, it's not him. That guy. He pointed at a figure in the distance. So young? Sikong Lai frowned slightly. The next moment, he was even more stunned. Old man, are you sure? This guy isn't even a saint sovereign. Indeed, he isn't. However, he has already killed 4 of our saint sovereigns and 10 peak minor saints. All of them died in his hands. Do you think he's weak? Sikong Lai took a deep breath. He's so powerful. I finally know why I summoned him. I know. Leave it to me, Xianxia nodded. The next moment, he floated forward. Look, someone from the demon city has come out again. It seems like they're not going to tolerate it anymore. Countless people exclaimed. Everyone's gazes shifted over. Lin Xian also flew up. Again? Is he courting death? He landed on the arena, looked at the figure in front of him and shook his head. Get lost. You're too young. You're no match for me. Kid, you're very arrogant. No one has ever dared to talk to me like that. However, you're too reckless. You'll die if I attack you. Then, he rushed forward. Lin Xian snorted coldly as he threw out a punch that enveloped Xianxia. The next moment, Xianxia's body was blasted away with a thunderous sound. It can't be. He's killed in one move. The surrounding people were stunned. What's the demon city doing? Why did they send such a weak person? Could it be that they were planning to tire him out and exhaust his strength? The surrounding people were also discussing. Lin Xian was also stunned. It shouldn't be. What the hell is the demon city doing? The next moment, he was stunned. The others exclaimed. Look, what's that? They saw that the body that had been split into 4 pieces did not die. Instead, it quickly reassembled, and then 4 figures stood up. Every one of them looked like Spacetime Hunter, and the other party had actually split into 4. Was it a doppelganger? Many people cried out in alarm. This wouldn't do either. This type of doppelganger couldn't resist at all. After the 4 of them came out in an instant, they charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian coldly snorted and threw out another punch. However, in the next moment, he was surprised to find that the strength of these 4 people was actually the same, blocking his attack. However, his power erupted and blasted the 4 of them away once again. This time, even more figures stood out. 4 of them were split in half. In other words, all 8 of them stood up. What was going on? A few holy city elders cried out in alarm. This wasn't a clone, but rather a split. Every time his body was destroyed, he would be able to form a completely new body. Could it be that he was the Spacebreaker beast? When these words were spoken, the other elders were also shocked. They had long heard that there were thousands of demons in the Thousand Demon City, and it was incomparably strange. Among them, there was a type of demon beast that had this kind of splitting ability, called the Spacebreaker beast. Now, it seemed that it was this person, the Spacebreaker beast, could form a new body when its body was injured. It was simply immortal and indestructible. Indeed, it was basically impossible to kill it. As long as a bit of its flesh and blood left, it could completely grow and recover in an instant. Unless one's strength surpassed everything and could destroy the Spacebreaker beast completely, not leaving a single drop of blood. However, in order to do this, one had to be an extremely terrifying existence. At least a peak Saint Venerable or a Saint King. It was impossible for such a person to appear on this battlefield. For a moment, everyone cried out in alarm, not knowing how Lin Xian was going to block it. Lin Xian also frowned. A Spacebreaker beast, huh? The other party's bloodline was really strange. Xianxia revealed a smile and said, useless brat, this will only increase my strength. Is that so? Of the 8 of you, one must be the main body. If I kill your main body, won't you die without a doubt? Lin Xian's eyes released a trace of shocking light. In the next moment, his gaze became very dim. However, he soon discovered that the 8 of them did not have a main body at all. Their main bodies and clones were all the same. This made him frown. They were exactly the same? Were there really no clones? Xianxia, who was opposite him, laughed loudly. How could this brat have already found out? Indeed, any one of me can be the main body. What can you use to kill me? Everyone was stunned when they heard this. He was too strong. He was really immortal and indestructible. How could there be such an existence, unless there was a heaven-defying difference in cultivation? However, Spacetime Lai was a Saint Venerable, and Lin Xian was only a small saint. The difference between the two could not be made up. Now that he had such a bloodline, it was impossible to defeat him. It seemed that the sword maniac had really lost this time. However, with the sword maniac's strength, it was still possible for him to escape now. However, failure was inevitable. With this failure, the sword maniac would have the spacebreaker beast to hunt him down in the future. He would be eliminated soon. Discussions sounded one after another. They did not expect the tables to turn. The sword maniac fell into a predicament so quickly. However, they still underestimated the determination of the demon city. Not only did they want to defeat Lin Xian, but they also wanted to kill Lin Xian completely. In the arena, 8 space-time hunters moved, attacking Lin Xian from 8 directions. Lin Xian quickly dodged. However, 8 against 1, he could not dodge in the end. He could not easily use the void escape. Therefore, he had no choice but to slap out with his palm. The Azure Dragon seal instantly sent a few of them flying, and new people appeared from the broken bodies. In the end, there were already hundreds of figures standing in the arena. Each of their auras was incomparably strong. It made people's scalps tingle. The more they fought, the stronger they became. How could they fight, boy, tremble, and despair? This is the result of daring to go against the demon city. The space-time hunters walked over with a sinister smile. More than 100 figures covered the sky and earth. Lin Xian's expression was cold. Kill, with a roar, he formed a seal with his palms. Between heaven and earth, lightning filled the air, completely enveloping the entire space. He did not believe that he could not kill his opponent this time. Those people who were pierced by the lightning quickly changed, and in the end, there were more than 10 million of them. Damn it, even the lightning could not kill them. Lin Xian's face was completely gloomy. Now, it seemed that only the power of the great dragon sword soul was left. However, if he could not hit him in one strike, it would be useless. After all, any body could continue to split, which meant that he had to think of a way. He had to kill them all in one fell swoop. Otherwise, he would be in danger. In everyone's opinion, Lin Xian was doomed. In fact, Lin Xian had indeed fallen into an extremely dangerous situation. However, he did not panic. At this moment, he was accumulating power. He wanted to kill all of his opponents in one fell swoop. Facing thousands of figures, he fought while retreating. It seemed that he could not hold on any longer. However, a golden light flickered in his eyes. He was using his eye technique, but he was secretly using it. Moreover, it was not very powerful. He wanted to subtly influence his opponent's soul and not let his opponent discover it. Now that his opponent had the upper hand, he must be very arrogant. He wanted to make use of this point to make the other party extremely arrogant. He wanted to make his opponent completely crazy. As expected, seeing Lin Xian retreating, the corners of Xikong Lai's mouth curled up into a sinister smile. Kid, go to hell. Thousands of figures all rushed over, directly enveloping Lin Xian. The entire arena was also completely covered. These figures seemed to have turned into locusts, lying on Lin Xian's body and began to madly absorb Lin Xian's power to strengthen these figures. Lin Xian could not move. He felt his power being drained, but he smiled. Great, it's finally working. These people all rushed over without a care for anything else. In the next moment, the light flickered. The great dragon sword soul roared and countless sword chi formed a sword Dao world. It directly enveloped these people completely. Pft, pft, pft. In an instant, those figures were attacked and their bodies cracked. However, the sinister voice said, "It's useless. You can't kill me. You'll only make me more and more." Lin Xian did not say anything. He activated the great attack sword soul with all his strength and slashed wildly. Gradually, Space-Time Hunter's expression changed. Damn it, what's going on? He found that his figure had fallen into a pool of blood. Before he could reform a new body, he was killed again. Moreover, the sword chi carried a biting cold aura, which prevented those wounds from healing. He found that his figure was gradually decreasing. Damn it, his opponent still had such a biting cold sword chi. He wanted to retreat. However, he found that the entire sword Dao world had already enveloped everything. He had no way out. What shocked him even more was that his entire body had entered the sword to the world. Not a single part of him was left behind. How could this be? He couldn't believe it. No matter how arrogant he was, he would still be careful and leave one of them outside just in case. But now, he didn't stay. This was too surprising. Damn it, what's going on? When he saw the strange light in Lin Xian's eyes, he knew he was in trouble. You used an eye technique on me. That's right. Looks like you're not that stupid. I did use an eye technique on you. Therefore, you won't be able to escape. Damn it, I'll fight you to the death. Space-Time Hunter roared. Since he had no way out, he could only fight with his back against the wall. Countless terrifying laws appeared on his body, and the remaining figures charged over together. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Everything was over. Endless sword chi exploded, and everything ended very quickly. Everyone was wiped out, and their blood was wiped out by him. Not a single drop of blood flowed out. At this moment, the terrifying spacebreaker beast was completely slain by him. The spectators outside were also stunned when they saw this scene. They only saw countless figures pouncing toward Lin Xian. Then, sword chi surged out of Lin Xian's body, completely enveloping the entire arena. After that, they couldn't see anything. What battle had happened? How was it? The people from the demon city sneered. How dare you question the strength of the lashing spacebreaker beast? You really don't know what's good for you. Indeed, they weren't worried at all. Only those old monsters could kill the lashing spacebreaker beast. No one in the younger generation could do it. But when the sword chi that filled the sky disappeared, the surrounding people were stunned. What was going on? They found that there was only one person in the arena, and that was Lin Xian. Space-time rift, then where did he go? No way, did he hide? Exclamations rang out. The people from the demon city were also shocked and doubtful. They roared, Kid, where did you take Xikong Lai? Hearing this, Lin Xian smiled. He had already been sent to hell. What? That was impossible. Everyone was stunned. The people from the demon city were even more shocked. Soaring Sky Saint King also opened his eyes. His gaze was rarely seen in all directions as a huge soul pressure pressed down on them. It seemed that he was searching, but not long after, his expression became incomparably ugly. What was going on? He really couldn't sense Space-Time Lai's aura. Could it be that he was really killed by him? The three referee elders also descended from the sky and began to search the surroundings. Then, they said that Space-Time Lai's life was unknown. This battle was won by the sword maniac. His life was unknown. Everyone gasped. That was a spacebreaker beast. It could split into countless bodies. How could he disappear? Now that he wasn't here, there was only one possibility, and that was that he had been killed. Not even a drop of blood was left. Thinking of this possibility, everyone's scalps went numb. What method did this sword maniac use to be so powerful? Great. Morong Qingqing, Shen Jingqiu, and the others all heaved a sigh of relief. Wang Jiani also frowned. The other party's sword chi was so strange. As an expert of the sword Dao, he felt threatened. The people from the demon city were completely dumbfounded. I'll fight it out with you. Many people rushed out. Lin Xian sneered. Fine, I'll send you to hell together. These people stopped in midair. They didn't dare to fight with the other party at all. For a moment, they couldn't advance or retreat. They were in an abnormally sorry state. A bunch of trash, you don't even have the courage to fight with me. Get lost. Lin Xian roared, looking disdainfully at the surroundings. Everyone came back. Soaring Sky Sage King shouted coldly. Everyone from the demon city came back. After that, they didn't make another move because this time, they were truly frightened. Originally, even Soaring Sky Sage King thought that the Spacebreaker Beast's attack was absolutely foolproof. But now, the Spacebreaker Beast was actually killed. Were they going to use a stronger trump card? They weren't confident. So for a period of time, the Demon City seemed to be asleep. No one spoke, and no one came out to fight. A man and a sword suppressed Shen Cheng's head. This was probably the first time in history. The surrounding demon city's people also had a solemn expression. Until now, they still didn't know which force this person was from. However, the other party's methods were too terrifying. The demon city was actually scared. As for the other demon city, many people also died in the hands of the other party. However, everyone realized that the other party didn't attack all the demon city. Instead, he attacked a few specific demon city. Could it be that this person had a grudge with those demon city? In an instant, they thought of a possibility. That was that Peerless City had a grudge with those demon city. Only Peerless City, right? Could it be that this matter was really related to Peerless City? Everyone started guessing. Wuxuang City dares to go against us? The Acheron Hall Silver Corpse Sage King received the news and his eyes flashed coldly. Looks like it's time for us to send our hunters to teach Wuxuang City a lesson. They sent out their own hunters. Even the Great Desolation Mansion sent out their hunters. In an instant, these hunters moved in the dark, keeping an eye on Wuxuang City. Soon, someone exclaimed. Wuxuang City also felt the pressure. People like Zhibu Fan and Wang Xiaofeng from Stillwater Sky City were being hunted. Retreat quickly. Fu Hongya shouted coldly, telling them not to fight back. These people had no choice but to retreat. Even Ghostly was severely injured. In an instant, countless people were in an uproar. They could see that someone was targeting Wuxuang City. Lin Xian saw it too. A cold killing intent flashed in his eyes. These people were so reckless. It seemed like he had to continue. But before that, he had to do something. He had killed many people in a row. Therefore, at this moment, he had a lot of winning streaks. He had won 50 matches in a row. This was an equally dazzling record. So once he appeared, he would be targeted by countless people. Although he was confident in himself, this was a Dao debate after all. Maybe there would be a terrifying expert. So Lin Xian decided to give away his winning streak first. Lin Xian's eyes flashed, waiting for an opportunity. Soon, he sent a message to Murong Qingqing. Murong Qingqing smiled and walked down, while Lin Xian went up. In the surroundings, those people were all stupefied when they saw this. It couldn't be, right? This guy was actually going to make a move against the favored daughter of heaven. Even the people from Demon City were stunned. This guy is going to attack Kunlun Pavilion? It shouldn't be. Isn't he from Wuxuang City? Could it be that their judgment was wrong? The people from Kunlun Pavilion were also stunned. But soon, they widened their eyes in disbelief. After Lin Xian went up, he said calmly. So it's Fairy Murong. I've heard of your name. Now that I've met you, I'm shocked. I hope that fairy will show mercy. Murong Qingqing threw out a palm strike. Lin Xian didn't resist and immediately retreated. Fairy's palm strength is so good that I am ashamed of my inferiority. Then, he turned around and walked down the arena. Everyone was dumbfounded, and I cursed the heavens. What was the meaning of this? Was he admitting defeat just like that? Damn it, he was giving away his winning streak. Some of the sacred cities instantly understood what was going on, and they gnashed their teeth in anger. They couldn't say anything. They were willing to do this kind of thing. Moreover, Lin Xian made them vomit blood. Lin Xian said, I learned it from Wan Yaoqing. The people from the demon city were about to go mad with anger. Just like that, Murong Qingqing obtained Lin Xian's 50-match winning streak and instantly entered the 100-match winning streak. This was a very difficult task. After all, everyone here was an expert and a genius. A 50-match winning streak was already very heaven-defying. A 200-match winning streak could be said to be a legend. At this moment, Murong Qingqing completed a 100-match winning streak. He was actually the first to do so. In an instant, countless people looked up to him. Damn it, we have to speed up. Wan Jiani also had to hurry up and get the hunters to come back and give him his winning streak. He also wanted to achieve a 100-match winning streak. It was the same for the Great Desolate Mansion, Lei Shunqing, and Acheron Hall. The battles became even more intense. Lin Xian didn't have any more winning streaks. His eyes shone with a piercing cold light. Very good, it was time to start hunting again. This time, his target was Acheron Hall. This time, he was going to beat Acheron Hall into submission. Murong Qingqing returned to the place where the Kunlun Pavilion was located with 100 consecutive victories. The elders of Kunlun Pavilion were also confused. Qingqing, do you know that person? To be honest, they naturally knew that they were giving away their winning streaks. Murong Qingqing smiled and said, maybe I know him. The elders of Kunlun Pavilion didn't ask further. After all, it was a good thing for them. On the other side, the people of Wushuang City were also surprised. Who exactly is this person? Why do I feel that he is on our side? Wushuang's sage also smiled mysteriously. He didn't say anything because he felt that it wasn't time yet. However, when he looked down, he frowned. He said, "You guys should pay attention next. The hunters from Sacred City have already made their move. If you encounter an extremely strong enemy, you must protect yourself. Losing 1 or 2 matches is nothing to be afraid of." The people of Wushuang City also looked solemn. Indeed, they had suffered a fierce attack previously. Some of the genius disciples of the 3rd generation had also lost. Even some of the disciples of the 2nd generation had been affected. At this moment, an earth-shattering sound suddenly erupted from the distant battlefield. A terrifying energy swept out in all directions. It attracted everyone's attention. When the people of Wushuang City saw this scene, their faces instantly changed. Not good, it's junior sister Shen. Damn it, are these people attacking again? They realized that an extremely cold aura had suddenly erupted from the battlefield where Xianxia was. 2 white bone claws covered the sky and covered the earth. They could tear everything apart as they suppressed Xianxia. Junior sister Shen was in danger. Fu Hongya and the others' eyes instantly turned red. They had already lost Lin Xian. They couldn't let Xianxia be in danger. In an instant, they rushed to the side, but they couldn't enter the arena. After all, there were rules in the competition. Lin Xian naturally noticed this scene. He was still thinking about who to attack, but now he saw someone attacking Xianxia. A cold murderous intent appeared in his eyes as he walked closer. The person attacking Xianxia was extremely skinny. He looked like a skeleton. At this moment, he had transformed into 2 white bone claws. With a cold aura, he drowned out everything. This person's strength was so strong that countless people were shocked. They didn't expect such a terrifying expert to be hidden in this battlefield. Lin Xian also frowned. Indeed. This person was much stronger than the average sacred artifact, moreover, he had used a secret technique. He could feel that this person didn't hesitate to destroy his own foundation to attack. This was simply crazy. In the sky, 4 white bone claws appeared at the same time and forced Xianxia to retreat. The terrifying power made people's hearts palpitate. Xianxia stabilized herself. There was a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, but a Dharma idol appeared behind her. It was surrounded by chains of the great Tao. It was as if an ancient god had been resurrected. This battle had attracted the attention of countless elders in the holy city. Even the saint rulers had opened their eyes. They stared at the Dharma idol. Many of them had a puzzled look. On the Acheron Hall side, the Silver Corpse Sage King's eyes lit up. She was indeed mysterious to be able to summon such a phenomenon. From the looks of it, her fortuitous encounter was not small. Unfortunately, she would definitely lose this time. Lin Wudi was already dead. There was no need for anyone related to Lin Wudi to live in this world. Everyone could go to hell. In the arena, the white bone claws shone again. Blood dripped from the corner of the skinny man's mouth. His body swayed. It was obvious that he couldn't take it anymore. However, this attack was even more terrifying. Not good, Xianxia is in danger. Everyone exclaimed. Lin Xian said telepathically, "Qiao, retreat quickly." Xianxia wanted to attack and defend, but when she heard Lin Xian's words, she retreated without hesitation. The heaven and earth Dharma form behind her stretched out 2 palms in front of her. Like 2 mountains, it blocked all the attacks. Xianxia was pushed back and spat out another mouthful of blood. However, she had already left the battle area. She actually left? Many people were shocked. Even the people from Wushuang City were discussing. They were worried just now, but they did not expect Xianxia to retreat. She was so decisive. The people from Acheron Hall were left with a grim expression. Damn it, they did not manage to keep her here. It was a pity, but her cosmic form was indeed out of their expectations. There was no hurry, there were plenty of chances. They had already figured out her strength this time, they would not let her escape next time. The Silver Corpse Sage King said coldly. On the other side, the 4 skeletal hands returned to the man's body. the man's face was pale. He stared at Xianxia and revealed a cold smile. I actually let you escape this time. The next time I meet you, I will kill you. Hearing this, the people from Wushuang City turned pale. Lin Xian snorted coldly. There is still a next time? Do you think you can live until the next time? A terrifying sword intent was released from his body, causing everyone to be frightened. The skinny man was stunned, but then he laughed. Don't you know the rules here? You can't fight outside the arena. Try attacking me, I can guarantee that you will die miserably. He walked down the arena. He came to Lin Xian's side with a hint of provocation. Kid, I will not give you the chance to attack. Is that so? Lin Xian laughed. Do you really think that I am willing to attack you? When you attacked previously, you exploded with power that surpassed everything. It has already burned your foundation. You are self-destructing. Trash like you is not worthy of my attack. However, I have already guessed your background. If I let you witness the fall of your Acheron Hall's peerless genius with your own eyes, I wonder how you will feel. At this point, Lin Xian turned and walked away. People of Acheron Hall, you're dead meat, do you want to die? An extremely terrifying killing intent erupted from the skinny figure's eyes, but he was unable to make a move. Lin Xian smiled. Looks like you know the rules very well. You won't be able to stop me outside the arena. Damn it, he had said those words to prevent the other party from attacking him. Who would have thought that he would end up slapping his own face? The skinny man was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. The people around him were really surprised. Heavens, looks like this sword maniac is going to attack the Acheron Palace. Does he think that our Yellow Springs Hall is a pushover? When the people of Acheron Hall heard this, they snorted coldly as well. Since the other party dared to come, they had ways to get rid of him completely. Lin Xian arrived near the Yellow Springs shop and said coldly. Come on, you bunch of despicable and shameless people. Is there anyone who dares to come out and stand with yours truly? I heard that your Yellow Springs shop has someone called Nine Nether. Come out. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was dumbfounded. Was this a challenge? He wondered if the Acheron Hall would respond. Who was Nine Nether? He was really unfamiliar. Some of the people were surprised. However, some of the top experts narrowed their eyes. They knew this person. His strength was unparalleled and extremely terrifying. He had even participated in the test of the paradise and succeeded. He had even broken through to the Saint Realm. A person like this was far from those Saint Realm saints from before. The sword maniac was challenging someone like this right from the start. When the elders of the Acheron Hall heard this, they were enraged. Nine Nether stood out. You don't know what's good for you. Challenging me? That's good. It's time for me to show off my strength. After saying that, he flew forward. The Silver Corpse Saint King did not stop him. He felt that Nine Nether would not be defeated. He knew Nine Nether's strength very well. Nine Nether's true form was an earth dragon. He had entered a few ancient ruins and obtained many powerful trump cards. There were not many people who could defeat Nine Nether. Since you want to die, I'll grant you your wish. A cold laugh rang out. Then, a figure landed on the arena like a comet. He waved his hand. Come up and accept your death. Lin Xian snorted coldly. You actually dare to come out. This is really out of my expectations. Looking at your identity and strength, you should be the top genius of the Acheron Hall. If you die, I wonder what the Acheron Hall's reaction will be. I'm looking forward to it. The two of them faced each other. Their auras were extremely terrifying. The moment they appeared, the laws on their bodies tore the nine heavens apart. Countless cracks appeared. Sword Maniac, you're very strong because you've also participated in the test of the paradise. Unfortunately, your strength and talent are nothing in front of me. I've successfully broken through to the Saint Realm, but you haven't. This is the difference between us. Is that so? I didn't break through to the Saint Realm because I don't need the cultivation of a Saint Realm to kill you. I can also kill you as a small saint. Lin Xian's body emitted an extremely terrifying aura. Countless sword chi revolved around the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It was an extremely spectacular scene. On the other side, Nine Nether also made his move. Endless cold aura appeared behind him. It was as if he had rushed out from hell. He turned into 5 shadows, flickering in the sky. These 5 shadows were extremely terrifying. They were like dark clouds that covered the 9 heavens. The 5 shadows let out a roar that shook the heavens and earth. Then, they quickly charged over. How terrifying. Why do I feel that he can kill a Saint Realm expert with just a casual attack? Everyone was shocked. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Scram, with a roar, lightning surged on his body. Accompanying it was the sound of a dragon. It was as if a sea dragon had been resurrected. At this moment, the surrounding people's bodies trembled. Their blood and chi froze. The 3 great dragon clans in the distance also sucked in a breath of cold air. The other party's dragon roar shocked them. At the same time, the 5 shadows in the sky split apart one after another, turning into dark clouds that rolled up. A single roar was enough to destroy an ultimate technique. It was really unbelievable. Lin Xian took a step forward and sneered. Don't embarrass yourself with this little trick. Show me your true strength. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death. Why is this kid so strange? That's the Acheron Hall. Some of the elders frowned. These 5 shadows were extremely terrifying. Even the elders had to be careful when facing them. However, they were shattered by the other party's roar. Just how strong has he become? 9 Nether's face sank as well. Dark flames bloomed in his eyes. Interesting. Your strength is beyond my imagination. It seems that I have to take you seriously. Yi Shiwen thought. I hope you won't disappoint me. 9 Nether sneered. A terrifying aura surged out from his body. Endless demonic runes surged out of his body. 9 Gloom roared as if he was wearing an ancient armor. A terrifying aura spread out in all directions. In the next moment, he seemed to have turned into the god of war. What kind of armor is that? But it doesn't look like it. Why does it feel like a super strong physique? What is Netherworld's original form? Isn't he an earth dragon? Why does he have such a physique? Sounds of discussion rang out. They all felt that this physique was very strange. This doesn't seem to be a cultivation technique of the Acheron Hall. Some people were surprised. In the legends, earth dragons could travel through the ground and had been to many ancient ruins. He had many trump cards in his hands, so this might be a supreme superpower that he obtained from an ancient ruin. Kid, do you think you can win against me with that little strength of yours? What a joke. I'll let you know how powerful I am. 9 Gloom's aura surged like the sea. Then, he stretched out his palm and slapped forward. Boundless black flames danced, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. It was like the palm of the king of hell, covering the sky and covering the earth. 9 Gloom flames. How terrifying. Many people trembled when they felt the cold flames. Flames usually had a violent and scorching aura, but the 9 Gloom flames were cold. Wherever it passed, it would freeze everything. Lin Xian was tense. He knew that the other party was an expert, so he didn't let his guard down. A pair of dark golden wings appeared on his back, surrounded by a terrifying storm. At the same time, there was a terrifying sword chi that pierced through the sky. Every sword chi was like a divine sword. It was extremely terrifying. At this moment, he had turned into a sword god. Kill. He faced the attack and turned into a wind shadow, disappearing instantly. When he reappeared, a sword chi flashed between heaven and earth and slashed directly at the black palm. Buzz. Sword-wielding technique. The sword chi swept out in all directions. The black flaming palm stopped abruptly and enveloped the sword light in the sky. In the next moment, a sonorous sound rang out. The 2 types of laws and superpowers clashed continuously. The wind and clouds changed. Poof. Poof, the black palm covered everything and swallowed all the sword chi. However, not long after, it kept shaking and cracks appeared on it. A stream of sword chi pierced out, riddling the palm with thousands of holes before shattering it. How could this be? 9 Nether's pupils shrank. Even after he used the nether body, he still couldn't resist his opponent's divine ability. What kind of sword chi was this? His face was incomparably cold. At this moment, the golden wings on Lin Xian's back flapped once more, and he turned into a bolt of lightning that shot over. At the same time, he slowly formed a seal with his palm. Azure Dragon Seal. The phantom of an azure dragon emerged from his palm and roared between heaven and earth. As he breathed in and out, it was as if he had been resurrected. Dang Nine Nether did the same. Once again, he waved his Nine Nether palm. It collided with the dragon's shadow, and a rumbling sound rang out. After a violent collision, Nine Nether was forced back. Blood trickled down from the corner of his mouth. His body also landed heavily on the ancient arena, causing it to shake non-stop. You dare to hurt me? You're courting death." Nine Nether was thoroughly enraged. Previously, he was so insufferably high and mighty. In his opinion, he had successfully broken through to the Saint Sovereign realm. How could a mere minor saint be a match for him? Therefore, he was disdainful. However, he was at a disadvantage in both exchanges. Even now, he was injured by his opponent, he couldn't bear it. The surrounding people were all stunned. How could this be? Was his opponent so strong? The people of Yellow Spring Palace shook their heads frantically. Impossible. It must be Nine Nether's carelessness. Just wait and see. That brat will definitely be torn into pieces. Nether Spear. The boundless Nine Nether flame flickered and turned into a long spear that Nine Nether held in his hand. Wherever the spear passed, the space would constantly crack, as if it had turned into the abyss of hell. The long spear kept striking out, turning into a bottomless abyss that charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian brandished the azure dragon 9 palms. The terrifying phantom contended with it, and the battle between the two was earth-shattering. However, at this moment, on the other side of the arena, which was behind Lin Xian, the void suddenly split open, and a white bone claw suddenly fell. That white bone claw turned into a heavenly blade and slashed towards Lin Xian. The dark golden phantom wings on Lin Xian's back were cut off. This attack landed on his body and sent him flying, injuring him and causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. He felt a burning sensation on his back, as if half of it was about to split open. Fortunately, he had a divine body, so he was able to block this attack. Otherwise, if it were any other sacred venerables, they would probably be split in half instantly. He was actually able to block it. Nine Nether's face darkened when he saw this scene. The other people exclaimed. They were too strong. They couldn't resist the means of these two people at all. Just looking at it made their scalps tingle. The people of Yellow Spring Palace sneered. Just wait and see. Nine Nether would soon use all kinds of divine skills. This brat couldn't resist at all. This was just the beginning. Lin Xian was also enraged. He stepped on lightning and transformed into a beam of sword light, charging over as well. It was the Azure Dragon Seal again, and it carried the power of lightning. It charged towards the other party with a violent aura. The two of them fought at lightning speed. It was impossible to see clearly. One could only see that the sky was filled with laws and large spatial cracks. At this moment, the void behind Nine Nether suddenly split open. A sword shadow flew over and slashed Nine Nether's body. Nine Nether was sent flying. The armor on his body was split open, and no blood flowed out. Damn it. Nine Nether roared. His eyes were red. Lin Xian sneered. How does it feel to be attacked from behind? I learned it from you. He knew the sword controlling technique. Sword chi appeared and disappeared unpredictably. This was to teach the other party a lesson. Damn it, the wrath of the heavens, Nine Nether roared and waved his spear. Endless black flames burned on it, and it was incomparably cold. Thousands of spear lights swept towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't take it head-on again. Instead, he used the wind shaking the 9 heavens again. He appeared and disappeared unpredictably, and his speed was extremely fast. Brat, what's the point of just dodging? If you have the ability, fight me head-on. Seeing that the other party's speed was very strange, Nine Nether roared crazily. Lin Xian snorted coldly. I'm dodging? Why don't you say that you can't keep up with my speed? As soon as he said that, more than a dozen sword lights slashed over from all directions and draped over the other party's body. Fortunately, Nine Nether had some defense and used the armor on his body to the extreme. However, he still retreated continuously, his blood and chi churning. Damn it, Yellow Spring, Nine Nether roared and shot out a yellow spring diagram that covered the 9 heavens. At this moment, he was going to use the Holy City's ultimate technique to kill the other party. The yellow spring gushed out with an incomparably cold aura. It spread in all directions. The expressions of the surrounding people changed. The map of Acheron hung down, and the endless Acheron water filled the sky. Everywhere it passed, the void cracked. Nothing could withstand it. The Acheron water rushed towards Lin Xian at an extremely fast speed. Some of the water was extremely corrosive. No matter how strong one's physique was, even if one had armor to defend against it. The space where the arena was completely covered. In the end, there was nowhere to hide. There was Acheron water in all directions. He was completely surrounded. Even the arena in the valley was corroded. Everyone was shocked. The Acheron water was too terrifying. As expected of 9 Nether. Even if one had a sacred weapon, they might not be able to withstand it. When Lin Xian saw this, a cold glint flashed across his eyes. He said coldly, "Do you think you can trap me like this? Next, I'll let you see my secret skill." In the palm of his right hand, there were endless black runes that wrapped around his fist. In the next moment, his entire fist turned black. Tiger Demon Fist. A low voice was heard. The fist was swung as if a demonic tiger had been resurrected. It tore the void apart, and the mineral water was instantly torn apart. Useless kid. No matter how strong your physique is, you won't be able to withstand it. 9 Nether laughed. But soon, his pupils shrank. How could this be? He realized that the black fist had torn apart the Acheron water. Impossible, how could his fist block this kind of power? However, just as he was in a daze, Lin Xian tore apart the Acheron water and then used the secret skill, Army Destroyer. The terrifying power blasted on the opponent's body and sent him flying. Wherever it passed, large cracks would spread continuously, and it would almost explode. Half of his body was cracked. At this moment, his face was full of shock. Impossible. What kind of fist technique was this? He was too shocked. The people from the Acheron Hall were also shocked. The elders of the other holy cities sucked in a breath of cold air. However, a few people who had participated in the Grotto Heaven trial gasped. Why was it so similar to the heaven-piercing palm that this fellow executed? However, only a few people had seen it before. Back then, the heaven-piercing palm could even seal the weapon of a sacred king. The others didn't know at all, and those who knew shook their heads frantically. They didn't believe that no one would be able to learn such an absolute art. Although 9 Nether had participated in the Grotto Heaven test, he did not come from Green Hill Cave. Therefore, he had never seen the black palm before. At this moment, his eyes were red. I don't believe it. Again. The endless water of the yellow springs exploded once again, covering the sky and the earth. This time, the corrosive power was even more terrifying, causing the surrounding people to retreat. In fact, as soon as the aura came out, it caused the world around the array formation to shatter. I don't believe that you can withstand it this time. Lin Xian sneered. His opponent's yellow spring water was indeed terrifying. It could corrode everything. Even if it was the Azure Dragon's seal or the wind shakes the 9 heavens, it would still be difficult to resist. If he wanted to fight back, he would have to use the 9 Yang divine body or the great dragon sword soul with all his strength. But no matter what, he would be instantly recognized. Lin Xian didn't want to reveal his identity yet, so he decided to continue using the Tiger Demon Fist. The Tiger Demon Fist was extremely frightening. It was very similar to the black palm that reached the heavens. Back then, that palm was immune to all kinds of divine abilities. The corrosive power of the yellow springs was also a kind of divine ability, so Lin Xian wasn't afraid at all. The second style of the Tiger Demon Fist, sky-shattering. The surrounding yellow springs water instantly collapsed. It couldn't withstand the attack at all. The third style of the Tiger Demon Fist, soul suppression. Another cold voice rang out, and a ferocious black tiger appeared between heaven and earth. It was as if the divine monument was suppressing him. Sensing the aura, 9 Nether's eyes were filled with fear. Damn it, he quickly retreated. However, he found that the black monument was completely staring at him, making it impossible for him to dodge. Get lost, he roared at the sky. He used his absolute art to block it. Boom. Boom, boom. An earth-shattering sound was heard, and there was a burst of bright light. Everything disappeared. When the light dissipated, everyone saw that Nine Nether was suppressed by the divine monument. He was bleeding terribly. What? Was he defeated? Nine Nether was defeated? It was unbelievable. Countless people exclaimed. The people of the Acheron Hall were also stunned. How was this possible? Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. He walked forward. Suddenly, his eyelids twitched as he felt a fatal danger. A golden light flashed in his eyes. He could feel that although Nine Nether seemed to be seriously injured, there was an extremely terrifying power hidden in his body. And it seemed that it could erupt at any time. Damn it, this guy actually dared to set up a trap. Then he would beat him at his own game. As he walked, he secretly created a clone. His true body instantly used the void escape technique and disappeared. Throughout the entire process, his body was surrounded by sword light, so no one noticed it. Even the sages didn't pay attention to him. They were all focused on Nine Nether. Interesting. The soaring Sky Sage King and the desolate Sky Sage King sneered. The eyes of the people of the Acheron Hall turned red. However, the Silver Corpse Sage King said, "Don't be anxious, just watch patiently." Hearing that, these people were stunned. What was going on? Could it be that he could turn the tables? Just as they were puzzled, Lin Xian's clone had already arrived in front of them. He said coldly, "You're worthy of being called a genius with such strength. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? You really don't know what's good for you." Nine Nether, who was suppressed on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes. He opened his mouth and spat out a terrifying saber light. This attack was too sudden, and the saber light was too terrifying. It was enough to sweep through everything like a peerless saber. In an instant, Lin Xian's clone was split into two. What? He could still fight back? What a terrifying attack. He wasn't injured at all. Many people instantly cheered. It's over. The sword maniac is seriously injured. The sword maniac has been fooled. Exclamations of surprise were heard. The expressions of Morong Qingqing, Shen Jingqiu, and the others instantly changed. They were extremely nervous. The peerless Sage King was also stunned. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and his expression darkened. Ha 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 ha. Nine Nether shattered the illusory stone tablet and stood up. There was a hint of malevolence in his eyes. What an idiot. Did I kill you so easily, little brat? You're too weak to fight with me. His arrogant voice resounded through heaven and earth. The surrounding people were all stunned. The people of the Acheron Hall also smiled. Great, so it was a trap just now. I knew it. How could God Nine Sons lose? That sword maniac wanted to challenge Nine Nether. Looks like he's dead meat now. Don't worry, with senior brother Nine Nether's strength, he won't let that kid die so easily. He'll let him know what regret is. Nine Nether was smug and arrogant as he strode forward. Even if he didn't kill his opponent, he would still be severely injured. Next, he would torture his opponent. However, at this moment, a piercing sword light came from behind him and instantly split him apart. A miserable cry was heard. This time, the surrounding void was completely shattered. The surrounding people were all stunned. What's going on? Who attacked again? Wasn't the sword maniac already killed? Nine Nether also couldn't believe it. His soul swept behind him. The next moment, he roared in horror. How is it possible? You're not dead. Lin Xian walked out from behind him. Do you think your little trap can trap me? What a joke. Lin Xian attacked forcefully. His sword chi was like a dragon, directly hitting Nine Nether until he kept retreating. Many sword wounds appeared on Nine Nether's body. He was severely injured. Retreat quickly. In the distance, the eyes of the people from the Acheron Hall turned red when they saw this scene. They really didn't expect Nine Nether to be defeated. The other holy cities were even more shocked. Nine Nether gritted his teeth and roared. He retreated into the distance. He was defeated. He was unwilling to accept it, but as long as he could leave the battlefield, then his opponent wouldn't be able to attack him anymore. Lin Xian attacked with the wind shakes the 9 heavens. The terrifying law of wind swept the surroundings and blocked his path. Get lost. 9 Nether roared. His hands turned into black flames as he attacked continuously. At this moment, he didn't hold back at all. However, Lin Xian's sword chi flew over and extinguished all the flames with a crack. 9 Nether vomited blood and was sent flying. At the same time, he attacked with the lightning chain and wrapped it around 9 Nether. It made it impossible for his opponent to escape. No, damn it, don't you dare. The people from the Acheron Hall in the distance went crazy. The Silver Corpse Holy King opened his eyes and shouted coldly. That's enough. When a Holy King spoke, everyone had to give face. Even if they won, they couldn't kill him. However, Lin Xian didn't care. How could he stop just because the other party said so? He snorted coldly and sent out a sword chi. It carried an aura that could destroy everything and destroyed the other party's soul. Was he dead? Everyone went crazy. The other party actually killed 9 Nether in front of a Saint King. The people from Acheron Hall roared. The Silver Corpse Saint King's eyes flashed with terrifying killing intent. The other party actually dared to not give him face. Did he want to die? The pressure that belonged to a Saint King surged out, and it rarely reached the 9 heavens. At this moment, the heavens fell and the earth cracked. Lin Xian said coldly as he naturally felt the immense pressure. What? You're a dignified Saint King, and also the host this time. Could it be that you want to break the rules? Lin Xian sneered. The Silver Corpse Saint King was so angry that his face turned white. He gritted his teeth and said. He snorted coldly and sat down unwillingly. He couldn't attack, but he definitely wouldn't let the other party have an easy time. The surrounding people exclaimed in surprise. He was too arrogant. He didn't even take a Saint King seriously. What was this brat trying to do? Was he trying to defy the heavens? That despicable fellow, I'll go and kill him. Many people in the Yellow Spring shop gnashed their teeth. Even the hunters in the crowd began to move. The man who attacked Xianxia was so angry that he vomited blood. Previously, he didn't care about Lin Xian's threat. However, he didn't expect that Lin Xian would really let him witness the death of a genius. That was the top genius of Acheron Hall. If he died, it would be a huge loss. Therefore, he couldn't help but want to attack. However, Lin Xian didn't give these people a chance. He didn't have any intention of joining the battle. Instead, he stood there and watched the battle with a cold smile. This made everyone who wanted to kill him vomit blood. They were the ones who set the rules, but they didn't expect that they would be trapped by the rules. Damn it, if he dares to kill our genius, we'll kill his genius. The elders gritted their teeth and said. Saint King, let's attack. He must be related to Wushuang City. We'll kill Fu Hongye and Linghu Chuishue. Saint King Wushuang nodded and the hunters moved. However, Fu Hongye's side didn't attack, but Linghu Chuishue's side was in danger. Linghu Chuishue was more than 2,000 years old, but he was only 2,300 years old. However, he had already arrived at another battlefield. This battlefield was for people between 2,000 and 5,000 years old. They were all Saint Venerables, and they were all extremely terrifying Saint Venerables. An extremely terrifying elder made his move and charged at Linghu Chuishue. He held a large black bell in his hand and kept shaking it. The bell's sound shook heaven and earth, and the terrifying sound waves swept in all directions. This battlefield naturally attracted the attention of countless people. Oh no, they're attacking eldest senior brother. The faces of the people from Wushuang City became extremely ugly. They gritted their teeth. Even Saint King Wushuang's face was cold. Lin Xian's face darkened. These people saw that they didn't have a chance to attack him, so they turned to attack others. He started to worry for Linghu Chuishue. After all, the enemy Linghu Chuishue was facing was extremely powerful. Linghu Chuishue received the attack and kept retreating while vomiting blood. An extremely terrifying light burst out from his eyes as he used Wushuang's secret technique to block the attack. However, that old man only smiled sinisterly. It's useless. Go to hell. Oh no, that's a late-stage Saint Venerate. Sensing that old man's aura, the crowd's expressions all changed. They began to worry for Ling Huchuishue. A terrifying attack. The large black bell directly pressed down. It wanted to completely suppress Ling Huchuishue. Everyone despaired. The people from the Acheron Hall revealed sinister smiles. However, at this moment of crisis, the sword in Ling Huchuishue's hand burst forth with an incomparable light. Boom! Boom, boom. A loud and clear sound was heard, spreading in all directions. When the light dissipated, the crowd was stunned. They discovered that Ling Huchuishue had been injured. As for the old man opposite him, he was split in two. How could this be? Had Ling Huchuishue reached late-stage Saint Venerate, they had all gone mad. Saint King Wushuang laughed. How could his eldest disciple be weak? Damn it, the people from the Acheron Hall clenched their teeth and gave the order to kill. That old man's body healed, and he stood up. However, he had still underestimated Ling Huchuishue. After revealing his true strength, Ling Huchuishue did not show any leniency. Each and every one of his attacks caused heaven and earth to tremble. In the end, that late-stage Saint Venerate was directly killed. Ling Huchuishue's entire body was burning with blood. However, his aura was incomparable. The crowd was astonished. Ling Huchuishue was most definitely a late-stage Saint Venerate. Furthermore, he was an extremely terrifying existence among late-stage Saint Venerates. Countless people cried out in alarm. Was this the strength of Peerless City's eldest disciple? He was simply too powerful. The people from the other holy cities also became incomparably serious. In the second battlefield, the strength that Ling Huchuishue had displayed in his age group had truly astonished everyone. They felt that the situation had turned bad. They had underestimated Ling Huchuishue's strength. Likely, the entire battlefield would change. End of chapter 42-33. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.